which seemed like overkill, and how fucking hard it was to even get a return on a ping at them, let alone forging a connection with them.
It's in high demand, but we can only barely do it when the stars are right, and it's better if you have a team, which we don't do well with.
All you'd have to do is be the kind of person who works well in a team,
said Amaryllis. She had been in and out of bouts of concentration to integrate with her clones, which took 10 minutes per. Not all of them were integrated every day, because she'd have basically a full workday of integration, and the clones were in cells anyhow, able to communicate facts, strategies, and ideas back to a central clone. It was still fairly time-intensive.
I know myself,
said Doris.
I know myself better than any person in the history of Erb has known themselves.
She pulled up short.
I don't have the fucking time for this. You understand they'll shoot me if I don't do my best?
And deprive themselves of a star mage? I asked. No, she replied.
I split before I came in here. If I fail, then they kill me and keep her. If I succeed, they keep me and kill her. Either way, they keep their star mage. This is just incentive for me to actually do the work. If they didn't have a guard, they would torture me for information first.
I'll put up a barrier,
said Grak.
I could not listen.
It was a blunt dwarf way of saying it, but underneath that, he was a little cocky. I was happy about that. It was very possible that he was the best warder on the plane, and better in a lot of ways than any normal warder ever could be. It was about time he stuck out his chest a bit.
Well, great,
said Doris, glancing at the guard who hadn't moved.
Now, we need to get through as much as we can,
said Doris.
You should know that we've been experimenting with planar portals because, as you might have noticed, we're light on resources in the EZ. I was a research assistant in the city before I got reassigned here. I can tell you what I know, but it's not much because I'm from a divergent branch, never senior. Portals take so long that it requires untethering, which means an immense amount of work on the back end. Not only that, you have to make some predictions of where the stars will be, sometimes up to 3 months in advance, which is no mean feat. The planes themselves move, if slowly, so if you want something that lasts, you need to figure that out and compensate for it. And the problem gets worse for further planes.
She looked to Amaryllis.
How much time do we have left?
30 minutes,
said Amaryllis.
But you're coming with us.
Doris stared at her.
Coming with you?
She asked.
We're going into the city,
said Amaryllis.
You're going to accompany us. Something happened at the facility you were working at. If you were there, you have information that could help us.
Doris stopped for a moment, then looked bewildered.
What happened?
She asked.
Was there a problem?
They successfully connected to the elemental plane of blood,
said Raven.
Beyond that, we're unsure.
She turned to Amaryllis.
Do you think bringing one with us under duress is a good idea?
The combat specialized ones are a different branch, I said.
I can ward her so she cannot split,
said Grak.
No, you can't,
said Doris.
A ward will either kill us or not work at all. Full stop. We're copies, all of us. We're suffused with that magic.
Try splitting now,
said Grak. Doris hesitated.
There would be one too many of me,
she said.
One of us would have to die, and we would both be working to make sure that it wasn't us.
Amaryllis held Sable out in front of her and popped out a gun. The guard didn't move.
Just fucking do it.
Doris didn't hesitate this time, maybe because she was used to threats of violence, but of course nothing happened.
Good,
said Amaryllis.
There's that tested, not that I had any doubt.
She's renowned for her backstabbing,
said Raven.
She's psychopathic.
I'm not,
said Doris.
It's going to be a problem,
said Raven, folding her arms.
It's kismet,
said Amaryllis, staring Raven down. Grak, I asked. Where do you stand on this?
There's not much cost,
he replied. He switched to Groglir, nodding at me.
I can kill her with a thought.
He turned back to Raven.
Better to have a guide, better to have an expert.
I'm no expert,
said Doris.
We fork. I have fewer years than others. There's a reason that I was an assistant instead of part of the research group, and I don't want to go.
I don't think we really give a shit, I told her. Sorry,
I hope you realize that this makes us slaveholders.
said Raven. Not really, I said. I mean, temporary slaveholders. But what? It becomes worse to take an unwilling technical and area expert with you when they're a slave. It's unwilling either way. The slave part is semantics. I felt like I had never said the word slave so many times in my life. Kidnappers, maybe. I don't feel great about it, obviously. But you know that we can't save the Dorises from each other. Not in the long term. So unless there's a practical reason that we can't take her with us, then we'll take her with us, unless the Blues can provide some kind of substitute. Star Doris didn't seem happy about that. Not in the slightest. But she didn't have much of a choice in the matter. So, I said as we walked down the road to the city of Dorisopolis, if you hadn't been paying attention, it might surprise you to know that city planning in the EZ was, not to put too fine a point on it, essentially non-existent. You were saying about how you know yourself better than anyone,
That's right.
said Star Doris. She was taking this with relative aplomb, but I had to imagine that she'd been through worse than being taken by strangers. I did wonder about how many times she'd forked and how different she was from the others. If you were omniscient, you could probably make a map of the different camps or do some color data visualization, but there would be no way to get the information, and the population of the EZ was incredibly unstable. Tattoo and scar tracking might work, I supposed,
So tell us.
said Amaryllis.
Tell us why it's impossible to get along with yourself.
We've never found a way to make equipment permanent.
Said Star Doris.
If we make a copy, that copy has 24 hours with all the same things, except you only rarely know if you're the copy or not.
She was talking like she was trying to keep from clenching her teeth.
The very first time we split, we found out the hard way that one of us had our clothes, money, books, and everything else, and the other was naked. She had everything. We had nothing, and she wouldn't share.
Meaning that in the same position you wouldn't have shared?
Said Amaryllis.
We didn't have the best life growing up.
Said Star Doris.
We know what the outside world thinks of us, more or less. We know that some of us get captured and interrogated every now and then, or that we just talk in exchange for whatever scraps they'll throw our way. You probably read something about me before you came in. I was used to not having much. When that's your life, your instinct isn't to share, to lift someone else up at your own expense. But you have to understand that it didn't start like this. It built up over years. Back at the beginning, we didn't think of the copies as people. And we didn't know we were excluded until well into it.
The only reason that she betrays you is that you betray her.
Said Amaryllis.
You're the same person right now. Just agree on outcomes.
I don't.
Said Star Doris.
I can't. I'm a survivor. I survived because I was willing to kill. The number of dead Dorises has to number in the billions by this point. I've stabbed her in the back so many fucking times that I would never believe she wouldn't do the same to me. And we use that. We make copies and pit them against each other because we know they can't cooperate and wouldn't be able to even if we were dumb enough to let them.
It's survival of the fittest, I said. If you extend a helping hand, you get shanked, and the shankers rule the world.
Against them, maybe I could understand it.
Said Amaryllis.
But we're not talking about them, we're talking about you. If you decided right now that you would cooperate with your copy, you could. There's nothing preventing it.
A lifetime of knowing and seeing otherwise.
Said Raven.
A theory of self that encourages this. Scarcity of resources and the knowledge that their way of life can't continue unless they're willing to exploit and enslave.
I hardly think this society requires slavery, torture, and way too many brutal murders, I said. I was positive that someone had laid out an ideal Doris society, and vaguely remembered reading about one. Maybe it had been Amaryllis, in one of those occasional moods she got into where she wanted to talk at me rather than to me.
We would run out of food,
Said Doris.
The only thing keeping us all fed is that we can get something from nothing. If you're rich or lucky, you can eat the things that feed on our bodies instead. But we have very little in the way of crops, and those only go to the Dorises that sit at the top of the heap. We've asked for aid from the Empire, but they don't have the resources, and they don't trust us to agree to their terms.
Are you actually trying to convince us? I asked. I mean, I know things in the EZ are bad, but I wouldn't have thought that you would defend them,
She was literally just talking about how she would stab someone in the back if they offered a helping hand.
said Amaryllis.
She has every incentive to get us to reach out to her with that helping hand.
Did you learn nothing from Angelson?
Asked Raven. Amaryllis went silent for a moment.
You think that this is undue cynicism?
Raven shrugged, not providing more of a challenge. Amaryllis was keeping her eyes on Raven and seemed to be chewing that over, her anger and distrust of the Dorothy's momentarily forgotten.
Shit.
Shit, I asked,
I was talking to you about paths.
she said.
Paths that we might have gone down? Points of no return?
I finally caught up to what Amaryllis must have been thinking, which was that if there had ever been a social solution in Anglesyn, we had mostly missed it, and if the Doris EZ was similar, then the thing that would guarantee we went down the combat path would be treating the Dorises how you'd assume they should be treated, just based on what you heard about them. I think these are different situations, I said, and I don't think that one was meant to inform the other,
You've lost me.
said Star Doris.
Good.
I replied. I turned to her. What do you think it would take to turn this EZ into a functional nation? I asked. She seemed to give that some thought,
Absolute enforcement.
said Star Doris.
Strict control from the top, strict hierarchy of function, mechanisms for compliance, rule of law. We have none of those right now.
Dorises won't cooperate unless they're forced to.
Said Amaryllis.
But we will cooperate.
Said Star Doris.
You would need panopticon surveillance.
Said Amaryllis.
You would need someone willing to cut off your fingers the moment you so much as gestured toward stepping out of line.
That added some instant tension to the conversation. I couldn't think about someone cutting off fingers without thinking of Bethel, and no one else in the group could either. That, and the phrase panopticon surveillance, was enough for Amaryllis's suggestion to be clear. I couldn't tell whether or not she meant it, or if it was just her way of spitting on the idea. From an implementation standpoint, well, there were hurdles, the biggest being Bethel herself, pun not intended,
It would be evil.
said Raven,
It would work.
replied Star Doris.
I wouldn't sign up for it, but it would work. We'd still have to kill our copies for food and water, and they'd still be a resource. But we would be functional. And if there were a Doris who was unambiguously our leader, we would be able to deal with the outside world.
You would backstab the outside world.
Said Amaryllis.
Everyone says that, but it's exaggerated. Turnover is high in the Republic.
Said Star Doris.
Uncertainty is high. Backstabbing is a short-term play, but if you don't play in the short term, you get crushed by those who do. It's not our fault. The system is set up against us.
She snorted at Amaryllis. You think we're dumb. Everyone does. You'd think talking to me for half an hour would disabuse you of that notion. I have my deficiencies. I won't argue that. But
I'm not
dumb. Just self-sabotaging, short-sighted, and distrustful. People say that about you a lot, I said. They're surprised that you're smart. So you've got that going for you, which is nice,
If your intelligence can't solve problems, then it's not intelligence.
said Amaryllis, but she had cooled off a bit, and there wasn't venom.
You're stupid in a very specific way. But to put the EZ under an authoritarian regime, I can't see that being the answer.
I nodded. Amaryllis was talking narrative now, and while that narrative was definitely something I could have seen a party doing over the course of a D&D campaign, it wasn't the kind of solution you would intentionally write to be the good one. It was more a, whoops, I guess faxism is good when we do it kind of thing. So we just teach a Doris to work together with herself, or work in the long term, and once that starts working, the rest join her. It's a society reorganization quest, but you only have to fix one person,
People have tried.
said Star Doris.
Not that I care if you fail, but people have tried. It's usually not hard to capture a Doris at the border if you have magic and Entid support. Soul magic doesn't work on us, but they've done everything short of that.
I'd known that we couldn't soul fuck her. Uniquities had let us in on that one, though they didn't know that we were planning to go into the zone. But as Doris had pointed out, soul fucking wasn't the only way to change what was in someone's soul. It was just the fastest and easiest, so long as you had a competent soul mage. I almost wanted to ask Grak whether, since they were completely suffused with clonal magic, he would be able to make some ward that was capable of changing her. But I figured if that was at all within his abilities, he would probably be working on the problem.
I don't understand why you're here.
Said Star Doris.
I don't understand what you want. I can work with you better if I know your goals.
You're confused about all the idle talk about fixing the EZ, I asked. She gave me a curt nod. Her lips were twisted into a puckered frown. Consider us is Good Samaritan a thing, I asked.
It's now considered offensive,
Said Raven. I said, trying to work that out. In the original, the Good Samaritan was notable because he was expected to be evil, or at least an enemy. Maybe on Arab the phrase held the implication that people from Samaria were evil. Is there a non-offensive replacement? I asked.
Helpmate would do fine.
Said Amaryllis. She looked over at Star Doris.
We're helpmates.
She gave a glance at me and lifted her hand, signing quickly in Gim.
Samaritan was a type of orc.
I thought about that for a bit and still didn't really get it. Maybe because I didn't remember the parable right, but we were getting close to the city, and I wanted to be focusing more on what was going on around us, just in case there was an ambush waiting. Our time in the city of Dorisopolis was approaching, where the streets run red. Chapter 2, 103, Where the Streets Run Red. Chapter by Cthulhu Jepsen.
So what's the murders per capita in this shithole?
Asked Arthur, giving me a goofy grin. Pretty low, I said. If you're comparing it to real life, it would be staggeringly low. He frowned at me.
The way it was described to us, it was supposed to be a place where the gutters ran red with blood, he said. Drow blood, but still.
This is some world-building thing, isn't it?
Asked Reimer. He set down his pencil.
Go on, do your rant.
Can I use my phone while you go through this?
Asked Craig. His hand was already on it. May you? I replied. And no. I'm not going to give some boring TED talk about it. It's just a function of what's in the books.
I want to hear,
Said Maddie.
Veto.
Said Craig.
If you don't want to explain it, don't explain it, said Reimer. But that's bait. It's obvious bait. So if you don't want to explain it, don't say things like, it's just a function of what's in the books, like you're fucking Sherlock Holmes about to explain his masterstroke. Emphasis on stroke.
There's a limit on how high a death rate can be while still sustaining a functional economy, I said. And even if you're not thinking about the economy, then you at least have to be thinking about replacement rates. If you look at historic cities with really high death rates, I'm about 90% sure that you'd be looking at a few different types of scenarios, stuff like war or disease, or brief periods of brutal regimes. Some of those examples you'd be looking at would be with replacement population flooding in from somewhere else, growth from immigrants offsetting murders. But those don't apply to a drow city, because where would more drow be coming from? Nowhere. The city is self-contained. Craig raised his hand.
Is this going to be on the test?
I'm taking this as scene setting,
Said Arthur, frowning a bit. The question was, how high the murders per capita were, I said. I'm just explaining things that your characters are seeing, or figuring out, or learning with an investigation check.
There are other explanations,
Said Tiff. She was slouched in her chair a bit, and had been doodling in her notebook. The no phones rule helped a lot with people being distracted, but you still eventually got stuff like dice stacking, doodling, and browsing rulebooks when people weren't into the session. For whatever reason, Tiff wasn't into it, but we had enough people that it wasn't a huge deal. Go ahead, I said. after waiting a second for her. She sat up a bit.
Your question is death rate against growth rate, she said. First thing you could do is just make all of the drow die from murder instead of heart disease or whatever the current top killer is. Second thing you could do is make growth really, really high. Drow matrons pump out a lot of kids, then most of them die before reproducing.
The first works, but it's not high enough, I said. I ran the numbers. Second is really not like the drow.
And when have you ever hewed to the books?
Asked Tiff.
Should be hewn,
Said Arthur. If I wanted a species that didn't feel like drow, then I would just make a new species, I said. But if you take drow and make them ultra-fast breeders just to try to justify how many deaths they have, it doesn't work. The truth is, there's no way for a city to be at the appropriate level of violence and murder without special circumstances or a continual influx of population that's somehow happening in spite of a ludicrously high murder rate. It was one of those awkward arguments, the kind that I didn't like when I looked back on it, but which had passed easily enough. No one had really been mad at each other, but it had been uncomfortable. And even running it over in my head afterward, I didn't know quite how I could have fixed it. Dorisopolis didn't have a formal name, but that was what everyone called it. The Republic of Doris Finch was in some respects a failed state, but in other respects was just a bunch of customs and understandings without a formal government at all. A better analogy might have been a collection of gangs, though that wasn't quite right either, because the unique nature of her power meant that a new gang could spring up within a matter of minutes. In a lot of ways, it was unlike any other place on Erb, and definitely unlike any place on Earth. There were elements of Erb that I would have argued were grimdark, but we'd had a long D&D session back on Earth arguing the definition of that term, and a lot of it was about the tone of the writing and where it put focus, rather than any particular facts about the setting. If I was looking at Erb in general, I might be tempted to call it grimdark, because their motorcycles ran on souls, 9,000 hells, and the looming threat of the exclusionary principle coming to crush cities and strip out industries. But in terms of my actual adventure, I wasn't so sure. If that book the Dungeon Master had shown me, Worth the Candle by Juniper Smith, was written in my authentic voice, I had to believe I wouldn't have just glossed over all the mundane stuff. The book of my adventures on Erb would have had some grim and dark stuff, but it wouldn't have been only that, not unless you were willing to cut out playing ranks with Grack, or Amaryllis introducing me to rock climbing, or the long conversation that Fen and I had about why anyone would voluntarily use the awesome power of the internet to watch some stranger play a video game. And yeah, it would have taken 20 pages and then abruptly ended with a sex scene, but I would have included it all the same. My actual experience of Erb had its moments of grim darkness, but on the whole, when I went into any major metropolitan area, I never got the sense that people were trudging along, burdened by the knowledge that this was a world in decline. They seemed like people. Maybe some of them were just coping, and to be fair, my exposure to normal people was low, but it seemed like most of the problems were far away, easy to forget about if you wanted to. But this is all by way of saying that the DFEZ was way past grimdark, and Dorisopolis was the worst of it. It was more mortal suffering than had existed in any actual city on Earth, made possible only because these bodies came cheap and were one of the only reliable resources in the place. Doris Finch had her personal problems, and that meant every single citizen of the city had those same personal problems. Like you took the least trustworthy, most cutthroat person in New York City and then multiplied them to blanket Manhattan. It was insanity, and we were walking through it. The buildings were all Magestone, built tall, but without any kind of plan in place, and a few of them had tipped or been collapsed, leaving them leaning sideways. Steel magic made ugly buildings, unless you were trying hard or willing to put in work to make a facade, and neither of those were the case in Dorisopolis. I was a little bit leery of even going into the city, Not just because of the proliferation of void weapons and how many spots there would be to take pot shots at us, but because there was a very real possibility that one of those buildings would collapse. You could do that kind of work with star magic, given enough time and paint. There didn't seem to be much in the way of basic sanitation, and there were so many corpses all around that in a few places they formed impromptu gardens with all the specialized fauna that had taken hold in the easy to feast on the bounty. Where people needed to walk, the place wasn't quite clear of bodies. Instead, it was flattened muck which must have been corpses at some point, if I had my guess. I saw vermin as well, featherless birds and rats with shells, or close enough that I wasn't going to quibble on taxonomy.
It's better further in, said Star Doris. Downtown there's enough NTAD support to keep things clean.
It almost sounded like an apology. I'd issued a few apologies like that when people came over and saw how messy my room was. This was obviously different, and on an entirely different magnitude, but it was still surprising to me, because it was an admission that this was, in some way, her fault. To be honest, I was a bit worried about the possibilities of disease. The Dorises were a monoculture, which made them ripe for it, and with the combination of poor sanitation and rampant cannibalism, it was a breeding ground for pathogens. The two big things keeping that in check were isolation and pustule magic. Barely any people came into the zone, and obviously no one left it, but it was my understanding that even something like a mild cold could rip through the Dorises. Pustule magic was the other big check, and had supposedly been learned under extreme crunch by a Doris when someone had unleashed a plague on them. Normal pustule mages weren't much good at dealing with diseases or maladies on other people, but the normal rules got a little fuzzy when you were talking about clones, and a pustule Doris could strip out or add in illnesses from one of the others, which was one of the ways that the Dorises attempted to maintain control over each other. There were very few diseases that would have been more than a mild inconvenience for me, given all the resources at our disposal, so a lot of my worry was just my regular human brain not having updated to the sheer breadth and depth of resources that I had available to me, with a tiny sliver left over for how worried I actually should have been about rare or magical viruses that the population of Dorises was harboring. We saw a lot of them coming in, and with the crown of eyes, I was fully aware of the closer ones that I might not have noticed with my normal senses or vibration magic. Many of them were watching us, but more were simply going about their business, which largely seemed to consist of manual labor of one kind or the other. There was a lot that the Dorises didn't have, in part because the EZ had been wrecked a long time ago. The only things left in it were those that they had no use for, or which could survive in their direct possession. They made up for this, in part, by harvesting themselves, and quite a bit of their work was simply in turning a human body into something that would be useful. This included skinning and tanning, making tools from bone, rendering fats for oils, and using hair for textiles. A lot of those things a human body wasn't really good for, but you work with what you have, I guess. I kept expecting to see the Dorises engaged in some kind of art, either its production or consumption, but I only saw a single painting in any of the homes, and that had clearly been done in the shades of what could be extracted from a human. The smell, as you might imagine, was atrocious. The Dorises didn't have plumbing, which meant that they were at the mercy of the rain in order to gather water in steel mage cisterns. Even if a thunderstorm had come, I was sure that it wouldn't be enough to wash everything away, not when there was a distinct lack of gutters, and obviously no functional stormwater system set up. I had read that the Empire of Common Cause had briefly engaged in a campaign of water deprivation, accomplished by a relatively small handful of water mages, but all it had done was to make the Dorises spawn and kill clones in order to extract water from their own bodies, and the campaign was stopped, having done little in the way of bringing the Dorises to heal.
How much further?
Asked Amaryllis.
A half-mile.
said Star Doris.
At that point, we'll be all the way downtown. That's where the research building you want is.
We'd gotten direction from the Blues, but they were kind of crap, and Dorisopolis wasn't very well laid out.
And from there, I'd like to request permission to split off a copy.
A copy, I asked. Why?
One to stay with you, one to leave.
Said Star Doris.
If it's dangerous, then I might die, and I don't want to die. You only need one of me.
From your perspective, it gives you a 50% chance, said Amaryllis. A better person would ask to split off a clone in order to have their essential self perpetuate. But if we let you make a clone, they won't be going willingly. They'll want to be the one who goes free. And at some point, we're going to have to say no to this idiotic idea that we should let you make more of yourself in order to avoid your fate.
The question is when it's proper to stop her.
Said Raven. We can give her one copy, I said. She doesn't believe in the value of a unique individual continuing on, but I do. I looked at Star Doris. Your last clone was when you split before coming in to teach me star magic, I asked. That clone was now dead. We'd done nothing to stop the Dorises from their barbarism, though we had debated it. Star Doris nodded. And before that, I asked.
Copies that have lived? She asked. 2 for slave trades within the last month. I don't split often. The less star mages, the better.
Then you have a month of divergence, I said, frowning a bit. I guess I placed some value on that, enough to deal with the inconvenience and problems it might bring.
We don't all subscribe to your ideas,
said Grak. I looked over at him and saw he was frowning.
You pay no attention to the thread of consciousness.
That threw me for a bit of a loop. I said. You think that snipping that thread is wrong? He nodded.
It doesn't matter what I think. I know. But I thought I should let you know, as you are speaking for me.
Okay, I said. That gave me pause. It wasn't a conversation that I'd ever had with Grak. I immediately wanted to launch into a debate with him, but now was not the time and place. Did he think that going to sleep was evil because it severed the thread of consciousness? Probably not. I would ask later. Thank you for the correction. I trailed off. I hadn't known. How did he contextualize things like Amaryllis's clones, or unicorn timelines, or the lost year of the revision mages? Do you suggest something else?
No, he said. We will protect her. And to honor her request would show charity, even if she is making the request for a stupid reason.
The streets became clean, not little by little, but all at once. There was some kind of entad at work, because it was unnaturally clean, the filth and grime of human bodies completely eliminated as we walked between one set of buildings and the other. The smells cleared up in an instant, and the Doris residue, where it had clung to our feet or touched our armor, was instantly wiped away. But this too was a mark of the insanity of this place, because the Dorises could freely copy entads, so long as they worked around the 24-hour refresh. Given that they maintained a stock of void rifles from what must have been only 1 or 2 that had made their way across the border, it didn't seem like anything would have prevented them from spreading the effect across the whole Ezid, except that if you had something and deprived others of it, that was often to your advantage. My opinion of the Dorises lowered a bit. It felt so good to be in a place that was supernaturally clean, especially after everything that we'd just been through.
You could shit in your armor here,
said Star Doris.
The effect would wipe it away.
It feels good,
said Raven, breathing a little deeper. I waited for someone to make the obvious joke and ask if she'd just shit in her armor, but to my immense disappointment, no one did. I missed Fen.
What is it? Asked Amaryllis. Entad, naturally, but what is it?
Like I have any fucking idea? Asked Star Doris. The higher blues control them. Someday one of those bitches is going to make a copy at the wrong time and this whole scheme is going to come tumbling down.
They're relatively stable, though?
Asked Amaryllis.
They're the dominant tribe because they were capable of working together?
They're well fed.
said Star Doris.
Easier to think when you're not going on a few years straight of eating your own warm flesh. Easier to win an exchange if you're not so worried about losing absolutely everything you have, which is more or less just the stuff on your back. But the ruling class isn't stable. No, there's turnover all the time. It takes too many people to run their schemes, too many slaves, too many managers, and their systems of control only work so well. Besides that, they're too greedy, always pushing things so that those at the bottom are kept just on the knife edge of rebellion. It doesn't take much when any one of us can become an army in a minute or less. Once that happens, it's copies on copies. I've been in one of those, and I don't want to be in another.
It's probably one of the reasons that they starve you as much as they can, I said. The more you have to live off your own flesh, the less you eat, which means the weaker you are, which means the easier you are to overpower.
That's probably what they're thinking, yes?
Replied Star Doris. She looked at us.
Are we going through the market or diverting around?
The roads in Dorisopolis weren't very wide, but the one ahead of us was an exception, and it was filled with stalls. Dorises were walking in among those stalls, bartering with Dorises, because Dorisopolis couldn't sustain a currency with how simple it was to counterfeit, and because Dorises didn't trust enough to trade IOUs or other one-time use tickets. On the airship ride over, Amaryllis had tried to figure out a monetary scheme that would work when everyone could counterfeit things at will, and she came up with a few, but nothing that was elegant. It would all have been enormously complicated by the fact that it was easy for Dorises to impersonate each other, and that a single Doris could split in two, which you'd have to figure out some way of accounting for in your system of debits and credits. Instead, it was just trade, items for items. It was pretty much a guarantee that Dorises were only trading away fake goods, those that would melt away to nothing after the 24-hour period was up, but that didn't matter all that much, because the actual process of duplication was laborious. Create a Doris, kill her, take her stuff, repeat. And barter was a way of getting the things you needed without having to go through the trouble. It made sense that the bodies were piling up as much as they were. I occasionally saw Dorises going off together. There was trade of services as well, as some of the Dorises were specialized.
We're going through the market,
said Amaryllis.
They should be able to see that if we get mobbed, we'll kill them.
Suit yourself,
said Star Doris, and she began moving forward. The Dorises were stopping what they were doing and staring at us. They moved to the sides to let us pass with a healthy distance between us, but I could see through their eyes, and there were a hell of a lot of eyes in a 50-foot radius around us. For all the cleanliness of this section of Dorisopolis, and the way the Dorises had clean faces and unstained clothes, there was still something wild about them. Maybe the way they were all so clearly wearing clothes that were at least partially made from their own bodies, or the hollow look that most of them had. Some of them were slaves, I knew. Aside from all our armor and the way we bristled with weapons, we were juicy targets. It was imperial policy that no one go into the EZ with unbound entads, specifically because the Dorises could copy them. But looking at us, and how many we had, the Dorises might think that we were violating that rule, which we were. Even if we weren't, they might have been thinking that we would make for hostages they could ransom off, either to other Dorises or to the outside world. If we were here, then maybe we had skills that they could use for the low cost of making us into slaves. Rumor was that they didn't often take non-Doris slaves, a response to how hard the hammer had been brought down on them in times past, but that was suspect. I was on edge, as I'd been since we'd stepped foot into the EZ. The Dorises weren't suicidal, and they had horrible morale, breaking as soon as they thought the tide had shifted, but in theory, they could multiply so fast that they could smother you in bodies. I knew something was about to go wrong when I was suddenly able to see with a lot more eyes. Somewhere in the buildings above us, there was a Doris multiplying at a very rapid rate, and I could see through her eyes that she had a void rifle. Void rifles above us. Seek cover, I said quickly. I hadn't expected it to happen as fast as it did. Almost from the moment it became clear to the Dorises around us that someone was going to attack, it was open season. Dorises started multiplying, and they began to crowd in around us. I had my sword drawn in an instant, but the Dorises were pressing up against me, doubling to close the gap rather than really moving. They couldn't multiply within Grak's ward, but so many of them were multiplying that it was a press of bodies either way. I felt hands on me, grabbing at me, not trying to hurt me, just trying to take my things from me. The crown of eyes was yanked from my head, and the chaotic sensory experience of seeing through the eyes of everyone in a packed crowd ended in an instant. It was around that time we started being fired on from above. The sound of the void weapons was almost inaudible over the sound of the screaming around us, but I knew where they were, and the distinctive sound of discharge was something I'd been tuning my hearing for. I was very cognizant of the fact that a single lucky shot would be enough to end my life. Not having many other options, I began pushing myself up, trying to get on top of the Dorises around me, away from their grasping hands. With a pang of regret, I switched my armor over to its acid elemental mode. There were screams not long after that, as it began burning away whatever Dorises I was touching. I was tempted to change into an animal to get away, but that would have left my gear behind. The problem wasn't the Dorises next to me, it was the others, who were creating ever more clones that were adding to the mass of humanity. They were literally trying to drown us in bodies, or at least hoping to weaken us. And the Dorises that were next to us were now trying to escape, but couldn't because of how much force the crowd was exerting. All the while, there was still the sound of void rifles firing from above us, and now, mixed in with it, the much louder sound of regular ballistics. Almost at once, the Dorises that I'd been climbing on disappeared beneath my feet, and I landed back down on the ground, next to the crown of eyes, which I snatched up while I turned around to see what the fuck was going on. Before I could figure it out, we were moving, me, Amaryllis, Grak, and Raven, with a lone Doris following us, dragged along, as the others stayed well back. I almost cut her down before realizing that it was Star Doris. We made it into the mouth of one of the big buildings, leaving the market behind us. The sound of void rifles and gunfire stopped, but there was still screaming from the Dorises, howls of pain and cries of anguish. The press of Dorises had disappeared around us, but at the boundary were those who had been cleanly sliced through, removing hands, arms, legs, and faces. As I listened, the screams were slowly cut off, one by one, and I knew that the healthy Dorises were putting the injured ones out of their misery. Not out of empathy, but just to shut them up. Good work, I said to Grak.
It could have been faster, said Grak.
His hair was mussed, but otherwise he looked fine.
I was trying to figure out how to save this one.
Is everyone okay?
Asked Amaryllis.
I got scratched, but nothing serious.
Wherever it had been, it was now healed.
Fine, said Raven. Someone was burning bones.
I had forgotten until she said it, that she got a bonus from that,
What was that?
asked Star Doris, looking at Grak.
A wood?
Said Grak,
Who are you people?
asked Star Doris.
The chosen people of the one true God, said Amaryllis. She watched Star Doris's face. That's not a joke.
There,
Said Grak.
I've put up a shell, 6 feet from me. If a Doris passes it, they will die. That includes you. Stay with me.
That's impossible.
Said Star Doris.
You can test it if you'd like.
Said Amaryllis.
Tip of your pinky is the traditional method. We have healing on hand.
I believe you.
Said Star Doris.
But it's impossible.
Just very hard.
Said Grak. But he didn't quite put his heart into it, because some things he could do might literally be impossible for anyone else, same as for me. We should get moving, I said. There are lots of Dorises around, and we should make a beeline for the Star Magic facility. It's not far.
I want the copy made now, said Star Doris, swallowing hard. If you're still thinking that you'll let me.
Sure, I said. Grack. He twitched his mouth.
No, just one. Don't leave my radius.
Star Doris blurred slightly, and another of her appeared. They looked at each other with hostility, but didn't attack, which I'd worried they might.
Which one?
They asked in unison. That one goes, I said, nodding at the one on my left. That one stays. I really, honestly hadn't thought that she would do it, but the one I had said would stay pulled a knife and made to attack the other, who obviously knew that this was coming. I was faster than her, though, and I laid my hands on both of them, stopping them in place with still magic. So what was the plan? I asked. You wanted to kill her, so that we would let you make a new clone. And I thought you were a slave. Where did you get the knife?
She picked it up just after the melee,
Said Amaryllis.
It might have been the only real knife on the block.
I turned to her. You saw that?
I did, she said. What was she going to do? Stab us?
I cringed. If I really bought into narrative theory, which I didn't, I would have thought that it was a 100% guarantee that Amaryllis would get stabbed by Doris Finch. Look, I said, turning to the Dorises. This was a fucking dumb plan. It was one that you hatched knowing that you would have to face down your other self. And if that's the case, then that means you were willing to risk this fuckery, because you know something about what we're walking into.
Or she's just terrible,
Said Amaryllis. Could be, I said. I looked at the two Star Dorises, who I was allowing just enough movement so they could breathe. It was pretty much at the limits of my ability to keep both of them from moving, and they were only ordinary women. What do you know about what we're going to find if you ever do take us to the facility?
Death,
Said one Star Doris, the one that had pulled the knife and was destined to come with us.
It's been brewing there for months. They opened a portal to the elemental plane of blood and found that we could go through it, breaking the exclusion. She would say anything not to go,
Said the other Star Doris.
We've never been there. We don't know anything.
You're claiming that you can break exclusion through sufficiently powerful star magic?
Asked Raven.
If that were possible, we would know.
It's possible,
Said the first Doris.
but that's not the problem. The problem is that we sent out Hemonauts, lots of them. We had a colony there. All lies.
Said the other Doris.
Shut the fuck up.
Said the first Doris.
That's not gonna work. You know that it's not a ploy.
Said the other Doris. All right, I said. You? No talking. I amped up the still magic and deprived the denier of her voice. You were talking about a colony of Hemonauts.
I don't know how many. I wasn't important, and we keep information from ourselves as much as we can. The portal was only big enough for one Doris at a time, with lots of equipment in place, bloodlocks and quarantines. And then a Doris came back different, and the bloodlocks and quarantine were mostly destroyed, leaving the portal open.
She took a breath. I wasn't letting her move much, but her eyes turned to me, pleading.
It killed hundreds, thousands of us, and the Blues kept trying to push more people against it, but that was just making it worse.
Is it a threat to the EZ?
Asked Amaryllis. Doris hesitated, then nodded.
Maybe not today or next week, but eventually what's in there will venture out.
Okay, I said. Other one, then. I silenced the first Doris and let the other one talk. How much of that was lies?
We worked there.
She said. I can draw you a clear map. We're not far. Other than that, we knew nothing. We were doing low-level work. If any of what she said were possible, we wouldn't have known it.
You're lying.
Said Amaryllis. How can you tell? I asked.
She's just not that good of a liar.
Said Amaryllis.
She was hiding something back at the camp. This is it. I'll admit telling is easier when you can compare truth and lies side by side. We'll keep her, let the other go. Give a reward for good behavior and a punishment for bad.
That's not how she'll see it.
Said Raven. She was sick of the Dorises already, I was pretty sure. Not just how they were, but how we were dealing with them. Just do it, I said. Either way, whichever one we keep, we'll be doing her a disservice. Neither want to go with us, not that anyone sane would want to,
Before we let her go, we should get a location from her and
said Amaryllis.
thoughts on ways to compel truth before she goes.
A single remotely revocable ward should do,
said Grack. It wasn't something used often, and it was a bit difficult, but a warder could collapse their ward from a distance. We could trap the Doris and then keep her trapped until we got to the facility. If she lied, she wouldn't be let out. I nodded. All right, I said. Then Star Doris A comes with us, and Star Doris B stays here, I said. I was still using my hands to hold them in place, but I nodded at them. If Star Doris B tells the truth, then Grok drops the ward when we get there. If she doesn't, I hesitated and turned to Grack. Set duration for 24 hours,
It's a bit cruel.
he said.
It only needs to be enough to make her obey.
If the intent is to make her obey, then make it as harsh as possible.
Said Amaryllis.
That way she won't betray us, and we don't have to worry. It's not cruel if it doesn't come to pass. Why make it into a choice for her if we're doing coercion?
Some might say that using coercion is the problem.
Said Raven. Grack, I asked. What do you feel is appropriate?
12.
He said.
If we're ambushed and killed before we get there, she would suffer punishment for cooperation.
Sure, I said with a nod. And she's really got very little reason to lie in the first place. With that, I let go of Star Doris A, and we put her in position to have a full-body ward. She protested, because she was at risk from the other Dorises, but moving to a secondary location just because she hadn't been able to stop herself from double-crossing us. Well, there were limits to our charity. She told us in detail everything that we wanted to know, the threat of confinement apparently enough. We set off with Star Doris B, ready to set ourselves against whatever terrible thing had escaped from the elemental plane of blood. Open Veins. Chapter 2, 104. Open Veins. Chapter by Cthulhu Jepsen. As it turned out, Star Doris had been telling the truth, and we weren't far from where the blood mages had been doing their thing. Any normal member polity of the Empire of Common Cause would have mandated that high-level research and engineering take place far from a center of population, and this wasn't just a matter of common sense, it was enshrined in law as the Riddle Axe, just in case someone was dumb enough to think that surely an exclusion couldn't happen to them, or that the risk of an exclusion was worth it. There was maybe some way to justify it, and it was pretty common for people to conflate calamity that was concurrent with exclusion and the actual action of exclusion, but it was still sensible. For the Dorises, the math was a bit different. Their zone wasn't terribly big, all things considered, and if there were some calamity, it was fairly likely to get them all. Beyond that, they needed co-location because that was the only realistic way to keep everything secure and contained, to the extent that was even possible. Obviously, no one went into a big research or engineering project thinking that it was going to result in some degenerate feedback loop or an insane person with a godlike power. But still, it spoke to a lack of caution that most people in the Empire would find startling, until they heard that it was Doris Finch doing it, at which point calls would go up for something to be done. It was a big building, made of magestone as almost everything in the zone was, but it was obvious that more care and attention had gone into it than almost any other building around us. The walls were smooth, and while it certainly wasn't artful, it was clear that this building was built to last, by someone who either took pride in their work, or more likely, had been working like their life depended on it. It was squat and ugly, but it almost looked like deliberate ugliness, and after some of what we'd seen in the EZ, my standards were a lot lower. There were no guards. Instead, there was a general notice, written directly onto the doors, which proclaimed the facility fully locked, stripped of valuables, and with death awaiting anyone who entered. It was written on the doors because if it had been written on parchment, that parchment would have been stolen. As I read the sign, I was a bit disheartened by how much of it was lies. I knew that the Dorothy's didn't trust each other, but I hadn't considered how much signage would be watered down when everyone would think that it was just a ploy.
I released the other,
Said Grek. Good.
Nodded Amaryllis.
She turned to look at Star Doris. How do we get in? She asked.
Like I have any idea? She asked. Through those doors.
The doors were big and thick, made of metal, which the Dorothy's didn't normally have in abundant supply. The hinges were huge, thick things as well, set into the door so that you'd have a hell of a time removing them.
All entrances are sealed off? Asked Amaryllis. This is the least defensible?
Like I said, replied Star Doris. I don't fucking know. I used to work here, but I wasn't casing the place. I came in through that door every day, did my work, usually away from anything important, and then I went back to my home. One day I came to work, and that message was there. No one had done me the courtesy of letting me know about what happened. I had to find out from the other Dorothy's later on.
So what you told us might have been lies, I said. Good to know.
Anything that I was there for, that's true, said Star Doris. Anything that I got secondhand, maybe it would be lies, but I'm not a total bitch. I don't usually lie for fun. This was from a Doris that I'd worked alongside, a close clone of mine. We don't have bonds, but if it costs nothing, we'll talk, and if there's a cost, we'll make a trade.
All right, I said with a sigh. I very nearly turned to Grak and asked him to make a steel ward that would let us drill through, but on second thought, I walked over to the door, grabbed the large handle, and hefted it open. It swung freely. Fucking Dorises, I said, shaking my head. The interior was poorly lit by some slit windows high up on the outside. The Dorises didn't have souls per se, which meant no soul power, and even if they did have souls, I wasn't sure they had the technological power necessary to make lights. Lamps were at least somewhat common, their fuel presumably Doris oils or fats, but this place had been abandoned for quite some time. I was fairly certain that among the few entads that had made it into the zone was something that produced light, given how often that was a byproduct of what entads did, but we were well past the duplication period. On our side, we had Amaryllis's new dagger, which blazed like a miniature sun until she turned down the brightness to something that was more tolerable, and the more mundane solution, flashlights. The interior space we found ourselves in was a fairly tall and wide hallway, the same bland mage stone as before, with something like a vault door at the other end of it. It had been cracked open, and blood had seeped and pooled out of it. It wasn't coagulated or dried, not that I could tell, which meant that it was either recent or some kind of magic had been done there. I switched over to Grak's eyes and saw that it was glowing, but not in the shade I had expected. It was two-toned, normal blood mixed with Doris's magic, so clear I didn't need it explained to me. I felt a nervous tingle as I looked at the open door. Part of the purpose of building this facility had been containment, to make sure that if anything went sideways, they would be able to shut it down and keep it from spilling out into the EZ. That clearly hadn't worked. All right, I said, drawing my sword. I'd had some practice with it, enough that I could do the triple-axis wound reflection relatively fast. We go in, find the portal, and close it, which should be as easy as breaking up the markings that allow the star magic to work.
The bloodworms aren't terrible to deal with unless they get you, said Raven. Whatever else is there, that's likely to be more of an issue.
I nodded, then glanced at Grak. In theory, the wards that surrounded him would make him nearly invulnerable to everything outside of completely non-magical materials, void effects, mimetics, or something like that. But there was no way that I was going to ask him to go first. I was frankly worried that he was going to die soon. He had gotten so much stronger, and most of his issues were, well, not necessarily in the past, but I thought he was probably over the hump. I thought about Gemma, and how she had unceremoniously died, leaving me wondering whether that was because her role in the narrative was redundant, or because I hadn't expressed much interest in hearing her life story. Grak was a friend, and we spent a fair amount of free time together, sometimes Earth stuff, sometimes dwarf stuff. But it felt like there was no story left anymore, just gentle support when he needed it. I was worried that he was expendable, from one very important point of view. Fen had died for less. There was a potential romance with Grak that I wasn't interested in, and not just because Amaryllis was sucking up all of my romantic attention. I didn't feel any attraction, any heat. If I'd been told point blank that I needed to start dating him or have sex with him in order to make him immune to being killed off by the plot, I would have done it without much of a second thought. But to propose or actually do any of that, just as a precaution, seemed degrading to both of us and damaging to our actual friendship. And it was complete guesswork what the Dungeon Master's criteria might actually be for deciding whether someone died, if there even were any criteria. I went first, sword held in front of me, ready to strike down the first thing that moved, but aside from the blood touching my boots, there was nothing, just an interior room that led off into different hallways. Amaryllis was behind me, holding her dagger high enough that it could cast light in front of me, but from her position, not everything was bathed in light until the moment she stepped through the door herself. That was when I could finally see the ceiling, which was writhing with hundreds of worms. As if on cue, they attacked, some of the further ones dropping down, and a few of the closer ones launching themselves at me. My sword was in motion almost at once, bones being burnt to give me the speed that I would need to cut through them. I switched the elemental plate over to lava, which immediately began sizzling the blood at my feet, and made my way through the bloodworms, slicing and dicing them. They were fast, but at least when I was burning bones, I was faster, and the biggest problem wasn't even their speed. It was the fact that they moved so low to the ground that they were awkward to strike. A handful actually made it to me, but my still magic was stronger than the force they could produce with their jaws, and the only risk was getting overwhelmed. "Clear," I said after about 30 seconds. There were lots of corpses, and I was worried that they were playing dead, or that we would attract the attention of something worse, but nothing was moving much. The others followed me in, Star Doris staying close to Grak. Blood was moving away from him as he walked, keeping the floor clean beneath his feet. But the effect didn't extend far from his skin, and I thought it was probably just part of his suite of wards that he always had up since becoming warded. "Which way?" I asked Star Doris.
To what?
She asked. "To the portal," I said, gritting my teeth slightly. The bloodworms, I was pretty sure, had been an aperitif. The big fucking portal to the elemental plane of blood, the one that something horrible came back from.
You understand that I didn't do any work on that, right? Asked Star Doris. I wasn't told anything. I was just given work that the primary star mages didn't want to do.
"Then if you don't know where in this facility it is, tell us where it isn't," I said, gesturing at the hallways that split off around us. "Look, we can split off a clone and then do a deathmatch thing if you really need us to. If that's what it takes to compel your cooperation."
It's through there, said Star Doris, pointing to a door somewhat further down. I think it is, anyway. I knew some of the women in materials processing. That was the direction they would go.
"But you know the mechanism too," I said.
I never saw it myself, she said. I only saw bits and pieces. You should have taken someone who knew more.
A lot of them are probably dead, said Amaryllis. Let's keep moving.
Aside from the inch-deep layer of blood on the floor, which hissed as I walked across it in my lava armor, nothing looked too badly disturbed. One odd thing, more a matter of how the place had been built than anything to do with the blood portal, was that there were very, very few doors. We'd gone through the big one at the entrance, which would keep people out, and then the vault door, which would keep unnamed things in, but elsewhere it was just open doorways. That had been a recurring theme in Dorisopolis. in part because making doors was difficult work, especially with their lack of materials. It was still kind of unnerving. We cleared slowly and cautiously, checking rooms as we went so that we wouldn't be ambushed by something behind us. We were in no particular rush, aside from the possibility that we were about to run into something that was slowly growing in power. I wasn't sure that I bought bloodworms being what was keeping the Dorothy's out, though they had famously low morale as a group, extremely poor NTAD support, and only relatively minor combat specializations. There were blade-bound Dorothy's and blood mage Dorothy's, but from what I had heard, they generally weren't any better than you'd get after a handful of years at an Athenaeum. The Dorothy's had allegedly trained themselves after all, and while they got a lot of combat experience, they only ever trained and fought against themselves, and it wasn't like they were fighting for fun, nor grinding up skills if they didn't have to. There were a lot of the bloodworms, but subsequent fights with them were barely worthy of mention. Eventually, we reached what appeared to be an antechamber, a large place in the signature flat Magestone, set up a bit like a locker room, with various stalls filled with equipment. Toward the front of the room, on either side of another vault door, were 2 heavy suits in cages, and 2 cages beyond that which were empty. They were like something that an old-timey diver would have worn, thick and heavy, with bulbous metal helmets that had thick glass faceplates. They were sized for a Doris.
Shit, said Amaryllis, looking at the suits. Someone on the outside funded this.
Not necessarily, replied Raven. It could be that they made a trade with someone foolish enough to hire their services.
Both of them were looking at the make of the suits,
Opening up a portal is hard work.
said Amaryllis.
If you wanted to force an exclusion and deal a blow to whoever, or if you just wanted to engage in forbidden research where you weren't hamstrung by red tape, it would make sense to go somewhere like this. The easy leaks, but not reliably so, and if you kept them in the dark, I shouldn't jump to conclusions. She turned to Star Doris. Do you know?
No,
Replied Star Doris.
I've never even been here. If this was part of some deal, it would have been kept from me, obviously.
I don't think it matters for right now, I said. Either way, something went wrong here, for them. It did help to answer the question of why blood, though. The elemental planes were different distances from Erb. I'd known that much just from reading. Generally speaking, the more worthwhile planes were harder to get to, but even if you had to pick from among the crappy ones, accessing the elemental plane of blood seemed like one of the worst to me. There was no air, just blood, and I wasn't sure what good those faceplates would do, because blood wasn't particularly easy to see through. I had thought that maybe it had something to do with the overabundance of basically real blood that the Dorothy's could produce, blood which was real enough to count for the purposes of blood magic. That was still a decent theory. Part of the reason that Amaryllis had jumped to outsiders working with the Dorothy's in secret was that this was the kind of scheme she would have cooked up if she didn't hate Doris. The second vault door was, in fact, locked, though the seal wasn't tight enough, and it was clear that this was where all the blood had been leaking from. I didn't know whether it was under pressure, or if it would be barely a trickle, but it was clear that whatever the real horror we were going to face down was, this was where it was going to be. It didn't take much to pry open the door. There was no rush of blood, no reenactment of the shining, just a short time when it gushed over the lip, then barely a trickle. There was still no coagulation. I was paying a lot of attention to the crown of eyes, hoping that it would spoil the surprise if there were a person in the next room. My mind kept going back to the image of a Doris with billions more gallons of blood inside her than she should have had. And what would happen if all the magic keeping it contained stopped at once? Hopefully we would have some time. In the worst case, Grack would put up a ward, and we would pray for the best. Actually, in the worst case, we would use the teleportation key and be on the figurative other side of the hex, but that would junk the mission. This room was large, warehouse large, and based on what it had looked like from the outside, probably the largest room in the whole facility by a wide margin, though with the Star Mage expertise they had, it was entirely possible that the facility was bigger on the inside than the outside. In the center of it was an elaborate construction of a type I'd never seen before, with lots of struts, many of them curved, connecting in odd places. It was only when the light bathed them that I finally saw the lines marked on them. The whole assembly, which looked like a particularly erratic playground set, 20 feet tall and much bigger around, must have been three-dimensional star magic. I knew the equivalent of Hello World in star magic, but this, I could see how this would have taken a whole team of star mages a lot of time to do, since each of those lines would have required its own calculations, never mind the work of actually putting them in place with a high degree of accuracy, and I was pretty sure that they were etched there rather than drawn on, mostly because parts of it were covered with dried blood.
This is the portal, said Stardoris. 8 years of my life were spent on this.
Spent by whom, she didn't say. What do we need to do for disassembly? I asked. You would have built in redundancies, maybe even booby traps.
Just knock the thing down, said Stardoris, staring at it.
It was very still and quiet in that big room. We were more than 50 feet from it. That closes the portal, I said. In theory. Portals closed easily and safely by default, even if you weren't trying, at least from what I knew, with none of the calamity that an extra-dimensional space might have. But if there's something down there, what happens? You said that there were Hemonauts that came back wrong.
I said that was what I'd heard.
Replied Stardoris.
Look, do you need me for this? Because I was only supposed to bring you here, and I only worked on parts of this construction. All you're doing by having me here with you is making sure that if you die, I die with you.
You can go, I said.
I'll need light,
she said. Amaryllis? I asked. Amaryllis hesitated, then popped a flashlight out of sable. It was big and bulky, standard for what you'd find on Erb, and I wondered how much calculation she'd put into that. A single Doris with a flashlight meant that all of the Dorises could have their own, given not even that much time. It meant giving over flashlight components to the Dorises as well. Amaryllis didn't raise the obvious objections, though, and when Doris had confirmed that the flashlight worked, she left without another word.
We should have killed her, said Amaryllis as she watched Stardoris go.
What's her incentive to betray us? I asked.
I don't know, said Amaryllis. Just a gut feeling.
It was the right thing to do, said Raven. She was staring at the structure and the equipment that was half concealed at the center of it. I would say that we should prepare for a fight, but we're not remotely equipped for interdimensional warfare. There are some very, very big things in the elemental plane of blood, and some of the smaller ones are even worse. And if the Dorises really can break the exclusion, then I don't know what might have happened. Something taking control of her is a worst-case scenario for that entire plane.
People can't survive on the elemental plane, I said. I mean, it's no worse than being underwater in the short term, aside from the lack of visibility. But I guess that whatever took her over could change that, if something did take her over.
Fuck, said Amaryllis, taking a breath. I don't like this.
Yeah, the air tastes too much like iron, I said. I didn't have the bandwidth for using air magic and vibration magic at the same time, not if I wanted to be able to talk and think. Filtering particulates was particularly tough.
This could be anything, said Amaryllis. It's too much of a wide-open space. It's here for us, and we don't have a clue.
I only ever went to the elemental plane of blood for a brief 30 minutes, said Raven. We didn't explore the elemental planes much, not unless they were intruding onto Erb in some way.
It's not a good time for second thoughts, I said.
No better time, said Gruck.
What are we proposing? I asked, biting back my assumptions about what kind of a hold we might be putting on things.
A surfeit of caution, said Raven. I used to go into these kinds of situations knowing everything that I could get from primary sources. We came in with as detailed of knowledge on the DFEZ as we could, but this is different. There's nothing stopping us from leaving and seeking out materials on the elemental plane of blood. We don't have to rely on only what I can remember. It's fairly clear that 4 hours shouldn't make the difference.
If you give me 10 minutes, I can get things moving in Kaledwich, said Amaryllis. I have a clone on standby in the library there.
She just waits there all day, I asked.
No, of course not, Amaryllis replied. She does general reading and research. Hold on, I'll start now. Don't discuss too much without me.
She closed her eyes and began concentrating. We're probably overthinking it, I said. This portal has been leaking blood, despite the best efforts of the Dorises. There's a bloodworm infestation, which we're not charged with dealing with, and it's probably, I don't know, feeding on the excess blood.
They don't do that, said Raven. They don't feed on blood at all. They feed on souls.
Right, I said. I know, but this blood, I paused, looking at it, only has Doris's soul.
Then I don't know, replied Raven, frowning. But we agree that the bloodworms aren't actually the problem?
They might have been, for the Dorises, I said. I was still looking at the big structure, which was waiting there for us. I'd run into things like this when DMing, or at least situations that were superficially similar. The party would get to a part of the quest where they were supposed to just do a simple thing, then they would end up talking themselves in circles for real-life hours and going down conversational rabbit holes without actually making any decision about the matter at hand, which wasn't supposed to be a decision at all.
We should start thinking about this on a higher narrative level, said Raven. The Dungeon Master has his machinations, but if we assume that he set this all up for us, then he would set us up with something that would be appropriate to our skills and abilities.
I let out a groan. And how would he do that? I asked. I fidgeted with my magics, doing a quick check of all of them just to help slow myself down to the group's speed. I mean, the guy has godlike powers, sure, but according to the Dorises, this has been a slow-motion train wreck. How does the Dungeon Master adjust the difficulty on the fly? He just, has several possibilities at each site, which he then kicks off when it looks like we're getting close.
That would be one way of doing it, yes?
Said Grak.
It's my understanding that the infinite library existed, in part, to keep these things from boiling over, said Raven. If there are many mechanisms for preventing calamities, all he would need to do is remove the brakes at the appropriate moment.
But that would mean this quest went into a period of criticality only when we got here, I said. Or maybe he knew that we would probably need help finding the phylactery, but that gives him only a few days.
You assume he doesn't cheat?
Said Grak. No, I don't, I said. I mean, I assume that he doesn't just reach down into the world and retroactively make stuff up. But, well, I have to believe that, because if I don't, then it's hard to make any actual decisions.
Except for here, said Raven. Here, where you're making your decisions on the basis of whether or how much the Dungeon Master cheats.
Okay, said Amaryllis, opening her eyes. I caught some of that. Mostly meta discussion?
Yes, nodded Raven.
Not too important, I don't think, I said. No offense.
None taken,
said Grak. Raven did look a little annoyed, but said nothing. How is Engelsin? How is Library Amaryllis doing? I asked.
It's all me, said Amaryllis. So she is a handful of seconds divergent from me, which means that she's mildly unhappy with not having control of the situation here, but well-adjusted enough to put her nose to the grindstone and be subordinate. As for what I know and feel from that integration, it's mostly personal reflection, and some plans to satisfy social desires. The actual knowledge gained was in areas that aren't relevant here, primarily sources on materials fabrication. We'll sync back up in 2 hours unless I have cause to do it sooner.
I sighed. I really do think we should just... I was suddenly looking through 5 sets of eyes, not 4. I got no innate sense of where those eyes were in relation to me, but I recognized the hallway that we'd gone through, which meant that they were close to the antechamber. It was only by focusing intensely on that direction with vibration magic that I heard the footsteps. "Company," I said, voice low, and I moved closer to the door, weapon drawn, focusing on the eyes that were looking over the suits. This interloper was on their own, armed with a flashlight, but nothing else. I could see from their hand that they were humanoid, but almost certainly not human, because their veins were sticking up too much from the surface of their hands. I knew all the mortal species of herb, but didn't have a good enough practical grasp to tell which one this might be, just on the basis of a hand, even if the skin was purple, which narrowed it down considerably. I couldn't see a weapon, but that didn't mean much. We turned off our flashlights, and Amaryllis sheathed her brilliantly shining dagger, leaving us momentarily in the dark, waiting in complete silence. He was moving slowly, with the same caution that we showed, spending time looking at the suits in the antechamber, paying attention to the blood he was moving through, trying not to splash. The sound was much clearer once he was around the corners, though I still wasn't sure that I would have been able to hear him without vibration magic, even in the silence. I had my sword to his throat as soon as he was through the door, and he gave a yelp of surprise before dropping his flashlight into the blood. Our lights came back on, and I realized that I recognized him. He had immaculate eels for a beard. It was possible that I was confusing him for another of the Zildin, who I hadn't seen that many of, but I was almost certain that it was Pinot, the Infinite Library's expert on exclusion zones. "Pinot," I said, nodding to him and sheathing my sword. The sword was really more of a physical indication that I was ready and willing to do violence, and sheathing it was at least partly symbolic.
Jade Juniper? He asked, looking me over.
What goes wrong here?
Raven asked him. He looked between the two of us, trembling slightly.
Why are you here?
The Dorises screwed up something with their portal into the elemental plane of blood,
I said.
We were going to try to fix it. But if you're here, then I guess that means something went wrong.
You killed people on your way out.
Said Pinot, looking at Raven.
And you?
He said, turning to me.
You went mad.
If they're catatonic, we have a way to fix it,
said Raven.
Juniper is no longer afflicted, which I was quite clear about when I tried to leave peacefully with him. He's capable of reversing the effect of that particular meme. I take it you're not here for us?
No,
he said.
No, I was here for the calamity.
World ending, then?
Asked Raven, raising an eyebrow. No, he replied.
No, the library has been acting up since you've been gone, and the current leadership hasn't quite been following in your footsteps. This is an attempt at early intervention.
Do the books record us being here?
Asked Raven, frowning at him.
That's a delicate question,
replied Pinot, raising a hand to stroke his eels.
I suppose I can say that they don't.
Then what does happen?
I asked.
Look,
I continued, when it didn't seem like he was going to give an answer.
We're trying to ensure a good outcome here, same as you.
There's an entity on the other end of that portal, and partly here, even now, establishing itself, reorienting to the prime material,
said Pinot.
From what gets written about it 12 to 13 years from now, we think that it's able to take on some significant scraps of those people whose blood it consumes. The Dorises were a unique circumstance, so much of the same blood that this entity was able to take on a semblance of intelligence. Not a clone of Doris, but something similar. 3 weeks from now, it breaks this low-quality confinement and begins to expand, which the Dorises are unable to stop, and which the Empire doesn't learn about until the prospect of stopping it would require, well, resources that they don't know exist.
Our friend Thargox,
I said. I still knew nothing about what kind of entity it was, only that it was good at linking warders together, and Solace was apparently on friendly terms.
So, what are you here to do?
Asked Raven.
You're not a warder nor a star mage.
I'm here to talk with it.
Said Pinot.
After it grew big enough that it covered the EZ, it ran into some problems. The Doris blood that it had been using couldn't pass the border of the EZ, which meant that it was reliant on other blood to create something of a blood homunculus that could leave the zone and speak for it, but couldn't be manufactured en masse. But it could be talked to and dealt with, and after 5 long, disastrous years, eventually, the Empire was able to make it see reason.
Make it?
Asked Amaryllis.
Not like that.
Said Pinot, shaking his head.
Not with force, just with long conversations about the benefits of, well, of not being like the person whose blood it was primarily composed of. We think at least part of the change might have been simply from cycling out the Doris, but not all of it.
Then why come here?
Asked Raven.
It's not the end of the world. We wouldn't be doing anything about it, except that the Dorises refused our help unless we did, knowing that it turns out for the best. Why take the risk of accelerating the timeline, unless this is a contingency?
Different leadership, Raven,
Said Pinot, his voice gentle.
and different circumstances. The business of keeping the world on track has seen a change in strategies. We're leveraging easy benefits where we can.
I was listening to him with a frown on my face. So far, our plan to break down the star magic structure seemed like it would probably work, and then this sub quest would be done, putting us back on track. But what Pinot was offering was an ally of considerable power, as well as a potential solution to the Doris problem, even if it seemed like it would be a grisly end for her. A creature of blood, granted its power through eating just enough Dorises that it could think. Well, it wasn't the kind of ally your average hero would have, but for me, it seemed about right,
Okay,
I said.
so we put up wards, then we talk to it and convince it that we can engage in mutual cooperation with it. Maybe we even give it a lift outside the EZ, if you think that's prudent. This was essentially your plan?
I asked Pinot.
I was going to do it without wards.
Said Pinot.
I am, as Raven mentioned, not a warder. And to put it into a cage during its first steps on Erb seems as though it might not be the best strategy.
I wondered what his plan to deal with the bloodworms was, if he'd had one at all, if he'd even known about them. He must have seen their bodies on the way in. Looking at him closer, I realized that he wasn't obviously armed. He just had a walking stick that was slung across his back. Through Grak's eyes, I could see that there were no entads. And I wasn't entirely sure that he could be trusted, as much as he'd seemed like a total alt-history nerd when I'd been studying with him in Infinite Library.
We're not opening anything without a ward in place.
Said Amaryllis.
I don't believe I have a say in the matter.
Said Pinot, looking us over. I'd shifted my armor from magma to smoke, the better to hide in the dark, but I'd have wagered it was still pretty impressive, the equivalent of a snake with brightly colored banding that said, "Don't fuck with me,"
All right,
I said.
then if we're going to talk, let's talk.
The star magic structure surrounded a big, bulky tube with another heavy door at the top. I wasn't sure that I would be able to fit through it if I had to, as the size was just about right for a Doris in a heavy suit to fit through uncomfortably, at least as a guess. To one side was equipment, including tubing and a set of hand-cranked pumps. The more I thought about it, the more I thought that you couldn't have paid me to go in there, not even using one of the Earth-modern scuba suits that Amaryllis had fitted and ready for me inside Sable. Leave aside for a moment the fact that it was blood. If you went through the portal, you would be in a boundless, lightless sea of blood, with no visibility, no gravity, and all kinds of horrifying shit that made that place their home. In the late Carboniferous era, insects had grown huge because of plentiful oxygen. The elemental plane of blood was wall-to-wall nutrients, created by processes inherent to the plane.
We're putting up the ward.
I said.
If we have to kill that thing, then fuck it. That's what we do.
I looked at Pinot.
I don't buy you coming here at the same time as us by coincidence. Just so you know.
He hesitated.
I didn't know it was you.
He finally said.
Word reached me that someone had gone in ahead of me before I considered myself properly ready.
You know they practice slavery here, right?
I asked. Soulsight wasn't showing any entads on him either, not even the walking stick. I really did wonder what his plan had been. He glanced at Raven, who gave him a nod.
I have my own unique abilities,
he said. I kept staring at him, then looked at Raven.
He's a pacifist,
she explained.
D&D 3.5, Book of Exalted Deeds?
I asked.
Something like that?
much more difficult to attain.
She said.
I would have brought it up if it were relevant.
Right,
I said, nodding. It would have been implemented in Erb as some kind of pseudo-magic. I wondered whether Reimer had known about it and just not said, or if this was some hidden feature meant just for me, maybe even just to show the path not taken. I had a ton of questions about how this actually worked in practice. In the D&D Splat book, you got a bunch of benefits for taking various vows, which would then give you powers that, sometimes, replace the normal functions.
Okay, well, I'm not going to worry about it right now.
I paused briefly, squishing down the urge to ask a question, and looked at the big metal container that held the portal to the elemental plane of blood.
Time to open this can of worms.
It was a place our figs moment, and we settled on clumping up, mostly so that if it came to it, Grak could ward us, and Amaryllis could let us teleport out. Grak put the ward up, and I climbed up the steps beside the hatch and began to crank it open, ready to bolt at a moment's notice. Once it was unsealed, I pulled the hatch back all the way, and just for a moment, looked down at the surface of the blood inside. I had expected vertigo from looking down into the nearly infinite expanse of blood, but there was nothing like that, because it was simply too opaque. It might as well have been a few inches of blood, for all that I could see into it. I stepped back when it started bubbling up, and Grak closed the last hole in the ward.
It won't hold against the detonation,
he said, looking over his work.
I'm saving concordance for that.
Okay, I replied.
It's presumably just some kind of...
But I didn't get to finish that thought, because an enormous blob of blood came out shooting out of the tube like some loogie hawked up by a seriously ill giant. It bounced off the ward that Grak had put up and slapped onto the hard ground beside the tube, splattering to the side and revealing a human form. She was covered in one of the bulky diving suits, with the helmet still intact, and after a few long moments, she slowly rose to her feet.
Steady,
said Pinot. My sword was raised, and I was in a fighting stance, but if this was our worst-case scenario, a Doris with a fucking insane internal blood pressure, then the last thing I would want to do was cut her. She removed the helmet, which came off with a rush of blood, because it must have been filled with the stuff. Her hair was cropped short and matted with blood, and it was all over her, leaving the question of how the hell she'd been breathing in there. The question only deepened when she began disgorging more blood, first letting it flow from her mouth like vomit, then with quite a bit of hard coughing, until finally she straightened up and looked at us with bloody and bloodshot eyes.
Hey,
She said, then pounded on her chest a few times and coughed up another mouthful of blood.
You're a Heminot.
I said.
How in the fuck did you survive in there?
where are the others?
She asked, spitting to the side and trying to blink the blood away.
They're gone.
I said.
Again, how the fuck did you survive in there?
She looked at the five of us.
Blood mages can breathe blood.
She said.
I don't know if they teach that at the Athenaeum. Probably doesn't come up much.
She looked around us and blinked a few times.
Are you going to kill me?
I looked through Grack's eyes to give me the warder's sight and saw nothing too unusual about her. The blood around us and on her was magic, some of it in a double hue that I'd have guessed would indicate that it was Doris blood and latent magic, but I was no expert, and Grack hadn't seen fit to say anything.
We weren't planning on it,
I said, slightly relaxing my stance and my grip on my sword.
Tell us what happened here.
She looked at me, then, rather than answering, shook her hand, spraying droplets of blood that briefly showed the ward around her before falling to the ground. She didn't seem terribly surprised by that.
Well,
She said,
you'll let me out if I talk? Meaning I walk free? I'll need a promise.
Would you trust a promise?
asked Amaryllis.
It's better than nothing.
Doris shrugged.
Then sure.
I said,
You tell us what you know, and we'll let you go.
Ask away.
she said.
Or I can give my own explanations, since I don't know what you know.
I nodded,
We opened up a portal to the elemental plane of blood.
said Doris, gesturing with a bulky glove to the tank she'd come out of.
It's small, barely fits a person, but once you're through, you're out in the clear. It breaks exclusion, which you're probably wondering about, but that's because exclusion zones have their own interactions with the other planes. Our star mages figured that out 40 years ago, but it was another 20 before we could actually put it into practice. We're excluded on the elemental plane of blood too, but we've got our own exclusion zone there. It was just a matter of finding it.
How do you know this?
Asked Amaryllis.
You're a blood mage, not a star mage.
Why did they tell me?
Asked Doris.
I had a need to know. I was supposed to be in charge of the outpost there. We figured that we could make polders, eventually reclaim the whole of the blood EZ, start figuring out a way to harness all that blood for something useful. Build some pumps or something because there's no natural flow of blood. Find a way to defend against the creatures there, then start hunting them. We already have as much blood as we want, and Entad support to remove the extra bodies. It's just a question of how much time and infrastructure it takes. The idea was we would make some kind of pump and have a pipeline of blood flowing from the colony back to the original EZ.
That's smart.
Said Amaryllis.
It would take lots of processing, lots of coordination.
Doris shrugged.
It probably wouldn't have worked, but that was the mission from High Command, with non-compliance punishable by death. I think part of it was that they wanted to see if some blood magic strain could figure out something new and interesting to do with all that blood, or if one of us would adapt to the environment. That was me, more or less. You let me know if I'm going on about the wrong things. My priority here is to tell you what you want to know so that you'll put your swords away and let me go, which is what you promised.
How was the portal built?
Asked Amaryllis. I could assume that this wasn't idle curiosity, more a way of probing what she knew and whether her hypothesis about outside actors was correct.
Carefully.
Said Doris.
Probably not the way they would build it on the outside, but we make do. And the outside world doesn't have the ability to throw tens of thousands of star mages at a problem. Because they don't produce enough of them and slavery is frowned upon, not to mention that it doesn't work well for intellectual pursuits. I'm not a star mage myself, though.
There was the obvious problem that 9 women couldn't make a baby in a month unless they had a time chamber, but I didn't press her on it, because she was at least partly right. You could divide up work and structure your projects so that they were massively parallel, even if that was wasteful. An overwhelming amount of skilled labor was one of the EZ's comparative advantages.
Do you have water?
She asked.
Food would be good, too. I've had nothing but blood for a long time.
What happened?
I asked.
Something terrible.
The colony went well.
Said Doris.
There was nowhere to run away to, and everything came through the portal. Being totally dependent? It was good for us. Teamwork or else. After long enough, it was almost a matter of habit. We were constrained on air, food, water, so if you made copies, you had to do it carefully. Or better, not at all. That helped too.
She looked at us.
Then one of us learned how to survive on blood alone, and that was just about it for the whole thing. They had half as much to threaten us with, and those of us who couldn't breathe blood were ripe for slavery. It was a whole new world then because we didn't have any restrictions. We didn't need air systems, we didn't need food. And soon there were colonies that had declared their independence from the Blues. The Blues tried their best to reel us in, but they didn't have blood mages on our level.
She looked at us.
Was that a no to food and water?
Grak took some time to pull a meal bar from his vest, then a canteen, passing both of them over with careful respect of the wards. His vest was on over his temporal plate, a bit of entad gear that had been given to him from the hall, extra-dimensional, but with a slow response time. It could change form factors of mundane equipment as well, again, slowly and with serious limits. It was fairly boring, but he'd seemed pleased with it. Doris ate like she was starving, wolfing the meal bar down, then drank like we'd come across her baking in the hot sun of a desert.
Fuck, that's good,
she said, tossing the canteen back across the ward to Grak. As it passed through the ward, the blood simply slid off it, leaving it clean.
We traded with the Blues as much as we could, but we knew that they weren't happy about it. And eventually, there were too many colonies in the blood exclusion. Too many factions that were stripping the place bare, even with the heavy losses we were taking from the natives. There's some scary shit out there when you can only see through your sense of blood. Probably even scary if it were crystal clear water, but it's damned near impossible to kill every last one of us. And we can wear down nearly anything, or clog their maws with bodies until they're choking to death on pieces of us.
She looked proud of that fact.
It didn't take us long to be the dominant life form of our exclusion. And it didn't take long for there to be an arms race among the colonies.
Which is what brought you to Calamity?
I asked. Or, I said slowly.
You decided to wage war on the Blues and take back the exclusion?
We were tough to kill,
said Doris.
But once you're a good enough blood mage, one that's surrounded by blood, one whose blood is the same blood as everyone else around you, it gets really deadly, fast. You can wipe out a colony if you do it in a single lightning-fast strike. We couldn't develop defenses against the attacks we were inventing, and eventually there were precious few survivors, and no one that wanted to build anything up because we knew that it could be torn down. So yeah, we made an assault on the Blues.
I looked at Pinot, who had a bewildered look through this whole story. What Doris was telling us had virtually no relation to what he had told us was written as happening in the alternate timeline. He hadn't cottoned on to what was happening.
You're a master blood mage,
I said.
You reached apotheosis, and you're the only survivor of the clone wars in the elemental plane of blood.
She sighed, then nodded. Look,
she said.
You told me that you would let me out if I told you the truth. You promised.
You're something different,
I said.
What have you been doing here, just waiting? I don't believe for a second that you couldn't open that hatch on your own. And this blood, that's your work. The bloodworms, also probably your work.
Are you letting me out, yes or no?
Asked Doris, stepping toward the ward and pressing her hand against it.
No,
said Amaryllis.
Wait,
I said. I glanced at Amaryllis.
I think the correct answer is yes.
Juniper.
She started, half pleading. But I was looking at the blood around us again, using Grax Warder's sight to do it. It was blood, Doris blood, and while I had no idea what you could do with sufficiently high blood magic, I could see one fact pretty clearly. There was no question of letting her out, because she was already out. A bloody mess. Chapter 205, A Bloody Mess. Chapter by Cthulhu Ray Jepson. I wished that I had Grax's temporal plate, because I wanted time to think, not just about what was going on, but about what I knew. Pinot had said that the entity had acted like Doris until they reasoned with it, and if it was acting like Doris because it was Doris, then that meant she could be reasoned with and talked into not being the person that everyone thought she was. And for her talk of moving against the Blues, she hadn't actually done that. She had been waiting in this facility, waiting for, well, by all appearances, waiting for us, or someone like us, an imperial response or something. Had she heard everything we'd said? If she had, then she would have heard everything we discussed with Pino as well. Okay, I said. We're letting you free,
I'm not sure that's wise.
said Raven. We promised, I said. I looked over at Grack, giving him a nod. If I had figured it out, I hoped that he had too,
Juniper,
said Amaryllis.
I really think that we should talk about this before doing anything rash. If she's a world-class blood mage, one with more blood, hers and others, than anyone has had before.
Promises work better when people know they're ironclad, I said. You're saying we should defect against Doris. That justifies a lack of trust in us. Amaryllis was watching me, and I could feel her mismatched eyes boring into me, stripping me bare. She was good at reading people, but not that good if she was in the wrong mindset for a proper reading to take place. Maybe she could see that Doris wasn't actually afraid of us, but maybe she thought that was because of typical Doris fatalism, not because she had the upper hand. Maybe she thought that I was being headstrong, not that I knew something that she didn't. I wasn't trying to make my face readable, because Doris was watching us, but I was hoping she would understand.
Okay,
She finally said.
you're right.
Grack dropped the ward with a brief gesture, and Doris scooped a handful of blood up from the ground, then tossed it at the boundary where the ward had been, testing it.
You don't use a wand?
She asked Grack.
No,
He replied. What are your plans once you're out of here? I asked her.
Good question.
She replied. She stepped forward, cautiously, until she was past where the ward had been. She'd been careful to move so as to not put herself too much closer to us.
Did the Blues send you here?
She was directing most of her attention at me, not the others. They did, I replied. They wanted us to shut this down, but they didn't tell us quite what we were dealing with, and it seemed as though, to them, this was a threat so powerful they couldn't ignore it. At the same time, they couldn't deal with it on their own. I'm not sure whether or not they knew what they were up against. It seems to me that if you're gunning for them, we should make a deal.
A deal?
She asked. A deal, I nodded. We were going to teleport in supplies in exchange for tracking a few individuals, hopefully establishing a long-term deal with them, tit for tat. Presumably that capability is going to be yours once you make your move, which means that we should make a deal with you,
You would double-cross them.
said Doris, nodding.
No,
Said Amaryllis.
we're not allied with them, just trading partners. We're not offering material assistance to your coup. We're just trying to figure out something that protects our interests.
But you are double-crossing them because you said that you would do this.
Replied Doris.
You said that you would deal with what had happened here.
They lied to us about what was going on, I said. Maybe they didn't fully know what had come in and killed so many people, but they knew more than they said. Or they had intentionally shielded the clones we'd talked to from knowing enough. They were talking about every Doris in the EZ dying, and maybe the chance of the problem spilling out beyond that. If they had been upfront with us about this being an internal matter, there's a good chance that we wouldn't have agreed to deal with it. If you hide things in the contract is null and void,
Well,
said Doris.
it's food for thought. And who are these people you're looking for?
Captain Blue in the Bottle is one.
Said Amaryllis.
Felseed is another. Aside from that, we have a list of names, some just as tests. There are certain people we would like to make sure are dead.
We used to talk to him.
Said Doris.
You're trying to kill him, I suppose.
Wait, you talked to Felseed? I asked.
No, of course not.
Doris scoffed.
Captain Blue in the Bottle. He arranged for one half of a communication antad to be transported to us. He thought that we were all natural allies. He got frustrated with us, though, and eventually stopped calling.
Huh, I said.
We didn't mean any offense.
Said Amaryllis.
None taken.
Said Doris.
And if that's what you want, what are you offering in return?
Whatever you need in your new regime, I said.
Food, clothing, maybe even entads.
Said Amaryllis. Labor, I said. Expertise. Companionship.
You would send people in?
Asked Doris.
We don't have a lot of other people living here. The Empire forbids it.
It went unsaid that life could be hard for someone who came in, and amenities left something to be desired,
The Empire can be swayed on the classification of this place as a major exclusion.
said Amaryllis.
You're excluded, but that doesn't have to mean that you keep on living the life you've been living. All it will take is agreeing to follow a few different rules.
If I follow the rules, that means I'm at the mercy of those who don't.
Said Doris.
You know that. Anyone who comes to the EZ knows that.
You're in a unique position, I said. You're powerful. You might be the single most powerful Doris to have ever lived. She definitely was, if I was right about her. We were surrounded by her blood. She hadn't even threatened us with an explosion of blood at lethal velocities, which I took to mean that she simply wasn't worried about us. You don't need to make doubles, which means that you don't have to worry that you're going to get betrayed by someone who's exactly as strong as you. Imagine yourself as, if not a god, then a demigod. You're not at the mercy of those who don't follow the rules, because even if you follow them, you're still stronger. When you're in a position of power, you can dictate how things will be. The only enemy you have here is yourself,
But you're suggesting that I don't split,
she said.
meaning that I wouldn't have myself for an enemy.
I don't know, I said. But I meant your only enemy was yourself, in the sense that you have to worry about self-sabotage, the infectious nature of self-hatred. It applies even if you're not literally set against yourself. I was watching her. There was a risk in making this about me, rather than about her. But if there was some grander point to Doris Finch, then I suppose this was it. It's easy, when you hate yourself, to just fuck things up, because you think that's what you deserve, or because you don't care about what happens to you, or you only care at the lowest, base level, when the you of tomorrow seems far away. All the slavery and murder that have marked the EZ since its creation, that hasn't just been because it's expedient, or downright necessary, it's been because you don't give a shit about those other Dorises. More than that, actually. You know them, and you think that they deserve what they get,
Which they do.
said Doris,
Which means that you deserve it too.
said Amaryllis. The tone was sympathetic, but the words weren't,
And I do.
said Doris. Her eyes were on Amaryllis.
Obviously I do.
That gave Amaryllis pause, but I had expected it. I understood the mindset. Forget deals with us, I said. You were sitting here for a reason. If you wanted to break out, you could have broken out. You've been building up power there in the plane of blood, and at a guess, you've had a capacity to steamroll the other Dorises for, I don't know, months. The Empire might be able to stop you, but it would probably cost them resources that they don't want to spend, which means that the prospect of being untethered from this fucked up society is ahead of you. But you haven't acted, because it's scary,
Scary?
she asked, not doubting, just seeking clarification. It's scary to be in charge, I said. It's scary to not have anything to fight against anymore, to have no enemies that can realistically stop you from doing whatever you want,
Something you know from experience, I suppose?
she asked, raising a blood-matted eyebrow. Yes, I nodded. But I realized that even before the world was cracked open in front of me, I said. This was overstating my abilities, and means by quite a bit. But we had 1 billion obols now, and if I had prep time, I could rival the greatest. I wasn't a god, but maybe a lesser demigod, again, with prep time. Even for people who can't clone themselves, there's such a thing as being your own worst enemy. From what's been written about you, you shirk work unless you're forced into it. You take shortcuts and cheat yourself. You have very little drive. Honestly, I think some of it is probably just detachment and numbness. But I don't actually know you. I just know myself. If you want to talk about your future and how you're going to manage it, we can sit down. I glanced over at Amaryllis. My wife has some good thoughts on how to deal with yourself, both internally and externally,
I don't want an advisor.
said Doris, shifting her stance.
Someone who is going to try to turn me to their own ends? No, thank you.
Someone to help you be the person you want to be, or the person you should be, I said. And I agree. You would want to be careful about who you let into that position, and you don't know us at all. We're just not you, and that makes us a bit more worthwhile to talk to. We all know you could kill us whenever you wanted, so we're safe to bounce things off of,
You're making assumptions about me.
said Doris. If I'm overestimating you, I think that's probably fine, I said. But I'm not trying to talk myself out of a jam here. I really am trying to help you,
There are obvious incentives for you.
she said. Sure, I replied, and that makes it hard for both of us. It makes the things I'm saying look like they might be a ploy. Obviously, there are benefits to being friends with the strongest Doris in the EZ, the one who no one can steal from, the one who no one can kill, even if you decide that you don't want to be the Lord Ruler of the others,
And why would I decide that?
she asked. It's what I would do, I said with a shrug. If I had to pick a bunch of things to be, manager, negotiator, and politician would all be at the bottom of the list. I'd let someone else handle things, even at some cost to myself, because that's how much I don't want to spend my time trying to coerce people into doing what I want them to do, or making hard decisions about resource allocation, infrastructure, cultural norms, laws. I'd have preferences, obviously, but if it were possible, I'd have someone perfectly aligned with me do it for me,
The same is true for anyone.
said Doris. She was staring at me. I was doing the bulk of the talking, which I knew wasn't my strong suit, but I kind of got where she was coming from, and maybe that made up for the lack of raw social power. My picture of Blood God Doris was that she had been through the ringer, fighting for ages, not wanting to fight, but being forced into it over and over again, employing temporary measures to stay ahead, to survive, but just fucking exhausted by it all. If she rested, though, some other Doris would pull ahead,
Not everyone.
said Amaryllis.
I enjoy that kind of thing.
You enjoy making hard decisions?
Asked Doris,
Sometimes.
said Amaryllis.
I enjoy being at the center of a humming enterprise. I like setting up tasks and then checking them off, one by one, coordinating departments to solve keystone problems, coming in to learn the people and issues involved. I enjoy the process of picking between two goods, or even two evils. Some people don't like the act of evaluation, or sour on it when there's skin in the game, but I've always had a taste for it. That's not true of Juniper, and from what he seems to think he knows about you, that's not true of you. But there are people who gravitate toward those roles, and I'm one of them.
Odd.
Said Doris. She tapped her foot and looked at us. We weren't particularly acting like she could kill us, which I was sure she noticed. If it came down to it, well, it depended on what her precise limits were,
I'd take more food and more water.
she finally said. You could have a hot shower if you wanted to, I said. We're not in any rush,
I don't suppose you have a hot shower in that vest?
asked Doris, raising an eyebrow at Grack.
I do.
He nodded. From within the vest, he pulled out another piece of kit he'd picked up, a tiny little house the size of a coat button. He hesitated for just a moment, then walked some distance away from us, well beyond the star magic structure, and set it down within his anti-blood ward, the only place where the floor was cleared. With a command word and a hand signal, it began to shake and grow where it was, until it had enlarged to its full size, which wasn't very big. I was pretty sure that it was based on a tiny house that I had seen on TV. I loved tiny houses,
It's a portable home.
he explained to Doris as he walked back to us.
It has a small tank with hot water, a small stove, a refrigerator, a shower, a toilet, and a bed. It's yours to use. The cupboards are stocked. Take what you want.
Doris hesitated.
Bound to you?
She asked,
To me,
said Amaryllis.
invested in him.
You could have this for every Doris in the EZ.
She said,
Hot water, a shower, it would change everything.
That's one of the reasons we brought it.
Amaryllis lied.
From what I understand about the way investiture works with you, it would have no problem proliferating, so long as it stayed invested.
This would obviously require a lot of clone killing, which was left unsaid. To Amaryllis, and to a slightly lesser extent, to me, killing the clones the moment they were created in order to steal their stuff wasn't much of an ethical question at all. Amaryllis would have murdered a clone of herself without thinking too much about it, and that clone would have happily gone along with it.
We do, of course, have access to a wide variety of entads that we could give to the EZ. Historically, that approach hasn't yielded results, but perhaps things would be different this time.
Maybe,
Said Doris. She was looking at the little house. Maybe she was thinking that it was a trap, but I was pretty sure that she was strong enough that there was no trap that we could have set for her that would have been strong enough. I wasn't sure about our odds in a straightforward battle, but I was confident that trying to lure her into a trap would result in battle. The blood all around us was her blood. Her body, well, maybe she had a spare on the other side of the portal, or somewhere in the facility, or maybe she just didn't need it anymore. We didn't actually know what her powers were. In theory, given that my fingerprints were all over Aerb, its systems designed by an alternate reality version of myself, I might be able to figure it out just by thinking about what I thought was cool. I was trying to brainstorm when Doris began moving, not particularly quickly, in the direction of the tiny house. We waited in silence until she had gone inside. "Well," I said, "I think that went well."
How powerful is she?
Asked Amaryllis. "Dunno," I said.
Did you get outside information?
She asked. This was by way of asking if I'd gotten a quest update. "Nope," I said. "And just so you know, I'd put even odds on her being able to hear us,"
To hear us.
said Amaryllis.
Through all this blood?
"Yeah," I said. "Maybe. It's certainly possible anything was possible. That was one of the things that made this approach attractive. Partly I just didn't want to have another big fucking battle that we skated through by the skin of our teeth,"
Grack.
said Amaryllis. "Wards,"
Better if you come near me.
he said.
I'm saving concordance.
We all stepped in towards him, getting inside the wards that he'd put up,
To make it clear, we're vulnerable to a blast?
asked Raven.
I'm afraid I don't understand what's going on here.
Said Pinot.
Something about the future we saw. This is different.
"No," I said. "Not actually different, I don't think. Your books were just making their own guesses about what had happened. A giant blood entity came through the portal and took over the EZ. It's just that the blood entity was, in fact, a Doris who achieved the absolute highest heights of blood magic through being able to clone her own blood, living non-stop in the elemental plane of blood, and having maybe as many of 1,000,000 clones working on the problem at once, with the best of them culling the rest. The entity acted like Doris because she was Doris, and listened to reason because Doris would listen to reason,"
We shouldn't be talking at all.
signed Amaryllis.
I know you're deadening the noise, but we don't know what we're dealing with.
"That means cutting people out of the conversation," I signed back. "And it presents Doris, who is probably watching us, with the wrong picture of us. One where we're paranoid schemers who have learned Gim just so we can sign at each other without anyone listening in,"
So this is the plan?
asked Amaryllis.
We teach what might be the most powerful blood mage the world has ever known how to be good?
"No," I said. "Look, good can come later. Right now, all she needs to know is that she's basically invincible, that no one can take that away, and that it's not a scramble for survival anymore. She's experienced an unbelievable amount of trauma, on top of maybe not starting as the best person, and—" I stopped short,
June?
asked Amaryllis. "Just Bethel," I said, sighing,
Bethel?
asked Pinot.
He's making the same excuses for her as he did for a former friend of ours.
Said Raven. "No," I said. "No, I'm just forgiving Bethel. if only a fraction, and wondering whether this is all part of a planned lesson that was intended to help bring her back,
I'm afraid I'm lost.
said Pinot, narrowing his eyebrow ridges. It's complicated, I said. Long personal history stuff. I hesitated. I, or someone else, can explain at least some of it later.
You think that Doris Finch is an argument in favor of having Bethel return?
Asked Amaryllis,
If Doris can be reformed, that's a good argument.
said Grack. They're totally different, I said. I mean, completely, totally different, and it's not really what we're doing here, because this isn't actually about Bethel at all. It's just a thought that I had. I was explaining that the Dorises, as people, are completely fucked up. They've been suffering here for a long time, at their own hands. And for this particular one, who is probably better off never splitting again, if that's even something she could do, if it even matters given her presumed skill. For her, it's important that she understands that she's in a position where it doesn't have to be how it was. Once she's there, once she's traipsed up Maslow's hierarchy of needs, then we can start talking to her about what her life should be like, how and why to break herself of her current terrible habits that have been learned over the course of a lifetime of pain and suffering. But I think what comes first is just saying, hey, it can be okay now,
We came in here with an objective.
said Amaryllis.
More than one, actually.
I was pretty sure the translation of that was 2 quests.
And so far as I know, those objectives haven't changed.
Yeah, I said. Fuck 'em,
Juniper,
said Raven.
you understand that there are very important people who might take offense to that?
I do, I said. I'm taking a gamble that we're not on that much of a railroad. We're going down roads, but some of them are being built right in front of us, and just because there's a plan doesn't mean that plan can't be changed. If this opportunity was placed in front of us, it was for a reason, and I don't think that reason was just so we would get some exposition before the boss fight. Pinot was looking very confused,
And this is going to be your approach with all of them?
asked Amaryllis.
You're going to talk to Captain Blue in the Bottle about why torturing people in the name of commerce is probably a bad idea?
No, I said. Him, if I had to, I would talk about that desperate need to deny that you've done anything wrong, even when it's clear to everyone that you have. I'd tell him that it's seductive to believe that we live in an unjust world, and therefore excuse our patterns of being shitty to others.
But you're not going to actually do that, are you?
Asked Amaryllis. I wasn't planning on it, no, I said. And even here, I don't know that what I'm proposing is the right call. But she was waiting here, Amaryllis. Regardless of anything that's happening on the narrative level, she was waiting here, and I don't get the sense that she was marshaling power or waiting to see who would get called in. I think it's because the idea of being the ruler of the whole EZ, especially this one, is fucking terrifying, as it should be,
You're projecting.
said Raven. I'm finding common ground, I said. Realistically, our other option is to fight. Maybe we can win,
We can.
said Grack. We can? I asked him,
I left the ward up and removed the boundary.
said Grack.
When she passed through it, I got a sense of how much blood she contained. If her extreme hypertension is suddenly relieved, the explosion will vaporize everything around us. No blood would remain. The struts would be destroyed, and the portal would close.
Does she know that?
Asked Amaryllis,
I cannot tell with warding.
said Grack, looking her over. My guess, and it's only a guess, is that she's not just here, she's there on the other side as well, I said. If she's double plus ultra hypertensive, it's probably so that she has a way to bomb the prime material plane, if it comes to that. It's a dead man's switch. I tried to think about what the virtue would look like. Infinite hypertension, the ability for your body to hold literally any amount of your own blood, plus the ability to continue producing blood even when you were definitely very full, a way for it to not kill you. I could see it as part of the progression from the hypertension virtue. Maybe I would add on a way to vent that pressure for effect, like little Tony Stark blood thrusters coming from the hands and feet, allowing flight. The other stuff that Pinot had mentioned, maybe I could see that too. Blood homunculi and blood control. The kind of vast upper limits and capstones that someone very much like me might have thought up during a boring lecture in English class. All of it combined with the fucking broken ability to clone herself to make more blood.
All right,
Said Amaryllis. She didn't really have the room to pace within her portion of Grack's ward, but she was giving it her best.
she doesn't like me, and I don't like her. I would park a clone here, but I would be too worried about her killing it, which would have fairly large costs associated with it, both in Miyunun and Engelson. We don't want to leave anyone we care about in the EZ because that woman is a literal walking bomb that could wipe the whole place.
Not quite.
Said Grack.
I don't think that it would be that large.
Huh, I said. Large enough to be a deterrent and a fuck you, not large enough to end the EZ entirely,
It's hard to say.
replied Grack.
Very large explosions of blood were not my area of study.
The question is, if our objective is reform or redemption of Doris Finch, of all people, how do we accomplish that?
Asked Amaryllis. Step 1 is probably to conceptualize her as not being the same as all the others, I said. They're all forks with no merging. The Dorseys as a collective are terrible, but it's entirely possible that individual Dorseys are... I'm not going to say blameless, but we might be conflating slaveholders with slaves and oppressors with the oppressed,
I don't understand how you can empathize with her.
said Amaryllis.
She could have solved these problems at nearly any point, just by choosing to be different.
She's a fuck-up, I said. Look, the way I see it, Doris Finch is that feeling of deciding that you're going to fuck around playing clicker games at 1 in the morning instead of working on a paper you had due. It's slacking off and then doing everything you have to do at the last minute, because only when it's literally hanging over your head do you have enough motivation. Doris Finch is that, multiplied by 1,000. You'll note that she doesn't seem to take any pleasure from all the clone killing. Of all the things that there could be in the EZ, a lot of them are notably absent. No blood sports, no recreational torture, no direct sadism,
You're being generous.
said Amaryllis.
I don't mind that you are, but you should realize that you are. You see some piece of yourself in her, and you're extrapolating out. And if this has all been set up for you, then you're probably right. But as a general approach to dealing with people, I don't think that it's going to be workable.
But in the here and now? I asked,
I would like it better if we had outside information.
said Amaryllis.
But I suppose that would make you too obviously right.
She sighed and looked over at the tiny house.
I suppose we have some time. I'm going to take 10 minutes to check out, if that's okay with everyone.
She closed her eyes and started concentrating,
I'm not sure that I understand any of this.
said Pinot,
Your work here is probably done.
said Raven,
It's not the crisis that you came prepared for, and it wasn't a civilization-ending threat in the first place.
I should let you know you're not forgiven.
said Pinot. He looked at me.
Neither of you. I don't believe that anyone in the library would risk action against you, given how powerful you are. But it's possible. And if you were involved in any kind of scenario where you were clearly a component of the problem, that might provoke a different response.
You can transport your catatonic people to the Isle of Poran, I said. I can fix them there.
I don't think that will change much, as far as mending fences,
said Pinot.
but it would be appreciated.
He nodded to us, and his eels fluttered.
Pinot?
Asked Raven.
Anything you think you heard from us? It would be better if the others didn't know.
I will make no promises.
He said, before giving us a small bow and moving away, his boots splashing through the blood. Well then, I said. I looked at Grack. Objections,
None.
he said.
Some of what you said resonated with me.
Such as? I asked.
I spent quite some time dressing in a way I did not wish to dress, doing things I did not want to do, because I thought that I deserved to be unhappy.
Said Grack.
I do not share your opinion of a future self as a clone, though.
Because of, thread-based thinking? I asked. Grack nodded.
My people have clones, Juniper. I am a clone of my father. His father, a clone as well.
Ah, I said, finally making that connection. I suppose my instinct is to say that you're not actually clones in the sense that I'm using it to refer to Doris, but surely you've encountered that argument before, and it's really more about, how we conceive of the world. I won't even say that it's an invalid way of thinking,
It is probably not the time for philosophy.
said Grack. No, probably not, I said. But I'll sit down with you to hash it out sometime, when we're not a razor's edge away from death,
Are we?
asked Raven. I don't know, I said. I would hope we're on the downslope. In a few hours, Doris will probably come out of there feeling more refreshed than she has in decades, which will hopefully make her a little easier to talk to. I think she, well, the other version of her, was right about it being hard to make good decisions when you've got so many problems you have to deal with. There's a mindset that comes from the kind of scarcity that the Dorises continually face, and while Amaryllis is right, some of it is artificial. I think that pervasive way of thinking among the Dorises became foundational. I looked over at the tiny house. I guess my worry is that without branding as a new kind of entity, people will treat her like they think she needs to be treated, which will just make things more difficult. If everyone is trying to stab you in the back because they think you'll stab them in the back, yeah, that would make it hard for Blood God Doris to find a good future for herself,
You actually care about her.
said Raven, looking at me. You were telling me that I should care more, I said. I glanced at Grack. It's probably easier for me to care about Doris when I think about people as being these, patterns, I guess, rather than threads, or assemblies, or something else. Besides that, she hasn't personally affronted me. There was some silence within Grack's wards as we waited.
I'm back.
Amaryllis finally said.
Do you think there's a way that we could make that process take a little less time? I'm missing out on conversations.
Maybe we'll figure something out, I said. You can still hear, though,
Yes,
said Amaryllis.
but I'm concentrating on something else, and trying to multitask is, ironically, something that causes it to fail.
She looked at the tiny house.
Nothing from the Khalidwich Library, by the way, just a feeling of wasted time, which I'd known when I got my mission. I really should check on the others as well, at least one of each cluster.
Do you think you would do so well if yourselves were pitted against each other? I asked. If it was a matter of only one of you eating?
We'd go half rations,
Said Amaryllis.
and if we couldn't survive like that, we would take a random chance to decide who to kill, or better, a stark evaluation of who was more fit to survive.
I'm not sure I would, I replied. I might get greedy, or just upset. That's why I can't find it in myself to be upset with Doris. Amaryllis looked at me. All right, she said.
I understand.
Do you think you have the insight to help her? I asked. Because I don't think that I can do this without you. I looked at Grack and Raven. No offense. Having to say no offense a lot was a sign that you were saying the wrong thing.
I would not be able to help her if my life depended on it,
Said Grack.
She's better suited.
Said Raven.
By skill, if not temperament.
Obviously, I'll help.
Said Amaryllis.
On the off chance I need to, I'll just pretend she's a worse version of you.
Quest update. Diplomacy in duplicate. There is a god among Dorises, one with more raw power than any other has had before, unable to be killed by all but the most extreme measures, or mimetics. That would work too. You've decided that you want to help her. Hopefully this wasn't just because you learned that pacifism comes with buffs. This quest replaces murder in duplicate and has no end condition. There were some bumps and turns in talking through things with Blood God Doris, but we had so many creature comforts available to ply her with that it wasn't all that hard to get her to relax. The fact that Sable was, at any given time, filled with furniture, toiletries, foodstuffs, music, and entertainment, meant that it was easy to convert a section of the warehouse into a temporary chill-out zone, which we had prepared for Doris as soon as she was done in the tiny house. She had come out wearing the clothes she'd found there, including a ridiculously stupid shirt that said Clone Zone, which I'd had specially made for Amaryllis as a gift, and Doris must have thought was meant for her. With the grime, blood, and sweat all wiped away, she looked surprisingly normal. She had a single visible tattoo, which I could only see by her collar, peeking up from her borrowed shirt, and her hair was grown out, hanging damp down her back. There was still a hardness to her, which I'd seen in all the others, but she was powerful and comfortable in that power. When she left the tiny house, she dropped all pretense, and the few inches of blood parted for her like Moses parting the Red Sea.
I'm not sure I see this working,
said Doris, stretching out.
And what's clouding your vision?
Asked Amaryllis.
Surely not people trying to kill you. You're invulnerable.
Trust doesn't come easily.
Replied Doris.
Not either way.
It'll be easier if you lie about who you are, I said. Doris had cleared away the blood around us, which I appreciated, and I was feeling comfortable. There's no reason that anyone has to know that you're Doris. I mean, it's obvious if they look at you, but you can make a blood homunculus out of someone else's blood, and that should cloak it.
What?
She asked, leaning forward a bit. Were you not listening in on us? I asked.
Watching.
She said.
Listening is a bit beyond me.
Oh, I said. I looked at Raven.
The damage is likely done.
She said, folding her arms.
What's a blood homunculus?
Asked Doris. From what we know, you take control of someone's blood and make a blood creature, I said. My guess would be remotely piloted, and more importantly, not tied to your unique magic, meaning capable of leaving the zone.
And who would I kill for their blood?
Asked Doris. I said. Humans can survive missing something like a liter of blood. You could get donors. Or you could get a blood mage to donate a person's worth of blood. I glanced at Raven, then looked back at Doris. I wasn't sure whether Elle had 100 times the blood volume of a human, but even if they did, I wasn't about to volunteer Raven.
They'll think I'm a monster,
said Doris. Sure, I replied. But that's not much of a change. And this is just a matter of public relations. Ironically, that might be a place where Captain Blue in the Bottle would have come in handy.
I don't think it's a terribly hard problem,
said Amaryllis.
It would depend on what form these blood creations actually took. But if it's just a matter of people being repulsed by blood control, that's something that can be dealt with. It's a downstream problem. The current problem in the here and now is what you're going to do.
And you want me to be God Queen?
Said Doris, leaning back and looking at us. She had eaten quite a bit and drank more, but seemed sated now.
You're going to exert power just by existing,
said Amaryllis.
You can't be challenged. You can be a small god or a big one, but you'll be a god either way. As for us, what we want is for you to be a good partner. We don't really care what has to happen for that to work out.
You don't care if I need 250,000 obols?
Asked Doris, staring at Amaryllis.
You don't care if I need servants imported into the EZ? You don't care about breaking imperial law?
We can work on all of those,
said Amaryllis.
But the Empire only has laws so long as there are people enforcing those laws, and so long as the Empire doesn't decide that those laws need to be changed.
And you can just do that?
Asked Doris.
You can change what the Empire says and does?
We're kind of a big deal, I said. But for it to work, you need to take care of yourself. Look, we know that you've got a lot of blood in you right now, and if you pop, it's going to wipe out most of the EZ. Doris stared at me.
Why in the fuck are you just sitting there then?
She asked. Risking our lives, I guess, I said. From everything that people say about you, you're a backstabber and a cheat. Maybe pathologically so, but you wouldn't kill someone just because they wanted to talk to you. You've got nothing to gain,
That's batshit.
she said.
You have everything to lose. If I weren't so scared about what powers you're hiding, I could steal everything you have. I could enslave you, ransom you, anything I wanted.
We'd give you pretty much everything we have, I said. Why the fuck would you steal? You dumb or something? Doris smirked at me, eyes brightening.
No,
She said.
you know that's one of my buttons, huh?
Look, I said. We didn't come here expecting you. We thought some kind of monster was going to come out of that portal, but you're here, and presumably you have the other end locked up tight,
I control it, yes.
said Doris. And if you were to die here, I started.
Not for you to know.
She replied, all humor leaving her face,
He's just curious.
said Amaryllis.
If he sees a mystery, he wants to go poke at it.
Doris relaxed slightly.
Sorry.
She said. You're going to have to get used to people being curious, I said. They're going to test you. That will be one hurdle,
But we don't even know what you want.
said Amaryllis.
If you want to stay cooped up in a building, that's different than being, effectively, the arm of the law that governs the whole EZ, depending on whether that's actually within your power or not.
You said you would give me anything that I asked for.
Said Doris, abruptly changing the subject.
All your entads?
Some of them wouldn't work for you.
Said Amaryllis.
Most, even.
But you would give them over?
Asked Doris.
No.
Said Amaryllis.
We wouldn't. And you know that you could take them from us. That's the challenge that comes with power. And that urge, the urge to take what you can, when you can, even if you don't have a need right now. That's just something that's been built into your brain by years of not having enough.
Amaryllis let out a sigh.
You see it in people who survive catastrophes and wars, a desire to keep a pantry well stocked, even if it means that the food will go bad before it's eaten, sometimes squirreling things away in hidden places, so that if someone comes in and steals everything, there will be something left. You're going to want things. You're going to ask for things that you don't even want, just so that you can have them, just to be assured that you're not going to lose it all.
Doris leaned back and looked from Amaryllis to me.
I want to be better.
She said.
Fuck, I've always wanted to be better.
Before, you had an excuse.
Said Amaryllis.
It was a good excuse. I would have used it in your position. You were beset on all sides. You didn't like making the copies, but it was necessary, and you would think sometimes that this time it would be different, that you would cooperate, or that you would split the spoils. And then it would come to that moment, and maybe it would happen, or maybe it wouldn't, but you would think about killing her, or them, and taking it all for yourself, and you would think that, knowing that they were thinking it too. It's hard to cooperate when you know the other party is thinking that.
Doris was staring at Amaryllis. She nodded once.
You don't have that excuse anymore.
Said Amaryllis.
People will be coming for you, but you can beat them to a pulp. You have the luxury of acting in retribution instead of in expectation. That luxury isn't going to be easy. The instincts that you have, honed by decades of coming out the winner by being more ruthless, are going to fade slowly and never completely. But if you go along with what your first instinct is, then you're going to be worse off.
And what if I can't help myself?
Asked Doris.
What if they're right about me?
The fact that we're here, alive, says that they're not.
Replied Amaryllis.
You were waiting with the bulk of your power on the other side of that portal, resisting the urge to go on a rampage, to take everything you could while you had the power, because you could see that it had an end, and you wanted to make sure that it was the good end. That's more proof that you can handle this.
Okay.
Said Doris.
It would be better with advisors.
Said Amaryllis.
Better with a group of people that you can talk to, who can help you know what you want and how to make that a reality. There are going to be tests along the way, no matter what you do, and those tests will be easier to pass with support. I'm not nominating us. We have our own things going on, but I can suggest good people to you.
You're good.
Said Doris, staring at Amaryllis.
Good at what you do. And you like doing it.
I'm unfortunately unavailable.
Said Amaryllis.
But if you want or need my ear, we can leave you an NTAD to keep in touch with us. If circumstances allow our advice and counsel to be slow in coming, then letters will work too. One of the first things that I'll get started on is reconnecting mail service and having regular bulk teleport into the EZ.
She let out a breath, then looked at me.
Sorry,
But we're on a bit of a time crunch here. We promised a dragon that we would kill Blue in the bottle, but we don't know where he is, so we're going to have to use the predictive power of the Dorises. If it's okay with you, we're going to go tell the Blues that this facility and what's inside it is unlikely to be a problem for them in the near future.
you're leaving me here then?
Asked Doris, looking Amaryllis over. There was a very faint note of desperation in her voice, and if I could hear it, then I was sure that it was a shrill alarm to Amaryllis,
If you don't want to be alone, I would understand that.
said Amaryllis.
We can stay with you for up to a day. I don't imagine that you want to give up this facility because it has the portal, but we can help you set up on the roof, if there's roof access, or somewhere else that will be a little more inviting and accommodating. And after that's done, when the time is up, I'll be able to call in an NTAD clone of my own, who will be able to talk with you for at least as long as it takes to get permanent staffing.
Amaryllis had held off for as long as she could, but eventually she dropped the possibility of a clone. I hadn't heard it in her voice, but she must have been watching Doris, hoping that there was some other resolution. Okay, said Doris.
I would appreciate that, thank you.
We spent the rest of the day helping her out, which mostly involved pulling stuff from Sable and having Grax set up wards around the portal so that it would be safe and protected. It turned out that there was roof access, and once we were up there, we spent some time doing incredibly fast landscaping, adding in soil and grass seed that were taken from Sable. It would take a fair amount of time for it to grow in, but if this facility was going to be a home for Doris, then it was better she have a place with some real, natural greenery,
It will look great in another week or two.
said Amaryllis after about an hour of work.
But these things take time.
I hadn't even realized that we were working on a metaphor,
They're watching us.
said Doris, looking out at Dorisopolis around us. We were high up, but not so high as some of the other Meiji stone buildings,
Let them watch.
said Amaryllis.
Let them understand that someone is growing things here.
I slept in the tiny house, which took a real leap of faith, but we had no one to offload sleep onto, and I wasn't about to go so long while running on fumes. I was worried that I would wake up to the sound of calamity, but there was nothing but Amaryllis running her fingers through my hair and telling me that it was time to rise. It was the leaving that I was most worried about, but that was fine too, in part because Amaryllis had her clone there, and we weren't actually leaving Blood God Doris alone. I still felt weird about leaving Amaryllis there, even though I knew she wasn't the real Amaryllis, even though I knew that they would merge experiences. I gave her a hug and told her to stay safe, and she seemed like she appreciated it, because I knew that this was something she really didn't want to do,
It's going to be fine.
said Amaryllis once we were well outside the facility.
I wouldn't have left her there if it wasn't.
You really think it's going to work out? I asked,
She's just reassuring you.
said Grack.
It's going to take a long time and be very uneven, and it might cost me my life. But yes, I think that it's going to work out.
Said Amaryllis.
Having a clone here is going to set me a bit on edge until I can get a replacement for her, and I'll breathe easier once we're out of the EZ. But yes, I think this is workable, if maybe not a panacea for the EZ as a whole.
And for all the tension that we were feeling, our meeting with the Blues, their central leadership this time, went about as well as it could have been expected to go, with some token explanation about what had gone on in their facility, and terms for delivery of supplies, more or less what we'd planned on when we'd come into the zone. I wanted to know the method they were using, especially because I was hoping that I could copy it for myself somehow, but everyone else was against spending more time in the EZ than we needed, especially since we could just pay the Dorises to do the work for us. Roughly 48 hours after we'd entered the zone, we were leaving again, all resting easier once we were aboard the ship, but right up until the last moment that we could see the DFEZ, I was worried we would see a colossal detonation of blood. It never came, though, and we were off, a small pile of coordinates with us, and tracking information for Captain Blue in the Bottle, who I was sure was going to get much less pleasant of a resolution. Parallel Lines. Chapter 2, 106. Parallel Lines. Chapter by Alexander Wales. Cthulhu Jepson. The underline sailed along, well under the 300-foot limit, taking us not to the Isle of Poran, but back to the Necrolaborem EZ, this time with remote assistance from the Dorices to actually find the fucker. Based on the readings that they'd been able to give us in the DFEZ, he was in the city itself, but deep underground, which wasn't entirely unexpected, but was annoying. It meant that we were either going to have to find the entrance or drill down. We were working on it, though, and in the meantime, we were cruising along in the nice, gentle air. We could have teleported, since we'd been to Necrolaborem, but none of the sites we'd acquired by making whirls on our world lines were ones that we could be confident would be safe. Amaryllis and I shared a cabin, as we'd done during all our recent flying, and while we spent a fair bit of time out and about on the flying schooner, or with the others, our cabin was a place that we went to retreat. The bed was wide enough for two, if they were willing to get close, which we were. She liked to lay beside me, resting her head on my chest. We were both clothed, something that needed to be stipulated in these odd times, dressed in t-shirts and shorts, because it was a little bit warm in the region we were passing through. It made me think about Reimer's insistence on having his characters constantly wearing full plate unless there was some mechanical penalty for it, which had always irked me. There had been a time when I used the term ludonarrative dissonance every chance I got. In reality, constantly wearing as much physical protection as possible got old fast. "How are things in Clone Land?" I asked.
No change from the locus,
Said Amaryllis.
Solace is brooding, and it's difficult to comfort her, because she views it as a vindication of the Second Empire's research, at least if I'm reading her right. That's been leading to her having some hard feelings toward both of us, which is frustrating. Again, reading between the lines. She's not talking all that much.
"I wish it weren't that way," I said. "I wish Grack's thing had been the end of it. That the locust getting out of the bottle hadn't done much was disappointing, but not surprising."
In Angelson,
Amaryllis continued.
there was an effort to bring forward a vote that would have restricted the number of council seats that any individual can hold, which I squashed. The pushback has started, though it's not as fierce as I thought it would be, because so many people dying in such short order has left an enormous power vacuum that I'm filling almost entirely on my own.
She paused.
I've started being a little more flamboyant in how I dress myself, because people keep getting the versions of me mixed up, even though I have very clear roles assigned. It's starting to get to the level of costume.
"Sexy costumes?" I asked. She gave me a dirty look.
I know you're joking, but that's been a problem in Angelson. One of the things that I underestimated about going public with the clones is just how many sex jokes I would have to endure. The clones dress very conservatively, covering skin and hiding my figure, but people still seem to think that when we're not working, we're having giant lesbian orgies. And if the jokes aren't about that, it's about you being a very lucky guy. But people will say that to my face like it's any of their fucking business, or at all appropriate to speak of to another person. These inconsiderate assholes get a boner thinking about it and don't have the common courtesy to keep their idiotic fantasies to themselves. The papers are worse about it, but that I at least understand. Because there's a profit motive. I'm working on reforms there, incidentally. But no, these people who've been pissing me off are in conversation with me over the future of their businesses and our country. And they're saying these things.
She was tensed up and took a moment to relax.
Obviously, you are a very lucky guy, though.
"I am," I nodded. I still felt a bit guilty about the new sexual aspect of our relationship, but that guilt was fading as it became the new normal.
I liked having the four of us together.
Said Amaryllis, as though she could feel my guilt and felt the need to assuage it. She had 2 clones on the ship with us.
This isn't about you and me, it's just a really pointless and unwelcome complication for my work.
Okay, I said, rubbing her back. You let me know if there's anything I can do,
I'll think about it.
said Amaryllis with a sigh, allowing herself a moment to just enjoy the feeling. There were, as it turned out, a lot of physical sensations that she enjoyed, and I had been slowly learning them.
Anyway, that's another thing that's going on in Angleson, if you wanted to know.
She tapped her fingers on my chest.
I've been commiserating with Blood God Doris about how annoying the lewd jokes are.
I was pleased as punch that my name had stuck. They don't, I started, not knowing how to finish that. I assumed that there was freaky sex stuff going on in the DFEZ. I had no idea how to phrase that, so that I wasn't doing the exact thing that she was just complaining about. After our brief time in the EZ, I didn't think that I would ever fantasize about Doris, not having seen the poverty, slavery, cannibalism, and everything else. But I had assumed that the Dorises were using each other for sexual gratification,
It's very limited.
said Amaryllis.
Most of the Dorises are in brutal poverty, and of the ones that aren't, they hate each other and don't trust themselves. That makes intimacy difficult. So there's a trade in dildos and plenty of masturbation, but very little of what people like to imagine goes on there.
I badly wanted to know how that conversation had gone, and wished that I could have been a fly on the wall. It seemed like a bizarre thing to bond over.
Blood God Doris hates what people imagine, viscerally hates it, probably because conditions have been so bad for so long, and there are people on the outside making up this fantasy that might as well not have her in it at all.
Huh, I said. And you're getting along?
I'm starting to understand her.
Said Amaryllis.
It would be better if I could count on her to listen to me, but I can't. She wants someone to advise her, but she doesn't want to be a puppet, and it's exasperating, because I could have the whole EZ turned around in virtually no time if I had either of her powers.
And Porin? I prompted,
Oh, that's completely fine, but it's work.
said Amaryllis, shrugging. She held up a hand and began counting things off.
Principal engineering and design for the first televisions is finally done, which means we're looking for labor. The televisions will be useless without television stations, which we're securing content, rental space, and radio allocation for. Tuong are really gung-ho about a second generation, which they'd like to start sooner than later, with or without Bethel. And finally, we're getting some imperial attention, probably because of the locusts in our backyard, which means that we might reach the status of member polity earlier than expected.
Sounds great, I said. That would be a quest completed without me lifting a finger,
It's a long way out.
said Amaryllis.
The Empire moves at a snail's pace when it deigns to move at all.
And you personally? I asked. All those Amarilli out there are doing well,
It's just me.
she said.
I keep telling you that.
You didn't answer the question, I said,
The prospect of more time with Blood God Doris makes me uneasy.
said Amaryllis.
Some of it is just being with her, some of it is the worry that she'll snap and kill me, or that the other Dorises will attack, or that when it comes time for me to leave, I won't be allowed to.
You're 2 days in and sounding like it's been a lifetime, I said with a frown. We shouldn't have left you there. I moved a bit, trying to think through our options, but also trying not to dislodge her. Shit, if that's the cost of the social option, then... well, fuck. We do battle, I guess. Loyalty increased. Amaryllis level 26. She laid her hand on my arm,
I'm just venting.
she said.
I'm not suggesting that we pull me out. It's 3% of my existence, and when it's the full 100%, when I'm that instance of me, I can manage. If it were long-term, a year, then I would say better to get me out as soon as possible. But I will have a replacement, I've been working on that, and it won't be more than another week, which I'm confident I can handle.
I don't want you to be unhappy, I said,
More than that,
said Amaryllis, smiling at me.
you actively want me to be happy.
Okay, I said, leaning back. In the interests of manipulating you into more consistently telling me when you're not feeling well, I will let this be, and not take any rash actions,
Thank you.
said Amaryllis.
Trust me that if I've had enough, or think that something concrete needs to be done, I'll tell you.
Loyalty up, by the way, I said.
Really?
She asked.
When?
When I suggested we go against Blood God Doris to save you, I said,
Oh,
said Amaryllis.
yes, I suppose.
You suppose, I asked,
I don't know.
said Amaryllis.
I think it was that I believed you would.
Of course I would, I said, frowning a bit,
Yes, and that's ill-considered.
said Amaryllis.
But it was still the thought that you would do that for me. It was me realizing that you were entirely serious. It gave me happy thoughts.
There was a knock at our cabin door, and I sat up. Come in, I called. Raven poked her head in, checked that we were decent, then stepped all the way in. There really wasn't a point in her checking, because I would have said something if we were naked, and further, locked the door. My mind went to what Amaryllis had said about the assumptions of sex, and how that had bothered her, and I wondered whether she thought the same about Raven double-checking.
Juniper, can I talk to you for a moment?
She asked. In private? I asked, looking at Amaryllis.
If that's all right with you.
Raven replied,
I was just leaving to speak with Grack.
said Amaryllis. She pulled away from me and sat up, and after a moment, I followed suit.
So even if it's not all right with Juniper, he'll have to do without my company.
She slipped off the bunk where she'd been laying with me, and then scooted past Raven. These weren't exactly luxury accommodations, so there was a fair bit of that on the ship.
Mute us, please?
Asked Raven, as soon as Amaryllis was gone. Already done, I said. I was using vibration magic to block the sound of our conversation, which was standard practice for me, since it was usually pretty cheap in terms of breath, so long as it was just one or two people, and helped me level the skill. But you should get to the point quickly, because I'm getting worried,
Oh.
said Raven.
No, it's nothing serious, just personal. Personal and serious, I suppose. If it's okay, I'd still like to lead with the pretext.
The pretext for talking to me alone? I asked. Raven nodded.
It's specifically with regards to the dimensional bridge or tunnel that the Dorises have pointed out, which, as you said, is the second time that's been suggested. If it goes somewhere, then it's almost certainly not a place that's widely known, and the best guess is that it leads to Earth. We wouldn't count on it, but that's where we'd place money, right?
I nodded.
If Uther is stuck on that bridge, for whatever reason, however that might have happened, then I'm worried that if we get him unstuck, he'll still want to go to Earth.
But that's just the pretext for what you actually wanted to talk about, I asked. Raven sighed.
I wanted to talk about both.
She said.
But if we talk about the other thing, then I worry that's all we'll talk about.
I'm getting really distracted by the other thing, I said. You really shouldn't have said anything about the thing with Uther being a pretext, and yes, I know, you were just trying to put me at ease.
All right,
said Raven. She looked around the quite small cabin for a moment. You can sit next to me, I said. Sorry, it's that or standing. It's going to take quite a bit of leveling for me to get star magic to the point where I can expand the interior of all the rooms of a moving ship. Raven moved over and sat down on the bunk next to me. It was more than enough space for two people, but maybe she was just a bit nervous. Or maybe it was that we usually kept our distance from each other. A part of me was hyper-conscious, that it was a bed, where people sometimes had sex, the sort of thought that I could recognize as infantile, but which still sat there in my brain.
Amaryllis and I had a long talk last night,
said Raven.
The matter was somewhat delicate. She was requesting my blessing, as a member of the Council of Arches, to modify her soul. She would like some minimal carnal feelings toward you, ideally responsive in nature.
Ah, I said. I'll be honest, that's not unexpected. Fucking awkward, but not unexpected.
I said no,
said Raven. Her eyes were downcast. Oh? I asked, Now that was unexpected. Why?
I was alive for the entirety of the Second Empire.
Said Raven.
I saw what essentialism was. There were never that many essentialists. But you could apply for a change to your soul. If the essentialists felt that it had merit, and especially if you could pay, they would change you. There were bad cases. Miscalibration was the euphemism of the day. A man would come back from the soul mage and kill himself from overwork. Or a mother would forget to take care of her children. Soul magic was good at creating obsessives, and the soul was complex, so accidents happened.
But you're not here to talk to me about accidents, are you? I asked. You're here to argue against the general case. If Amaryllis altered her own soul in a way that was detrimental, we would be able to see it and reverse it. We're not so worried about fringe circumstances or a careless, overworked soul mage without enough oversight.
We should be worried since she's a soul mage too,
said Raven.
She can alter her own soul and yours. There are feedback loops that would occasionally happen to Imperial Essentialists, though they were largely kept quiet. One modification leads to another, until it's gotten out of control. Two soul mages together are especially dangerous that way, because they can keep pulling themselves deeper and deeper, spiraling until they become monsters, at best focused only on themselves, willing to waste away, at worst, inflicting themselves on everyone else.
We have measures in place, I said, such as requiring that any self-modification go through the Council first.
Measures that you've willfully ignored,
said Raven. Sorry, I said. With Bethel, I was raped, confused about what I was feeling, and not really in my right mind. I didn't know what I should do, or how else to deal with it.
And turning off pain?
Asked Raven. Exigent circumstances, I said. The point of the rule isn't to be hardlined about it. It's to create some checks for safety and sanity. If it's life or death, or even just major trauma, without the possibility of even talking to anyone, let alone getting consent. We're not a major organization. We're 7 people. We're allowed to be nimble. As it stood, I probably would have died in that black site if I had to feel all my injuries. Technically, it was spirit, not soul, but I wasn't such an ass that I would argue technical definitions instead of getting to the meat of the argument.
I'm pointing out that there are exceptions to rules,
said Raven.
It's the kind of thing that sets me on edge.
I frowned at her. Is this your true objection? Raven let out a groan.
I'm well acquainted with that argument. It was one of Uther's favorite rhetorical tricks. If you started arguing with him about anything, he was liable to say, "But is that your true objection?" implying that you weren't making your argument in good faith. Or even if it was good faith, measured by intent, perhaps you were constructing your arguments from whole cloth because of an emotional reaction that wasn't amenable to reason or argument. It was sometimes exhausting to talk to him.
That was Arthur, I nodded. And yeah, it was exhausting. Not all the time, not even most, but sometimes.
Well, if you're asking about my personal feelings, then I can tell you, but it wouldn't be an argument, and I don't think that I would convince you,
said Raven. I technically haven't said that I would say yes if she asked me, I said. But I guess it would depend on what our friends had to say on the matter. And yes, I would like to hear your feelings, in addition to your logic.
My feelings?
Said Raven. She sat back on the bunk and lifted up her legs, hugging her knees to her chest for a moment.
Uther and his wife had a similar problem. In that case, it wasn't a problem of mindset. It was of means. After the wandering blight, after everything below her sternum had been replaced by an entad, she was physically frail. That aspect of their relationship was simply gone, because so much of her had been stripped away, down to her core.
And you want me to use the same solution? I asked. Have sex with whatever reasonably attractive women we find on our adventures, then go back to Amaryllis like it's nothing?
Is sex always meaningful to you?
Asked Raven. It is, I replied.
Was it with Maddie?
She asked. I was stunned into silence for a moment. No, I finally said. No, it was not. It was. I was in a bad place trying to. Do you want to talk about this?
We already have a bit.
Said Raven.
I was just pointing out that you've made exceptions in the past.
Sleeping with Maddie was a mistake, I said. I felt terrible afterward. Partly that's because it was just bad sex.
In what way?
Asked Raven, raising an eyebrow. Gah, I said. I looked at her. You know, just... She was kind of laying there, not moving, not making any noise. I felt my stomach flip as I thought about it. You know, the more I think about it, the more I think I'm not comfortable with continuing this conversation. And if you're about to explain that from some perspective, it wasn't actually bad, I would rather not hear it.
This is one of those things that's important,
said Raven. She didn't seem particularly angry with me, though she might have had a right to, but I could feel the weight of her grievances with me.
It's important because you're important. The threats we face are your threats. And beyond that, your wife is asking for permission to edit her very soul, because you have some complicated feelings about sex. If other people are kept completely in the dark about what those feelings are, it makes it hard for us to offer proper advice and counsel.
I grumped. She was right. I don't know what to tell you, I said. I tried meaningless sex, hoping that it would bring meaning, and it probably left me feeling worse about myself than any other single thing I did. I didn't really want to do it then, and I don't want to do it now. I don't think that's a viable option, at least for me. Obviously, I could probably edit myself to enjoy it, but that didn't seem like it would help with Raven's objection.
Would you have felt differently if the sex had been good?
Asked Raven. It was hard not to hear that as an accusation. I don't know, I said. I feel like a shithead for saying yes, but that's how human brains work. It's positive and negative reinforcement. If she'd been really into it, I never actually got her side of it.
And you don't want me to talk about my side of it?
Asked Raven. Your side being times where there was some synchronicity, I asked. Some possibly deliberate parallels?
She nodded.
I don't want to hear it, but that's because I'm a coward, I said. I think it would be good for me to hear, if not to take a lesson, then at least so we can know each other better. I want to be your friend. Even before it left my lips, it sounded weak and pathetic. I should have phrased it differently, called us true companions or something. Loyalty increased. Raven level 4.
I had a terrible boyfriend that I think was supposed to be you,
said Raven.
It was during that period when I had given up. I didn't know what it was all for. My self-imposed quest to find Uther had failed completely. I was living in 5 Spires at the time, in a little apartment, trying to write my memoirs. It was shocking how little everyone knew or cared about me. We were legends, sure, but I could walk down the street without anyone recognizing me, and even if I gave my name, Raven, people would just assume that I was named after the historical person. Aside from the attempts to recruit me, promote me, or otherwise make money off my existence, I was invisible.
She turned to me. Scene set. I said. Sorry, but not really. I don't even know what century you're talking about. I've never been to 5 Spires, and I honestly don't have a good grip on what life before the Second Empire was like, if that's even what you're talking about. Sorry.
This was during the Second Empire,
said Raven.
311 FE 5 Spires is and was a huge city with 5 absolutely enormous, inviolable white spires, of which there are a few around Erb, with no known purpose. 5 Spires has 5 of them. Each is about 2 city blocks across, square at the base, tapering in, and then flaring back out into another square at the top, this one with rounded points at the corners. You can climb them, using an interior stairwell, but it's 2,700 feet to the top, meaning that people only do it for the experience. Locals just kind of ignore the spires. The better neighborhoods are to the north and south, where they get sunlight through the whole day, while the worst parts are in the east and west, where you're in the shadow of these things for either the morning or night. It was once a major trading port, thanks to a thick river that winds through the spires, but bulk teleport killed that, and the city has coasted on having superior organizations to keep it afloat for most of its existence. I was downtown, north of the spires. They made me feel, I don't know, like there was magic and grandness in the world. I would just stare at them sometimes. It made me feel nice.
And there was more magic in the world then, I said. Raven nodded.
More during that era than now, but less than during Uther's time. Or maybe it was just more spread out, commonplace. Airships crowded the air around the spires like flies.
She said.
The city of 5 spires paid a tithe to a dragon, I think.
She frowned.
There were whist parlors on every corner that had been perfectly arranged so that you could spend 5 or 10 minutes sitting in the center, which would make you focused and revitalized. And there was such a variety of cultures, so many of which have been watered down and mixed into a dull brown by the centuries. 5 Spires was one of the cosmopolitan centers, even in Uther's time.
She sighed.
We've lost so unbelievably much.
There was pain and longing in her voice, not just for a better age, but for this entire other life with Uther.
No telephones, no radio, no wires running everywhere. There were other forms of long-distance communication, all now excluded. But for the most part it was about books, pamphlets, broadsheets, and criers.
Okay, I said.
Scene set. You were just trying to calm me down,
Said Raven, giving me an accusatory, but not all that serious look. No, I said. You weren't that upset. But if you can be a bit detached from whatever you're feeling, I think it would be a good thing.
You're right,
Said Raven.
Thank you.
She sat for a moment, cheeks still a bit pink. Maddie had gotten like that sometimes, especially in the evening, a bit flushed, even if she wasn't embarrassed or even particularly emotional, though embarrassment definitely exacerbated it.
I'd started writing in the Society of Letters again, under a pen name. That was the only place that I really felt at home, but it had changed so much. They were imperialists, who were sometimes fine, and other times would just say these shocking and offensive things that it took me too long to realize were part of the zeitgeist. When I wasn't doing that, I was trying to live a normal life. Though that was hard too, because all these people around me had no idea the things I'd seen. I did my writing for my memoirs, and to the others well, it would probably skip a lot of explaining if I just said a coffee shop.
Come on, I said. You know that I love explanations.
I guess I did know that, yeah.
Said Raven. She gave me a half smile, which wasn't much, but was enough to make me feel a bit better. Before smoke magic was excluded, they managed to get some big farms up and running, harvesting and processing enough rare herbs that smoke bars were common. The effects were low grade for the most part, at least the legal ones. You would go up to the stoker and get a glass bottle filled with fresh, charged smoke, and then you would sit down at the bar or in a comfortable seat, feeling the effects. I had done my fair share of reading on excluded magics. Smoke magic was primarily concerned with the alteration of perception, with the higher levels being able to push that perception into becoming reality. It had no connection with the Helesh smoke magic, which was a completely different take on smoke as magic. That was just how Erb was sometimes. I would take something called Spire's Shade, which made everything seem a little more rigid and grounded. To make a long story short, there was a man, 17 actually, so your age, who went to the same smoke bar that I did, at the same time I did, every day. I would smoke up and write letters, or work on organizing the memoir, sometimes writing it, rewriting it, throwing bits away. Other times daydreaming. She looked dead ahead at the wall.
I talked to him once or twice, and then I got obsessed. He was an engineering student, hoping to work for the railways, a depressive, like you, and I guess I saw something of Uther in him. Not Uther, armored titan of a man wielding a sword alongside his many magics, but Uther the poet and writer, slaving away at his next creative endeavor, head bent above his desk, as he tried to remember stories from Earth, I suppose, or put his own spin on them.
The room was silent as another piece of the edifice in her mind was chipped away.
Benji had that same look to him sometimes. And he was a thinker, like Uther, imaginative, with these grand ideas that he loved to talk about, always somewhat dour about them. I would follow him when he left the smoke bar, pretending that I needed to walk the same way. I made no secret that I liked him. A puppy dog would probably be the accurate way to describe me. I had nothing else going on in my life. We became very one-sided friends. He tolerated me, he liked to talk, and I would attentively listen.
She gave a little laugh.
He had no idea who I was, obviously. To him, I was just some 15-year-old human.
And you started dating, I asked.
For about a week,
said Raven.
I wanted someone. I wanted an anchor. Someone who could make sense of things, even if their version of sense was lacking. And yes, with him, it was awkward, physically.
She looked over at me.
Was Maddie a virgin?
I really, really hated the answer that I had to give. I don't know,
I wasn't,
said Raven.
I don't know if that can give you information about Maddie, but for me, I had been having sex for a few decades. 4 decades, I think.
She hesitated.
I felt like I could do what Uther did. I felt like I could have these flings, these romances, always without commitment, always without any pretense of it lasting.
She was quiet for a bit.
I hadn't quite been Elle when I was with Uther, and I can feel that I'm no longer quite that with you. Elle have this infuriating way of failing at things, over and over, making the same mistakes 100 more times than a human would. You can shortcut it by realizing where you'll eventually end up and just forcing it, even though you aren't quite there mentally, but not all of us do. Sometimes you have to burn your hand on the stove 100 times just to have it sink in.
That sounds horrible, I said. Raven shrugged.
We were a dashed-off bit of world building.
Sorry, I said, trying to make it clear from my tone that this was sympathy, not apology.
Benji, the one that I think was supposed to be you,
said Raven.
He was another in a long line. But he was different, because I felt something with him. A foolish notion that there would be a future of some kind. And he was also different because he didn't even like me. And all those things that you said about Maddie? I felt that from Benji. That indifference toward me that at the time I thought was his general malaise, but I later realized was just that he didn't actually care about me. That realization came when he was trying to get me into bed.
I was feeling unclean. I hadn't wanted absolution, but I hadn't really wanted her to twist the knife either. She was just saying what it had been like for her, which could maybe be extrapolated to Maddie and maybe couldn't, but either way made me hurt.
I liked sex, Juniper,
Raven said.
But with him, it was this crushing realization that I cared about him and he didn't care about me, that he was drifting through this relationship, that I had foolishly started, and it had led to him trying to find some refuge from his misery by way of my body.
She smoothed out her clothes.
It was quite possibly the worst sex of my life,
said Raven.
It was like we were on different planes of existence. It would have been one thing if that was what it had been from the beginning, if we were just strangers looking for a good time, but it's not what we were.
I'm sorry, I said, and tried to convey that this was an apology, not sympathy.
If the situations are the same,
said Raven.
And I won't say that they are, because I don't know, but if they're the same, then... Juniper, the things you did with Maddie were the thoughtless, inconsiderate actions of someone who had lost his place in the world. That doesn't excuse it, and it doesn't absolve it, it just explains it.
She sighed.
At some point, you have to say that tomorrow is a new day. Feel bad about it because it was bad, but then move on and stop letting it define you.
Thanks, I said. I guess,
I don't actually know if any of this was helpful.
said Raven. Helpful is relative, I said. It's given me a better picture of you in the dark years. Sometime soon you'll have to tell me about how you came to be head librarian, but you came here to talk about something specific,
I did.
said Raven.
I suppose the question is, would you be in favor of letting Amaryllis change herself for you?
She asked. I paused as I thought about that. I'd be more comfortable going the other way, I said.
The other way?
Asked Raven. She was staring at me with her brow furrowed. Meaning that I could cut out the part of me that wants sex, I said. And then we'd have no problems,
You can't do that.
said Raven. Well, not without consent of the council, no, I said. But the problem isn't Amaryllis, it's the mismatch between us, and that's one way to solve it. I suppose you would say no to that too,
I would.
said Raven. Well, the vote doesn't have to be unanimous, I said. Technically, I think it just has to be a meeting, though I can get why Amaryllis would want to whip votes before any kind of meeting took place. She's not immune to feeling shame, just to showing it, if it would get in her way. Better to have a meeting where everyone has been talked to privately, and the meeting itself is a formality. And I can't imagine that people would vote differently for her than for me,
You can't just swear off sex.
said Raven.
It's a part of you, it's human.
She seemed aghast at the very notion. Well, no, I said. Because Amaryllis is definitely human, I think that to remove this last point of contention in our relationship, I could do a minor edit. And as I said that, I could feel some sense of loss at removing that part of myself, which went beyond just the idea of not feeling pleasure. Maybe for Amaryllis, it wasn't a part of her identity, but sex was a part of mine. It was tied up in memories and thoughts, whole ways of being. I wasn't lying, though. I would leave it behind for her, and by definition, I wouldn't miss it,
Do you really think this is the last point of contention?
asked Raven. Her eyes were wide.
Juniper, there are so many things that mark the two of you as different. So many ways that you know you would make a better match through changes to your soul or hers.
You're saying that there's a slippery slope, I said.
Sometimes the slope is actually slippery.
Raven replied. She had a faint scowl. I know, I said. I've argued with Uther too, remember? I'm not even saying that's wrong. Just in this one particular instance, it's different. It shouldn't affect anyone but us. It's not attached to other ethical or moral problems.
So if you had different tastes in food or movies, sufficiently different that it caused any friction, would you change that?
Asked Raven. There was a sharpness to her voice, but I figured that she was also curious, trying to take some measure of how far I would actually go. Look, I'm a hypocrite, I said. I can admit that's what I am. But if I were to try to make some weak defense for my hypocrisy, it would be that a choice of what to eat or what to watch is hardly likely to rise to the level of actual dissatisfaction. Amaryllis hadn't said she was dissatisfied, and I wasn't sure that I would call myself dissatisfied either, but it was the relevant metric. It was still new. Maybe when the novelty wore off, I would feel differently,
You know as much as I do that life is filled with special circumstances.
said Raven.
We tell ourselves that it will be just this one time, and then it becomes a pattern.
How about this? I said. Let's say that somehow Amaryllis and I could average all our values. That wouldn't actually work, because it's not just values, it's how the spirit interacts with those values. But if we could, somehow, take the average of our spirits as well, I don't think that would be morally wrong to do. It would just be a question of whether it would be a good idea,
That was the endgame of the Second Empire.
said Raven. She had backed away from me slightly, retreating to the far end of the bed we were sitting on.
Induct new people. Take on their values as you force their values on them. It made it easier to work together when you could make sure that everyone actually valued the same things. And of course, things got sanded away. They weren't a hive mind, naturally. Their abilities didn't rise to that level, and they had no knowledge of spirit except by its absence. That's not the endgame for us. It can't be.
Okay, I said. But I already said that I was planning to be a hypocrite. I'll just change this one thing about myself, and even if the same logic makes sense for other things, I won't do them. Besides, I'm the one with the problem. I'm the one who can't just accept things the way they are. I wasn't even sure that was true, since it was possible that I would adapt. Humans were famously adaptable. Raven turned away from me for a moment. You were never tempted, I asked. You never thought about your attraction to Uther, especially after he was gone, and thought that you'd have been better off without it,
Don't make this about me.
said Raven, turning back to glare at me. I'm not saying that you should have, I said. I'm just asking. You were saying that people went to soul mages to alter things about themselves. I'm sure sometimes it was unrequited love. That had to have happened, right? And I'm wondering whether you, at the equivalent of 14 or 15, ever thought about having that done to you,
I had too much marking my soul.
said Raven.
30 years I was with Uther. It left scars.
I nodded. I still hadn't looked into her soul, and didn't plan to, because there was a chance there were things in there that could hurt me. It wasn't just the memetics and anti-memetics that she'd been exposed to. It was almost certain that Uther had installed whatever defenses he could. But you did think about it. I did, said Raven. She got up from the bunk and stayed facing away from me. For a moment, I thought that this was where I was going to get a monologue from her, but instead, she just left. Shit, I said to myself. I tried to imagine the speech that I'd thought she might have given. You see, Juniper, we can't just cut out our bad feelings. That's treating the symptom, not the cause. If you ignore that cause, all you'll do is manufacture pain down the road. These feelings need to be struggled with, worn down, and finally, bested. It's through struggle that we become better than we were. It's through that pain, sweat, and emotional labor that we grow as people. Beyond that, soul magic is the mutilation and eventual death of the self. You know that, because you have had every opportunity to alter yourself, and refused. You felt it when Fen died. You didn't cut or even dampen those emotions, because you knew that it would be a betrayal of who you were. Maybe that was what she would have said. Maybe it was just my own arguments. It rang false to me, at least in this situation. I lay in bed ruminating for a bit, then got up and went out of the room, on deck. Raven was nowhere to be seen, and Amaryllis and Grack were still in conversation elsewhere in the ship. Our party was so small. I missed Polita, as strange as that thought was. I missed Valencia. I missed Fen too, obviously, though if she were to come back to life, it would cause all kinds of interesting problems. I waited for a beat, but she didn't appear. Someday the narrative was going to work in my favor.
Doing well?
Asked Captain Bonnie, clasping me on the back and standing beside me on the railing to look out on the lands below us.
There's something that I'll say for you. I always have nice weather when I'm ferrying you about.
I'm a water mage, I said.
That would do it.
Our captain said with a nod. Her hand was still on my back.
You'll protect us if anything goes wrong, won't you?
Sure, I said. Nothing is going to go wrong, though. Maybe I said it because I wanted a fight, or maybe I said it because I wanted something to distract me. In either case, it wasn't much more than 2 minutes later that a big black bird flew up to where we were and landed on the railing of the underline.
Go on, shoo,
Yelled Bonnie, who had elected not to move from my side, though she'd dropped her hand. The bird turned and looked at me, then cocked its head to the side nearly 90 degrees.
Don't appear!
It screeched at me. Bonnie bolted, moving faster than I would have expected, and I very casually popped my sword from the ring on my finger. I was unarmored, which was a problem, but I'd grabbed my bandolier, the crown, my pistol, along with all my rings. "Hello, little bird," I said, trying to keep my voice gentle. I was multi-threading, sending an alert to the others with vibration magic through the walls, which I could only do in a very crude way.
Don't appear! We're coming!
It screeched, turning its head the other way. The question was whether or not to attack the bird, and I held off. I was anxious more than afraid, but this was coming out of left field, and I really liked to know what I was up against before blindly charging in. Maybe this was the famed exploding messenger bird of the Acklith Highlands. I had no idea. There was a burst of dried leaves from the center of the ship, and it sank slightly beneath my feet in a very disconcerting way. I brought my sword up for a parry, but parried only leaves, and saw what it was through the crown, before I saw anything with my own eyes. Standing in the center of the schooner was an enormous six-eyed doe, and beside it, a small Krantech teenager. "Is this your jackdaw?" I asked Solace, pointing at the bird with my sword.
"I don't own it, no,"
she said.
"but I did send it as a messenger."
"You couldn't have had it open with, 'This is Solace'?" I asked. "You had to damn near give me a heart attack?"
"It's an art, not a science,"
said Solace, frowning at me. "And why now?" I asked.
What in the fuck?
Shouted Captain Bonnie.
Explain to me why there's a giant deer on this ship.
"They're friends," I said.
Yes,
she said, voice still raised.
I got that from how you were talking to them. But that damned crow took a year off my life.
"It's a jackdaw," I said, "and that's the last remaining locust on Erb."
That crow is a locust?
Asked Bonnie, frowning at me and glancing at the jackdaw with a skeptical look. "No, the deer," I said. Bonnie looked at the locust, perhaps taking some time to register that it had 6 eyes.
Right, that makes more sense. Look, I'm going to go back to captaining this ship. This is too much for me.
She stalked off. From what I knew of her, captaining the ship mostly meant chatting with the crew, as there wasn't much to do when the sailing was smooth, which it always was, because I had a good enough handle on the weather.
"Solace!"
Amaryllis exclaimed as she came out of the cabin she'd been in with Grack. "You came?" Solace gave her a nod.
The locust had recovered enough from the rupture, and I had no real ability to stop it.
She looked at Grack and gave him a smile that quickly faded. "Just visiting?" I asked.
"I don't know,"
Solace replied, looking at the locust. I was watching the two of them. The whole time I'd known it, the doe had been stuck in the bottle, unable to move beyond the bounds, and now that it was out and about, I could tell that Solace was wishing it wasn't. Maybe that was because we weren't really in the domain, though that was a definitional quibble that I didn't think Solace would go for. I could admit that there were safer places than a few 100 feet off the ground, but I was still happy to see the doe. "You'll be here a bit?" I asked. Solace looked at the doe, then nodded.
"I think so,"
she said. "Good," I replied. "I assume Amaryllis had been keeping you apprised of what's been going on."
"She's been giving dispatches,"
said Solace. "We could have used you a bit earlier," I said. "I would understand not wanting to bring the locusts into an EZ, but we were planting a garden, and it would have been nice to have your help. Not even in terms of magic. It would have been nice to have someone with a focus on helping things to grow."
"I've been busy getting things in order,"
said Solace.
"Amaryllis and I have talked about having the first of the applicants come into the locust's domain soon. Not wanderers, obviously, but as close as we can come."
"Do you mind if I talk to the locusts?" I asked.
"Of course not,"
said Solace. She looked over at Grack.
If you have time for a word?
He nodded, and they went off together, leaving me and Amaryllis alone with the locust, or as alone as it was possible to be on a schooner.
How did things go with Raven?
Asked Amaryllis. Poorly, I said. I failed a SOC check.
Oh?
Asked Amaryllis.
I brought up her unrequited love for Uther.
I said.
Ah,
Said Amaryllis.
by way of comparison to our situation?
Yes,
I said. I was sometimes still surprised by how quick she was.
she left before we were really done talking. I don't think she liked the idea of me using soul modification on myself.
I reached forward and patted the doe on her flank. She was looking out across the lands we were crossing over.
On yourself?
Asked Amaryllis.
To cut down my sex drive,
I said.
or rather, sexual attraction, or both.
Are you just being contrary?
Asked Amaryllis. I looked over at her.
No,
I said.
I'm offering the obvious solution, and if you think that it's more obvious for you to be the one to change, then that's something that we should talk about as a couple.
You mean as a fake couple?
Asked Amaryllis. I looked at her, and she was giving me a raised eyebrow.
Oh,
Obviously, I said.
No, I'm not under some delusion that you have feelings for me, and I hope you're not under the delusion that I have feelings for you. Sorry, I should have been more precise in my wording. That's something that we should talk about as though we were a couple, so that we can keep our stories straight.
I wasn't sure why I enjoyed this so much. Maybe it was the way she smiled at me,
Juniper, this is serious.
said Amaryllis, but she was still smiling.
We can talk about it later.
I said.
But if you think that you're going to whip the votes and then hold a meeting while I've got my pants down, so to speak.
Amaryllis laughed at that. It was rare that I got a laugh from her, and the turn of phrase hadn't been intentional, but it was nice to hear. She had a pretty laugh.
It wasn't that funny,
I said as she kept laughing.
Just the image of it?
She said, chuckling to herself.
Well,
I said.
As I was saying, you're in for the political fight of your life.
Against Juniper Smith.
She said, laughing again, harder this time.
I'll deal with you later,
I said, giving her a scowl.
I wanted to spend some time with the locusts.
I was surprised to find that was actually true. I had a particular locust mood, one I tried to put myself in, which was partly Juniper as artist, or Juniper as dream being. What with the ping-ponging we were doing between exclusion zones, it had been quite a bit of time since I had seen the locust.
Can I stay?
Asked Amaryllis.
Sure,
I said.
just don't think systematized thoughts.
Is that a hard and fast rule?
Asked Amaryllis, smiling at me.
All right,
I said.
I changed my mind. I don't want you here. You're being too silly. Has anyone ever told you that?
Never in my life.
Said Amaryllis with a happy smile. She came forward and kissed me on the lips, then walked away without another word.
So that's been going on.
I said to the locust.
Amaryllis with clones can be weird sometimes. I think her strategy, as much as I can figure it, is to compress a lot of the relaxation and stress reduction that she would normally get into a single instance of herself. It's kind of great.
I was hoping that it was a glimpse of how she would be once the universe had no more problems in it.
How have you been?
The locust snorted, then turned to look out at the land we were traveling over.
Yeah,
I said.
out of the bottle, into the,
I had really thought that my brain was going to come up with a great metaphor there.
So,
I said.
You're out and about, and if you want to, when it's safe, you can see more of the world than I reckon you could when you were at the height of your being.
I was patting its flank and watching it as it looked out past the ship. After a bit, it lay down and rested its head on the railing of the ship.
These,
I said, pointing out at the forest we were crossing.
These are the shrieking forests of Perlon. The trees down there will let out a shrill yell at anything that tries to eat or damage them. An individual tree isn't very loud, but if you set off one, you set off all the others. and at that point, you could be killed by the sound if you were in the thick of it. Well, maybe not you, but a mortal for sure. For all that, it's a pretty nice and peaceful place, if you don't disturb the trees. People are really of different minds about it. Those who like the forests tend to call them the silent forests of Perlin, instead of the shrieking forests.
They're aspens,
said Grack, who had come over, his talk with Solace apparently concluded.
Also, I've never heard of Perlin.
Hey,
I said.
Sometimes I like to talk to the locusts like that, about things that could be true. I was just saying whatever came off the top of my head. It's an easier mode of talking, where I'm wondering out loud what kind of strange and mystical wonders this world might contain.
I see,
said Grack.
Do you need privacy?
Privacy on this ship is a bit of a luxury,
I said.
Did you want to talk?
A bit,
he said.
Mute us.
Already done?
I sighed. The party was smaller, but sometimes it still seemed to have a lot of people.
Amaryllis had a long talk with me last night,
said Grack.
Did she now?
I replied. 2 of her clones were aboard the ship with us, and I wondered how many long talks she'd had last night.
She wishes to modify her soul,
said Grack.
She wants to experience sexual desire for your benefit.
Right,
I said.
And your answer was?
I think it is better for you two to work through it,
said Grack.
There are also other solutions. It is not my relationship, though. I gave tacit approval.
Oh,
I said. He shrugged.
You have your own say,
he said.
If it is something you both want, I will not stand in the way. If you do not want it, she will not do it.
True,
I said.
I'm undecided.
I cleared my throat.
How are things with you and Solace?
This was my first time seeing her since we were in Poran,
said Grack.
Ah,
I said.
Right. No letters to each other through the fourfold flask?
No,
said Grack.
That is not the relationship we have.
I was silent for a bit.
I'm not fully comfortable with that relationship,
I said.
That's a me problem, not a you problem. I'll own up to it, just being me, not trying hard enough to either put myself in your shoes or correct for my, intuitions or biases or whatever. But if you need someone to talk to...
I appreciate that, Juniper,
said Grack.
But you're not going to take me up on it?
I asked.
Look, whatever it is that my hang-up is, I can get over it. It's not well-formed, it's just, when I was growing up on Earth, we had a lot of taboos against people of wildly different ages dating. So the whole reincarnation business is triggering some part of that programming, even if it's not really applicable. And as far as gender goes, Maka was not a gender, so far as Kansas was concerned.
It was tempting to call Grack non-binary, as that was technically accurate, but to me that implied some level of gender divergence or nonconformity, which was not the case for him. He was a fairly average dwarf. There were long Groglier words for sexual preference, and by that system he would probably have been Ogorikiated, but that didn't map very cleanly into Anglish, and the cultural connotations were complicated, especially because they would have been different depending on which dwarf hold you were talking about.
Solace is comfortable,
said Grack.
She brings affection and aggression to our relationship. She doesn't love me. I don't love her. We are friends who share a bed.
I said.
Which is fine in the short term, but you want a pair bond?
I do,
replied Grack.
There is a sadness in momentary things that will always be momentary. I am trying my best not to be sad.
The adventuring makes it difficult to find other options,
I said.
It is not a problem I need solved,
said Grack.
Okay,
I said.
I was just trying to think of a solution, I guess.
Surely dwarves had some kind of matchmaking system. I knew that cross-pollination between dwarf holds was relatively common, and even read one of Grack's books that was specifically about a romance between 2 dwarfs, one from a foreign dwarf hold, in an arranged marriage. but it had skipped over the actual mechanics of how that match had been made. Because it uncritically glorified arranged marriage, Grack had issues with the book, but he'd lent it to me after a conversation we'd had about Amaryllis, on the theory that it might help me to understand the institution a bit better.
I know,
said Grack.
Is your way to think of solutions to problems which do not require you.
Well, if you need to talk,
I said.
And if you need a break, like a week or a month where we go without you.
You would die,
said Grack.
Maybe, maybe not,
I said.
It was just a thought.
Once you have won the game, you can make me a heaven,
said Grack.
I can wait until then.
That weirded me out, but I said nothing, because that was the end game. I hoped that it would be soon, but who knew how much fucking shit there would be to get through? After not too much more time with me and the Locust, Grack left us alone, and I decided to go on about some of the completely fictitious creatures below us to the Locust, who perked up a bit at my descriptions. I was using up some of the creativity that I would need for making inktads later in the day, but it was more fun than doing yet another piece of kit, because, at least so far, ink magic didn't allow me to create flora, fauna, or other neat bits of world building. After some time, Solace returned to us and laid her hand gently against the Locust, who huffed at her.
It's time,
said Solace.
This is your domain, but it is also not.
I said nothing. It was fine by me if the Locust stayed on the underline, or if it went back, but it was good to know that we had a Deus Ex Dominia on hand in case things got really out of hand. On balance, I preferred going in with the smaller group, knowing that if the shit ever really hit the fan, we had backup. Every dangerous thing we did, there was a chance that we would have to use Bethel or Valencia as a safety net of sorts. Of the 4 shot glasses, 1 was with us, 1 was with Amaryllis in Anglesyn, 1 was with Amaryllis in Poran, and the last had been sent to Valencia.
Please,
said Solace. I took a moment and used the crown of eyes to see what the world was like to the Locust. It was a wild abstraction of where and what we actually were, everyone on the airship floating upon a cloud instead, gliding over a vibrant, fantastical landscape. Some of the people, crewmen I thought, were only vague cloud impressions in humanoid shape, doing nameless work to make sure the cloud would keep moving. Everyone else was there with us, though, all represented through Locust logic. Amaryllis and her clones were a skulk of foxes, mildly threatening in their posture. I was a tall and mighty stag, which I liked. Grack was a moss-grown boulder, and Raven was a literal raven, though that impression abstraction was a bit less clear to me, and being really uncharitable, maybe the Locust was just confused. Most striking was Solace, though. She wasn't her teenage self. She was a hag, stooped and withered. She was holding onto a rope, which was tied around the neck of the Locust. I didn't have much time to take that in, though, because they both disappeared, taking my view with them. An elevated monologue. Chapter 2, 107. An elevated monologue. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Thulura Jepson. I had no idea what, if anything, there was to do about Solace and the Locust. I had no idea how the Locust had seen their relationship before the unbottling, before the resurrection, or at any other point. And maybe the metaphor that I was seeing was just a thin slice of time, the Locust picturing Solace as being mean by wanting to go away. Their relationship wasn't one of child and parent, but there had definitely been times when I thought my parents were fascists. Surely the Locust was the one who could control whether or not they went. I talked about what I'd seen with the rest of the party, Raven, after we'd had a day away from each other, even going so far as to send a letter to Valencia. But the feedback I got in return wasn't all that helpful. We needed more data and would monitor the situation, but it didn't necessarily mean anything. And even if it did mean something, it wasn't like we could actually intervene, except by talking to Solace. There were more important things on our plate. Our communication with the Dorises was via Entad, one that we'd taken from Larkspur ages and ages ago, which the Dorothy's still had the other end of. Thankfully, they had held on to it, and their reckless duplication of it hadn't substantially harmed our ability to use it for tracking communication. As far as long-distance communication Entads went, it was pretty fucking neat. It allowed two users to think map data at each other, while also enhancing their power to think in terms of maps. It took the form factor of a large pocket watch, almost too big for a pocket, which showed a map that could be pinched and pulled through smartphone-like touch controls. In this way, two people on opposite sides of the hex could communicate by looking at the same place and annotating it with whatever they wanted to say. If you had something to add to that map, you could just think at it and fill in some details, including a bunch of different overlays. What it was for wasn't always a question that you could answer with Entads, but my guess was that it was largely meant for reporting back on. Exploration missions, rather than what we were using it for. Captain Blue in the Bottle was deep underground, which was awkwardly marked on the Entid map by elevation arrows attached to topological lines and a heat map. The Entad was great, but it worked best in 2 dimensions, and for Captain Blue in the Bottle, that simply wasn't the case. "I'm really thinking about the social approach," I told the group on our last day on the ship. Things with Raven were rocky, but the talk about soul editing had been put on hold for the time being, and the understanding that there was no real urgency to any of it was helping, at least in my opinion.
You know we effectively killed him, right?
Asked Amaryllis. There were 3 of her at the meeting, which was a bit unusual, since normally she kept her selves separated. The primary version of her was the one doing most of the talking, and identifiable by the Entads she wore, Sable chief among them. We called her Primary. The other 2 were Secondary and Tertiary. They wore color-coded clothes, with reds for the original, pink for second, and white for third, mostly so that people could keep them straight, though the syncs were common, and the differences between them mostly in the moment-to-moment. "We didn't kill him," I said. "He's still definitely alive, or at least undead."
What's the social plan then?
Asked Raven.
How are we going to talk him into being good? Or on the path to good?
I said. "Okay, so let's take as a given that Captain Blue in the Bottle is redeemable, that there's some solution which results in him voluntarily, or I guess maybe through force, deciding that he's going to stop being a douchebag, release all his zombies, and then stick to the less problematic version of necromancy, which would still make him a multimillionaire. So far as I see it, the problem with him isn't that he's prioritizing money over pain and suffering, or that he's a horrible despot. It's that idiotic proclamation that he made once he'd been found out. Like, let's say that Elisha Blue's whole life has been set up as an object lesson for me. What does that lesson entail?"
This seems like a bad way to approach the problem,
said Grack, frowning. "Well, sure," I said. "And yes, it would have been better to have done this before our first time into the EZ. I'm just saying, look, he wrote this whole thing about how the world was shit, how they'd keep buying from him anyway, how no one actually cared. That wasn't the right play from a PR standpoint. It was obviously not the play, but it was what he did anyway."
Are you back on the narrative train?
Asked Primary. "No," I replied. "Just acknowledging that certain things are possible for me that might not otherwise be possible for anyone else, and not because of the game layer. I'm not even approaching it like I'm trying to figure out what the Dungeon Master might want from me. I'm trying to see Captain Blue in the Bottle as maybe being just a guy, albeit one who ended up in extreme circumstances. I'm trying to see if that framing holds, and if it works."
You think that most people would do as he did?
Asked Grok. "I think that his failures are human failures," I said. "They're amplified, obviously, and extreme. I'm just thinking about that letter he wrote, and what was going through his head. If he really honestly believed that it didn't matter whether he was engaging in what was effectively torture on a mass scale, he should have kept his mouth shut, made some denials, or offered a reframing. Instead, he blamed everyone else, and he did it publicly. It was important for him to shift the wrongdoing onto others, to deny that this was anything other than how the world had been set up to betray him.
So we tell him that it was his fault?
Asked Grack, raising an eyebrow. I don't know, I said. I drummed my fingers on the table. I'm just trying to get inside his head. Even if there's no social option, it might still be helpful in some other way. One of the things that doesn't show up in his biographies, probably because they didn't know, is when he found out that there were still people living inside the bodies that he was using. It seems like a vital question to me, and the assumption is that he knew from the start, but there's no evidence backing that up. It's all implication.
Would that really be better?
Asked Raven.
If we entertain the notion that he didn't know until that initial report was published. Juniper, he's keeping 500,000 people locked into their unmoving bodies just as a safeguard against enemy action, ready to doom them to the hells.
Yeah, I said. I know, he's a monster. But I do think it makes a difference. Like if he knew right from the start and decided that he was going to go ahead with it, and damn the pain he was inflicting so long as he could make products on the cheap, then yes, I would say that there's a good chance that he can't be talked out of being who he is. On the other hand, imagine that he invented this process and didn't realize why it was excluded, but tried to make the best of being the only practitioner of his magic, building up his empire, not realizing that there were people inside those bodies after all. Imagine that he doesn't find out until the day that the paper runs the story, then has to do some quick experimental work himself to figure out whether it's actually true. And it slowly dawns on him that, yes, actually, he's spent decades working these bodies to the bone, and there are people trapped inside.
You're telling yourself a story,
said Grack. I am, I admitted. I really, fully admit that. But if there's any chance that we can take the non-violent path here, I'm trying to think about what that path might look like. We don't need to consider those worlds where he's irredeemable. We need to consider the ones where there's some set of words that will turn him. If anyone has any guesses about what those worlds might look like and how we might prepare for them, I'm all ears.
It's good to see you newly energized,
said Primary. Her voice was very calm, and the clones were giving me sympathetic looks. But in this hypothetical, Captain Blue in the Bottle's reaction to being told that he had spent decades doing something he thought was good, but was actually unconscionable, was to loudly declare that no, it was justified. Then, when that didn't help him, he decided that he would further commit to his course of action, changing absolutely nothing except to double down on the torture. I don't think we can redeem him in this or any other world. I'm trying to think of how to put this, I said. Let's say that you find out you did something bad. You see yourself as a good person, so obviously there's an internal struggle. Sometimes, in some people, that struggle doesn't end up with you copping to having done something bad. Sometimes, to preserve your self-identity, you start to make up excuses. You say, oh, but I'm a good person, so obviously the things that look bad are actually good. You cling to flimsy evidence in favor of you, and try to poke holes in solid evidence against you. And then you commit to those ways of thinking, because they're a defense mechanism. They're what lets you keep looking at yourself in the mirror without wanting to blow your head off with a shotgun. I was getting some looks. I did things that were bad on Earth, I said. And I've done worse on Erb. There have been times that I've succumbed to doubling down on bad behavior.
Trying to see yourself in monsters is unhealthy,
said Grack. Well, I guess I can't argue with that, I said. Or I can, but I won't.
And to be clear, you're not arguing that Captain Blue in the Bottle is good?
Asked Raven. I leaned back for a moment, trying to think about how to phrase it. Amaryllis, can you help translate?
If I understand right, you think that there is, if not redemption for Captain Blue in the Bottle, then at least some understanding we might arrive at before killing him,
said Primary.
Do you regret killing Onion?
No, I said. But I do wish I'd understood him better, and I think we could have avoided a fair bit of pain and suffering if I had. Or, even if not that, then at least it would have been a chance to take something from it, to learn and to grow. If all we ever do is walk into places where there are some people who need to die, and then we kill them. I trailed off.
Then we'll power up enough that we might be able to squeak past Fellseed,
said Primary.
We'll meet Uther, then somehow elevate you to godhood. That's our long-term goal. There doesn't need to be any lesson taken from any of it, unless you think that's the path to godhood, which is certainly a theory.
Not everyone can be redeemed, Juniper.
Said Raven.
Not everyone can even be understood. Some of the people Uther killed, we could barely fathom the reasons for their evil. There are truly alien monsters out there, beings whose methods of thought you can barely make sense of.
Elisha Blue is human, I said. We should be ready to kill him, but I'd at least like some insight into how he got to where he is now, and if it's possible for us to put in some social effort, I think we should do it.
I don't have any argument with that,
said Primary. She turned to look at Grak. So long as Grak can protect us.
Void is difficult to deal with,
he said. He was right. It was kind of funny that something that had been a threat right from the beginning was still a threat this far in. Everything else, I will do my best. We talked some more after that, particularly about what we thought Blue in the Bottle's contingencies looked like and what specific form his immortality took. We didn't know for certain whether the body we'd killed was a puppet, a wind-up doll, or something else. My contention that he had a phylactery somewhere had been met with skepticism from the others when I'd brought it up following our first encounter, which was sensible, since the only reason you would expect it was because he had many of the hallmarks of lichdom. Liches weren't even a thing that existed on Erb anymore, not since Uther's time, and they'd been a totally different phenomenon. Per Raven, almost a year of Uther's time, spent on a bad lichen pun. The underline landed just outside of Necrolaborum, this time moving faster, as we were presumably unwelcome. The ship took off as soon as we were on the ground, back to safer environs, waiting for us to give a signal so that we could be picked up. The plan, such as it was, started with us finding the entrance to the underground complex that the captain was presumed to have, based on his probable location. The worst-case scenario was that there was no connection to the surface at all, and we would have to tunnel down to him, but we were prepared for that. I had been busy making inktads on the ship. Like rune magic, ink magic was best if you had quite a bit of time to prepare, since that would let you make the strongest results that were most applicable to your situation. Most of the stuff I'd made for the Doris EZ had been completely useless, since I had thought that we would need crowd control and area of effect magic, but since we hadn't actually had to go up against a clone tide, except a few brief moments in the market which Grak had solved, they'd gone unused. There had been a really neat gun that got better the more people were around, and I hadn't used it a single time. Heck, I had gotten through the whole EZ without killing a single Doris. For Captain Blue in the Bottle, I was most worried about undead warriors, the kind of implacable killing machines that would be hard to take down no matter what magic I used, so I had thought long and hard about it, and then gone whole hog on burning out nervous systems. That was frighteningly high eye level, meaning that I couldn't quite manage it without some serious limitations, which I put in place as requiring charge-up time, discharge time, close contact, and precise positioning. The end result was 3 pieces of kit. One was a glove that could do nerve damage to whatever it touched or kill outright by scorching through the nerve system if I could have a hand on someone's neck or skull for long enough. Another was a dagger that could pulse outward from wherever it was planted, targeting the nerve specifically. The third was a net, which, instead of burning through nerves, would draw them out instead, literally pulling them from the body that was trapped beneath the fibers. That third one was weaker, too derivative of the first, but I was hoping that it would be good for a single use. I hadn't been able to solve the issue of him being underground with inktads, though. If we had to tunnel down 400 feet to where the Dorises were saying Blue was, that would almost certainly mean calling in Bethel, and no one wanted to do that, least of all me. We had not, however, removed that option from the table. The first guards we saw raised their weapons, then dropped them almost immediately at a signal from one of the zombies in their midst. The weapons were set on the ground, and then the group walked toward us with hands raised. "Ah, shit," I said. "I didn't like this."
Mr. and Mrs. Smith
said one of the guards with a nod. "The captain would like you to come with us,"
We decline,
said Amaryllis. "If there's talking to be done, we can do it here, out in the open." The guards looked at each other. They both looked frightfully young. The zombie between them was staring straight at us. I was pretty sure that the captain could see through the zombies, and maybe even talk through them. It had, after all, given them a signal.
Wait here,
said one of the guards. He trotted away, leaving us standing awkwardly in a field. I was extending vibration magic as far as it would go, draining my internal stores of power to do so. I was worried about snipers, or if not snipers, then bombs, or if not bombs, then something else. Obviously, bombs and snipers could both be stopped by either still magic or Grax wards. But I wasn't about to pretend that just because I was grossly overpowered meant that I was immune to everything. I had been disabused of that notion very thoroughly by this point. We waited for about 10 tense minutes, and eventually, the manservant, Terence, came to meet us.
My apologies,
he said with a bow. The captain had wished to speak with you in person, and it hadn't been anticipated that you would accept the offer, but decline to move. Our primary concern is taking out his hostages, I said. Any help that you can give us with that, with or without his permission, is appreciated. We have his location now. It's going to be over within 24 hours. We debated what to tell the civilians, and decided on the truth. It would be better for the captain to be hit with a blitz, but we didn't have the capabilities to blitz straight into the ground.
I can't tell you because I don't know,
said Terence, keeping his voice stiff. That's okay, I said. Can you tell me where the entrance to the underground portion of the city is? His eyes flicked to the side, looking to the other members of the party. There are many ways for this to go, Terence. So far as I'm concerned, you're an innocent in all of this. I don't want to rip your memories out of your skull or break your fingers. But I will. This was an exaggeration. There was a chance that I would need to soul-fuck him, though. He trembled.
There's an elevator shaft in the manor,
he said.
But that's where I was instructed to bring you in the first place.
Lead the way, I said. He moved awkwardly as he took us to the manor. It was a trap. It had to be. And while I could blame Blue in the Bottle for a lot of stuff, I wouldn't have blamed him for trying to lure us into a trap to kill us. Him being underground was really, really unfortunate, because even if we were carving our own path through the rock to him, he had plenty of chances to bunker. It was a bad situation, to be sure. I was iffy on going down the elevator with Terence, but it would depend on what we saw and what I thought our chances looked like. Everything was pretty much exactly as we'd left it. There were all the same guards, which I was watching closely, and the same zombies, going about their tasks. Some of them were, now that I had a chance for a closer look, obviously scripted, just as Grack had said. Captain Blue in the Bottle was a showman, and he'd set things up so that visitors could see the labor on display. It was sickening to think that there was still a person inside them, looking out through dead eyes as their body raked the same small group of leaves on repeat, just in case someone walked by. I was trying to keep some sympathy and understanding for Elisha Blue, but it was difficult when faced with this madness. Maybe it really was that he just didn't give a shit about the pain and suffering of others. But there was a chance that he had this alternate reality constructed for himself, one where this suffering was by consent, or the inevitable product of an unjust world. There was a chance that he could be disabused of what notions he had.
He knows more than he says.
Amaryllis signed to me in Gimb. She had been watching Terence.
There's a good end here,
said Amaryllis aloud. That good end is that the captain agrees to stand down and release his 500,000 hostages. He agrees to practice a lesser form of necromancy, one which doesn't require the suffering of the souls. If there's anything at all, that you can tell us, now would be the time.
He doesn't tell anyone very much,
said Terence as he led us into the manor itself. The museum was still there, with exhibits still running. Tell us about the facility down below, I said.
I don't know anything,
said Terence. There was a hitch in his voice. I felt bad about saying that I would rip out his memories and break his fingers. I would feel considerably less bad if my saying that in some small way helped to alleviate the pain and suffering of 500,000 people.
Was it made by Entad?
Asked Grack. There is no visible fill. He was right. If you were building underground, you needed to put all that stuff you excavated somewhere, and there was no corresponding hill or mountain. It was the kind of thing that the Empire of Common Cause occasionally looked for, thinking that it might give a hint about where he was hiding the hostages.
I don't know,
said Terence. It's like a normal building down there. Please don't hurt me.
What are the walls like?
Asked Grack. This was the point in any D&D game where someone's minor bonus to a little-used skill finally came in handy.
There's smooth stone,
said Terence. The pipes and wires are on the outside. He has an office that's nicer. That's the only place I've gone. Are there other entrances? I asked.
I don't know,
Terence replied. His lip was trembling. Please, I don't know. I had unfortunately miscalibrated my threats, it seemed. Probably if I had kept intimidation as a skill, I would have figured out some way to give him the right understanding of what I considered to be at stake, and to motivate him to be forthright with us.
It's okay,
said Amaryllis. Her voice was smooth and gentle. We just want to know what we're walking into. That gentle voice was undercut by both her armor, which had a plethora of spikes coming from it, and from the sword she was carrying in her hand. She had more Entad support than any of us, given how much of the Angelsin stash was usable by her and her alone. There were no less than 16 different swords that could be pulled from Sable at a moment's notice, 3 pistols, 2 rifles, and other, more exotic weapons. I was scared of her, and based on our sparring, there was no way that she could beat me in a straight fight.
There will be guards,
said Terence. He doesn't use people down there, because people have needs. Is it a facility for making zombies? I asked.
I don't know,
said Terence, voice raising. I don't know what's down there.
It's all right,
said Amaryllis. We don't expect you to know, but it's important that we have every advantage that we can get going into this.
Well, I don't know,
replied Terence, his voice soft. I glanced at Amaryllis, and she gave me a nod. She was no Valencia, but she thought that he was telling the truth. I felt bad for having a kid mixed up in all this. Kid was how I thought of him, though he wasn't more than a year or 2 younger than I was. I resolved to make sure he was taken care of once this was all over. Clearly he knew things, and we would need to ask him questions, but we weren't going to deal with Blue in the Bottle and then leave this place without any leadership, even if we did have to kill the captain. Terence led us through the manor, and I was feeling particularly paranoid. There were lots of zombies around, standing guard, watching us. I could see through their eyes, which were tracking our movements. Void weapons were the only thing that I was worried about, but I was worried about them. Amaryllis had inch-thick sheets of steel inside Sable that she could pop out. I could set my elemental armor to thick iron plate, and I had not only the ability to parry Void, but could track eye movement and attention to see where a shot was likely to go, the better to dodge. I was still nervous. If the captain had rigged up a Void bomb, or a set of them, somewhere inside the manor, well, that would be a problem. I had expected the elevator to be small, barely capable of fitting us all in it. But no, it was a freight elevator, big enough to fit a car. I didn't like the level of engineering that had obviously gone into it. It spoke to the importance of this place and the amount of resources that had been poured into Blue in the Bottle's enterprise. I wondered when elevators had been invented on Erb, and when this one had been installed, and who the captain had gotten to do it. Elevators needed maintenance. Did Blue just train up his own elevator repair technicians? I was thinking about all those questions because I was nervous. A freight elevator like this had implications for what we would find down there. It was the kind of thing you would use for transporting heavy equipment or lots and lots of bodies. I reached out with water magic. I'd leveled it quite a bit since those initial lessons with my fake mom, but trying to use it to track people was still difficult work. Water magic worked on scale, with huge clouds and bodies of water, and people were, fundamentally, not what it was for. It was like trying to count grains of sand from 10 feet away. You could guess if they were all in a clump, but not be exact, because you couldn't see the individual grains. Here, it was complicated somewhat by the water table, which the underground complex was well below. Still, I could easily sense where the water wasn't, and make some kind of guess about numbers down there. Hundreds of thousands below us, I said. Maybe more. It was a whole fucking city. I couldn't count them, but I could feel them moving around, not the rows upon rows of stacked zombies that I had expected. I looked at Terrence. Do people come in and out of this place often? Almost never, said Terrence. Zombies come out sometimes. Wait, I said. They don't go in? I don't know, replied Terrence. Processing is done somewhere else. And he's inviting us down to see what he has going on, I asked. I don't know, said Terrence again. I've got a bad feeling about this, I said. It was like going down into the temple at Leo, but worse, because the pretense of normalcy and civility was so paper-thin, and the forces arrayed at the bottom of that elevator shaft were almost certainly incredibly dangerous. We had Grak, which meant protection, but I was worried, and not getting less worried as time went on. Go or no go? Asked Amaryllis. There were two main options, if the answer was no go. The first was facing down Perisev directly and telling her that it couldn't be done, and either enduring her wrath or trying to kill her. The second option was calling in Bethel, though the strongly worded advice from Valencia was that outcomes would be much, much better if we didn't approach Bethel with any immediate requests, and not until we could stomach her. Being, if not a part of the group, then a part of our lives. Go, I said. Please don't take me with you, said Terrence. Nah, you're fine. You can leave, I said. Almost as soon as the words were out of my mouth, he had taken off in an awkward run, leaving us alone in the manor save for all the zombies around us. I could see through their eyes. They were watching us, and that meant a strong chance that the captain was watching us too. Raven was the first into the freight elevator, looking calm and serene in her banded armor, not even seeming to mind that she was momentarily outside of Grak's mobile wards. He followed her, though, and I followed after, careful to stay as protected as possible. I had a single point in LUK, and I was hoping that the apprehension that I was feeling wasn't from that, because if it was, that would be a good sign to run. If the elevator had been enclosed, I probably would have opted for us to bail, but it was open, with metal grates showing the walls beyond it, and the top exposing the machinery that made the elevator go up and down. The floor was thick metal, which also made me feel better, because that would be an impediment to avoid attack from below. Maybe it was just that the market attack by the Dorises had rattled me more than I'd realized at the time. Getting shot in the head with a void rifle would kill me. It had happened before. The bit I was most suspicious about was a thin wire running up the side of the elevator car to the top of it, where there was a little box, and with a signal to Grak before we'd even touched the controls. I stepped up into the air using still magic and opened the box up, looking inside to confirm that there wasn't an errant void crystal there. It was just a speaker, though, one which sprang to life as soon as we began moving down. I had my sword drawn, ready to cut the line at the first unfamiliar word, ready to mute it. There were risks to letting him talk, but it was 400 feet down and slow going.
"The Finches told me you were coming,"
said Elisha Blue's voice through the tinny speaker.
Of fucking course they did,
said Amaryllis with a sigh. There's no microphone, I said. At least, not that I could see.
"I know more about the four of you than I did a week and a half ago,"
said the captain over the speaker.
"I pulled what strings are still available to me. If I were still under the veil of ignorance, I might boast that many have tried to kill me and all have failed, but I know you now for Uther's heir. By the balance of probability, it seems likely that this will be my final death. Uther was not in the habit of putting people to the sword and then finding at the last moment that they were talking sense."
He was, actually.
said Raven.
Maybe 20% of the time.
She was in her fighting stance, weapon drawn, but had a slightly bored look. I wondered how many villains' monologues she'd sat through.
"I must still do my best to convince you, of course,"
Blue continued.
"But failing that, someone will have to look after my enterprises here, either to dismantle them, as regrettable as that is, or to keep them going, if you so choose. I am, of course, in the face of my demise, bending the knee, fully and completely, surrendering without conditions or expectations. I do not anticipate that will sway you."
It does, actually, I said, frowning. Man, really wish we had a microphone.
"To start with, I did not know of the condition of the zombies until many years in," said Blue. "I knew that they retained something of their soul, of course, but in creating them I was working with something else, something that was not the soul, which was instead pathways of being, expressions of something higher, a missing element which the essentialists of the time had been seeking, shortly before their complete collapse at Lanquan. I had 20 factories fully staffed with zombies when the first whiff of something wrong came. There was an entad which tracked people, one that I had bought at great expense to have some surveillance of the zone, yet it showed each and every zombie as a person, where the earlier necromantic creations were invisible. Some testing to get to the bottom of this showed that this was consistent across many such entads, and some experts on entads I had brought in contended that this was due to some conceptual underpinnings of entadic function. The zombies were people in some respect, but neither alive nor dead. I had coined the term undead early in my career, but it would prove prophetic.
Uther coined it,
said Raven. Like hell he did, I said.
You must understand that it did not occur to me that they were experiencing anything, if it can even be said that they are, said Blue. It has long been the contention of my detractors that zombies experience life as we do, with the sole exception of being unable to control their own bodies. But this is far from a settled matter. We know of their suffering from two sources, the first being entads, which function according to their own dubious logic, and sometimes give false readings. The second source is from the hells, in those rare cases where a zombie is destroyed prior to its soul being bottled, something that I have never willingly allowed to happen, but which could not be prevented in the once common raids on my zone. The damned have memories of their time as zombies, and are afflicted by the conditions they have endured. For a long while I denied that evidence as well, coming as it did from the hells, but I deny it no more.
I was frowning at this monologue. Maybe this was a last-ditch effort at avoiding being put to the sword by me, but I wasn't sure that I bought his unconditional surrender. Villains, even redeemable villains, didn't just do that. It made sense to do if you learned that I had punched out a dragon. This wasn't true, but everyone was repeating it. But if Blue were sensible, I didn't think that it would have gotten to this.
It took me time to come to terms with what was happening,
Blue continued. The elevator was going really fucking slow, and I figured that was at least partly to give him time to say what he wanted to say. I wondered whether he had timed his speech and adjusted some gear ratios so that we would arrive at the bottom right when he finished.
And yet, once I looked at the zombies with a clear head, I was surprised to find that it all still made sense. The trade-off was taboo, but it was no different than other trades we make, with much less in the way of misty-eyed sentimentality. We accept small tortures in our lives, often in exchange for payments. People live with aching bones from their work, hands rubbed raw by labor, miner's lung, grocer's itch, scrivener's palsy, deformities inflicted by the physical strains of their occupation. Of late, retirement has become commonplace for the elderly, and the very language of that practice belies how people think of it. They talk about how that cessation of work is a reward for everything that they've put in. People do not want to work, but it is of necessity that they do.
We are only a third of the way down,
said Grack, glaring at the speaker.
What of consent, you might ask?
Blue continued.
I have not been so divorced from the outside world that I have not read the words of my detractors. They will claim that a man cannot consent to being stripped of his very will, that there is no possible way to justify what is, to some eyes, equivalent to slavery. Yet this is a simple question, that of whether we are capable of committing to some future from which we cannot escape. The answer, trivially, is that we are. A man is allowed to ruin himself in the gambling parlors. A woman is allowed to bear a child. And imperial doctrine, last I heard, was that there existed a legal right to suicide, and beyond that, a right to an eternity in the hells.
Technically,
Amaryllis began, and I was sure that she was about to quibble on that point, but we didn't have a microphone, and Blue continued on.
I have signed agreements from every single one of my zombies,
said Blue.
I've had them in place since the moment I was first certain that some existence persisted within those bodies. I have done my best to accommodate the moralists, to make costly concessions to their philosophical demands. People understand what it means to be trapped within their body, to feel minor pains, and they agree, as should be their right. I have done everything in my power, everything, to make sure that this process is done in a safe and ethical way, to prepare those people for what they will have to endure, and to minimize what they are still able to feel. The man-hours that have been spent on all this, the sheer cost of it, would make even the richest people in the world blush.
Doubt it, I said. I was seeing his game now. He wasn't going to void bomb us. He was going to talk us to death. Whining about how much it cost him wasn't particularly endearing, though.
It is a disagreement in philosophy that underlines this whole affair that has been the bane of my existence,
said Captain Blue in the bottle.
But more than that, it is simply my nature as someone who, the powers that be, feel that they can ignore. Do you believe that my harshest critics were crusaders? No, of course they were not. Instead, it was vested interests in a variety of places, laborers whose jobs were being threatened, politicians who felt that they could score a hit against someone far away, newspaper writers who saw a story they could tell, one with a villain at its heart. When the embargoes were placed, it was other captains of industry who benefited, their competition having been dealt a blow that went far outside the bounds of the free market. And these boycotts, which metastasized into embargoes, weren't done with any critical thinking at all, because that replacement of labor had to come from somewhere, and it came, in the end, from underdeveloped countries, those places where there were fewest protections in place for workers, where the pay would be as low as possible. I cannot say that it is better to be a zombie than to live and work in poverty, but that is because I don't believe such things can be compared. My detractors will make bald-faced claims otherwise, declaring it obvious that my way is the worst of the two. It allows them to feel a smug superiority when they purchase goods made by paying only the slightest sliver of an obol to a diligent and suffering worker.
Has the elevator slowed?
Asked Amaryllis. It was rock wall all around us, which the metal struts were bracing against. I was pretty sure that the question was rhetorical. We were all feeling like this was taking a lot longer than it should have.
There has, through human history, been a need for villains,
said Captain Blue in the Bottle. We have trouble with the complex, the nuanced, the gray. I have been smeared, backward and forward, not just because of what I have done, but even for those things which I am entirely innocent of. I doubt that I will convince you only through claims of my innocence. But for the record, I must address what has been said. It is true that I have hostages, zombies which have been set up and exist for no other purpose than to be damned in the event of my death. It is not true in the slightest that they are in perpetual agony. They have been pythed, their brains partially destroyed, their souls held in perpetual stasis. No one believes me, naturally, and I have so far gotten no one to come in for confirmation. I frowned at that. His hostages were a major point against Captain Blue in the Bottle, and it didn't terribly surprise me that he had an answer for it.
It is also true that people have been damned in the course of my experiments,
Blue continued on.
But I should stress that it is always against my will, and in spite of every effort I had made in order to ensure that it would not happen. They make me out to be a monster, of course, saying that I engaged in cruel and malicious experimentation, which supposedly happened either as I was doing my initial research into the creation of the zombies, to ensure my own immortality, or in the wake of the allegations against me. It's a difficult thing to prove, of course, that I didn't do any untoward research, especially as I have done all manner of other research. Do you know who people depend upon in order to make these allegations? Devils. An infernoscope pointed at a devil will show you only what that devil wants you to see.
How long can he keep talking?
Asked Amaryllis.
This is a test by the Dungeon Master, a test of our patience.
She kept speaking even as Blue continued on.
Can we acknowledge that half of what he's saying is utter horseshit? He's trying to muddy the waters and give us some excuse not to kill him, but he would have been better off just keeping his fucking mouth shut.
We do not have much of this left,
said Grack, also speaking over Blue. I still think that he's, if not redeemable, then someone we don't have to kill, I said. He has different ideas about what's right and what's wrong, and he's made a hell of a lot of excuses for himself. But if he's placing his neck on the chopping block, not killing him is going to be complicated. He had started in on some sex stuff, addressing the issue of zombie brothels, ick, and I stopped for only a moment to listen and confirm that was about what I thought it was, before continuing on. Look, I'm not saying that he's a good guy, I'm saying that there's a path of some kind, and if this is something that represents too much evil for us to... Oh, Jesus Christ, shut up about the brothels.
Mute him?
Asked Raven, and with a sigh, I complied. Muting things certainly wasn't the most mind-blowing application of vibration magic, but it did seem to be the one that I used the most often. I kept an ear on him, trying to juggle my threads while still staying on guard.
Juniper, what's the tip of the spear, if and when we do talk to him? What's the plan of attack?
He's already said that he gives up, I said. We get the locations of all his stored zombies so that they can be spiked as the first thing we do. Obviously, that's going to take some time and some manpower, and there's no way of knowing whether he's telling the truth or not about whether we've got them all. But if he's going to give up his insurance, which frankly doesn't insure anything, that's a point in his favor as someone who can be suffered to live. We replace his government entirely, which will take some transitional periods and probably some imported talent, along with a lot of logistics, to get the easy hooked into the planar trade network. And...
Parisev gave us a mission,
said Raven.
We weren't supposed to bottle his zombies down to the last and replace his government with him as a prisoner and necromantic workhorse. We were supposed to kill him.
She's right,
said Amaryllis. I know she's right, I said. that's a problem for the future. We were given 2 months, and we're still well on schedule, even if there are hiccups here. We deal with Blue first, then we deal with the fallout from however we choose to handle this. I looked at Raven. Come on, surely Uther wouldn't have been pressured into killing someone he didn't want to kill, especially not an enemy who had wholly and completely surrendered.
Don't count your chickens before they've hatched,
said Raven. Over on the other thread, I was still listening to Captain Blue in the bottle as he spoke at length about how he was blameless for every crime he'd ever committed or been accused of committing. The funny thing was how often there was a tacit admission of wrongdoing right before he launched into an explanation of how this was perfectly right and fair, no more than should have been expected of anyone in his situation. In fact, most people, faced with the same situation, would have fared far worse when subject to the same pressures, especially given the level of scrutiny that he had been under. If he was a reflection of me, then it was a really unflattering reflection. I tried to map myself to him, to think about how I dealt with, well, it was hard to say similar things, but I had hurt people and acted as though it was simply how anyone else would have acted. I'd made excuses for myself, usually while steeped in anger or depression. When Arthur had died, I'd punched another boy for saying that God had a plan, and it had taken months for me to admit that maybe I shouldn't have done that. I had been a dick to pretty much everyone in my life, and it had been easy to think of myself as, if not the good guy, then as justified in what I had said and done. But the more the captain talked, the harder it was to see myself in him. He had gone all in on rationalizations, and I was sure that there were lies mixed in there, not that I was necessarily a stranger to lying to myself. For me, though, there did eventually come a time when I would acknowledge that I had done something wrong. Blue in the bottle didn't really seem to have reached that point. Even if he could admit that his zombies were experiencing things in those bodies, a bullet that I would have expected him not to bite, there were still excuses. Me? I could admit to having done shitty things, and I was at least trying to not do shitty things in the first place. I tried to imagine how the captain would have dealt with something like, say, secretly dating Tiff behind Arthur's back, or treating Fen less seriously than she deserved, or dating Maddie, or the Fellseed incident. And to maintain that these things weren't wrong seemed like it would require a level of pathological aversion to introspection that I didn't feel particularly applied to me. I was aware of my flaws, for the most part, aware of the costs and risks of what I did and how I thought. If anything, Captain Blue in the Bottle reminded me more of Arthur, and the way that he would hunker down for an argument, becoming essentially immovable from his position, even or especially if it was a bad one. Arthur would spout a bad take, then joyfully try to defend it, and it was sometimes hard to tease out what he actually believed and what he was just saying in order to be contrary.
The point remains,
he continued, yet again,
that I have put significant amounts of my own funds into solving these problems and found, time and again, that it simply does not matter. No remedy will suffice to silence my critics, and I doubt that anything I've said here will sway you. People want a villain. They want a clear and obvious evil. For some, I'm that, no longer a man, but something irredeemably warped, deserving of death by my mere existence. I do hope that you've seen the light, but we can discuss my unconditional surrender, if you would prefer I remain alive.
As predicted, the elevator finally coasted to a stop right on the final word. We had weapons drawn, but the fact that there had been no attack against us as we were going down was, to me, a sign that the captain was more or less on the up and up. He knew enough about us now to know that we were coming for him, and that we were likely to win where others had failed. All right, I said. Let's talk. On the merits of eternal suffering. Chapter 208. On the Merits of Eternal Suffering. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepson. The office was the first door to the left, down an industrial hallway, and in contrast to the exposed concrete and wires, it was fully furnished and stocked with enough antiques that I thought it had probably been the work of a few weeks to get everything just so. Where the office up above had more books than it seemed like one person would ever need, this office had only a single bookshelf, with most of the room being empty, or filled with the kinds of curios that I had started to get used to while in Anglesey. Things that cost a lot of money and took up a lot of room, but weren't really useful except as conversation pieces. An exaggerated relief map of Erb, set into a wooden stand, caught my eye. We were spending more time going by airship now, and the geographical proximity of places had started to matter more, an inversion of how things were normally done in tabletop games. I kind of wanted that map, and some murder hobo part of me was thinking that I could take it if we killed him. Never mind the fact that we had so much money we could just buy one for ourselves.
My surrender is unconditional,
said Captain Blue in the bottle, holding up his hands as we entered the room. He looked similar to how he'd looked a week and a half before, but the hat was missing, and he was a different person, the facial features not what they had been.
It's not him,
said Grack.
No, it's not,
said the captain.
This is just a shell, but I thought that you would be more amenable to talking this way.
We're not,
said Amaryllis.
If your surrender is unconditional, show us where your real body is.
I'm getting the place ready for my true death,
said Captain Blue in the bottle.
I know when I'm beaten, but there have been many plates spinning within this facility, and the facilities above, all of which need to be unspun in a slow and methodical way. If you kill this body, I will continue the work of unspinning those plates, but...
Unconditional means without conditions,
I said. You're setting requirements.
No,
said the captain, shaking his head.
No, not requirements, per se. I'm simply stating the reality of the situation. To bring everything screeching to a halt would be an unmitigated disaster, and while I have struggled to come to terms with the fact that this is likely the end for me, I won't have that disaster on my head.
Fine,
I said.
What would that disaster look like? Why would it happen?
The dead man's switch,
said the captain, giving us a smile.
Not one that I designed or ever wanted, but one that exists all the same. If I die a true death, then necromancy will likely go with me, and 500,000 souls will be sent to the hells. I'm disarming as much as possible.
Disarming how?
Asked Amaryllis.
Spiking them,
replied Blue, looking between us in confusion.
Bottling the souls. What else could I mean by disarmament?
Wait,
I said.
You're just giving up?
I've said that I was, yes,
replied Blue.
You have a method of tracking me, the will of the world, and a frightening amount of force, if even half of what they say about you is true. You came to me once and showed that you cared nothing for the zombies. If a threat proves to be meaningless to someone, why have that threat at all? I don't want to send those souls to the hells. I never did. It was only insurance against action by the Empire or other forces that particularly cared about damnation. Which you don't.
What's this facility for?
I asked.
Answer now.
My exclusion zone has been raided on a number of occasions,
said Blue in the bottle.
I have thus far been successful in driving away those who would trespass with malintent, but it always comes with losses, both in terms of zombies, citizens, and infrastructure. I decided long ago that it was better for me to move everything of importance underground. Not only is it easier to defend, but it better cloaks my business.
Get to the point,
said Amaryllis. Now.
I have no business contacts within the Empire, but more than a few outside of it,
the captain admitted.
The Empire is where the bulk of business is, but I'm forced to deal only with those who sit outside it. This facility creates things for them.
Then who?
Asked Amaryllis.
The Unglians?
They were Imperial non-members, famously isolationist and xenophobic, a lot of which came from the particular way they'd been scarred by the Second Empire.
The economics wouldn't work out,
said the captain, shaking his head sadly.
Deprived of access to the train network, the requirement for 2 instances of teleportation, input and output, mean that my peculiar industry is only of value to those places without much cheap labor of their own. No, my business is with others.
The Hells?
I said. I'd had a sinking feeling about that, and wanted confirmation. If Blue had such a warped view of the world that he was willing to do what he had done thus far, it was entirely possible that he was making natal souls en masse.
The Hells, but not only the Hells,
replied the captain.
There are other pockets of civilization that are unconnected to the Empire, or as unconnected as a polity can get in these days. And I am certain that some of those goods do eventually make their way into the Empire, having passed through so many hands that it's nearly impossible for anyone to tell what their initial source was, except through the kinds of careful forensics that hardly anyone has the time, money, or will to engage in. I'll open my ledgers to you naturally. Perhaps this all could have been avoided if I had been honest and forthright from the beginning. But no, I imagine that you were bound for my head one way or another.
And?
I said slowly.
What does your trade with the Hells look like? Not material goods or labor, surely.
I trade in the only thing they have any real interest in,
said the captain. Souls. Amaryllis turned and looked at me with a raised eyebrow and a slightly sour look. It was a, can we kill him yet? Sort of look. Sending natal souls to the Hells, well, that was pretty bad. Worse, in some ways, than what we'd already known he was doing, though not entirely unexpected.
And what's your defense?
I asked.
You have one, I'm sure. You had a defense for every claim against you when we were on our way down here. You're damning people to the Hells.
I was sure that he would push back on people, though the natal souls did eventually develop down in the Hells.
The Empire believes in the supremacy of oblivion,
said the captain.
Not everyone shares that belief. Your own Tung are one such group, I believe, preaching the supremacy of existence. That is my defense. Those that I damned to the Hells go in with clear eyes and full consent. They believe, fully and firmly, that this is the choice for them.
Clear eyes and full consent?
I asked. He nodded. Not natal souls, then.
But you're the one responsible for educating these people?
I asked, trying to shift my perception of what we were actually talking about. There was a reason that Arthur had been such a big fan of defining terms before any debate started.
In the broad sense, yes,
replied the captain.
In terms of the strict day-to-day, no.
He smiled at us. The zombie he was controlling had its gums pulled back too far from the teeth.
Would you like a tour?
No,
said Amaryllis.
We want the location of your real body. If you're overseeing bottling of the zombies, continue with that.
Not all of the zombies,
said the captain, nodding at her.
Only those who served no useful function except as a deterrent. The others, of course, I hope will remain in one capacity or another, though for that to happen, you would need to keep me alive. You have thought about what will happen in the wake of my death, haven't you? There are quite a lot of people who directly depend on me and my zombies, though I suppose they're not Imperial citizens, and I don't know whether that might or might not be important to you. It will be the largest humanitarian and refugee crisis since... Well, I've heard there was an exclusion in Leo, though I haven't seen any numbers on the displaced.
We weren't planning to kill you,
I said.
We were hoping that you might see the error of your ways.
There is no error in my ways, I'm afraid,
said the captain.
Only a disagreement on fundamentals. You believe that it's better to become nothing than to suffer pain. You believe...
I don't believe that, actually,
I said.
My allies have standing orders to allow me to go to the hells, should I expire.
Captain Blue in the bottle, or the body he was wearing, looked me over.
So you don't disagree?
That's a choice that I'm making for myself, not one that I'm making for others,
I said.
Interesting,
he replied, stroking his chin.
So it's a choice you would deny others?
I paused and thought about what I was trying to get out of this conversation. It wasn't some philosophical discussion on the nature of choice and consent. It was some understanding of how Blue in the bottle saw himself.
You think you're right,
I said.
Of course I do,
he replied.
All people think they're right. If they didn't, then they would realize that and think otherwise.
And has that happened to you?
I asked.
Was there ever a moment you realized that you had been wrong and been forced to adjust?
Certainly,
he replied.
I would be a terrible businessman and a worse scientist if I was incapable of admitting that I was wrong. I was wrong about the nature of the souls that I had trapped in the bodies of my zombies, but I made my own investigations and accepted the uncomfortable truth.
But you didn't actually change anything,
I said.
You looked at the zombies and made excuses for what was happening to them. Excuses for how it was good and just that you were doing these things.
No, said Captain Blue in the bottle.
I have been quite clear on this point, haven't I? The existing zombies were quickly cycled through, their souls bottled or damned as best I could ascertain their wishes, and the new ones were given full knowledge of what the effects of zombification would be. There are quibbles of consent, but I must say, consent was obtained.
I didn't know whether I could take him at his word, but was really thinking that I probably couldn't. Maybe he thought that he was being honest, or that he'd had consent, but someone powerful like him, asking consent from people without power, or people who'd had coercion applied. It was the kind of thorny stuff that you could spend all day on. Even if I could trust that he was approximately correct and using words in the same way that I was using words, he was making sense to me, but I didn't know if he was right. It was easy to say that I would have done differently in his position, but there was a good chance that I would have made all the same excuses or the same concessions that didn't amount to stopping. Again, he was reminding me of Arthur and the way that Arthur would talk about things. That made sense, though. Blue in the bottle had been born and raised in the Second Empire, which was at least partly cribbing from Uther's methods of thought.
Whatever,
I said.
We're going to bring all this to a stop, and if we were ever to start it up again, which I don't think we will, it will be with an international conversation and the full-throated support of the Empire of Common Cause.
And that basically meant that it was never going to happen, which I was pretty sure we all knew.
Morality of the least common denominator,
said the captain, shaking his head but smiling, as though this was faintly amusing.
I suppose you'll stop the trade in souls as well?
We will,
said Amaryllis. Obviously. I had mixed feelings on that, but Amaryllis was saying these things, at least in part, because we would have to account for them later. I couldn't simply say, well, if they really do want to go to the hells, we shouldn't stop them. At some point, probably after we'd gotten the captain to completely step down, the international community would have to be called in. There would be interviews and after-action reports.
Take us to your body,
I said.
Of course,
he replied, bowing slightly in a way that I found annoyingly ingratiating.
I'll take you by the most direct route.
Stay clear of us,
said Grak.
If you come too close, the body will die.
He didn't seem terribly surprised by that, nor worried, and with some maneuvering around, he moved past us. I would have been worried about him running, but it was clear this wasn't his real body, and if he had a panic room, then he'd already had ample time to get there. If anything, the worry was in the other direction. He might be stalling for some reason. But again, he'd had plenty of time, and it didn't seem like another few minutes or hours were likely to make the difference. Once we were outside his office, he guided us down the corridor. There were no labels on any of the hallways we went past, though there were clearly places where labels had been, rectangular discolorations on the walls. For having unconditionally surrendered, the captain had still done his best to make it hard for anyone coming down here to find their way around. I looked at the mapping ented a few times as we went, multi-threading, and saw that most of the distribution it indicated had quieted down. He was more likely to be in one specific spot. We didn't see anyone else as we moved through the utilitarian corridors, but I saw plenty through the crown of eyes. Its range was 50 feet, which wasn't all that much in an open field, but was more than enough when I was in the heart of an underground complex. 50 feet meant 5 stories up and 5 stories down, and there were many levels to this place, as well as many people. All the zombies were standing stock still, staring straight ahead at spots on the wall, not focused on anything in particular. I could only see them when they were facing each other. They were wearing a shapeless outfit, without sleeves or pant legs, leaving them in nothing but vests and shorts. It was easy to tell them from the humans, because their eyes didn't move, not so much as a saccade. The humans were more interesting and more worrying. They were sitting still, for the most part, not engaged in any work. The whole facility had apparently been shut down, leaving people sitting in their office spaces and warehouses, some of them in quiet conversation. I really needed to learn how to read lips, and others just huddled together. I saw a couple hugging, and from the movements of the woman, I thought she was crying. I tried to keep my head straight, to look for evidence of things that Blue was keeping hidden, but these were broken people in what looked like the last days of their way of life. The only comparison that I could make was to tornado season in Kansas, and those rare few times we'd gone down into the basement to ride it out. My dad always had this look in his eyes that I was seeing on these people, tension and anxiety, along with a resignation that it was completely out of his hands. The people were on the younger side, almost all humans, with few wrinkles but a certain gauntness that I associated with grim dystopia, though that might have been me reading into things. Their clothes weren't quite uniforms, but there had apparently been little in the budget for dyes, makeup, or other embellishments. The furnishings of the rooms they were in were likewise sparse and functional, though not particularly shoddy, which was what I might have expected. Things were big, thick, and solid, built to last for 100 years, which was the kind of timescale that Captain Blue in the Bottle had been working on for quite some time. There were offices and warehouses, assembly lines and break rooms, bedrooms and bathrooms. I saw a teleportation room, with now familiar grids in place to mark where incoming shipments would arrive. I also saw a room with hundreds of zombies lined up in tightly packed rows, which were apparently not part of the bottling process that the captain had outlined, or maybe were just down the priority queue. My guess, from what I could tell of the kaleidoscope of views I was looking through, was that they were backup labor, stored because there was no particular need for them. The layout of the underground compound, at least what I could see of it, changed as we went. In the beginning, it was mostly receiving, with the assembly coming later, but the further in we got, the more residential areas I saw, underground dormitories, a dining hall, and what I thought was probably a gymnasium. The question of what all these people were doing for food was at least partially solved by a brief glimpse into a farming room. They were eating kir and its byproducts, like the dwarves. I had assumed that there was more than one entrance to this place, because even a large freight elevator wouldn't have been enough, but there was another option. The people down here just never came up, living their whole lives underground. It was clear, from this bigger picture of the place, that Captain Blue in the Bottle had borrowed some practices from the dwarves. Terence had said that he didn't know anything about what was going on underground, and if he was telling the truth, it seemed like most of these people were living their whole lives and their eventual undeaths without ever seeing the sun. It was getting hard to stomach the idea of not putting an end to him. That thought was going through my head when I saw the maternity ward. I came to a stop, and the party stopped with me, looking at me in confusion. Their weapons were drawn, and they had been for quite some time, but now they looked like they were ready to kill, all except Grack, who was paying attention to the wards he had around himself and his magical sight.
Problem?
Asked Amaryllis. Only a fraction of the room was within my 50-foot radius, but it was similar to the other zombie storage rooms. The difference was that all of the packed-together zombies were women, and more than a few of them were visibly pregnant. A needle was attached to each one of them, which snaked along the floor to a large vat at the front of the room that was filled with an off-white fluid. I saw a few people in there, what I assumed to be medical personnel, sitting in chairs away from the zombies, or moving through the rows. The only other thing I noticed, before averting my eyes, was that there was much more in the way of species variety.
Zombie mothers,
I said.
Ah,
replied the captain, stopping where he was and turning back to us.
you have some form of distance viewing. Unfortunate. I would have explained to you ahead of time, rather than have you see it first and need an explanation afterward.
There are pregnant zombies?
Asked Amaryllis.
The flesh is dead,
said Captain Blue in the Bottle.
but it can still sustain life given the right injection of nutrients. That is what's being done in one of those rooms that it seems the prince can see into.
and then what's done with them?
I asked.
After a birth, some work is put into repairing the zombies.
Said Captain Blue in the Bottle.
Births are generally somewhat premature plural births, which gives the best chances of success and reduces the amount of damage to the zombie. 4 or 5 births per is typical, though it's as high as 10 in some cases. Healing magic on the zombies is quite inconsistent and costly, with entadic solutions being the
babies,
I said, gritting my teeth.
What happens to the babies?
Oh,
replied Blue.
I have a neonatology division, somewhat to the east, but apparently beyond your vision.
I didn't give a response to that.
The babies are cared for, fed and changed, until they can be transferred to the child-rearing wing of the complex.
I closed my eyes for a second.
Ah, fuck,
I finally said.
Don't make the mistake of thinking that there is something sacred about birth,
said the captain.
There is nothing unique or special about it. There is only internal programming and social constructions around it that dictate its special place. It was one of the achievements of that Second Empire that we stripped the sentimentality for birth and death from the general public. But that achievement clearly did not last. When you die, you leave behind a body. And zombies accepted, that body is simply matter with only a tangential connection to the soul, and to the person who once was. We become worm food if we are not used. It is quite similar with birth. Any idiot can give birth, and no birth need be accompanied by any particular motherly or fatherly love. That's simply the way it's always been done. The dread inertia that has brought low so many mortal institutions. That disgust you're feeling at what you're seeing. It doesn't come from a place of logic. It comes from a place of raw emotion. Emotions that fundamentally do not map to the world as it is.
I felt my heart sinking. If this was the kind of thing that the captain had been trying to save for later, if he'd been trying to acclimate us to his way of thinking so that he could spring fresh new horrors on us that would look better in comparison, well, that meant that there was probably something worse. I focused on water magic again, trying to figure out the scale of the operation, how many of these zombie mothers there were, how many children were being raised in this underground facility in what were effectively mass orphanages. Some of those barely felt blobs of water were, indeed, smaller than others. But how many? It was very hard to say. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands. It was hard to pick out the children, even with the size difference.
The children are given good lives, above what most in the Empire can hope to have. And even if they weren't...
I muted him. I was sure that he had his arguments, but I was pretty confident that if I argued back, he wouldn't be amenable to reason. He was really reminding me of Arthur, and in some ways, of myself. Heshnel, the dark elf flower mage who had briefly been a part of the party, had been a member of the Second Empire, but he had been a reluctant defender of it. Here, the captain was barreling ahead, without even the slightest admission that he might be wrong. I was sure that he would concede ground, if pressed hard enough, especially if he thought that death was on the line. But the reason he was talking to us seemed clear now. He wanted to convert us.
This is going to be a clusterfuck,
I said.
We're probably looking at more than 100,000 refugees, many of them small children, and the eradication of a way of life within the exclusion zone.
You're in favor of Plan B now?
Asked Amaryllis.
He's put his neck on the chopping block,
said Grack.
He's done that because he thinks you're like Uther,
said Raven.
Uther very rarely killed those who begged for mercy, and almost none of those times made it into the history books.
I tried to think about it and draw parallels to how we had handled Blood God Doris. It was different, though, because she was stuck in this cycle with negative feedbacks, wanting things to be different, but not knowing how to make it that way, and capable of structural changes by herself. Captain Blue in the Bottle was just so damn self-assured, so impervious to any shame or humility. And I didn't necessarily think that he was wrong, at least in principle. There wasn't anything sacred about births. There were probably just a whole host of knock-on effects and hidden benefits that you would have to work through if you wanted them to be handled differently. That was an argument for caution, and an argument for thorough investigation, not an argument for not ever changing how it was done. There were people on Earth who argued for home births, or using a midwife instead of a doctor, or suffering through the pain of childbirth, or all kinds of things, and there were a lot of arguments back and forth about how it should be done. I had read a lot of those arguments in preparation for Amaryllis giving birth, and as for having two parents, a nuclear family, I was sure it was the same hidden problems that would crop up if you tried to just barrel into an optimal way of raising a child. My guess was that the captain had worked from base principles, possibly with some testing or the application of grossly unethical science, or possibly science. Whether or not he was actually exceeding the average around Arab was anyone's guess, and untangling it would take weeks or months of work, with a lot of the conclusions being subjective. I was, needless to say, extremely skeptical of the captain's motivated conclusions about quality of life in his underground city.
Juniper?
Asked Amaryllis.
Sorry,
I said.
Let's go get to his real body.
And the plan, when we do?
She asked.
I don't know,
I said.
I think that pacifism might not be an option. If we don't kill him, then after what's revealed here, I'm pretty sure that we'd have to constantly be protecting him.
It was harder to kill someone who had, apparently, completely surrendered. But were we really going to keep this guy alive just on principle? I thought not.
We'll find his body first. According to the Dorises, we're going to the right place.
And the thought of a double cross has occurred to you, if they're still in communication with him?
It has,
I nodded.
But if he's leading us this far into his facility in order to spring a trap...
I didn't want to tempt fate by finishing that sentence. It wouldn't make much sense, and it had better be a pretty fucking good trap.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Asked the captain, looking at us. He had stopped talking at some point. 2 questions,
I said.
Why raise almost exclusively humans? Humans are among the most adaptable of the mortal species, he replied. Sometimes that adaptability lends itself to pathological behavior, which can be a boon in certain circumstances, including this world that I've made beneath the ground. Humans need a tincture to make up for the lack of sunlight, but in terms of psychology, they can handle it better than all but dwarves, and dwarves come with their own problems. He looked at Grak. No offense. Grak watched him in stony silence. Second question, I said. What age are they when you kill them? The word kill is a strong one, said Captain Blue in the bottle. There is no force, no coercion. It is a decision mutually agreed upon and then carried out by my people. The death is painless. What age?
I asked it
again. I wondered whether he wanted to get caught up in a debate about what constituted force or coercion. It is a delicate answer I have to give, he replied, frowning. I rather think it better to speak about the generalities before we approach the specific. At what age do you think that a person is capable of making their own decisions? Answer the fucking question, I said.
Or what?
He asked.
I have already given my unconditional surrender. All my lands will be salted, my industries stripped apart, my people spread to the winds, if not killed outright, and I myself have little doubt that I have met my match. And this is simply the end of me. With what leverage can you demand that I answer?
We can offer information, I said. Haven't you wondered why we're here? That was a gambit, and a poor one. But it was better than suggesting to him that, no, really, promise, we're not going to kill you. Ignore the swords.
Aside from the obvious?
He asked.
I nodded.
Well, now that is intriguing. A final mystery before my demise. Very well. They're 8 years old. Now, to answer your obvious objections.
Jesus Christ, what do you think you could possibly say that would sway us? I asked.
You're feeling outrage,
said Captain Blue in the bottle, his voice hard.
It's not productive. We don't tend to make good decisions when overcome with emotion. My books and methods are open to you. You can see the teaching plans that I have devised for the zombie matrons. Read through the copious studies that I have undertaken to find the right time for such a trade to be made. They would rather live longer, certainly, knowing what they will be facing among the infernals, but that trade is the entire purpose of their existence, which they well know.
And none resist?
Asked Amaryllis. She had an eyebrow raised, and the look of disgust had never left her face. She was pretty clearly done with this.
There are roles for those who decide otherwise,
said Captain Blue in the bottle.
Did you expect me to say that I left them no choice? Of course I do. And I need workers for my enterprises, obviously. Workers that must come from somewhere. Those who are born and live in the underground are suited to the environment, and obviously, before the 4 of you came in with your sledgehammers, some degree of secrecy was helpful. There are incentives, yes, but no force.
If this were back in high school and we'd been sitting at the gaming table, I probably would have girded myself for a long conversation between Arthur and Tiff about what constituted force and what particular qualities incentives needed to have for them to qualify as force. Maybe they had even had a conversation like that once. But here, it was just sickening, because Elisha Blue had gone ahead and done it, regardless of what anyone thought on the matter, satisfied in his own reading of reality. Take us to you, I said with a sigh. You're right that we need to go over your studies and procedures, as well as conduct some interviews to find out what's actually been going on here.
We want to avoid a crisis as much as you do.
You said you would tell me about what brought you here,
said the captain.
I have, as ever, held up my end of the bargain.
That was somewhat the opposite of the impression he'd left on people, at least going by his biographies, but it was possible that they were wrong. More likely, he'd just bought into his own press releases. A dragon instructed us to, on pain of harassment and death,
I said. Perisev.
She'd never said we couldn't talk to him, nor gave any indication that we weren't to breathe a word of this to anyone. I probably would have told him anyway.
Ah, a pity,
said the captain.
And seemingly dangerous for her, if you truly are the next Uther.
She gave us the task before everything that happened in Anglesey, I replied. And if we have to kill her as a consequence of saving your life, then so be it.
They have their own dealings with the Hells, I hope you know,
said Captain Blue in the Bottle.
Each dragon is a micronation of its own, with a capable military just by virtue of having a dragon at its head, constrained only by their loose confederacy and the fear of retaliation. In fact, there are a number of dragons who I have dealings with, though nothing my manufactories make is of much terminal use to a dragon. I would be happy to give you their names, which you seemed interested in before.
We are,
said Amaryllis.
But that can wait until we've seen you in the flesh, as it were.
Our host nodded, then turned and began walking again, as though nothing had happened, as though this wasn't the last few moments of his life. I kept on the lookout for anything else that needed an explanation, whether through my eyes or those of anyone else. The crown of eyes was fairly generous in what it let me see through, though part of that was because of six-eyed. There were very few pests in the underground, none of the rats, mice, or more exotic rodents that I might have expected, but more than a few insects, whose views were incoherent enough that they didn't tend to be helpful. As we made our way down the central corridor, which was big enough that you could have driven a car down it without worrying too much about scraping the sides, we went through another transition, this time to a fully residential area. Where the bunks, halls, and kitchens before had been mixed use, this was nothing but places for people to live. I saw children, lots of them, 50 or more in each of the classrooms, sitting quietly at their desks while a teacher and a pair of zombies sat at the front. There was the same grim fatalism there, seen clearly on every face, mixed with confusion and uncertainty on some of the children. If Blue in the Bottle hadn't copped to it, maybe I would have noticed on my own that there were virtually no teenagers. It made me feel sick to my stomach, but if Blue in the Bottle really was giving up, well, whether we killed him or imprisoned him, this whole fucking mess he'd made would have to be dealt with. We were delivering a decapitating strike one way or another, and there'd be so many fucking people who would have to find new lives, or be given them, by us or the Empire. Everything he'd said was right, at least about that. It was an ongoing humanitarian crisis as it stood, but in just a few short hours, maybe as little as minutes, it would be our humanitarian crisis. The Empire had a base just outside of the EZ, and they could be called in, but no fucking way did they have the staff or resources to deal with this, especially not since the Office of Imperial Disaster Relief was still at essentially full utilization in Leo. Resources had been moved following Mom Wrath, reserves depleted, goodwill spent, and now there was going to be another, quite different disaster following in its wake. We were going to have to talk numbers at some point. Maybe it would make sense to do another sacrifice and boost logistics as high as it would go, because there were so many fucking children here, and I didn't think that anyone had the capacity to take care of them, especially not with whatever lessons Blue in the Bottle had been putting into their heads. We finally arrived at a vault door, which had already been opened up, and the captain's avatar stopped there, standing beside it. Inside was a large room, filled to the brim with machinery and people, most of them zombies, the whole of it centered around a single shriveled man on an immense throne. It wasn't really a throne, though, more of a massive magical industrial contraption with a human at the center of it, tanks of liquid piping things around and wires hooking directly into him.
You'll forgive my appearance,
said a zombie close to the withered body as she gestured to it. There are many forms of senescence, from the degradation of the body to that of the soul, and beyond. It has taken nearly everything that I've learned through my many years to fight against them. And now that you're here, I offer my full concession and surrender. The withered body on the throne let out a little sigh. It was barely human, and I could understand why he was speaking through a zombie, if not precisely how.
What would you like to do with me?
Asked the zombie, cocking its head to the side.
If a dragon has told you that I must be killed, will you defy that order?
Here's what we need from you,
I said.
We need a total halt in all production. We need your reserve zombies deactivated and bottled. We need the children moved out of here to somewhere that's more in line with modern standards of education and welfare. We need as much information as you have. Research notes, commitments to various parties, a census, itemized lists of material resources, an org chart. In short, everything. I doubt that you had plans in place for ensuring continuity, and there's bound to be a whole lot of institutional knowledge contained in your head, but we need everything that we can get in order to ensure that this isn't as much of a disaster as it might otherwise be.
You will have it,
replied the zombie.
I will caution that I keep records only for my own self, not to comply with any authorities, which do not touch me nor for anyone else, as I never intended to relinquish my control. And in case it was not obvious, this is far from the only sight I have.
I had seen that coming from a mile away, but it still hurt to hear. How many do you have?
I asked.
In total, 18,
he replied by way of the zombie's mouth.
Each of them separated from the others, running on independent systems. Their locations have largely been dictated by the underlying geology of the exclusion zone. Some are deeper than this one, though that comes with its own engineering challenges.
Total population?
Asked Amaryllis. Her face was devoid of emotion, which was frightening to see. I was pretty sure she wouldn't just kill him out of the blue, but she wanted to.
I don't take a census,
said Captain Blue in the bottle.
Of zombies, I can tell you directly that there are approximately 10.5 million.
Amaryllis was giving him, the withered body on the throne, a measured stare.
If you meant to deter people from attacking, you should have advertised that.
Does it change your mind?
Asked Captain Blue in the bottle's zombie.
Surely not. And if you're simply criticizing strategy, then you must realize that an ever-increasing number of zombies would demand the kind of response that I have long been hoping to avoid. It would also surely raise questions about how so many were being created, as well as what purpose they were being put towards.
You think we'll spare you,
said Amaryllis.
I don't have a good measure of you,
said Captain Blue in the bottle's zombie.
I think that it's well within your capacity to kill me, and then bottle me, or send me to the hells, whichever you would prefer. I also think there are obvious problems with that course of action, which you've shown some concern for. In truth, I am very old, held together mostly by necromantic magic. I can act and feel through my zombies, but it is a dull affair. I took many precautions to prevent my own death, but I have never seen much like the four of you, and recent history has shown that those who delude themselves into thinking they can fight you suffer only ignoble deaths, their hopes and dreams laying shattered on the ground.
The zombie spread its arms, and on his throne, the captain spread his too.
Do with me what you will.
Seems like a real lesser of two evils situation, I said. I turned to Raven. What would Uther have done?
I don't know,
she said.
He would have come in with his army of bureaucrats and solved things.
He'd have solved the problem of maybe as many as 20 million children? I asked. The number was a guess, based on what we'd seen. and what the captain had said about his complement of zombies.
Less than that, I would think,
replied the captain, but he didn't elaborate beyond that.
How much less?
I asked.
A quarter of that, perhaps,
he replied.
5 million below the age of 8.
That's fucking ridiculous, I said. My mind went to the logistics of it all. You'd need millions of pounds of food every day to feed them. You'd need millions of gallons of water. You'd need systems capable of carrying away waste. Multiple factories to churn out clothes that they'd worn through. Not to mention the power generation that you would need to keep the lights on, the beds that they would sleep in, the laundry facilities to wash their clothes, the showers to keep them clean. Even if I could just hand-wave away the labor requirements by making zombies responsible for everything, and the energy requirements through in-house natal souls, the captain had to have an incredible footprint on the planar economy just from everything that he would have to import. His whole EZ was 600 square miles, which wasn't nearly enough to keep everyone fed. And if he'd been using Kier, he'd have made lacework of the underground in short order. He's too big to fail, I said, feeling my stomach drop. There's no nation on Erb that can absorb this many non-productive people. And even if they could, the captain has to be importing from all around the world. The EZ is the size of a major city.
Uther would have found a way,
said Raven.
He'd have cut the knot.
Somehow, I said, nodding. Or he would just never have been presented with such a scenario in the first place. He would have been met with unchecked aggression, forcing a violent end. Not a concession and a looming logistical and humanitarian disaster. I looked up at the body of Captain Blue in the bottle. How do you keep everyone alive?
Are we at that point? Questions?
He asked.
I have a more important one,
said Amaryllis.
How do you make and keep contracts with the Infernals?
I have a stable of non-anima and a variety of infernoscopes,
said Captain Blue in the bottle.
Payment comes in the form of bulk teleport, whose provenance I am not privy to. As for conclusion of the contract, that requires a special technique that I do not believe is common knowledge in the outside world. It is possible, once you have the anima exa, to inject the soul into a specific hell, and even specify a specific location. I'll teach it to you, of course, and the schematics are yours.
This was Captain Blue in the bottle, casually talking about how he spoke to infernals through a non-anima. Devils were famously convincing, and a part of me wanted him to be a victim, to have this whole thing he'd set up be the result of being sufficiently convinced by a devil. Maybe he was a dumbass for setting up a meeting with them, but if he'd been talked into being the man that he was, well.
And you consult with them often?
Asked Amaryllis, apparently thinking the same thing I was.
The threat of the Infernals is overblown,
said Captain Blue in the bottle.
They can read people frighteningly well, I'll admit. But their threat comes mostly in playing people off each other, or in knocking down the weak-minded. The non-anima only ever speak with my zombies, who do not betray any emotion or inflection that I do not wish them to have. If the Infernals learn anything, it is just about me, and what do I fear from them? I'm already the most reviled man on all of Erb. There is no one to turn me against, no way to use whatever they might find for leverage.
Amaryllis looked at me.
You're taking the lead here,
she said.
It's going to take a series of long meetings,
I said.
We'll be doing a phased stepping down of operations here. There's no nation on Erb that can deal with this, but we'll somehow find a way, working with the international community. I don't think that we can do it without Captain Blue in the Bottle's assistance, though.
Okay,
said Amaryllis, letting out a breath. I could see her change her mindset, all of the disgust and unease washing away as she reoriented herself to the task at hand. From experience, it would crop back up, but this was something of a centering technique, one meant to get her in the right mindset for what was to come. I expected dissension in the ranks, either from Grak or Raven. I half expected Raven to go kill the captain with her sword of frozen time, cutting his mortal form down with a single stroke. Unlike with Pelida killing everyone at the black site, though, I wouldn't have been not so secretly relieved. We did need the captain for a peaceful transition, and once that was done, we could kill him if we needed to. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop, to be honest. There had been times in my DMing career where I had subverted the expectations of the players and thrown them into some kind of weird scenario where they had to navigate a difficult humanitarian crisis. Most of the time, though, I didn't go in with that in mind, or if I did, then it would still be a challenge in some other way. Here, Captain Blue in the Bottle was rolling over for us, going limp and tapping out as soon as we'd come back. Fighting him would be no more difficult than fighting a corpse. But no, that really seemed to be all there was. He was capitulating. He'd seen the writing on the wall and put himself forward as the one person who could actually make this transition go smoothly. He had to have known that once we disentangled him from his operations, he probably wasn't long for this world. But it was clear that it was going to take a long time, and in his shoes, I might have made the same play.
Of course,
the logical thing to do was to wait until we had exposed some weakness, or lowered our guard, and then kill us one by one, which meant that we couldn't expose weakness or lower our guard. But I wasn't sure that he would actually go there. We spent a few hours in that room with the captain, much of it while sitting on the floor, looking through boxes of papers that had been wheeled in for us. It was all useless, of course, because the folios and ledgers had been filled in by Blue, or someone working with him, and they would have to be compared to the actual reality on the ground at some point. Most likely, we would have to engage in our own audits of the labyrinthine underground complexes. But this was the start of it, reading the official record and trying to work out what exactly had been going on. Through it all, there were zombies watching us, standing impassively. As for what they were doing elsewhere in the complex, that was anyone's guess. Amaryllis took some time out to sync with her clones, which occupied a fair chunk of her time. Most of it was necessary, though. We wanted to get the balls rolling in Angelson and Porin as quickly as possible, and there was no faster method of relaying information than having Amaryllis do a clone merge. Within a few hours, 2 separate working groups would be pulling things together to deal with the situation, which was far, far greater than we'd known. The underline would be moved to the Imperial outpost outside the NLEZ, where they would be brought in, for all that it would do any good, and in the end, possibly some considerable harm, given that we were far more nimble than any Imperial office, and were doing something of dubious legality. Eventually, though, we had needs that were going to have to be met, biological and otherwise. Our choice was between continuing indefinitely within Grax Ward, sleeping and eating in shifts, or to go up top. The whole while, the machinery of the catacomb city was ground to as much of a halt as it could, the daily routines that had been established by what was apparently an army of civil servants dashed against the rocks when we'd arrived. Almost all of that was according to the captain, of course, though I'd seen enough of it through extra sets of eyes to think that it was probably the truth. There were decisions that would need to be made, and actions that could only really be carried out by our so-called captive.
The more I learned about Captain Blue in the Bottle's power as I read through his documents, the more I thought that it was total bullshit.
I can see, hear, and feel through their bodies, though that takes some effort,
he said, when asked to confirm what was in those books.
Likewise, I am capable of controlling them directly, though only one at a time, and then I am limited by my distance to them, as well as my own understanding of what it is I would like the body to do. They can be made relatively independent, though. In the early years, I was limited to simple motions, but after some time, I was capable of tapping into what they knew in life.
The zombie he was using to speak took in a breath in sympathy with his body on its throne.
It was well known that the soul contained some fraction of what a person knew how to do, but necromancy reaches beyond the soul, into some deeper and more mystical part of a person's being. There, pathways can be accessed in death, allowing a wide variety of actions to be performed, including complex ones or those dependent upon precursors. My zombies can weave baskets, for example, though I am personally ignorant of that art. It was through that method that I came across the ability that allowed my city to flourish. While I am, by the decree of the exclusionary principle, the only living practitioner of necromancy, that restriction does not apply to my creations. Further, I am at liberty to pull from one zombie and place into another, copying pieces of them, allowing skills to multiply.
I had wondered about that. The math simply didn't work out otherwise if he had millions of these things. It was also clear that he was interacting with the spirit in some way, though ignorant of it as its own separate art. Perhaps if the Second Empire hadn't imploded, they would have rediscovered it through the art of necromancy. It was all somewhat academic. We were going to bring an end to the era of necromancy just as soon as we could.
Eventually, we started to flag, and I told Grack to put up a ward around the captain.
I don't know if it's safe,
he replied in Groglear.
I've spent much of this time trying to tease apart the magic at work. It is unclear this is even him, except that the Dorises tell us so.
We can test it, I replied back. Isolate a zombie, put up a ward, something like that?
We can,
he replied.
But I do not want to be responsible for killing millions, or sending them to the hells, or whatever other tragedy he might have set in motion.
Fair enough, I replied, but I was a little bit unnerved by how much hesitation he was showing. Grack usually did his best to give good estimates of reliability, being specific about what the weaknesses and vectors of attack were. A little bit of quibbling over the definition of safe was usual for him, which I appreciated and respected. This was more than that. He was right that it wasn't fair to throw him into the great unknown and then clasp him on the shoulder and say, well, you did your best. But without Grack to completely neutralize the zombies, I wasn't sure that we had a safe way of doing things. We could kill the captain, certainly, but that would bring lots and lots of problems of its own, orders of magnitude worse than the problems that had been keeping the Empire off his back for so long.
We need this done,
said Amaryllis.
We need to be able to extract and regroup. The Empire is going to want to come in, and we want to have plans in place to keep ahead of their plans, which are almost certainly going to be much worse.
She said that with utter confidence that I wasn't feeling. It was true that the Empire probably had plans that ran to hundreds of pages covering a large number of scenarios: uprising, coup, natural death, and diplomatic success, at a guess. But it was also probably true that these plans had quite a bit of meddling and red tape involved in them. We commanded the resources necessary to fix it mostly by ourselves, though it would take nearly everything we had, I was pretty sure.
Grack did tests on the zombies, putting up wards, and then telling Captain Blue in the Bottle to possess them, or see through them, or give them remote commands. He complied, but for the first time, he looked annoyed and ill at ease.
You plan to cut me off from my zombies,
he said. Of course, I replied.
We can't leave you here to do as you please. Is that going to be a problem?
You're speaking of shutting down an immense amount of labor,
he replied.
The people who live underground need food, clothing, water, air, many things which the zombies provide for them.
And you'd have us believe that you operate on a razor-thin margin?
Asked Amaryllis.
That a disruption of a day would be enough that everyone living here is at risk?
The zombies provide security,
replied the captain.
There are criminals and outlaws in my domain, just as there are anywhere else. If it were just production, then perhaps it could be justified. Millions of obols poured down the drain. But it's not just production. It's the very backbone of this society.
It's unfortunate, I said, but we don't trust you to do as you say.
I am ready,
said Grack, coming to stand beside me.
Are you? I asked, looking him over.
Yes,
he replied.
Then do it,
I said.
It was the second time that I had sat by and watched Grack go about some very important warding. Unlike with the locus, this time we knew that it wasn't actually the solution, just a stopgap that would let us get to the solution. I was only a little bit nervous. A fuck up here would be catastrophic, and there was still a chance that we were walking into a booby trap. But so far, the captain had told us the truth and acted like he was trying to minimize the impact of his death, or possibly to position himself as too useful to kill. And either way, he hadn't issued a threat.
When the ward was up, I went over to poke at one of the zombies, which swayed slightly but otherwise gave no sign of noticing or reacting.
Are we good to leave? I asked Grack.
Possibly,
he said.
I'll put up more wards to keep him confined.
Captain Blue in the bottle, the real him, let out a rasping breath, trying to speak, but no words came out.
He'll keep,
I said.
Hopefully the rest of the facility does too.
I don't like this,
said Raven.
Why?
I asked. The stink of death that pervades this place, the millions of lives and millions of undead that might get doomed to the hells, the obvious imprint of the infernals here, or something else. The narrative, said Raven. It's wrong. Okay, I said. Well, let's get topside, speak with the Empire, and then we can see where we stand. But naturally, it couldn't be as easy as having to deal with literally millions of people trapped underground with the mechanisms of their government stripped away and the source of their sustenance removed. No, after we left the manor, there was an enormous black dragon waiting for us. Orison. Chapter 2, 109. Orison. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Rajepson.
Is it done?
Asked Perisev. Her voice carried on the winds, silky and smooth, but also quite loud. I hadn't remembered quite how big she was, nor the strange way she moved, as though unbothered by physics. No, I replied back, amplifying my own voice with vibration magic. We have everything under control.
I did not task you with bringing everything under control,
replied Perisev. She slinked closer, though that didn't really matter, since we were already within range of her dragon fire.
I tasked you with killing the necromancer.
We have plenty of time left to do that, I replied. You gave us 2 months, and it's barely been 1. She came closer once more, close enough to look us over.
You made a deal with him.
A temporary one, I said. He's got cities down there, multiple cities, and untangling everything that he's done, that's going to take some time. There are innocents in all this. We need to create a new order.
And after that, I suppose that you'll kill him. On the 60th day, perhaps?
Asked Perisev, raising a scaled brow. Her claws were massive, just like everything else about her, and they were sharp enough to slice straight through steel. That depends, I replied.
On what, little one?
Asked Perisev, seeming honestly curious about my answer. On how much we need him, I said. We're talking about a migration of people that's unprecedented in mortal history, at least so far as I know. And if another month passes and we still need him, then you're going to have to figure out what you want to do about us failing your quest.
You would defy me?
Asked Perisev. I stared at her, willing my face not to move a muscle. The answer was yes.
I've spoken to Tomul. There are persistent rumors that you cost him an eye, through magical means or otherwise. He's none too happy about that, but it would seem that your legend, such as it is, greatly exceeds reality. Do you have a plan for killing one of our kind?
Uther managed it, I said. I'm sure that I could find a way, if I had to. We had workshopped it. There wasn't much that I could bring to bear against a dragon, save for memetics, maybe, and chlorine trifluoride, though the latter was so dangerous that we weren't keeping any in Sable, and burning a dragon to death seemed like a crazy plan just on the face of it. There were other tricks, but I expected them to be more costly.
Said
Perisev, looking us over.
Has Alicia told you what he does down there?
Yes, I replied. He raises children until the age of 8, then kills them and sends their souls directly to the hells for devils and demons that have contracted with him.
Not always the age of 8,
replied Perisev.
There is more money in raising a child to the specifications of the purchaser.
That's not something that's going to be continuing, I said.
Do you know how many he's personally damned?
Asked Perisev. No, I replied. Tens of millions, at a guess. Maybe higher.
Yet you suffer him to live,
said Perisev.
You met with him and made a deal.
Not much of a deal, I replied, frowning at her. It's going to be a complete dismantling of everything that he's built. It's a deal only in the sense that he knows we won't respond to leverage, and isn't so much of a sociopath that he wants his legacy to end in total calamity.
Is that your measure of him?
Asked Perisev.
I always wondered of Uther whether he was as naive as the stories made him out to be. It was hard to tell. In his reforms, he could be mercenary. In his laws, he understood people and their deviancies. But in his personal dealings, there was a lack of cynicism that people found startling.
It's not a lack of cynicism toward Blue, I said. No matter what his motivation, it would be catastrophic for us to lose him, because he's made himself the glue that holds the EZ together, and because of imperial incompetence, he's been left to grow in peace. We've got a month left per our deal with you. That's just enough time for us to take this from catastrophic to being very bad. I'll kill him myself on the last day.
No,
said Perisev.
Kill him now. Elisha Blue is a man who is so afraid of his own death and so apathetic about others that he would damn 100 million souls to the hells in order to squeeze another handful of years from this world. Every bit of honesty and compassion he's shown you has been because he decided that was his best chance at winning your mercy. You may be willing to allow him life, but I am not. You must kill him.
I refuse, I replied. Somehow I had thought that I would win this standoff by planting my feet and refusing to be intimidated. Maybe the most likely outcome from my perspective had been that she would go do it herself, and I would have to decide in short order whether or how I was going to stop her. Instead, she opened her maw and spat a gout of jet-black flame at us. We were standing within 6 feet of Grak, which was the only reason that we survived. He'd put up all kinds of wards, anchored to himself, and Dragonfire had been at the top of my wish list. The ward had been costly, requiring time in a rented time chamber just so that he would be able to build up enough concordance. The Dragonfire was annihilated on contact in the irregularly shaped bubble around him that followed the contours of his skin, but there was enough of it that all we saw was black, and as soon as she was finished, we were witness to the destruction it had caused beyond what was warded. The manor behind us was on fire, and the ground just beyond where we were standing was molten, the heat from it blocked by a different ward. The ground was shifting beneath our feet, though, because the Dragonfire was burning our surroundings, and the ward didn't extend all that deep. I felt a hand on me, then a brief moment of blinding pain, and then we were standing elsewhere. The heat that had seeped in completely vanished. Fuck, I said. She actually tried to kill us.
You shouldn't have said you would work on a way to kill her,
said Amaryllis, scowling at me.
You basically told her that we couldn't fight back. Remember that for next time.
We're on war footing now,
said Raven.
Dragons rarely back down.
Tell the underline to clear the area,
said Grak.
Give me 10 minutes and I'll send word to one of the clones,
said Amaryllis.
I assume she knows about the ship.
She'll be coming for us,
said Raven.
We don't have the firepower to kill her, or the defensive abilities to keep her out.
She looked at Grak, who had been the one to use the teleport key. The temporal plate made him much faster when time was short, and I was pretty sure that if we'd stayed even a fraction of a second longer, we would have been facing down claws and teeth. You could ward against Dragonfire, but as I'd seen firsthand when Tommel crashed into Greychapel, dragons were resistant to wards. The wards offered no guarantee of safety, no matter how good they were. Where are we? I asked. We were in a small room, one whose windows were closed. I could smell salt in the air and hear a breeze. When I used the crown of eyes, I could see through dozens of viewpoints, most of them in small, modest, well-worn rooms dominated by stone, ceramics, and rough textiles, with little wood. The species were varied, but trended human. No one was looking outside, though.
Extraction point 12.
Said Amaryllis, looking around.
Sidium.
Chosen as it was far away.
Said Grack.
Good.
Said Amaryllis.
Give me 10 minutes. I need to update one of the clones on the ship if they're still alive in 10 minutes. Juniper, use the flask to send a message, please.
She popped pencil, paper, and the fourfold flask from Sable in short order, then immediately began concentrating on the merge. On it, I said needlessly. My blood was pumping fast, and I was sure that my brain had dumped all kinds of chemicals in response to the attack, though what I needed was a cool head, not twitch reflexes.
What's the plan?
Asked Raven after I'd rolled the paper up tight and given the short version of things to the clones. We have 3 bases to defend, I said. I assume she's going to come after us, possibly after having gone down into the bowels of Necrolaborum and murdered Blue herself, though I don't know how well she can dig. Angelsin would be able to bring a lot of firepower to defend us, so my guess is she'll make for the Isle of Porin. It had taken us 6 days to get from Porin to the NLEZ. A dragon moving at top speed could do it in half a day instead, though there was nothing to say that Perisev didn't have her own forms of fast travel.
Then we defend Poran,
said Grack. Maybe if we can get her into the domain of the Locus, I began.
It would be putting both the domain and the locus at risk,
said Raven. What do you suggest? I asked. We pull in Uniquities, or Angelsin, get them to bring their expertise to bear. I was keenly aware of the figure that Pelida had given me, that the cost to kill a dragon was 20 billion obols, and I was certain that it was higher if you had to do it in uncertain conditions on short notice. Those weren't the kind of resources that the Empire would shell out without asking a lot of questions, and I didn't really think that we had the time for that. Amaryllis had at least partial control over Angelsin, but not enough that she could bring forward an immediate response to a rogue dragon at a cost of tens of billions of dollars. If Perisev were to come after us while we were in Khaledwich, that would be a different story. But I didn't know what the state of Khaledwich's anti-dragon planning was, and the civilian and military deaths following from that would be hard to stomach.
We fight,
said Raven. We could, I said. Another boost of skills from drinking souls, and I could see what there is to uncover in the fields of magic I have, supplemented with blade-bound stuff. I turned to look at Amaryllis, who was still in the middle of concentrating. Souls of exceptionally skilled mages aren't easy to come by, though, and it'll require yet another sacrifice to get up to the virtue that lets me take from souls. I tapped my foot and gave Amaryllis an impatient look. It wasn't her fault that her power took 10 minutes. That was just anti-cheese from the dungeon master, but I really wanted her advice, or at least support.
Do you think it will work?
Asked Grack. What? I asked, looking back at him. He'd set up wards around the room, basic protections that went beyond what he carried with him, and now he was watching me.
Enacting the same plan you did with Onion,
he replied. He went over to the window and opened the shutters, which gave a view of how dizzyingly high we were. Sidium was built into a cliff. It was a city that should have been logistically and logically impossible, except that it had been around for long enough to have adaptations. The air was noticeably thin, not quite enough that we were going to suffer for it, but enough that I wouldn't have wanted to have a full-on fight or run a marathon. We were all breathing a little harder than normal, especially Grack.
Do you believe that using a gimmick twice would be allowed?
He asked. I don't know, I said. You think it would get patched or excluded? But I repeat myself. It's not the kind of thing that I would allow in a tabletop game more than once. But if scaphism gets cut, it's a virtue, not some unintended consequence of the system.
You use skilled trade to get scuffism,
said Grack.
In combination, you're using one scarce resource to power your way into a second scarce resource. In the language of your games, you are using a 4th level power in order to gain a 13th level power, which you are using to go epic level.
I winced at that logic, because it was exactly the sort of thing that I would have shut down, if not right away. Then eventually, once the novelty had worn off. If it had been Reimer, because it was always Reimer, I probably would have asked him to sunset the character, and if he didn't go for that, then I'd have gotten heavy-handed with some rule changes. Or, fuck it, if the problem seemed really intractable, I hadn't been above just starting a new campaign with different characters, depending on how far my plans had already gone off the rail. We had actually gotten to that point where I was worried that God would shut the universe off because he was upset with me. All right, I said. Hang on for a moment. I'm going to pray.
You're what?
Asked Raven. We're operating under the assumption that there's a god of Erb, I said. Not these. I caught myself before I called them piddly, because the gods of Erb were still gods. Not the kinds of gods like the others, a fully omnipotent and omnipresent god. I won't say that it's undeniable, especially since most of the weight of evidence is from what you would probably just describe as visions, but I'm going to pray to the Dungeon Master to allow maxing out everything to work just one more time.
Okay.
Said Raven, frowning at me.
Be tactful.
Sure, I replied. I turned to Grack, who was looking out the window at Sidium, partly to watch for threats, but from the way his eyes were moving, also because he was interested in the view. He'd been here once before, to acquire the site, but hadn't spent any actual time in the city. Anything I should tell the Dungeon Master, I asked him.
We have our own conversations,
replied Grack, still looking out at the cliffside city.
All right,
I replied. I settled myself down and faced away from the others as Raven opened up a book from the entad on her wrist and began looking for something, perhaps ways to kill dragons. We already knew everything in those books, but I got the sense that Raven liked books for the comfort that they gave her in uncertain times. Are you there, God? I asked. It's me, Juniper. I was keeping the party from hearing me, naturally, because it would have been too embarrassing. We haven't really spoken since you excluded skin magic in Leo, apart from a few stray thoughts here and there. Since then, I haven't been having such a good time. I have to say, it's really taking its toll. Some of that shit, if it had been done at the gaming table, by me as a dungeon master, the players would have gotten up and walked away. Tom would have taken me aside and asked me if something was wrong. Reimer would have called me a shit. Arthur.
I don't know.
Because I never did that egregious of a violation with him. Sorry for being vague, but you should know my grievances, and talking about them. That shit with Bethel. It sucked. It sucks more because she's such a vital tool. I don't want to reconcile with her. I don't want to forgive her. In a just world, that would never be asked of me, no matter how much she reformed. This isn't really about that, though, nor is it about that shit with the pipe dream, which I still hold against you. Everything else I hate, but I understand. Some of it was almost not fun, but there was satisfaction to be had at points. And some of it was fun, but mostly that came down to the other players, not anything you did. That was wishful thinking on my part, but I couldn't not believe that my companions had minds and agency of their own. That way lie madness. I swallowed. I was getting off track. I should have gone into the prayer with a plan, but this wasn't exactly prayer. It was more making a plea with an incredibly powerful entity for leniency, or with promises in exchange for rewards. Maybe that was what prayer was, at its base. I'm planning to kill Perisev, I said. She breathed fire on me, because she thought I was vulnerable, so fuck her. She's dead to me, and hopefully literally dead as well. She sent me on a dumb quest, but when I neutralized Blue in the bottle, she just threw the quest out the window, so again, fuck her. She's dead. Maybe there are people you don't want me to kill or to learn a lesson from, like Doris. But if Perisev was one of those people, then she should have come at us without so many threats and overt acts against us, even before the attempted roasting. I took a breath. So with that said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to kill her without going all out. That means that I need to pull whatever dirty bullshit I can. You punished that at Leo, but you let it work before you nixed it. You could have stopped me before I killed Mom Rath, but you stopped me after. I get that. But there's been this feeling of trying to keep things in my back pocket, holding on to them for a time of need, rather than because it makes sense on the object level. I'm worried that I have to pull my punches with Perisev, because if I don't, then there's another exclusion coming, and I'm going to need everything I've got to make a run past Felseed. Something ludonarrative dissonance. If he was a kindred spirit, he would get what I meant. I sighed. I don't know what you want. I can guess and infer from what you've said, or from what I've seen of the game, but you've got this sense of humor that makes it hard to know when you're being straightforward. Probably the implied existence of a Hitler achievement doesn't imply that you want me to kill 6 million people. I'm a little more confused about the point of the Seven Locks 1. But look, the whole reason that I'm talking to you is that I want to be able to cut loose in the coming fight and not get punished for it because it's the same trick a second time, or because it's not fair, or not what you want. So, if that's at all a consideration, then I guess I'm asking for this to be the last hurrah. And if you hate the tools you've given me, or I found a trick that you're not liking anymore, then let it be after this fight. If you could, maybe give me a sign. There was nothing. I wasn't sure what I had expected. The ancients, and to a lesser extent, modern religious people, seemed to read signs into everything. After an animal was sacrificed, they would cut it apart and see whether any organs were malformed. They would watch the clouds and the winds. So far as I could tell, nothing in the room had changed, and everyone was right where I had left them.
I think the underline is clear,
said Amaryllis, coming out of her trance.
Are things good here? Nothing on fire?
Not yet,
replied Grak.
We should expect her to have entads,
said Raven.
We should also expect some facility with at least one magic, maybe more, at least Magus tier, maybe in the top 1% in the world.
We already knew all that. Raven had a habit of filling silence with information. Maybe it was reassuring to her, or maybe that was just the way she was. Maddie had been the same way, though it had always been about things I didn't care much about, like K-pop or Minecraft. I had sympathized with the impulse, if not the subjects. She's going to be the one to pick the battlefield, I said. That is, unless we have a way to pick one for her.
She can only pick a battlefield to the extent that we have things we need to protect,
said Amaryllis.
Unfortunately, we have a lot of things we need to protect. Poran is the worst case. We should be ready to move there at a moment's notice. I'll check in with the other versions of myself and set us up with a protocol to ensure that we can pass messages quickly with the fourfold flask.
I made the mistake of thinking that one damned person in this whole world would be sensible, I said, shaking my head. She's just lucky that she's right.
She's right?
Asked Raven. I'm fallible, I said. I can be beaten. Throw enough force my way, and I'm toast. Unless I'm grossly mistaken, I'm not playing by normal narrative rules, I'm playing by tabletop rules. Being able to suffer loss is part of the game, which means it's probably the nature of reality. It's actually super inconvenient to have people thinking that I can't lose, because some of them are just going to rage against what they see as fate. They'll come at me with everything they have, not leaving anything to chance, and I don't even know if there will necessarily be a way out. I'm glad that we didn't get to see what else Perisev had prepared, but worried that we're going to find out in short order.
I need to sync with the others,
said Amaryllis.
But it would be good for us to have a plan in place so that I can propagate it.
Do we have a bearing from the underline on where Perisev was going? I asked.
None,
said Amaryllis.
They never even saw her.
Then can we make a new contract with the Dorises? I asked. Tracker?
Maybe.
Winced Amaryllis.
The faction that controls the search capability isn't fully appraised of blood god Doris, and they don't know that I'm there. It's a possibility, though.
The results of that tracking determine what we end up doing, I said. If she's going to Anglesyn, we set up in Anglesyn with cooperation from the military there. If she's going to Poran, then we defend the locus with the help of the Tuung. Can you get on it?
Sure. But the Tung are going to do fuck all against a dragon,
said Amaryllis.
There are capable fighters among them, but even with as much Entad support as we can give them, they're not going to so much as make a dent.
What does our stock of souls look like? I asked. How many ink mages do we have?
Not enough,
replied Amaryllis.
There isn't some stockpile of souls that we can draw from. Most of them go into large, secure tanks, where they get mixed around. It's a similar problem with soul mages, whose souls aren't saved and labeled. I've been trying, but the infrastructure doesn't exist. For those people who do have souls in neatly labeled bottles, there are ceremonial aspects to it, and it's not like there's a centralized repository. The data isn't collated, and procurement can't go through a central authority, because that central authority doesn't yet exist.
This had been one of those tasks that Amaryllis had taken for herself, and I wasn't terribly surprised to learn that it hadn't yet borne fruit. For the onion fight, I had been taking common skills, mostly gathered from the mooks we'd killed, members of the Golden Cité we'd killed outside Boastrovino, the guards at the Black Site, or during our sweep through Leo. Getting ink magic to 100 would take 4 Magus tier ink mages, and we hadn't even fought one of them, at least so far as I knew. Erb was not set up for the collection and exploitation of useful souls. Soul scaphism was like having a car in a place that didn't have roads. Okay, I said. I took in a breath. And someone should contact Bethel.
Seriously?
Asked Amaryllis.
Yes,
I said. Maybe not for this encounter, if Valencia doesn't okay it. But if we're having trouble figuring out what kind of possible solution there might be to Perisev, that's a sign that we need the firepower she can bring to the table.
Doing that before either of you are ready is a recipe for disaster,
said Amaryllis.
And I want to hold off on being around Bethel for long enough that I don't have to work at keeping a cool head.
Do you have to work at it? I asked. Yes, she replied with a curt nod.
We will hold off,
said Grack. He looked at me.
What were the results of your prayer, if any?
You prayed?
Asked Amaryllis. She seemed worried. I did, I said, and I didn't get anything much out of it. Nothing concrete.
Were you respectful?
Asked Amaryllis. He's not some authoritarian thug, I said. Why do I have to defend your god to you?
He's not my god,
Amaryllis replied.
He's everyone's god, whether they want him to be or not.
Yeah, I said. And you've been taught deference to gods, because they're big and strong, and if they want to, they've slapped people down before, usually not for petty stuff, but
sometimes for petty things,
said Raven. She had a door look. Sure, I said, but I don't think that applies for the Dungeon Master. I don't think he's driven by ego.
The gods are not driven by ego,
said Amaryllis.
Mostly not,
replied Raven. Okay, you know what? We have a dragon to kill, I said. We can talk about theology later. I treated the Dungeon Master how I thought he probably wanted to be treated, which was as a Dungeon Master. I tried to put things in that frame, like I was stepping outside the frame of the game to have a chat.
Fine,
said Amaryllis.
We'll debrief later.
In the meantime, we need to procure souls and wait to see where she strikes, I said. We should have some time before she closes the distance to either Poran or Anglesyn. Push and pull. Chapter 210. Push and Pull. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepson. It was a bit of a waiting game. We had to wait for Amaryllis to sync with a clone. We had to wait for reports to come through the fourfold flask, and we had to wait for some kind of secondary deal with the Dorises. When we'd finally negotiated with them, we were able to use the compass to find Perisev, who was streaking toward Poran at insane speeds. We teleported over as soon as we had the information on her destination, which put us in the basement of one of the bigger buildings that had been constructed to house the Tuung. Many of them were there, hunkered down, since the call had gone out that there might be an attack that they could do little about. I tried not to be too affected by the way they looked at us, like everything would be all right now that we were there. I doubted my ability to protect them. We went to the surface and made a beeline for the domain of the Locust, where Solace was waiting for us. The Locust itself was nowhere to be seen.
You've invited danger,
said Solace.
No,
I replied.
Danger is coming to us through no real fault of our own. We were well within the time limit that Perisev proposed. The only thing that I would have done differently would be to kill her right then and there. But I didn't have a way of doing that.
And you have a way now?
Asked Solace, folding her arms across her chest.
Maybe,
I said.
We'll try.
Good,
replied Solace.
I was never particularly fond of dragons. If they threaten us, slay them.
It would be better if we could use the domain,
I said.
I'm stronger here. Not a druid, not by a long shot, but if the battle can be here, then that might give me an edge.
Of course,
nodded Solace.
Just be warned that plants don't particularly appreciate dragonfire. You would probably do well to ensure that as little of the domain catches fire as possible.
Understood,
I replied.
And thank you.
I am on your side, Juniper,
replied Solace.
Even if I'm called to serve a higher purpose.
I nodded. I didn't see her as an adversary, just someone who wasn't fully aligned with the party's goals. Maybe I had been deluding myself for too long that we were ever pointed in the exact same direction.
Can the Locust fight?
I asked.
Can, yes,
answered Solace.
Whether that will happen, I can't say. We've been at cross purposes lately. The freedom from the bottle, it hasn't been the success that I had hoped it would be.
I could see the domain through soul sight, and it hadn't moved at all. The transition between the lushness of the land that had once been bottled and the Isle of Poran wasn't so stark anymore, as a lot of work had been done to smooth it out, but the domain itself didn't seem to have expanded so much as a foot. At least it hadn't shrunk. We took off through the woods, walking quickly until we eventually came to the tree at the center. I was mildly surprised to see that there were people there, a small collection of very diverse species who were looking uncertain, anxious, and in one case pretty pissed off. I hadn't known that Solace had started bringing people in as potential druids. They were all pretty useless to us, since none of them were druids, just hopefuls, and I decided that I would ask about their backstories later on. It was the kind of thought that I immediately chided myself for, but the thought did still pass through my head. Amaryllis made introductions, and I ignored basically all of it. No one mentioned that they were secretly ultra-plus good magi, or that they had a 99.99th percentile ented, or anything else that was relevant to the situation at hand. I hadn't gone into the day thinking that I was going to be fighting a dragon, and even this small bit of socialization, this C-plot that was surely going to simmer in the background, was setting me on edge even more than getting blasted by dragonfire. It felt like the dungeon master promising me that there were more plots ready and waiting in the wings. Once Perisev was dead, once we went through the months of effort cleaning up Blue in the Bottle's crimes against the mortal species, there would be more things waiting, another cast of characters to meet, more battles to fight, subplots and side plots, and character arcs of one kind or another.
We have about an hour,
I said as I looked down at the compass.
That's a guess, based on her current speeds.
She was traveling more than twice the speed of sound, which was faster than dragons were supposed to be able to go. It made no fucking sense, given that dragons propelled themselves through the air using their wings. But draconic flight was magical as well as physical. It did give me pause, though, because it was really, really fast.
Start in on the souls, then,
said Amaryllis.
Try to go faster than you went at the arena. Once she's here, we should assume there are seconds between when she comes into our range and when the fight begins.
I nodded and went into my soul to make the appropriate sacrifices to increase essentialism high enough that I could get the virtue. We had a single soul, Mage's soul, left intact in our possession. Yarrow's and his would be the soul that I scafed to keep essentialism high enough that I wouldn't have to worry about it running down due to the maluses involved. I felt like a miser as I spent hard-earned skill points, knowing that it would take more training and more downtime to get them higher. The cost was one that only I could pay, and ever since the respec, I didn't have skills that I didn't care about losing. I settled on dumping alchemy, which I'd gotten quite high in the process of creating the chlorine trifluoride, and which we wouldn't be able to take advantage of until after this was all over anyway. Thrown weapons also got sacrificed, which was the second time for it, and while I would be able to get it back up with scaphism, it was going to be more effort than it was worth to train it up again. Once that was done, I scooped out Yarrow's soul, then went through the process of eating other souls, each of them handed to me by Amaryllis. I was fairly indiscriminate this time, taking anything that might even remotely have a combat application, including every magic that I came across, and every once in a while, I checked the virtues that I was unlocking. All the souls went back into bottles when we were done with them, occasionally with notes about what was left in them, if it had been something that I couldn't scaff, like a skill I hadn't unlocked, or something not currently on my character sheet. We had a disproportionate number of vibration and still mages, a grim reminder of how many innocent people I'd ended up having to kill in Leo. We'd tried to time things so that I was finished right before Perisev showed up, but she had slowed slightly on the approach, and that gave plenty of leeway.
I'm still not equipped for aerial battle,
I said, after looking over the new list of virtues for the second time.
There's nothing to stop her from making a few passes and laying on the dragonfire. Grack's ward will probably hold, but that only protects us, not the locus, not the domain, and not everyone else.
The best option might be to throw me,
said Grack. I stared at him.
Seriously? I asked.
I can annihilate blood and bone,
he replied.
Dragons are resistant to magic, but not invulnerable. Throw me, then throw yourself.
The thrown weapon's 100 virtue was called Throw Anything, and we were in the domain of the locus, where I had extra ability to fudge the rules a bit.
I don't think it will work,
said Amaryllis.
Reimer and I have been sending letters back and forth, and his interpretation is that Grack wouldn't count as a weapon, not without more degrees of reasonableness than we have access to. Further, there are some penalties for throwing that aren't dealt with by any of the virtues. I'm not saying that it won't work, only that there's a good chance that it would fail, and shouldn't be our first plan of action.
I could burn bones to increase strength,
I said, frowning.
We have a different problem,
said Raven, who had been looking at the mapping entad.
Perisev has come to a stop.
A stop?
I asked.
She was moving at twice the speed of sound.
And now she's not,
said Raven.
Well, I just sacrificed a bunch of skill points and used up a bunch of souls, so she had better fucking show up.
We'd been taking a risk, we knew that. But if she'd been making such an effort to move so quickly across Erb, why was she stopping now?
Fuck,
I said.
If she stays stopped, she can make all our prep time a waste.
We need a backup plan,
said Amaryllis.
The clock is ticking. We're at one point lost every 2 minutes. We could take the egress to her.
We can't properly control the egress, so I'm doubtful that's wise,
said Raven.
She could knock us out of the sky. I could take Juniper alone with my personal travel entad, but that would mean leaving Grack behind.
Where is she precisely?
I asked. Raven grimaced as she zoomed in the map.
She's in the heart of a city,
said Raven.
Nels Below, which isn't a large one, maybe 250,000 people in the metro area.
She looked over at me.
If we bring the fight to her, then we're going to a battlefield of her choosing, one with civilians.
That's irrelevant.
said Amaryllis.
Not wholly, but we need to get back to Necrolaborum to deal with things there, which we can't do with Parasev breathing dragonfire down our necks. 250,000 in the metro area means much less in the central business district, and even a large-scale fight will result in the deaths of hundreds, thousands at most. When compared against the millions of people in Necrolaborum, don't give me that look, Raven.
You're talking about the deaths of innocents.
She replied.
Amaryllis is right,
I said.
We've burned through limited resources that we can't spare. Get me there, and I'll take the fight to Parasev. Collateral damage will be high, but...
I stopped, listening to myself.
Shit. I'm pretty sure that this is the reason that Parasev moved against us. How you feel about the Chosen One depends on what you think they're chosen to do. She didn't just send us against Captain Blue in the Bottle in order to fuck with us. She did it because she wanted to get a judge of my character. She knew that it would show my values, one way or another. Or maybe just the limit of my capabilities.
I sighed.
I should have told her that once Blue had served his function, we would send him to the deepest hell to be tortured for eternity.
There are OPSEC reasons that we shouldn't do that,
said Amaryllis.
I was never planning to,
I said.
I want him to suffer, but that suffering wouldn't actually accomplish anything. You shouldn't want your enemies to suffer, you should want them to reform. But look, I lost a point off all the skills talking about this, so it can wait for another day. Raven, are you ready to go?
I wish that we could have brought Grak with, but Sable wasn't a workaround for the teleportation key's limits, and I was sure that asking whether there were workarounds for Raven's Entad would just be insulting.
We need a way back,
said Raven.
Especially if she chooses not to engage.
Teleportation key is still on cooldown,
said Amaryllis.
We don't have anything that could move the egress, though we could bring it there separately after the fight is over, or if she runs.
It's not possible to use the egress without violating the Sky Treaty,
I said.
But I guess we're talking about killing a dragon, which probably overshadows that violation in the eyes of the Draconic Confederacy.
The consequences of this whole thing would probably echo for months, if not years, and I simply didn't have the time to worry about it.
Raven, ready?
Okay,
she said after a moment of hesitation and another look at the compass. She grabbed me by the arm, gave me a brief questioning look to make sure that I was ready, which I answered with a nod, and then we rose together in the air as the world warped around us, becoming a thing of magic and light together. That only lasted a brief moment before we were above the ground again, slowly falling down between a pair of buildings into an alleyway. I hadn't seen Parasev through my own eyes, but I had seen her through the eyes of others. She was sitting in the center of a park, upright and looking quite calm. Almost everyone in the 50-foot range of the crown of eyes was looking at her, or if not looking, then hiding.
She's not far,
said Raven.
I know,
I replied. I took a deep breath. Heightened as I was inviolable, and even if I weren't inviolable, I had more than maxed out enough skills that I could defend against Dragonfire, and likely her melee attacks, along with whatever magics she had mastered. I was feeling that intoxicating raw power that I'd had against Onion, and while it was fading, with 5 different penalties working against me, it wasn't fading that fast. I halfway wished that I had kept going with still magic, but I had stopped at a skill of exactly 99, which kept me from meta-stilling. Halting all of my skills from decaying sounded great, but it also sounded like exclusion bait. If I was going to accept the Dungeon Master as a Dungeon Master, then I couldn't just be like Reimer, freely pushing the game to its very limits, not when I didn't absolutely have to. Parasev saw me as soon as I came around the corner, and her stance changed in a moment, from imperious to something cat-like, down on all fours with her back arched, wings spread, and tail sticking straight up in the air. I ran at her anyway, going full speed, every step boosted with blood magic, draining my bones for power. When I was halfway there, she let loose with a gout of pure black dragonfire, and I parried it away from myself. The wash of heat stopped by still magic before it could touch my skin. Almost as soon as that was over, Perisev pushed off the ground, springing into the air with unnatural grace and speed, flapping heavily and accelerating in a way that should never have been possible for a winged creature. I grabbed myself by the collar of my armor and threw myself after her. But Reamer had been right, because while I could ignore how physically impossible that was, I wasn't able to make it more than perhaps 100 feet in the air before the air resistance and generally poor aerodynamics of my body robbed me of my momentum. I wished that I had the ring of incorporeality, which had been lost during a scuffle in Angelsin, presumably eaten by the cannibal.
Come back here,
I shouted after Perisev, and though I doubted that it would do much good, I let loose with a volley of gem magic, as well as an attempt at vibration magic, and finally threw my sword after her as hard as I could. She wasn't coming back. The sword returned to my hand, boomeranging backward in utter disregard for the laws of physics, and I let myself drop from the air toward the ground. The park where we'd had our brief and unsatisfying fight was on fire, and would probably burn for quite some time. I used what air magic I had to starve the fires of oxygen, but it was dragon fire, which was, naturally, better than normal fire at keeping a flame going in the face of having the air sucked out.
She ran,
I called to Raven, who was making her way over, fully armored up.
I saw,
she replied.
The compass hasn't updated yet, but I watched her until she was just a speck. With the speed she can move at, we're never going to catch up. On top of that, if she's moving at speed, she can strike at us before we have a proper warning.
She shouldn't have picked a fight if she wasn't willing to finish it,
I said.
She's using hit-and-run tactics in order to assess your capabilities,
Raven replied.
She also probably knows that you used prep time in one way or another.
Fucking onion,
I said.
I blame him.
Blame the fact that you demonstrated new capabilities in that fight that didn't transfer over into subsequent ones,
said Raven.
Or blame the careful inquiries that Amaryllis made when she was trying to get souls. Tommel was watching us the whole time we were in Angelsin, but it would be foolish to think that Perisev wasn't watching too.
Time is ticking away,
I said, careful to keep the sound from leaving our area.
If she's on the run,
then you should accept that the costs are sunk,
replied Raven.
You have some time until you're back down to normal. We can guard until then, but we're going to have to find different strategies.
Or I could go higher,
I said.
Meta-stilling.
Was that a part of the deal you attempted to make with the Dungeon Master?
Asked Raven. No, I said.
And if it would risk getting still magic excluded, well, it's not a linchpin magic, but it would be one of the worst ones for me personally to lose. Sunk costs or not, powering up was a significant investment.
What you need is a way to fly,
said Raven.
Yes,
I replied.
There's a silvered surfboard at the castle in Glassy Fields, but even that wouldn't be fast enough to keep up with Perisev. Hit and run is a viable tactic for her, pretty much no matter what it...
I had always hated flying monsters in D&D, both because three-dimensional fights were hard to conceptualize and represent, and because air superiority invalidated huge chunks of the normal game experience, leaving a guy with a sword sitting on the ground, staring up at the sky with a scowl and no possible recourse. Perisev's sheer impossible speed in the air compounded that problem. She could move just close enough to launch a ranged attack, then zip away to safety. It was frustrating. I'd been prepared for her to come in swinging, for us to have a minutes-long epic battle that would have ended with one of us dead. Instead, it looked like she was going to try to wear me down. The first blast of dragonfire back in Necrolabyrum had shown her that Grak could put up a moving ward against it, while the second blast had shown her that I could parry it. Beyond that, she'd tested my ability to find her. She'd been waiting in this small city for me. She didn't know that the clock was ticking, but she was being cautious about how she attacked, and that was going to eat time. It was smart, but I hated it.
All right,
I said as I chewed on my thoughts, trying not to stress about getting weaker with every passing moment.
I'm putting on meta-stilling. May the dungeon master have mercy on my soul.
Raven nodded, and I took a bottle from within my bandolier, pulling out the soul of a still mage I'd killed back in Leo. It was the work of only a moment to scrape out his skill and take it for my own, which put a stop to all 5 of the skill decay afflictions currently affecting me. I wondered if this was how religious people felt when they transgressed against their gods. Absolve me of my sins, O Lord, or let me pay penance. Something, anything. Just don't strike me down.
Okay,
I said,
Keeping skills high is not actually a plan.
said Raven. She was looking at the compass.
She moved in the direction of Angelson, but appears to be stopped for now, with her probability distribution spread out over a wide area near the Akrish grass desert.
I think it's time to go back to Poran,
I said.
We can still wait for her there. We don't have a large enough collection of fast travel entads to chase her, not at the speed she's going.
There were a number of travel entads included in the collection that Amaryllis had gotten from Angelson, but most of those were relatively slow or otherwise limited, and for that reason had largely been left in circulation, acting as crucial parts of the warrens.
Did you want to call in the egress now?
Asked Raven.
We have less than an hour to wait on the teleportation key.
I said.
We'll call it in. Let me draft a note.
I took the 4-fold flask from my bandolier, then a pencil and paper, and after a quick moment, put it into the slot that Primarillis would be checking. The 4-fold flask was cool. I didn't really like using it as a glorified international cubbyhole, but now was not the time to be raising that objection again.
No movement,
said Raven, after fiddling with the compass for a bit. We were waiting in silence, still tensed. There were people around us, and they were starting to move. I saw some of them running between buildings, taking cover. I don't know what they made of us, but I had switched my armor over to the element of fire in anticipation of the dragonfire somehow getting the better of me, and I hadn't yet switched back to something that was a little less eye-catching.
It would have been good for us to get an open line of communication with her,
I said.
Then we could at least talk about our problems and try to work out some solution that works for both of us.
She thinks you're an inadequate protagonist,
said Raven.
Well, if that's true, fuck her,
I said. I frowned, with my hand on the cup, waiting for the telltale feeling of the note being grabbed. Amaryllis was taking her sweet time. I looked over at Raven, who was still fiddling with the compass, not that it was showing anything new. The Dorises didn't actually give updates in real time, which we'd been warned about.
We didn't leave Necrolaborum in the best of shape. If this cat-and-mouse stuff goes on much longer, there will be problems there. We kind of decapitated their dictatorship without leaving anything in place.
That's true,
said Raven. She was staring at the compass, and I was watching through her eyes, seeing that there was nothing to see, just a blob of probability marked on the map for where Perisev was likely to be.
I do wonder whether this subversion bullshit is a result of how things went with the Dorises, I said. We went into the big, scary, abandoned blood facility and made friends with the boss monster there. So for Captain Blue in the Bottle, instead of a giant fight against hordes of zombies, or zombie mages, or whatever horrible creations he might have had, he concedes to us and then tells us about a lot of the problems that have been quietly festering for hundreds of years and need to be dealt with because we stuck our noses in it. Or not because of it, but because we're the ones who might be able to. And then Perisev doesn't come in for a straightforward fight, one-on-one or better, her against the party. She's doing this bullshit.
I waved my hand in the air, gesturing vaguely at all the bullshit.
You think that the dungeon master is responding to you?
Asked Raven, looking up at me. I felt the note I'd left slip from its compartment in the flask. It would take some time for her to write a response.
I don't know,
I said.
Yes, I just don't know whether it's retribution or something else. Not that I would have preferred a giant fight through hundreds of zombies, but it would have been a lot cleaner, and the efforts to get souls bottled and to find homes for all those children, that would have come afterward, with some catharsis.
We're not going to find homes for all those children,
said Raven.
The world simply doesn't have the will, even if it technically has the means, which it might not.
Yeah,
I said.
You know, it occurs to me that there's a parallel to Uther and his mass Dracocide. There were lots of them, too many mouths to feed, more than the world could handle. So he just killed them all.
That was different,
said Raven.
You know that.
I know, I said.
Probably one of the worst things that Uther did, though, and he escaped with the moral high ground.
No one knew about it,
said Raven.
It was a secret that he kept. Whether it was moral to kill those dragons or not, there was no containing them. He thought about trying to educate them, but they were dragons, notoriously independent and willful creatures.
That got an internal yikes from me, which I decided it wasn't the time to verbalize.
But there were worse things that Uther did, depending on how you're counting. His treatment of the orcs gets him lambasted in certain circles.
Well,
I said,
from my perspective, he took a lot from how the United States and Canada treated the natives. Removing orcs from their families, deliberately erasing their history, all these methods of cultural destruction, changing their ways of life through force. I mean, he had to have been thinking about that, right? He knew his history as well as I did. Probably better.
I was still waiting on a message back from Amaryllis. Sections of the flask were getting used, those set aside for other channels of communication.
Whatever,
I said.
I'm still going to kill Perisev.
I didn't say you shouldn't,
replied Raven.
And I'm still going to kill Blue,
I said.
But I'm going to wait until after we've figured out how we're going to deal with all the people he's got under his thumb, rather than killing him, and then dealing with the mess afterward. Call me an incrementalist, I guess.
It was a slur in Uther's court,
said Raven, wincing slightly.
Not literally, but it was one of the worst things that he could call you when you opposed one of his reforms.
Doesn't surprise me, I said. I was going to explain some of his high school-age philosophical outlook, but I got the message back from Amaryllis and opened it up to look at it. The locus is getting skittish, I said, reading directly from the note. Amaryllis doesn't know why that should be the case, and Solace doesn't know either. There's no sign of any dragons so far. Amaryllis is worried that while we have eyes on Perisev, we're open to other attacks.
Tommel?
Asked Raven. Unclear, I said. Tommel lost an eye, and he backed down in Engelsin, though maybe that was the imminent threat of the cannibal keeping him at bay, rather than common sense. I'm not sure where a dragon gets a replacement eye from, or if he'll just be permanently maimed. Dragons had generalized magic resistance, which didn't always work in their favor. And I imagine that he's pretty pissed off about people thinking that it was me who took out his eye.
She's on the move,
said Raven.
Distribution is skewed, but it looks like she's moving in the direction of Poron. ETA is an hour.
The egress is faster than that, I said. I'll have Amaryllis send it. We'll be on our way back, I guess. No idea whether she actually means to hit it, or if she's just baiting us again. I looked at the map through her eyes, and had a strangely familiar sensation that took me a bit to place. It was like watching someone else use a computer while wanting to snatch it away from them so I could be in control. I wrote out the note, hoping that I wasn't making a mistake of some kind, and was thankful that the note was grabbed from the flask almost as soon as I'd put it inside. Gilding the Lily. Chapter 211. Gilding the Lily. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepson. The egress was incredibly fast and landed in the park 5 minutes later, going well in excess of 1,000 miles an hour in order to do so. It was a better ship than the Underline in pretty much every way, but its controls, which were nothing more than a map you could use to select your destination. In a lot of ways, it stripped to the bone the entire notion of using a ship to go from one place to another, taking out all of the interesting things about sailing or shipping, like feeling the movement of your travel, or caring about weather, or steering. If it weren't for the fact that it was moving through the air in big arcs, it might as well have just teleported people from one place to another. We got aboard, and I resisted giving a wave to the locals, who were mostly still hiding, either from us or from the dragon that had briefly landed in their town. I went to one wall of the ship, where the silver skin showed a crude map, and selected our landing site in Poran. It would be good to reunite with the party. I was still keyed up, and didn't like the idea of giving our enemies two fronts to attack us on, as much sense as it had made at the time. If you were in the egress when it was flying, you had no sense of acceleration or movement. It was, for the most part, just waiting in a room for a pretty boring few minutes, as it did its thing independent of controls. That was one of the reasons that it was pretty simple to send without passengers. No one needed to touch anything. We were in the air for about 30 seconds when the attack came. 15-foot-long claws ripped through the skin of the ship like it was made of aluminum foil, and just after that, as the outer layer was peeled back, the magic of the Entid failed, the inertial dampers no longer in play, and all that hidden speed coming to the forefront in the space of a single moment, leaving me flying through the air as the ship disintegrated around us, the last shreds of its magic applied unevenly. If I hadn't maxed out still magic and heavy armor, there was a good chance that I would have died, but I was no mere mortal, at least for the moment. I stopped myself with the wrong orientation, my feet pointed toward the sky and my head away from the bulk of the wreckage, but spun myself just in time to see the follow-up attack coming. My brain was having trouble keeping up with what was happening, and I only registered the claws being gold, not black, seconds after it had actually happened. Tommel let loose with dragon fire, and I parried it, cleaving the flame with my sword, splitting it perfectly in half, with my body perfectly positioned between the two halves of flame. Maybe having learned from last time, though, he wasn't content to just breathe fire and then watch me roast. He rushed in with claws out and teeth ready to bite. The size difference between us was enormous. He could have eaten a whole mouthful of junipers. His ruined eye was still ruined, scarred over. I threw my sword at him and started to drop, knowing that I wouldn't be able to go faster than him with gravity alone. I didn't hear the sword hit him, but it would have been pretty damned hard for it to miss, given that he was bigger than the broadside of a barn, and as soon as the sword returned to my hand, I activated its ability, mirroring his wounds. All his wounds. He swiped at me and missed, because he could no longer see, and I kept falling, trying to get the hell out of his way. I was looking around for Raven, trying to make sure that she had survived, but the pieces of the egress were still falling, and it was hard to tell what anything had once been. Raven could survive a fall from any height, I was pretty sure. I vaguely recalled her having done that when she'd gotten blown off of Mome Rath, though I hadn't been there for it. It was mostly a question of whether she'd been able to survive that initial deceleration. Tommel was flapping his wings and moving around erratically, which made sense, because all of his marvelous draconic sight didn't amount to shit when he had a second gouged-out eye to join his first. He let out a jet of dragonfire, spinning his head slightly to cover the area around him, but I wasn't anywhere nearby. I stopped myself in midair. "Hey!" I shouted to him, amplifying my voice. He flapped more, but he had zeroed in on my voice, and after only a moment's hesitation, he dived toward me, spewing out fire, which I easily parried. When he was close enough, claws forward, I dropped down, trying to angle myself so that we would just barely pass by each other. With my infinitely sharp sword extended, I was able to cut him, making a yards-long gash that was at least a foot deep, and another cut through part of his hind leg that I'd gotten lucky enough to swipe at. I mirrored his wounds again, and was gratified to see gold blood trailing behind him as he followed through on the dive. He slowed and stopped, much lower than he was before, and I dropped down after him, trying my best to land on him. All I had for propulsion was throwing myself, which was simultaneously more effective than should have been physically possible, but less effective than I had been hoping it would be. I got to him as he was still flapping in place, and landed on his back, spamming the sword's ability to open up 8 more wounds. Then I lurched to the side to cut at the joint where his wing was attached to his body. He turned back toward me, and blasted me with the full force of his dragon fire, and half my mind was focused on stopping it, while the other half was focused on making my cuts. The flames actually touched me this time, not quite stopped by the still magic. My armor was inviolable, but I was not, and while the elemental armor was in fire mode, it still didn't protect me completely. I could feel the dragon fire burning me, and it was horribly painful even with the sensation dampened, but I did my best not to let that detract from separating his wing from his body. I didn't get all the way through, but at a certain point, the bone and ligament suffered catastrophic failure, and Tommel began to fall. I stilled myself and spammed the sword's ability again, feeling only slightly gratified when I saw a wing rip clean off, with the second following close behind it. I turned my attention to the dragon fire, trying to stop it from burning me where I was unprotected, bringing to bear the full weight of every magic I had. Air magic to force it to burn without oxygen, still magic to freeze it in place, vibration magic to cool it down, until eventually it went out, with no more than a horrifying burn on my face to show for it. It was a 5th-degree burn, down into the muscle of my face, and I wished that I had kept pain off completely instead of turning it back up for diagnostics. I poured on the healing, which offered only partial relief. Sudden and intense trauma had a tendency to drive straight down into the soul. He had burned my ented bandolier and the crown of eyes, and I hoped that I'd gotten them put out fast enough that they would recover. I was thankful that I hadn't taken more of my gear with me. The pistol and shotgun that were a normal part of my kit had been left behind. When Tommel hit the ground, he kicked up dust and dirt, making a loud thumping sound that could probably have been heard from miles away. I watched for a moment, seeing if he would move, then grabbed the collar of my armor and threw myself to him, assisted by gravity for the long drop down. I wasn't clear on whether he was dead or just unconscious, but I moved in at speed anyway and started hacking away at his neck, which let out gallons of shiny golden blood once I was far enough in. He heaved once, and I darted back, but it was just his last breath, not a gout of flame. Tommel, the wise and mighty, defeated. Good riddance, I tried to say, but my face still hurt, and the muscles hadn't healed in quite right. I was going to have to fix that, and soon, but Amaryllis had the backup copy of my body data stored on a natal soul. I didn't know how I was going to get back to her. Tommel had landed in a forest, shattering trees when he came down, and there were small bits and pieces of the egress still raining down. I was watching for her, though, and I finally saw Raven, her cloak billowing out behind her, helping her to descend like it was a parachute. Her body was limp beneath it. I started running through the trees, trying to track her descent. I finally caught up to her 100 yards from where I'd started, and made a leap up into the air in order to catch her, stilling us both to give us a softer landing. She wasn't moving or opening her eyes, which was a bad sign, especially since she wasn't able to sleep. "Fuck," I muttered, trying to ignore the pain in my mouth as I spoke. I reached forward to open her eyes, but my fingers were stopped by the invisible barrier that protected her head. She was breathing, though, and her heart was still beating away in her chest. I reached down to take her hand and pumped healing magic into her, hoping that it would help. Her eyes fluttered open after just a moment, and she stared up at me.
What happened?
She asked. "Dragon attack," I said. "You okay?"
Probably just brain damage.
She replied, slowly sitting up.
Your face.
"Yeah," I said. Whatever damage the crown of eyes had taken, it was still functional, and I could see scars, mostly on the right side of my face, where I'd been hit with a full blast that all the magic I had access to couldn't quite save me from. It was reddened, but otherwise normal, the healing magic having taken me through the early stages of the burn and out the other side. I was no expert in burns, but it seemed to me that it would probably be back to normal in a few days, maybe with a different skin color there.
You got her?
Asked Raven. Him, I said. It was Tommel. I cut off his wings and then slit his throat. Raven sat up.
The compass,
She said, looking around and patting her pockets before finally stopping and looking at me.
Poor Anne.
Probably, I said. Are you ready to go?
Aye.
She said, then stopped, looking around the meadow.
The egress. Was it?
Unrecoverable, I said.
Then how are we getting there?
She asked, getting into a sitting position. Her speech was slightly slurred, which wasn't a good sign. I just need to believe, I said. I stood and held my hand out to the side, willing the locust to appear. I was in its domain, and in theory, it knew what was happening with me. But I had virtually no sense of what it would actually take in order to get a message. The locust had come to join me on the airship, and then left to return to Porin. All that had been done with Solace along, which seemed like proof that... No, that was the wrong way to think about it. I was standing in the domain of the locust. I was always standing in the domain of the locust. That domain wasn't really a concrete thing, even though I could see its fuzzy boundaries. Instead, it was conceptual, artistic, a nebulous thing that I was a part of. The domain was a context, and I existed inside of it. It was like all my best ideas before I started nailing them down and making sacrifices in the name of consistency or realism when they were still that elemental spark of promise. I was a part of the idea of the domain, sewn into that spark of promise at the base level. Reimer, the alternate one who lived on Erb, had told me that all my worlds ended up shitty because all I did was focus on the shitty stuff. I didn't really think that was true. My worlds ended up shitty because I had a depressive disposition, and because my hot take on the real world was that it, too, was shit. People had trouble working together. There were leechers and mooches, petty authoritarians in every school, office, and shop in the world, fundamental biological truths that we were fundamentally biologically incapable of tackling, systems that got so big and so fucked that no one could ever unfuck them or replace them. World building was, at least a bit, my retreat from the real world, but I kept bringing the real world into it. In trying to commune with the locust, I was pushing back against that, tapping into the raw, elemental well of idea space, trying to find some spark that I could hold on to without letting it get attached to that poison of reality. I was capable of it. I knew that about myself now, though I wasn't sure that I had before. It was the easiest path to thinking like a druid that I knew of, the best way I had of calling the locust to me. It came as an image, that of a small girl in a blue dress, down on one knee, drawing in power from the fields of wheat around her before launching herself into the sky with a wide smile, and I held it there rather than developing it, trying my best not to contain the idea or contaminate it. It was my instinct to attach rules, to think of explanations, to work out systems and the logical consequences of the rules I'd thought up, to attach costs or metrics. I kept all that away from the germ of an idea, resisting the temptation. I closed my eyes, then took off the crown of eyes, and held out a hand. When I felt fur, a wave of relief washed over me. That was only the first step, though. The second. I was on Porin. I opened my eyes and looked around. The change might have been subtle, but I had too much in the way of extrasensory effects, and water magic alone would have let me know that I was in a wildly different location, the rivers and creeks that threaded through the woods we'd been in, replaced by the sea around us. Thanks, I said, as I put the half-melted crown back on, which let me see things from the point of view of the locust. There was a looming storm on the horizon that wasn't there in real life. No one else was in the area, which I had to wonder about, given that the domain was where we planned to make our last stand. It was big enough that there were areas that weren't occupied, but I wondered whether I had been taken somewhere out of the way on purpose. Raven was nowhere to be seen, which was a problem, since now I had no way to get her. But I wasn't going to blame the locust for that, given that its assistance was a long shot. "Mind giving me a ride to the others?" I asked. In response, she lowered her head, and I climbed onto her. I had never been a fan of riding horses, but riding the locust was a lot different, and I'd done it enough to feel at ease. From her perspective, looking through her eyes, I wasn't riding her at all. We were two deer, doe and buck, bounding together through the woods in a playful way, hurrying under the darkening sky. It was hard to know what the locust knew, but I imagined that it could feel the tension in the air and the threat of imminent attack. The others were near the tree and stood as they saw me approach. It wasn't just the rest of the party and the wannabe druids, but a contingent of Tung as well, 2 fire teams that I recognized as being elites among them.
Status report,
said Amaryllis as soon as I climbed down. Tommel attacked the egress while it was in flight, I said. He's dead now. Raven had the compass, but she's not in contact with us right now. Fourfold Flask was with me, but it was in Rilke's strap, and that's not working right now.
Let me look at it,
said Grack, holding out his hand. I took it off and handed it to him.
Your face is fucked up,
said Amaryllis.
It hurts?
A bit, I said.
Which means that it really hurts,
she replied.
You took a blast of dragonfire?
I mean, I did fight a dragon, I replied.
Starbody?
She asked. I glanced at the wannabe druids, who were close enough to hear, and made sure that our conversation was muted to them. Amaryllis was the one applying vibration magic to do the muting, but it still made me nervous enough to check her work. The alterations are intact, but that one didn't help me. It was never a guarantee. Flame breath at incredibly close range is a worst-case scenario for dodging.
And you're okay?
Asked Amaryllis.
How'd you come back?
The locust brought me, I said. Not Raven, unfortunately, though I'm not sure why. She's not going to be critical to the coming fight with Perisev, though. I'm worried about her, but she can't be the priority. Amaryllis frowned slightly.
You're sure that your power will hold?
She asked. Yes, I asked. I have meta-stilling. That was in the note.
I just mean,
said Amaryllis, shifting slightly to adjust her armor.
You made a prayer to the dungeon master. You made a compact. From what you said, it was explicitly for the next fight. You're talking about breaking that compact. It's not something that should be lightly done.
Oh, I said. I tapped my foot. Look, the fight against Tommel, I blinded him from the outset, and from there, it wasn't all that difficult. I'm not saying that I couldn't have done it without the power I currently have, and there's a chance that I would have died in the initial attack, or the follow-ups. But most of the real work was done with the sword, which took him from one eye down to none. Cutting his wings off and slitting his throat. Probably not possible without an infinitely sharp blade, but I don't think that it should count as the battle I was talking about.
Are you willing to stake your life on that?
Asked Amaryllis.
Try to see it from his perspective. You made a promise, and you're trying to bend it, maybe even outright break it.
If the dungeon master has a problem with it, then I'm pretty confident that he wouldn't strip me of my power while we're right in the middle of things. He didn't with Mome Wrath, I said. Perisev will be here in a half hour, based on the last information we have, to take me down a peg now. Achievement progress. Super exclusive 2 out of 40. That motherfucker, I said.
Juniper,
said Amaryllis. Something was excluded, I replied. It was... I stopped in my tracks. I felt slower, less sure of myself, my sword no longer a pure extension of my being. But it wasn't just that, it was almost everything else. Magic had been stripped away from me. Sensation had been stripped away. It was all still there, but muted. And soul sight, which I'd been leaning on, was gone.
Juniper, talk,
said Amaryllis. I think it was essentialism, I said. Amaryllis closed her eyes, and I was sure that she was focusing on her own soul. I did the same, but I could already feel that so much was missing that was the only explanation. Scaphism was gone, taking the buffs with it, as was skilled trade. Fuck, I said. I couldn't gain access to my own soul. Spirit was still there, thankfully, but that was a very thin silver lining. I could feel that all of my bonuses were gone. Wherever the exclusion zone was, if there was one, it wasn't here.
This is bad, Juniper,
said Amaryllis.
Good, in some ways,
replied Grack. Amaryllis looked at him for a moment, then nodded. No more burning through my own bones, I said, trying to think through the implications.
No soul links,
said Grack.
That's long-term and
said Amaryllis.
We need to be thinking about Parasev if she's still going to be coming in hard. Half an hour, less now? That's not a lot of time, and we don't have a way of stopping her, let alone killing her. Did you try memetics?
No, I replied. They're not anticipated to work, are they?
No,
said Amaryllis.
Just curious.
When I went at Parasev, she bounced away before I had a real chance, I said. With Tommel, I started off blinding him. There wasn't much time for testing in either case. We should send someone for the body, by the way. Butchering a gold dragon will probably give good materials.
We don't have a plan for the next half hour yet,
said Amaryllis.
Let's wait on talking about the next day.
Speaking of gold, I replied. It's probably time for me to become a gold mage.
Now?
Asked Amaryllis, furrowing her brow.
It's not something that can be undone.
Like you said, we don't have a plan, I replied. It'll let me fly, that's something. Parasev is frighteningly fast, and she's going to try to roast me alive, so... Best defense I have against dragonfire, short of being next to Grack, is still magic, and that combos with gold magic in terms of keeping the fire from actually touching my skin. Still, magic by itself, even at a high level, was inadequate.
Call of the Gold,
said Amaryllis. I can handle it, I said. Do what the gold wants, then fight the dragon after. And given that fighting the dragon might be necessary to keep the stash of gold, it's not going to be a long-term arrangement.
Many gold mages say that,
replied Grack. If you object for personal reasons, I won't do it, I said.
That would be idiotic,
said Grack.
Really, really idiotic,
nodded Amaryllis. I'm just offering, I said. I was worried that the offer would seem like a bluff to him, or coercion, and wanted to make sure that he knew I was serious. We can find some other... No, said Amaryllis.
We'll get the ritual set up. The plan will be for you to engage aerially as soon as she's within range, and hope that you can beat her one-on-one. We'll deal with the soul magic exclusion after it's all over.
I looked at Grack and bit my lip. Is there an argument for Grack riding me? I asked. Amaryllis and Grack stared at me. I would have a bubble ward against dragonfire, I said.
You'll be accelerating too fast for me,
said Grack.
I do not believe there's any way to create something like inertial dampers, using a ward around myself. I could slow you down with velocity wards, but that would defeat the point.
All right, I said. Then let's get the ritual going. Aside from needing a fair bit of gold, the Call of the Gold was the big drawback to being a gold mage. It put a cap on how long of a career you could have, and forced anyone you worked with to accept a number of unpleasant concessions, as well as spurring on conflict. The possibility of being asked to do something that you simply refused to do, and losing all power because of it, was something that would immediately stop most people from ever wanting to become a gold mage. Naturally, Polides had tried their hand at harnessing the raw power of gold mages, and done their own work in attempting to subvert the call of the gold. For the most part, none of this had worked. The polities of the world had done the obvious thing and held a reserve of gold bars, hoping to feed the gold mages little by little until they had reached their limits, whereupon service as a gold mage would be summarily ended, and a new gold mage would be inducted using the same gold. This was the kind of good plan that failed more often than you'd expect on Aerb, because it was base munchkinry, and the designer of the world hadn't particularly been a fan of that kind of thing, which was probably a pretty hard principle for any scientist to figure out. In this case, allowing that munchkinry would essentially just mean that gold-rich nations could fund superpowered police and transform the actual gold and wealth-seeking elements of the magic system into nothing more than correlations between a nation's material wealth and their ability to project force, which wasn't terribly interesting, since that was already a thing in both the real world and on Aerb. It was the kind of thing that would have immediately occurred to me as a designer of magic systems, and had predictably been cut off at the pass on Aerb. The first thing that the Call of the Gold would request of you would be to secure your store of gold, keeping it safe and inaccessible, so that it would be truly yours, rather than sitting in a bank, or worse, under the control of a sovereign. Aumann, the gold mage that we'd killed back in Baron Jewel, hadn't just made a vault with wards around it at the top of a tall tower because he was taking sensible precautions. He had done it because he'd been required to. The Call of the Gold knew things independent of the gold mages, information like where gold was stored and what kind of defenses a vault had, and it would know if you tried to cheat the system. Worse, it knew what you knew, which meant that it was even harder to circumvent its will. Being a gold mage was like having a little devil on your shoulder, one that was enormously greedy, didn't trust people, and couldn't be reasoned with. I was almost looking forward to it, just to see what it was like. We performed the ritual with 5 pounds of gold, with a street value of about 10,000 obols. It was only a small fraction of what we had available, but part of the point was to test it and see what kinds of demands would be levied against me in the first few minutes. From what we'd read and information provided to us by outside sources, the kingdom of Angelsin and Uniquities being the two big ones, it was entirely possible to fail as a gold mage in the first several minutes of having become one, simply because the demands were too high for you. We were well positioned on Porin, though, fairly far from any major cities, and I was hopeful. The ritual itself involved placing the gold into an inscribed circle and then completing a few marks at the margins, which could be done with nothing more than a ballpoint pen. We'd had this all ready to go for ages. Amaryllis had a piece of paper with the requisite marks on it inside Sable, meaning that we could get it going in an instant, cutting 20 minutes or so of time down to more like 3, every step that could be done in advance having already been accomplished months ago. Skill unlocked. Gold magic. Achievement unlocked. I love gold. The gold shimmered once, signifying that it was marked, and then went inert. I lifted off the ground as a test. It was disappointing, more like slowly drifting up instead of actually flying, but it was still more than 200 pounds of force, which was certainly something. Even at this relatively low level of gold, it would be like having a gun on me at all times, as well as the ability to stop a bullet dead in its tracks. That was a pretty great deal for only 10,000 obols. Skill increased. Gold magic level 1.
Take all the gold from the glove,
came a voice in my head. It wasn't my internal voice, but it was close, with a bit of gravelly depth to the sound. The call of the gold was different for everyone, and I hoped that I wouldn't have to hear much more. Dump the rest of the gold, please, I said.
Okay.
Said Amaryllis.
Anything else?
Nothing yet, I replied. I'll let you know. Amaryllis didn't waste any time. She didn't push more gold bars from Sable. She pushed a whole pallet of them, all lined up and stacked, ready to go. I did a quick count, and some sloppy guesswork in terms of multiplication, but it must have been more than 100 million obols worth of gold. I had no idea we had so much. That's a fucking huge amount of gold, I said.
Yes.
Nodded Amaryllis. Grak was staring at it. My best guess is that he was thinking about how much dwarvish labor had gone into mining all that gold.
Force her to give you the glove.
Give me the glove, I said, holding out my hand.
Why?
Asked Amaryllis, her eyes momentarily flickering to Sable, then back to me. I'm being asked to, I said with a shrug. The word force was used. If you don't hand it over, this whole thing is probably over right now. Amaryllis handed the glove over, looking slightly miffed.
Check it for gold.
I tried to pop more gold out, and nothing happened. I hadn't expected her to hide an additional cache of gold inside the glove, but I wouldn't have been terribly surprised. After waiting for more instructions, I cautiously handed the glove back to Amaryllis, who slipped it back on.
Mark the gold,
said the voice in my head. I didn't need to ask what that meant, or how I would do it, because it was already a new bit of knowledge, one that had been put into my head. It was a simple sign, one that needed to be made while facing the gold and close enough to touch it. Maybe more importantly, it needed to be mine, in a way that was a bit nebulous. As soon as that was done, I felt a rush of power. Spilled ink. Chapter 212. Spilled Ink. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepsen. There wasn't a lot of good information on who the most powerful gold mage of all time had been, but there was a decent chance that I was in the top 1% of all time. Gold mages were hampered by their quest for gold and unstable by design, which meant that there were hard limits on how much wealth they could accumulate before they burnt out. It was entirely possible that I had rocketed up to the top of the pile for gold mages, all at once. It wasn't like the power that came from having tons of skills in their hundreds. No, this was raw, unbridled power, untamed except by my single point in the skill. I flew up, and probably would have killed myself, if not for the fact that I had so much other magic at my disposal. I continued straight into the sky for a full second, and found myself far above the clouds. I could see the curve of Erb, caused by some arcane effect that in a video game I would assume had something to do with render distances, but here I probably thought was in order to mimic Earth. Light curved, making it look like I was shooting up from a sphere. Skill increased. Gold magic level 2. I needed to skill up as fast as I could, and spent 10 minutes in the air putting the new power through its paces. I flew up and down, getting a bit dizzy before I realized that I needed to consciously allow the fluid in my ears to slosh around, and then spent a few minutes testing that, trying to get my brain to agree with my senses about what was happening with my body. It was difficult work, but the levels in gold magic went up fast. The skill dealt with several aspects of the magic, all the various problems that weren't quite covered by a general do-what-I-mean that seemed to come with it. I pulled steel ball bearings. These were an eternally handy tool that no self-respecting adventurer should be without, from my spare bandolier, and tried firing them off using the tactile telekinesis. Gold magic generally just worked, but there were certain required secondary powers that it simply didn't have. I could easily break the sound barrier, but I didn't have the incredibly fast reflexes and time perception that I would need in order to avoid slamming straight into the side of a mountain, or otherwise causing some major catastrophe. Gold magic would protect me from myself a bit, but not so much that I couldn't accidentally kill myself if I was doing something dumb, or pushing it to its limits. Gold magic passed 10th level with no virtue, and I was on the fence about whether or not that was a good thing. Most level 10 virtues were weak, parlor tricks more than superpowers, but I wasn't sure that I would be able to get to level 20 before Parasev arrived. I wanted to know what direction the virtues would go in, whether they would be about the gold, the entity, or the tactile telekinesis. I was focused on leveling through gold magic and honing as much natural skill as I could with gold magic, but a small thread of my mind couldn't help but think about all the ways that gold magic was stupid, at least from a world-building perspective. It was something that I had talked about with Amaryllis a few times, with her eventually coming around to my point of view, or at least indulging me when I wanted to rant. There were a lot of components that went into any good magic system, but gold magic had an inherent disharmony between the method of acquisition and the actual power granted. Having to stock up a big pile of gold that you couldn't share with anyone and were bound to protect was a perfectly fine method of gaining power, but the power itself could have been anything, and it being tactile telekinesis was stupid and random, disconnected from whatever the magic was attempting to do or show with its acquisition method. Capitalism bad, probably, or greed bad. At least if it had been longer-range telekinesis, you might have been able to make an invisible hand of the market pun. I had made some real stinkers like that in my time, though, where two different pieces of a magic system or other world-building element were just stapled to each other. Maybe it was just Erb echoing the kind of failure that I sometimes came up with, or the laziness I sometimes approached world-building with. It was hard to say. Skill increased. Gold magic level 13. Perisev was going to show up soon. I could practically feel it, though we had 20 minutes or so, maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less.
Take the gold and relocate it to somewhere only you can obtain it.
And where would that be? I asked, not really expecting an answer.
Celestar, it replied. Use the glove.
Are you fucking kidding me? I asked. How am I supposed to do that and be back in time to kill the dragon?
You have time if you go quickly.
It was a worrying level of specificity. It was also known that the call of the gold could and did lie about consequences. I looked up at the sky. Celestar was overhead. I was fairly sure that the call of the gold wouldn't ask me to do something that was impossible, not right off the bat, just hard or costly. This, I would need air, which we'd had a solution to since back in Kairlaga, and I would be able to survive the vacuum of space through the use of gold magic to keep my insides inside and the lack of heat. It was nothing that I couldn't prepare myself for, but I would have liked more than mere minutes of notice. I landed next to our small group, touching down softly.
Training and testing going well?
Asked Amaryllis, raising an eyebrow. They'd been watching me, but hadn't asked me to come down. Vibration magic let me keep an ear on them. I need to move the gold, I said. The pallet was still there, with the remaining gold bars loaded onto it.
Where?
Asked Amaryllis, tensing up slightly. This wasn't entirely unexpected, which was part of the reason the pallet had been loaded. Celestar, I replied.
We might have to bail,
Amaryllis replied after a brief pause. It's too total of a loss, and too far to go. Beyond which there are threats up there. Yes, I replied. I think I can make it back in time. 240,000 miles, that's a lot. But once I'm out of the atmosphere, I should be able to pour on the acceleration. I'm already breaking the sound barrier when moving through air. This would remove friction from the equation.
20 minutes, said Grak. That's 12,000 miles a minute, double unless you teleport back.
We can't endure even a single minute of a dragon attack, said Amaryllis. It could destroy the locus outright. It could burn and destroy every building on Poran in that time.
Those are the stakes, I replied. Are you advising against it?
No, said Amaryllis. Hurry.
She reached down and touched the pallet with Sable, then 10 seconds later, once it had vanished, handed it to me. I didn't waste time on saying goodbye, and instead lifted off toward the moon, slipping on Sable and the breathing gear as I tore through the atmosphere. I was up out of breathable air almost as soon as I'd left, and pushed on forward, making sure that the gold magic was keeping everything in place, the tactile telekinesis extending to and suffusing my gear. When I was clear of the last dregs of air, everything became clear and bright, with nothing to obscure my view. I I could barely feel the vacuum when it came, and only through the vague sense that I was using a fraction of my force to fight against it. Achievement unlocked. The final frontier. Space warped around me. Erb was flat and infinitely tessellating, with the sky having the same appearance no matter where you were, barring some variations on what they called the projection layer. To make that even the least bit coherent, Erb needed to be folded up, and the light coming from the sun, moon, and stars needed to be essentially straight with respect to the surface of the plane. It was a four-dimensional mess, and I just trusted in the image of the moon ahead of me, trying to ignore the way things were curving away from, or toward me, all that upper dimensional stuff not entirely important. So long as I was looking at the moon, light was following a path from it to me, and though it might not be where it appeared to be, I had no better way to navigate, no way to untangle how the light was being fucked with. The multicolored stars were moving around me. They weren't actually stars, not like we had back on Earth. They were giant, hollow, glowing shells, and close enough that there was some parallax. They were all out past Celestar, but still near enough, and with enough variation in distance, that constellations were warping. I was stunned by it. I hadn't expected traveling through space to actually feel like traveling through space. And dead ahead was Celestar. "The moon sucks," I said, staring up at it. Tiff was curled in next to me. It was a cold night for stargazing, but we had heavy sweaters on, and it hadn't gotten chilly enough for us to retreat inside. I liked the chill in the air even in normal circumstances, but it was all the better with her warmth beside me.
"Yeah?" asked Tiff. "What do you have against the moon?"
"Fiction is better than reality," I replied.
"Have you ever read Baudrillard?" asked Tiff.
"Probably not," I said. "Give me a hint."
He's the guy who came up with hyper-reality?" she asked, more than said.
"Oh," I replied. "Then no, doesn't ring a bell."
"Never mind," said Tiff. "Not important. Please, tell me why the moon sucks."
"Okay," I said. "First, the good points about the moon. It's really, really big. It orbits so that we get nearly perfect eclipses, and it produces some great tides. All those are good world-building features."
"Plus, it protects us from asteroids," said Tiff.
"Well, sure," I replied. "But from a world-building perspective, protecting the whole world from an outside threat as part of a thankless job. That's great if it's a person doing it, not so much if it's an inanimate lump of rock, even less so if practically no one knows about it."
"It's pretty, though,"
said Tiff. "It is," I said, staring up at the moon. It was a waxing gibbous, which was the kind of information that I had foolishly filled my head with. But it's a plain white sphere. There's no life up there, no civilization, nothing organic, just pockmarks from other rocks smashing into it. A waterless sea. Don't you ever think about how much more exciting the moon could be? If you read early science fiction, you can see all these thoughts and possibilities about what might be up there.
"Do you love me?"
asked Tiff. I looked over at her. "Yes," I replied.
"I love you too," she said, giving me a little smile. We were at that point in our relationship where we were saying it kind of a lot. Does your mind ever get overrun by all the ways that I could be better?
"No," I said. I tried to think about that. "You're perfect." And I really did mean it.
"Oh, shut up," she said, smiling slightly. "No one is perfect. But to think about all the ways that things could be better, more interesting, more compelling. It's fine to have dumb opinions about the moon and how boring it is, but you can't let that outlook leak out into your real life."
"I do love you," I said.
"I'm not talking about us," she said. "You're obviously blind to my faults at the moment, but you know that map and territory thing that Arthur talks about?"
"Sure," I replied.
"Okay, well, Baudrillard's idea was that in the modern world, We have this super detailed map, so detailed that we live inside it, and the real world is crumbling away from a lack of use, said Tiff. Well, the representation of the real world anyway.
And this guy is a French philosopher? I asked, staring at the moon.
Sociologist, I think, said Tiff. She curled in toward me. Just something to think about. The moon as it exists in fiction, or in representation, or media, is not actually the moon. We have this hyper-real version of the moon in our heads, and it's alienated from that moon and just, I'm not saying you can't or shouldn't talk about how life isn't what it could or should be. I don't know. I'm sleepy. I'm rambling.
We were silent after that, and she fell asleep next to me, her breath hanging in the air and her nose red from the cold. I was left staring at the moon and thinking what I would put up there instead. Herb only had one moon, but it was a huge, ripe, beautiful thing. It didn't have much in the way of color, but against the backdrop of the multicolored skies, that might have been a bit much. It was laced through with geometric lines, crisscrossing and curling, ordered in a way that was both obvious and unobvious, clearly the product of design, but without the intent quite clear. There was green in places, trees and fields, and blue in other places, rivers and lakes. But for the most part it was off-white, a very pale milky color, with a point of pink where something terrible had happened. The elves had a focus on perfection, not just as a persistent cultural trait, but as an immutable core of their species. They needed things to be just so, conforming to the ideal of its type, placed within the proper hierarchies. From a certain viewpoint, the elven experience was one of grinding down the world around them into a tolerable form, so that errant, unruly things would not trouble them anymore. Almost all differences between elves came down to variation on what perfection fundamentally meant. One of the great problems of the elves was that their perfect was not immutable, as much as they might wish it so, and as much as they might believe it to be static. It was hard to learn much from the partite elves of the fifth wave of migration, those who had left Celestar immediately before the cataclysm. It wasn't that they weren't willing to talk. The problem was that hardly anyone knew what, exactly, had happened. The leading theory had to do with a school of philosophical thought that had enjoyed some popularity at the time. In essence, the philosophers had posited that there was a great upward bend to elven history, that perfection was, by steps, increasing with every passing century, if imperfectly, and that this rise in perfection was happening faster and faster. The past was less perfect, and thus deserving of scorn, but the future was where true perfection lay, apotheosis for the elves and for Celestar. As philosophers were wont to do, they turned these philosophical musings into plans for concrete action. It was the duty of every elf to hasten the apotheosis of perfection along, and that was more or less what was known. Telescopes showed no signs of life on Celestar, no evidence that there was anyone still living there, and strangely, no growth of the plants or trees, no change to the sculpted environments of the elves, no decay or erosion. Very few people or organizations had the resources necessary to get to space, and expeditions to Celestar were rare, especially after a number of high-profile missions that were inexplicably lost. Who or what was causing those presumed deaths was unknown. It was, all in all, a spooky place to be.
"Start decelerating,"
said the call of the gold, speaking into my mind. I stared at Celestar ahead of me. It was larger in my field of view than it had been, certainly, but not so much larger that I thought I needed to worry. I had enough rudimentary physics knowledge to know that going from A to B in space meant spending half the trip accelerating and the other half slowing down, but I didn't have a good gauge for where the halfway point was, nor how fast I was actually going. I started slowing down a bit, watching Celestar and trying to do the math, which was difficult, given that I didn't have access to the numbers that I needed. Sadly, the rangefinder virtue, that lowly level 10 bonus from thrown weapons, had been lost to feed soul magic. It might actually have been helpful.
You're going to crash into Celestar,
said the call of the gold. I put my full force of my gold magic into going away from Celestar, but I was still traveling toward it, my accumulated velocity not quite being cancelled out. I added in still magic, and I was fairly sure that helped enormously, but it wasn't going to be enough. I was going to slam straight into Celestar, and I had no idea whether I had the power necessary to keep myself from dying on impact. Without any appreciable friction, I must have gotten up to some insane speeds. At the last moment, I changed tactics, angling myself to the side, trying to dodge the moon instead of slowing down. Enough not to hit it. That effort might have borne more fruit if it had been done earlier, but instead of missing Celestar, I just barely clipped it. It all happened very fast. The amount of counterforce that I could apply was enormous, so once I'd made impact, I came to a sudden stop almost immediately, and I was checking myself over for injury, even as pieces of wood and rock were still falling down around me. I'd grazed the side of the planet for a length of about a mile before I'd slowed down enough to get under control, but between gold magic and still magic, I hadn't taken any injury. I wasn't even bleeding. I had fucked up a fair stretch of Celestar on my landing, and rose up to look around me, both to check the damage I'd done, and to find a place I'd be able to hide the gold. Celestar had been perfectly manicured back when it had been widely inhabited. The exact history of Celestar was unclear, and was thought to stretch back far before the creation, or instantiation, of Erb itself. Elves hadn't turned every inch of Celestar over to productive use, but they had ensured that everything followed the aesthetic of perfection, and set everything up so that it could last for lifetimes, never needing maintenance or upkeep. There was a derisive term used in world-building circles, Ragnarok proofing, that referred to imaginary civilizations that made things to last long after the civilization itself was gone, usually for no clear reason. It was mostly as a method of creating zones of adventure for players. In the case of the elves, ensuring that their structures and gardens could withstand an apocalypse was a part of their warped mindset, above and beyond all the cultural considerations. The hundreds of years since Celestar's calamity had left everything virtually unchanged. It looked shockingly livable, aside from the damage I'd done on my arrival. I spotted a large dome in the distance and flew toward it. I needed a place to hide the gold that would be quick, easy, secure, and something that I could find again in short order. Celestar was huge, bigger than the Earth's moon, and there were relatively few landmarks, aside from the major lines that commerce had traveled along. In theory, the call of the gold would be able to tell me where my gold was, but part of the reason that I was being asked to do this was so that I'd have a way harder time getting this gold back if I ever broke the compact. The least I could do was to acquire a few landmarks in case I needed to return without the help of gold. I flew down into the dome, which had a crack in the ceiling, not one from wear, erosion, or anything else, but instead from a rock that I must have kicked up on my arrival, since the break was clearly new. From there, I flew, hovering into what must have been an office, its books still intact on the shelves, chair halfway out from behind it. Everything was pristine, like I had just come into the office of someone who had stepped out for coffee and would be back in a few minutes. I popped out the pallet of gold onto the floor of the office, then paused for a moment to look at it, waiting for further instruction from the call of the gold. The gold wasn't hidden. This was just security through obscurity, and the immense difficulty in actually getting to Celestar. If I'd had time, it wasn't worth thinking about. This was all in service of keeping the power. "Good to go?" I asked, hoping that there was no further obligation. "Yes," replied the call. I pulled out the teleportation key, pinpointed Porin, and tried to use it, but to no avail. We'd known that it didn't work across planes, but hadn't had any evidence one way or another whether it would work out in space or on Celestar. I didn't take the time to swear. As fast as I could, I flew out from the building, back out through the hole in the roof, and zipped straight through the atmosphere of Celestar, trailing a sonic boom in my wake that died off after I was through the air. From space, Herb was a ball of muted colors, and I flew toward it as fast as I could, trying to be mindful of acceleration this time. In theory, I could speed directly toward it, wait until I was halfway there, then start putting force in the opposite direction. But that would be inefficient, since still magic meant I could slow down faster than I could speed up. I also had no idea where on Herb I would end up. The ball was really the boundary layer where space got fucky, and in theory, a photon hitting that boundary could end up anywhere on the hex, if Herb even had photons. A star was the same distance from any point on Herb itself. Space warped around me as I crashed through the layer, and when the land below me was decidedly not the Isle of Poran or the sea that surrounded it, I tried using the teleportation key again, focusing in on the point where my segmented world line had a large cluster. After a brief moment of dulled pain, I looked around to find myself at the site where Bethel had previously sat, which was now just an empty stretch of land. No one was around, but there was smoke on the horizon. I rose into the air to look at it, and was just in time to see the great black dragon come screaming in for another pass. I flew at her, watching her mouth closely, because everything I had against dragonfire was by way of mitigation, rather than being able to fully protect against it. With the level of gold magic I had available, it was possible that I could fling it away from me as soon as it made contact, but I wasn't going to risk testing that. I was faster than her, in the sense that I could move quicker, but she was faster than I was, in the sense that she had the reflexes necessary to actually use her speed. She saw me coming, the blur of a person probably difficult to notice, and raised her claws against me. But I had enough speed that I was able to slip between them and slam straight into her. I'd been leading with my sword, holding it so that it would have the full weight of my body behind it and strike true. Not that the actual weight of my body was very meaningful in all this. I'd been aiming at her head, but struck her in the chest instead, my sword piercing her with enormous resistance. I pulled back almost at once, flying backward at top speed, and outraced the dragonfire that she breathed at me, even as I was trying to use the sword's magic to multiply the wound. She was jet black and hard to see, her blood no doubt the same color as her scales. I was waiting for her to counterattack as I flew away, but instead she went the opposite direction, past the domain of the locust, and I was obliged to follow after.
Tommel is dead then, she said.
The words were a shock. We were far apart from each other, though growing closer, and both of us were breaking the sound barrier in the course of the chase. It wasn't vibration magic, but dragons were never very big on entads, in part because the resizing capabilities that came with most entads didn't tend to be so lenient as to cover someone the size of a house. I slowed to match her speed instead of going into ruthless pursuit. We'd left the Isle of Poran behind, the two of us so fast that there was no way a fight would stay confined there, which was probably for the best. It took me less time to figure out how to kill a dragon than I thought, I replied. That was too snarky by half, but it felt good to say. Killing Tommel, it hadn't been in the heat of the moment. I had already won when I blinded him, and again when I cut off his wings and he'd slammed into the ground. I had killed him because I didn't want a third act of that particular drama. There was something gratifying in killing him, like there was in killing a wounded deer that I'd been tracking through the hills, bringing the inevitable to finally pass.
A shame, Perisev replied. I had hoped that there were rules and caveats to your power. Can you truly not be stopped?
I don't need to be, I replied. You're the dumb asshole who thinks leaving Blue alive for a month is a bigger disaster than killing him and letting the chips fall where they may. I was still holding back on speed, following her but not closing the distance. The truth was, I wanted to talk to explain that I wasn't some horrible monster. Sometimes you had to work with despicable people. Surely she would understand that. What the fuck did you want from me? I asked, after she kept going with no response. What answer should I have given to your quest, or to Blue, that wouldn't have seen you breathing dragon fire on us? I wasn't really expecting an answer from her. My best guess was that this conversation and this chase were both in service of stalling, or maybe trying to get me to some secondary location where a trap had been set. Maybe she was charging an Entad. Continuing on with this, rather than rushing her down and stabbing her to death, was probably just me giving in to my desire for closure, for some reason that I was doing all this. Perisev was an asshole who had gone back on her word and tried to kill me. But if my life as a protagonist was going to be me righting wrongs like that, there had to be a better way.
Until a few months ago, Uther was the only example of his kind, said Perisev. There were many things to say about him, but it couldn't be known what was inherent to the phenomenon, and what might be malleable. If Uther had gone there, he would have found a way to solve the problem clearly and cleanly, even if it left blood on his hands.
You don't know the first fucking thing about me or Uther, I replied. I could feel the anger rising. Captain Blue in the bottle was a difficult situation for me, and for our party, and it wasn't my fault that I hadn't been allowed a situation where there was a clear and decisive victory within reach. Uther was given stories by the world. The only reason anyone could say he didn't have it easy is because it went on for so long. You're trying to kill me because there's no way to cut a problem down to the quick. That's asinine. I could feel my anger rising, though I had no real stomach for this fight. My mind kept going to those millions of people living under Blue's rule, most of them not even knowing that there was a world above. Killing Tamul had been a moment of victory, but one whose satisfaction hadn't lasted.
Truce? Asked Perisev.
Without waiting for a response, she landed on the ground, going from above the speed of sound to a dead stop in a meadow, taking no longer than it would take a car going highway speed to brake. I dropped down, hesitant, to stand beside her, far enough that I wouldn't be at the mercy of her claws, and hopefully far enough that her dragonfire could be dodged. I'm tired of these fucking tests, I said. You've been putting on pressure and trying to suss out my capabilities. You've been trying to figure out the rules by being an adversary. Pretty fucking dumb, in my opinion. I've got millions of people that I'm somehow responsible for back in Necrolaborum and handing them off to the Empire, which hasn't done a damn thing about that place for its entire sorry existence. Killing is easy, but the rest of this stupid shitty world is not. Perisev was watching me.
I have never met someone so calm in facing down a dragon, she replied.
I'm angry, I said. I'm angry because there are millions of people being held hostage by Elisha Blue, and there's nothing that I can do that will turn back that damage or make it okay. I'm angry because there are trillions of people in the hells and no way to obtain justice. You're barely even worth talking about. I'll kill you like I killed Tommel, and at least I'll know that I've done one thing today that the world is better for.
Yet if I bow my head, as Blue has done, will you let me live?
Asked Perisev, cocking her head to the side. No, I replied. You gave me 2 months, then tried to roast me after 1. I'd be a fool to entertain the idea of letting you live. I wish there were a way to bind you, to make sure that your commitment to peace was solid instead of threadbare, but there's not. Besides, there's a good chance you killed one of my friends. I didn't actually believe that would have happened, but killing people off-screen wasn't beyond what the Dungeon Master would do. It was entirely possible that Amaryllis, Grak, and Raven were all dead. Possible, but I wasn't going to make assumptions.
And yet you speak with me,
said Perisev. I don't want to kill you, I said. It's a necessity, a burden. I need to get back to Necrolaborum and do what needs to be done there, whatever that might end up being. I was sure that they had a whole culture there, one that would need to be dealt with. Removing the oppressor was only a first step, and the damage that had been done to those people was incalculable and irreversible,
Our history is a history of stories.
said Parasev, either launching into a new argument or stalling for time.
Stories are the universal constant of both mortal and immortal species, of every thinking creature. Uther was, in his way, the protagonist, an inflection point around which thousands of plot threads bent.
And? I asked.
Stories are universal,
replied Parasev, looking me over.
but their forms, their structures, their tropes are not. Uther was the protagonist of many stories, but they were all stories of a certain type, peaks and valleys, building tension and climax, inciting incidents and calls to action. The world was warped around him, even if it was never obvious that this was so. He was, in some sense, the culmination of the stories of the English, and the bringer of a new generation of stories, and the creator and completer of stories himself. At the time, I thought that this was the trajectory of history, that there was something in ebb that turned toward stories, and had been accelerating us toward something or someone like Uther.
And then he left, I said, and the story magic, or whatever it was, dried up.
There was a last gasp of it, but yes,
replied Parasev, with warm air washing over me from her nostrils as she sighed.
For nearly 500 years, there was no grand narrative arc. We were unstoried. Those of us who studied these things, we had questions about the nature of Uther and what had happened, whether all his power explained his centrality to the stories he wove in the real, or whether the stories begat the power. We could not know how they mingled, and whether they ever would again. The time of the Second Empire was a frightening one, because it was almost deliberately outside the bounds of narrative, with no strong singular leader, only people of importance working together in mutual agreement, an ideology that revealed its weaknesses, blind spots, and flaws. When it ended, it was anticlimax.
And then there was me, I said, and I don't conform to the Eutherian ideal.
You conform to the new ideals of the time,
replied Parasev.
Rootless, wandering, obsessed with the structure of things, wanting to bring context, to argue until you're blue in the face. You are, as is this time, beyond the level of story. Do you think it goes unnoticed how you produce stories from nothing?
How so? I asked, resisting the urge to cross my arms, because my sword was still in my hand and I needed to be ready for an attack.
The interviews in the papers, the articles put out by newspapers that you now own, the testimony put forward by yourself and Amaryllis in the Lost King's court, even the myths that you've spun for the Tung, who were raised on stories that transcended reality.
She huffed once, showing a bit of fang.
It is the style of the time. You are the nexus of it. Unlike Uther, your stories will never exist just on the object level. They will twist and contort themselves through subversions, retellings, and recontextualization into something different. A story about stories.
That's Amaryllis, I said. I have fuck all to do with it.
It doesn't matter,
Parasev replied.
You are a product of the spirit of the times, or the spirit of the times was created to serve you. But the world in this third modern age is a blending of cultures, an understanding that there is no one true culture, that stories are just stories, unfounded and ungrounded, written by men who have not lived their lives, but rather have steeped themselves in the reality of those stories.
I'm not even from Erb, I said. I'm from Earth. I've read about 3 fiction books since I got here, and haven't had much time for literary criticism. None of what you're saying means a goddamn thing to me.
It should,
Parasev replied.
You should understand your circumstance in this world, your position, your path. Surely you've thought on the pattern of narratives. Surely your wife, if not you yourself, has made an attempt to put everything into the cycles of narrative that Uther described 500 years ago. And surely she has seen that you do not fit the pattern.
I tightened my grip on my sword. There's no way that I can keep you alive. Even if there was, I wouldn't. You don't have half the understanding of narrative that we do, and if you did, then it would still have been a bloody fucking stupid idea to try to kill me.
Then if peace is impossible, better we finish this quickly,
she replied. I was expecting the attack and moved away from her claws when they came, then hurled back toward her with my sword in front of me, making myself into a spear with the sword as its tip. She had almost certainly expected the counterattack, though, and sprayed dragon fire at me as I approached, which I zoomed out of the way of, going up and over her with fire hot on my heels, the maneuvers causing me to momentarily lose all sense of where the ground actually was. I popped a unicorn bone from Sable and began burning it, worried that I was one wrong move from getting a roasting that I wouldn't be able to come back from. Instead of having to loop, though, I slipped down when the fire stopped and delivered a solid strike, piercing through her scales by dint of my speed before shooting back away from her as quickly as I could, not wanting to risk being so close that she could get me with her claws. I used the sword to multiply her wounds again, pushing at it until it stuck, watching her to see if I was appreciably weakening her. She was bleeding, but it was like poking a human with a long needle. In order to do any real damage, I'd either have to be very precise with my pokes or make a whole lot of them. I decided for the latter, mostly because she was so damn fast. With the multiplication of wounds through reflection, a death of 1,000 cuts would only take 125 cuts, which was a little bit more manageable. By the fourth run I took at her, I was starting to feel it. The overwhelming power of gold magic was doing almost all of the heavy lifting, and still magic helped to stop me. But none of it was completely effortless, particularly not the moment when I struck her. It was a workout, if nothing else. She tried to roast me, but I was simply too fast, and by the time the dragonfire moved through the air, I was already somewhere else. In some ways, I was like a very annoying fly, buzzing around and occasionally coming in for a slight nip that did almost nothing. She changed her tactics, turning marginally so that my sword was more likely to deflect off to the side rather than pierce through her scales, and trying to get an angle on me so that she would be able to meet me with claws or fire. When I backed up for another run at her, she took off into the sky, and I shot off after her. She was faster in the air, but the biggest advantage as she flew along was that it limited my angles of attack. In the atmosphere, a good fraction of my power was being used to simply push the air out of the way, which limited my ability to cut in toward her at a fast enough speed that I could pierce through her scales. The best option was to try to get ahead of her and then rapidly switch directions, but she was too smart and too aware for that, and the first time I tried it, she changed where she was going, which didn't net me much. I was on a timer, though not one as concrete as when my skills had been ticking down. No, instead I was worried both about the next call of the gold, and beyond that, my body's ability to keep going. I wasn't using all that much in the way of physical effort, but it was still unsustainable, especially because I wasn't fully trained up in how to handle movement that came from gold magic. The turbulence through the air was also taking quite a bit of my power, since I was many things, but aerodynamic was not one of them. I was watching her as we did our dance through the air, trying to figure out the landscape of this battle. Surely if I just stabbed her enough times, she would lose blood and begin to falter. Yet as I looked her over, I could see that I was doing less damage than I would have expected. If I had been stabbed by a hummingbird a dozen times, I would have healed up. Why should I assume that she would have no way of doing the same? Healing would almost certainly be magical in nature, but dragons were magically resistant. It was possible, though. If she did have healing of some kind, then I was left with the prospect of either causing enough blood loss that she could be taken out, or doing so much damage to her that the magical healing got overloaded. There was still no clue as to where she was leading me, and a vague worry that I wasn't doing enough to stop her from getting to wherever she was going. Realistically, I didn't have much of a way to stop her, because my pokes with the sword imparted very little in the way of momentum, and I couldn't exactly get her to change course. I decided to change tactics. I had Sable, which in turn held literally thousands of objects in it, maybe as high as millions, given that there'd been several periods where we were just stuffing things into it like crazy. Naturally, most of those things were completely useless, but there was one in particular that I was hoping would serve me. Void bombs. With a moment's hesitation, I pulled one out, ripped off the covering that was attached to the adhesive, which set the timer, then flew in close, stopping only for long enough that I could slap it right onto Perisev. It was a big bomb, roughly the size of a grapefruit, and I was nervous about whether or not it would just get ripped off by the airflow, but it held against the odds. As I flew away, I was fairly sure she realized something was wrong, and she shifted to look down at it just in time for it to blow up in her face. The void happened when I was well outside the blast range, but I swooped closer to her as soon as the bomb had gone off. The one I'd used had been an iteration of Amaryllis's void arrow design, with 2 explosions. The first scattered void crystals, hopefully getting them more than a foot away from each other, while the second explosion was a detonation of a void crystal itself, which it was hoped would chain to the others. It was a major violation of international law, and not all that smart with the warnings about the Void Beast, but it was certainly effective. Perisev howled and stopped almost at once, and I could see the wound I had given her, a black chunk of flesh missing from her, its extent surprisingly large. I pushed on the reflection blade in an effort to widen it and multiply the impact as best I could, and she plummeted to the ground, with me close behind her. With the two of us having lost our speed, I was again at an advantage, capable of leveraging my acceleration for a strike against her. I readied another void cluster bomb, the second of the 2 we had prepared, but I wasn't confident that it would do what I wanted, given that critical injuries to her vital organs were more important than stripping away the upper layers of her skin and muscle. In fact, I was surprised that the void bomb had done as much damage as it did. I had thought that it would slow her down, not knock her out of the air. But as I got closer to Perisev, I saw her eye on me as she dropped, and realized that she was, in fact, more clever than I had given her credit for. With the element of surprise, she was able to touch her claws against me, and while I had enough power to prevent the claws from shredding me, that wasn't what she was going for. She grabbed me. I pushed against her with gold magic, but that did very little for me, because her grip was so tight. My arms were pinned to the sides, and I tried to apply the force of the gold magic so that I would slip right out. But she was squeezing me too hard, though not quite able to physically crush me, not with the combined force of gold magic and still magic. She brought her head down to douse me in dragon fire, and I did something that was either clever or reckless, or both. I went into Sable. I was in there only for a moment, a second, maybe less, and then I pushed back out again, flying away in a random direction as soon as I was in the real world. I had worried that Sable would be ripped or otherwise burnt, but I spotted it floating in the air as I twirled away and went for it at full speed. It was a risk, given that it took me so close to Perisev, but she was having a moment of confusion at my sudden disappearance and reappearance, and I was able to grab it as it fell down. The void bomb was still in hand, but not yet cooking. I flew in close, trying to get to her, but she'd really been playing her injury up, and while she'd lost some mobility, she was still well capable of fighting me off, though my speed advantage had only grown with her loss of mobility. I hesitated for a moment, hung in the air far enough away that I only had to worry about her fiery breath. There was a chance that the 125 cuts plan was the way to go, at least with her so injured. Every moment that passed allowed for her to try another desperate trick, or worse, for her to call for help, or for help to arrive. I might be able to kill Perisev, but if a second dragon showed up, the best I'd be able to hope for was a stalemate. I decided on a course of action and began a run-up to Perisev, building speed through the air. Just before I reached her, I blasted her with a bolt of lightning, courtesy of Ring of the Dragon's Mouth. I had never been immediately next to a clap of thunder, and underestimated how loud it would be by quite a bit, maintaining my ability to hear only because of my defenses. Parisev wasn't greatly injured, only momentarily phased, but it gave me the opening I needed to race in without having to worry about being snatched again. I planted the bomb on her and took off again, as fast as gold magic would carry me. Looking back only once, I was well clear. Her body had blocked much less of the blast this time, and the void effect had stripped scales and flesh from her wings. She began to fall again, and this time I didn't think she was faking it. I was cautious as I went after her, though, keeping my distance, waiting for a gout of flame to sear the air in front of me. She had just enough control not to crater into the ground, but unless it was a ruse, it seemed unlikely that she would by flying any time soon. She knocked aside trees with her landing and lay there for a moment, body heaving and leaking blood.
I yield,
she said, twisting her head to look at me up in the sky with some effort. Do you understand why I let Captain Blue in the bottle live? I asked, amplifying my voice with vibration magic. It was to help people. That's all I wanted to do. If I need to work with abhorrent people to do it, I will. If I need to do evil in pursuit of good, I will. I yield, she repeated, then coughed up a glob of black blood. I wish that I had another void bomb, but I didn't, so I popped out my sword instead. It was a brutal, ugly way to kill a dragon, but it was what I had available to me. I flew straight at her with my full speed, breaking the sound barrier just to slam my sword as far as it would go into her skull. I was mildly surprised that I could even penetrate the bone. It wasn't enough to kill her, though, so I flew back up, reflecting the wound as I went, then came back down for another strike. She tried to fight back, but she was weakened and bleeding out. Her claws were too slow to catch me, the gouts of flame from her mouth too easy to dodge, and after 5 minutes or so of repeated strikes, she stopped moving altogether. I waited, watching her to see if she would move, or if this was another ruse. After enough time had passed, though, I got my notification. Parisev, the wretched, defeated. Level up! I felt nothing from it, just some residual healing as my body got back into tip-top shape. My attention was on Parisev, watching the blood continue to slowly spill out of her.
The body will be worth a fortune.
Shut up, I told the call of the gold. But yes, fine. I need to go back to Poran, then we can return and claim it. Tommel's body too. Carve them apart, take some for us, sell other parts, hope that the Draconic Confederacy sees losing 0.5% of their members in a single day as a threat and a warning. I sighed, then went over to Parisev's head, pulled a runed spike from Sable, and extracted her soul, a bloody affair that took so long that I was worried I had missed the window of opportunity. Once it was out, I slid it into a bottle and stared at it for a moment. It wasn't any different from any other soul, not special for having come from a dragon. I lifted off into the air and tried to get my bearings. I was in an unknown land, with no familiar landmarks and only a vague sense of direction, but Sable contained a large number of maps, and I was able to start flying on a more or less correct line back to Poran. I felt empty. Parisev's purity test wasn't fair, and I knew that it wasn't, but I still wished that I had passed it. Working with Blue in the bottle was gross, even if it was the sensible thing to do. There was an undercurrent of anxiety running through my thoughts. Some of it was the call of the gold, that might ask me for something new at any moment, and which we had enough invested in that it would be painful to resist. A large chunk was necrolaborum, and the enormous problems there that had no easy solutions. I was responsible there, and it was a responsibility that I couldn't abdicate, not when I was so well positioned to respond. But the third part was more immediate than either of those. It was the smoke on the horizon, coming up from the Isle of Poran. That was how I had left it, and whatever had happened there was so far in the past that I had no chance of affecting the outcome. I told myself a lie. that everyone was fine, that there had been no off-screen deaths, but that was only enough to get me through the fight with Perisev. I knew my existence on Erb well enough to know that sometimes people died, even if it didn't make a lick of dramatic sense. I landed next to the treehouse, which had been spared dragonfire, and my eyes moved quickly between the people I saw, knocking names off my list. Grak was there, Raven too, a few of Amaryllis, and no Solace, though the locust had been visible from the sky toward the edge of the domain. "Is Solace okay?" I asked.
No,
Said Amaryllis.
she was badly burned protecting the locust. She'll live, though.
I let out a breath. "Good," I said. "The locust,"
Wakand,
said Grak. I nodded. Perisev is dead, and the gold is on the moon. I leveled up. The tension was releasing, a single source of anxiety having been removed, lightening the load. We need to get back to Necrolaborum then,
We took some hits here.
said Amaryllis.
We're healed back up, but most of that was due to Solace.
Okay, I said, shifting slightly. Look, there's going to come a point very soon when I need to get off the wild ride of being a gold mage, so time is vital. Amaryllis stared at me, then nodded.
You're right. There are things that need to get done.
It's also possible that we pissed off a whole bunch of dragons, I said. That's 2 in one day, and while I don't think they'd want to commit their lives to killing me, I talked with Perisev, and I guess to her, it was about stories, or morality, or some stupid shit like that, and we need to deal with the Necrolaborum stuff, preferably soon, but this is just fair warning that we might be kicking off the Dragon Wars arc,
We'll be ready,
said Amaryllis with a nod,
No, we won't.
replied Raven.
We burned through 2 powerful strategies today. What do we have as a third?
Nothing, I said. Nothing yet anyway. If I absolutely had to kill a 3rd dragon, and I couldn't do it before I have to ditch gold magic, then I would go to Blood God Doris and enlist her help somehow. We also have an unused rune magic exploit. We could leverage the couch potato. There are a few paths, but yes, none of them are particularly short paths.
Get to work on carving up the bodies,
said the Call of the Gold. How, exactly, does one cut up a dragon? I asked. Can we put someone on that? I tapped my head. I'm at risk of losing my gold mage license,
I have contacts that can help.
Raven supplied.
There might be some legal difficulties depending on where both of the corpses landed.
It was only after she finished speaking that I realized I'd last left her next to Tummel. She had made her own way back, as I thought she would, and quite a bit faster than I'd expected. "Are you okay?" I asked.
Fine.
She replied, though she really didn't convey that with her tone. "I never meant," I began.
If you wait too long, others will claim the corpses.
"The gold calls," I said with a grimace. "It's a fortune we would be leaving on the table. We're also going to want to find and control their hordes, if that can be done. Do we have any kind of right to them, or can we press a claim?"
We can on Perisev, not on Tommel.
said Amaryllis.
It's a jurisdictional issue. Let us handle it. We've been preparing for a dragon death in abstract terms since the train ride to Headwater.
And by we, she meant her, now multiplied.
You still need to be a part of it. Amaryllis must be kept accountable.
I still need to oversee and be in the loop, I said. Sorry, that's by orders of the licensing board. Amaryllis nodded once. And we need to return to the NLEZ, I said, feeling an internal twist of anxiety as I said it. Sooner than later. I felt like making a joke or saying something to relieve the tension I was feeling, but there was nothing that wouldn't just make me feel worse. I frankly feel like I need a week in a time chamber to try to untangle everything, and another week to decompress.
Gold magic won't allow it,
said Amaryllis. Fuck, I said. Fine, let's just get all this shit over with. There was an awkwardness in the group, one that I could keenly feel. Maybe it was the disconnect between me and them, the fact that I had soloed both the dragons without much in the way of help, or the battle they'd clearly been engaged in while I was elsewhere. I couldn't bring myself to care that much about Solace, not when they'd told me she was going to pull through. It was a soft punch compared to what I had been expecting, not inconsequential, but close compared to thinking about the death of a team member. And it felt like I'd been given permission to not care, to offload the social and emotional labor for another time. But the more I thought about it, the more I could see that things weren't sitting right. Not with me, not with the group. "Sorry," I said, unprompted. "I'm feeling off." Perisev, we talked. She had a point. Not a great one. Not one that I could do a single thing about, I don't think. But I think she felt like the story of my time here wasn't a proper story, or didn't follow the same story rules, or was a reflection of... I shrugged. Maybe she was insane, or viewing things through a different lens, but it felt like maybe she had a grain of truth. How things had gone with Blue in the bottle thus far were a sign that she was right, because it wasn't how it would have been for Uther. She surrendered, and I killed her anyway. Same with Tommel. I could have let him live. Neither felt or feels now like vanquishing an enemy. They felt like shitty things that had to be done, even though I didn't want to do them. Tommel, maybe, when I'd killed him, had given me a rush, but it had faded, leaving behind more complicated feelings. I paused, waiting for words of encouragement or absolution from the group, but they didn't come. I was sure that Amaryllis, at least, would have said them if she'd thought that was what was best or what was needed. But she was silent, just watching me and waiting. "Elisha Blue is a problem," I said. "A real, honest problem. One that can't simply be punched to death. He's got to be our focus. I don't think that he's honestly going to let us fully defang him and eliminate any reason to keep him alive. But we can't just kill him, because without him, there are huge problems in just keeping all those people alive, never mind all the potential people ending up in the hells by way of his necromancy. He thinks that's not leverage over us, and he's partially right, because the moment he starts issuing threats, I'm just going to fucking end him." "Is this about how you're feeling?" asked Grak. "Sure," I replied. Lost, hopeless, afraid, with this weight of responsibility that can't be shucked off onto someone else, and no real concrete plan as to what I can do. But it's also about what's going on at the object level, and you need to act now on the corpses. And this dumb fucking gold monster telling me what to do is not helping things, I finished. So let's get started shoveling this shit mountain, one scoop at a time. The Endless Toil. Chapter 2, 113. The Endless Toil. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Thulura Jepsen. I watched as the work crew dismantled Tommel. Dragon deaths were incredibly uncommon, the kind of uncommon event where a government work group might put together a committee to make a thick binder with plans and contingencies, which would then get left on a shelf for 20 years without being used, until the time a new work group was created to update it. It had been 100 years since a dragon had died, and it hadn't been since Uther's time that more than one had died in quick succession. There were, however, companies that specialized in cutting apart giant carcasses as quickly and efficiently as possible. Whalers. Aerb had an enormous amount of water and truly vast oceans, which were swimming with all kinds of creatures, some of them very deadly. Though they called themselves whalers, the industry actually dealt with all kinds of sea creatures, some of them quite large, with their biology varying considerably. Whales were just the most common. There was, of course, an alternate etymology, a folk understanding of these men and women as whalers, possessed of the kind of lunacy necessary to pull up massive creatures from the deeps. Having met a few of them, I was willing to give that meaning some credit. It had been a rather interesting time for whalers, who had, for the most part, put their dealings with sea creatures to the side. A bit less than 2 months prior, An absolutely enormous monster had appeared in Leo, and many of the whalers had been teleported over at great expense to help cut it apart and harvest whatever could be harvested from it as fast as possible before the flesh began to putrefy and as much of the corpse as possible was delivered by star magic to somewhere that wasn't urbanized. Given how immense and powerful Mom Rath had been, there was a lot of money to be had in harvesting it, which would have been true even if there had been no magic involved, only enormous quantities of skin, fat, flesh, bone, and 100 other things. Momi Rath was more than that, though. It was possessed of its own unique magic, and people were trying their best to figure out how to exploit whatever was left now that the creature was dead. The whalers had been making bank, given that this was mostly within their wheelhouse, and that there was a pressing need to get everything done before the less stable parts of the body rotted. From what I understood of the situation, lots of the people who were homeless and jobless, in the wake of Mom Rath showing up in Leo, were being put to work on whaling crews, rapidly trained in the finer points of taking apart a creature that was so big you might sometimes think you were on the plane of flesh. We'd pulled 2 crews of whalers off from Leo, where the work was winding down, or at least sideways, toward more industrialization, and promised them a portion of the proceeds. The 2 dragons had died in completely different places, but we had claim to both of them, and it would be a windfall of sorts even before we went after the dragon hordes. Dragons were one of the most intensely magical creatures on Erb, and while there were some supposedly exciting applications of Mome Rath and the Momenagerie, the uses for dragon bone, dragon scale, dragon blood, dragon teeth, and so on, were well known and decidedly less speculative. Once this venture was finished, we'd be flooding the market, and even with that being the case, it would be a substantial amount of money. "I'm bored," I said to Amaryllis, who was standing beside me. I wasn't standing, but rather floating, because that was something that I could do.
Sorry, dear,
she replied, not seeming like she was sorry in the slightest. Her eyes were on the work crews swarming Tommel. I wasn't sure whether she knew anything about taking apart dragons, but she was sure watching the people working as though she was a supervisor rather than an observer. "Maybe I'll go help," I said.
Your job, as I understand it, is to look intimidating and kill anyone who gets out of line,
replied Amaryllis. "I'm not going to kill anyone," I replied.
I know that, said Amaryllis. But if they see that you're floating there in all your glory, they'll be intimidated enough not to push things so far that you would be asked to kill them. Lending a helping hand is good public relations, and there's some utility, but we need to keep you from being asked to assault or kill anyone.
I frowned at that. It was true, after all. But the call of the gold was asking me to basically just sit in place and make sure that no one stole any of the dragon parts, which was incredibly lame. A 0 out of 10 quest if I had ever heard one, unless we were going to be interrupted by a theft or a fight, which I didn't think terribly likely, and was trying my best not to hope for, no matter how bored I was. I had my senses open and defenses up, just in case. "Thoughts on the exclusion of soul magic?" I asked. She wasn't the prime Amaryllis, which was important only in the sense that it meant she wouldn't be any help in a potential combat scenario and didn't have access to entads.
It's bad for you personally, but probably a net good for society,
replied Amaryllis.
An exclusion of either or both of scaphism or skilled trade would have been bad, but more understandable and less net good for the Hex.
She shrugged.
It takes those off the table for Fellseed, but I'm not sure that it was lost because it was necessary to lose.
She gave me a bit of a disapproving look. "Sure," I said. "So you think that after killing Tamul, I should have dropped all the skills down to their baseline, then never used soul magic to boost skills again?"
I don't know,
said Amaryllis.
My read on the Dungeon Master is that he might have hit you with an exclusion anyway, since you had declared that you wouldn't be using those aspects, but it might have been a partial exclusion instead of a full one.
She shrugged again at all the unknowables.
But like I said, it's probably a net good for the world. There are, or were, almost certainly rogue soul magic practitioners out there, and now they don't have the ability to keep resetting their thralls. It would be nice to think that they'll get their comeuppance, but it's more likely that they'll kill the thralls before that happens.
Kind of hard to see it as a net benefit, I replied.
We'll watch in the coming month for any sudden political upsets, Amaryllis said. My guess is that we'll see one or two, possibly governmental, possibly corporate. The Enolia are the primary defense against a rogue soul mage raping their way to the top, but there are limits on what they can do, or, I suppose, could do. Enolia magic is presumably intact. I'm checking into it with another self. The services of the Enolia are much less needed now, either way, which is too bad for them, but again is probably a net gain for the world.
I said. No soul healing,
It was a relatively minor part of the package.
said Amaryllis.
Likewise, soul linkage. In terms of the whole of society, it's something of a relief.
She paused for a moment.
You know, people often talk about what the worst possible exclusion would be, but somehow they don't focus on which one might be the best.
Are you mad at me? I asked.
No, she replied. There have been things I've considered missteps, but to extend a metaphor, they were missteps that I don't think put us significantly off the path. Mostly I'm just feeling useless.
And how many things are you doing right now? I asked.
Oh, lots,
said Amaryllis.
but I had virtually no hand in killing the dragons. I think there's a real opportunity to do good in the NLEZ, but it's the kind of frustrating, abstract good that doesn't satisfy that primal part of me that wants to physically punch evil into submission.
I don't think Perisev was evil, I said. Tommel, maybe, but Perisev, if you view the world through the lens of stories, and you think that you're living in some kind of postmodernist story, then I guess it makes sense to try to get the unconventional ending.
What's postmodernism?
She asked. I froze in place. I said. Are you asking me because you don't know, or because you want to see whether I know?
It's not a word that came up a lot in my reading,
Said Amaryllis.
For the most part, it seemed to be whoever came after the modernists, or was reactionary against them, but there wasn't a cohesive and easy-to-digest definition. Why would you use the word if you didn't know what it meant?
It's not that I don't know, I replied. This is not going to be even remotely relatable to you, but do you know that feeling of playing a game on one monitor while a video is going at 1.5 times speed in the other monitor, and you're kind of catching the drift, but it's also just a bunch of words washing over you, and you're in the game, so you don't want to slow it down, and it's not something that seems super important?
This would be on your personal computer?
Asked Amaryllis. Yeah, I replied. That's the kind of understanding I have of postmodernism. I paused for a moment. It would have been a good time for gold magic to tell me to do something. I have no idea what postmodernism would mean in terms of tabletop games. If it were about books or games, then it would be metafiction, intertext, navel-gazing, unreliable narrators, experimenting with timeline and chronology, stuff like that.
And you believe that Perisev believed that this was the kind of story we're in?
Asked Amaryllis. I guess, I replied. I mean, she couldn't have known about it, but the dungeon master did show me a book that supposedly laid out our adventure.
And she thought that she could kill you because it would be a postmodernist ending?
Asked Amaryllis. Sure, I replied. I mean, probably, maybe. But she wasn't talking about Earth postmodernism, and she never actually used the word. She was talking about the state of art on Erb, which is the same? Not the same. I really have no idea, because I've been sticking to non-fiction like my life depends on it.
Broadly speaking, I'm not sure that she's correct,
replied Amaryllis.
It's true that a lot of the new works of the last few decades have been self-referential and very aware of the idea of fiction in one way or another, but people still read Uther's stories, they still go to his plays, and there's a persistent trend in attempting to adapt and revitalize them. It is, in my view, absolutely fucking absurd to make claims about what media is like for a group of 5 billion people across 200 species.
She paused, pursing her lips.
But I suppose the distribution of media is unequal, and I would imagine that a small core of 100 works get the vast majority of exposure. Still, dwarves are the second most populous species, and most of them don't speak English. You can't talk about what the media is like on Arab, not in a coherent way.
The dwarves are still influenced, though, I said. I've only read about a dozen books in Groglir, and only a few of them were fiction, but it's still possible to see Uther seeping in. There are occasionally English words, or human gender stuff, or, I don't know, little bits and pieces that have crept in. And I imagine there are translations and adaptations.
Well, sure,
said Amaryllis. She was tapping her foot. Tommel's head finally came free from his neck after considerable work, and they set to work pulling his teeth.
Let's say that Parasev is right, that you're an agent of postmodernism, or some Arabian understanding of postmodernism. How does that change anything?
I don't know, I said. Guesses? She nodded. I thought for a moment before replying. Okay, narrative might fail at any moment if it's to make a point, or to make the point that there is no point. You've been looking at narrative like it's what Uther had, narrative cycles, or a modified version of that where it's narrative, but influenced by our understanding of narrative, a recursive narrative that's still fundamentally narrative. But to take one example, time might not work like that. It might be, I don't know what this would be like internally, from our perspective, but you can tell a story with time all out of whack. Put the beginning at the end and the end at the beginning. Thread different events however you want. Constantly switch perspectives. You can do that in modernism too, but I think in postmodernism, it's partly to play with the form, partly to question the audience's interpretation of events, all kinds of things. You'd expect a lot of metatext and intertext, I guess, which I think we already have covered, because we've played games within games, and as Parasev pointed out, we've crafted stories that were corruptions and refinements of the stories that we actually lived. I guess we've done a bit of intertext, or a lot of it, given how many movies we've watched together, and how many books I've read, and some of the conversations, and naturally, the library. The defined breaks from traditional narrative would be things like stream of thought, random events that don't fit in with narrative, playing with the expected narrative cycles or characterization. Oh, and an unreliable narrator.
Said Amaryllis. Are you?
You're asking me if I'm an unreliable narrator, I asked. I mean, I haven't lied to you, except those times I did. There's probably some alternate version of this story where I didn't out myself the moment we met and was able to keep the secret of being dream-skewered, or maybe pretended that I was just dream-skewered, without all the weird Arab-Earth interplay. But I'm also not a narrator to my knowledge anyway.
Okay,
said Amaryllis.
I know you don't like to talk about narrative, but, Juniper, this might be really important.
It's not actionable, I said. I mean, it's even less actionable than regular narrative theory, because for all we know we might be side characters, or the story might be all out of order, or it's pointless. Like more pointless than it was before, which was already pretty pointless. I don't mean to shut down a conversation that I helped start, but sometimes you have to accept that you can't actually understand the universe.
All right, I relent,
sighed Amaryllis.
I'll talk about it with Raven. I might already be talking about it with Raven.
How is she? I asked, eager for a change in conversation.
She felt sidelined by the dragon fights, in ways that felt unpleasantly familiar to her,
said Amaryllis.
She got her bell rung. She's strong, she'll survive.
Good, I said. I don't know, show some empathy, I guess.
Which you're finding hard at the moment?
Amaryllis asked. Through this, we were just standing, floating, in my case. There, watching teeth being pulled out of Tommel's mouth, and a special machine was being hooked up to his opened veins to manually pump blood through his body and out an artery into waiting barrels. It was pretty grisly, but I was a bit numb to gore at this point in my career, perhaps helped by high WIS, which was supposed to help with not freaking the fuck out about things. I used to have this problem when I was a little kid, I said. I had this knowledge that the world was horrible, and that despite appearances, I was one of the lucky ones. I hadn't been born into slavery. I would probably never directly experience war unless I enlisted. We had creature comforts, media, the internet. I never had to worry about where my next meal was coming from. I had 2 monitors, for fuck's sake, even if one was a hand-me-down. I kind of got obsessed imagining all those other kids who had just gotten fucked by life. It wasn't pity. It was this gut-wrenching sadness, like I was feeling the weight of every issue in the world, or as much as I could at the age of 10.
I know the feeling,
said Amaryllis, nodding. I looked over at her and saw how set her face was. When I was feeling all that, I just gave so much less of a shit about everything else, I said. I'd get upset because I could hear Mom and Dad screaming at each other through the walls, but then I would go to bed crying because I was thinking about these poor unfortunates who were largely half a world away, who I could do nothing for. I chewed on my lip for a bit. Maybe it was just a coping mechanism, a way to equate my own pain to this other pain that felt larger and more important. To co-opt it. I don't know. It was this feeling of hopelessness and helplessness.
And that's what you're feeling now?
Asked Amaryllis. You can't unfuck a whole civilization, I said. 8 million people, born and raised underground. You can help them, and we will, even if we have to move mountains, but they can't be unfucked.
You see the scars and despair because the wrongs can never be fully righted,
said Amaryllis. A fucking trillion people in the hells, I said. Even if we can save them, even if I'm ever allowed to be God, the actual experience still happened, even if the memories are erased, or whatever we're going to do about it.
You do what you can, then you move on, to do whatever else you can, and try not to look back. Try not to glance at the horrors that can never be undone,
said Amaryllis.
Live in the present. I don't know. We have such a different outlook on life and society. When I look at the people living below Necrolaborum, yes, it makes me angry, so filled with rage that it takes conscious effort to calm myself down and think straight. But I also see people that we can help, suffering that we can remove from the world, concrete ways that we can improve conditions. It might be meaningless, given that we're planning on jumping to the end, but that's not a bet that I'm willing to take. And in the worst case, we'll have wasted a bit of effort while trying to help people.
Yeah, I replied. I guess so. I squared my shoulders and tried to look imposing for the work crew. I would have gone to help them without complaint if the call of the gold had told me to, but it seemed more concerned with Amaryllis and the possibility that she would try to deprive me of gold. We talked about other, less heavy topics after that, which was a bit of a relief. Amaryllis had a breadth and depth of knowledge of Earth culture that sometimes seemed to rival my own, though some of that was just from reading, synopses, and printed off Wikipedia pages. But she still liked to pick my brain on various aspects of my culture, and there were blind spots that I always had fun poking at. It might have been that she was trying to cheer me up, but if she was, it was working, so I couldn't begrudge it. We focused on the kind of things that I considered to be postmodern, which for all I knew might have been a complete misreading of what postmodernism actually was. We stayed away from any discussion of our situation, instead focusing on what made Scream cool, the ending of Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and the ways that Cabin in the Woods had been one of the major inspirations of my Long Stairs campaign. It was a complaint that the group often had, I said. I would watch something, or see something, or learn something, and it would stir my brain up, then get put into a campaign within a week or two. It wasn't always a movie or a book. Sometimes it was just something that had sparked a moment of inspiration, but they never really understood with those, because I never said where I got my ideas from, if I even knew. I had to try to put up these mental flags on everything, to make sure I knew who was watching what, so that I could do my creative appropriation without getting called out or making it too obvious.
Did that work?
Asked Amaryllis. Yes and no, I replied. I mean, we mostly drank from the same well, you know? We would all go see the latest blockbusters together. We played a lot of the same video games. A ton of the books we read got shared around, because you want to talk with your friends about them, instead of just having them sit in your head. I shrugged. But there was always stuff that I'd stumbled across that I knew they'd never seen, and vice versa. It was kind of nice to have this group, but also our separate lives that we only ever really knew about by contact.
You have a group of friends now,
said Amaryllis.
You barely know 1/30,000th of what I get up to. But I suppose it's not the same, our Karase.
Question mark. For as much as my group might have had differences of outlooks, we were all pretty solidly of the same culture, I said. The amount of variation between teenagers in Kansas is, compared to Erb, it's fucking nothing. And the Council of Arches has a level of diversity that still sometimes boggles my mind. Which is great, because there are always things to learn and appreciate, but a lot of our time has been in building up a common platform of understanding each other, and sometimes it's difficult. Plus, I've been putting in time with the Tung, and they have this entirely different culture that you made from the ground up, and it's a whole different thing.
You're homesick,
said Amaryllis. Maybe, I replied. It's been too long since we've had real proper downtime. I paused. I want a home. Not the underline, not a palace in Angle Sin, just somewhere that I can return to that's mine. So homesick, but not necessarily for Earth, I guess. I feel like I've been couch surfing for half a year. I had never actually been couch surfing, save for a week in junior year when my parents had been intolerable and I had slept over at different friends' houses as much as I could, chaining sleepovers so I didn't need to sleep in my own bed.
I'll see what I can do,
said Amaryllis. I don't need you to, I replied. But it would be good to have an anchor, and if you can think of a way of doing that, I shrugged again. The closest we've ever had has been the bottle, I think, or maybe the time chamber.
Are there any movies that give you that feeling of home?
Asked Amaryllis.
Or books?
I thought about it for a bit. It was a transparent ploy to change the subject, but I didn't mind. Books, definitely, I replied. Harry Potter, at least the early books. I really should talk with Valencia about them the next time I see her. I'm sure she would like that. I didn't stay for the entirety of the Dragon disassembly, which was going to take anywhere from days to weeks, with the final sale of everything we weren't going to keep taking even longer. It felt nice to have some alone time with Amaryllis, though, before I had to go back to deal with the bigger stuff. Even just taking a census of all the people in the underground portion of Necrolaborum would have been the work of hundreds of people going non-stop for a month. Organizing and implementing that census would have taken weeks, maybe more, because it would have to include training for all the census takers, printing off any necessary materials, recruiting the people necessary to do it. A census was a complicated thing, but it was just a count of people, sometimes with vital stats about them. It still would have been a complete pain in the ass, even if we'd been doing a census with a compliant population who knew what was going on and consented to it all. Instead, we were dealing with an enormous population that was hardly liable to greet us as liberators, who had been raised and educated in a completely fucked up society created by someone I was comfortable labeling a narcissistic sociopath. We were going to have a somewhat difficult time making sure that all of them could stay alive, never mind getting them the kind of deprogramming and therapy they would almost assuredly need, never mind actually turning them into productive members of society. I wouldn't normally have worried too much about the productive bit, but there were millions of them, and I just wasn't sure that we, or the Empire, could handle supporting them if they weren't working to support themselves. In an ideal world, I would have just said, okay, the nightmare is over. This is the real world. You'll have food, healthcare, education, people to talk to, and whatever else you need. But that didn't seem possible to me. Most of the conversation was taking place in the NLEZ, in the palace that we had commandeered, and because I had been away serving my temporary master, I had to be brought up to speed on things. For the most part, we were still in fact-finding mode, trying to pin down the scope of the problem and the constraints we were working under. The crew, minus myself, had done a few forays into the complex in order to verify what little Captain Blue in the bottle had in the way of numbers, and found that it mostly checked out, though we had a hard time believing that he really kept his records so sparse. Seems to me our best shot of getting out of this is to find whatever resistance movement has been brewing just beyond the captain's reach, I said, once I had gotten briefed.
Ah,
said Amaryllis.
when has propping up the Mujahideen ever backfired?
She said it sarcastically, and I raised an eyebrow. Not familiar, I said. She stared at me like I'd grown a second head.
Are you fucking serious?
She asked. I looked at Grack and then Raven. Grack seemed just as clueless as I did, but Raven's lips were set in a sour frown. It seemed unfair that I didn't know, given how high my KNO was. I should have known pretty much anything that was common knowledge on Erb, in my opinion, and most things that were uncommon knowledge. Sorry, I asked, more of a question than an apology.
The Mujahideen were a resistance group,
said Amaryllis.
It was a proxy war, and they were given some training and assistance by a major player. The enemy of my enemy is my friend of convenience, yes? So after something like 2 decades and hundreds of millions spent, the Mujahideen managed to more or less win. And it was at that point that it stopped being convenient. Unfortunately, the problem with using the enemy of your enemy is that after you've destroyed a mutual target, you're no longer friends of convenience, and you're not necessarily aligned. Go ahead. Ask me what the Mujahideen did that was so bad.
I said. I really had no idea why this was getting her riled up. Amaryllis was perfectly capable of masking her emotions, and if she was being forthright in her anger, I must really have stepped in it. What did they do that was so bad? Amaryllis looked me dead in the eyes.
On September 11th, 2001, they flew some planes into the World Trade Center.
I stared at her for a moment. All right, I said. I'll cop to not knowing very much about the Middle East. I didn't know enough to challenge her narrative, that was for sure.
Didn't your father go to war in the Middle East?
Asked Grack. He did, I replied. Gulf War I. But, look, let's not get bogged down in a few gaps in my knowledge about Earth.
Wait,
said Raven.
don't you literally have an entire expression about that event? Never forget?
I looked between Raven and Amaryllis. I mean, if you're saying that Osama bin Laden was given money by the CIA, is that what you're saying? That's more of a history lesson than we have time for, said Amaryllis. The point wasn't actually about those attacks, or the wars that, by some idiot logic, followed them. It was about how allies of convenience can become incredibly inconvenient. It was a lot more pithy before it needed exposition. I don't want to argue that the United States ever engaged in great foreign policy. That's probably a losing battle, I said. The question is what the foreign policy of Mu Noon should look like, with this specific case as a microcosm. Starting with the people who hated blue in the bottle and dreamed of freedom seems like a better starting point than, I don't know, sycophants who never saw anything wrong with their way of life. And at some point, if there is a pre-existing resistance movement, we'll probably have to grapple with them anyway. So, no democracy then? Asked Grack. Lord, no, snorted Amaryllis. Self-governance is important from both a pragmatic and ethical standpoint, but the form that self-governance should take is absolutely not democratic elections, or worse, direct democracy. Take the temperature of the room, sure, but we're not going to foist a new system of governance on these people from the word go, and certainly not one that only works, when it does, with an educated and culturally cohesive population, which this is not. I said. I sometimes forgot that Amaryllis was royalty, not that it necessarily impacted her views too much. She didn't come from a place that put any particular value on democratic rule, though, aside from the risk that the populace would break out the guillotines. Okay, well, we need to do a full survey of what conditions are like through all the different partitioned cities. We go in, talk to some people about what their lives are like, what they think, and try to go from there. We can read through all the spreadsheets and memorandums that we want, but that's never going to be a substitute for actually talking to people, especially when Blue in the Bottle might have faked pretty much anything. None of us trusted his accounting of things. And the captain himself? Asked Raven. We use him then. My instinct is to kill him, I said. No use in keeping someone dangerous alive. Some of it is going to depend on what his former subjects want. We don't want to make a martyr, but we also don't want to leave open a chance for him to return. Amaryllis nodded. We'll have the Empire's help, for what it's worth. OIDR has been called in, even though it's technically outside their purview, and they're already under stress. And we'll have the Tung, en masse. Damage to our buildings in Poran was minimal, and I've made arrangements for the second generation.
Wait.
I said. What? I'm on the second generation planning committee. What do you mean you've made arrangements?
I still need to talk to the committee about it, as do you. And obviously it won't go forward without buy-in from the Tung themselves. Who will be the ones doing the teaching?
Said Amaryllis.
The arrangements I was speaking of were done with Bethel and Valencia.
I frowned. When?
I have a clone with them,
Amaryllis said with a sigh.
I live in a small apartment down the road from Bethel, not close enough that I'm within her sphere of influence. Valencia thought that it would be best if we could reintroduce and reintegrate slowly, and this way we can have a better line of communication.
Oh, I said. It made me feel a little queasy. I didn't like the idea of Amaryllis being in trouble, not so far away, not when she was deprived of her magic. I didn't begrudge her not mentioning it to me. I wouldn't have disagreed with the decision, and all knowing would do would be to make me worry for nothing. Well, be careful.
I think Val should come here,
said Amaryllis.
She's the best person to vet people that we know, and if we have any hope of constructing a functional government for these people, we're going to need a solid foundation, which comes from having good people more than good laws. That said, we'll also need good laws so that the good people aren't swept out by the legal and political structures we lay down.
Where does that leave Bethel if Val is here? I asked.
With a small amount of independence,
replied Amaryllis.
I trust Val to know whether or not leaving her with that independence is wise, and she's given the all clear, at least on this trial basis.
She was watching me carefully. Sure, I replied.
Can Valencia be trusted?
Asked Raven.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but it was my understanding there have been problems in the past.
Raven and Fen had never even met, which was weird to think about.
Valencia hand-selected the entire teaching staff for the first generation,
said Amaryllis.
She vetted the Tuung for positions of power and authority. She has a better track record than almost anyone at exactly the kind of problem we're currently trying to unravel.
One part of the problem,
said Grack.
There is also the issue of food. It is all supplied by zombies at the moment.
Right,
said Amaryllis.
Barren bread is a possibility in the short term, though even then it's a tremendous cost and logistical problem, which would apply even if we set up our own operations in Barren Jewel, with a direct line to Necrolaborum or wherever we end up settling these people. Narratively, that would be a good way to revisit an old location.
She was deep in thought, not really looking at anyone.
The other option is harvesting directly from the plane of flesh, which would take an enormous amount of labor and capital, but might provide better returns.
The Second Empire tried it,
said Raven, already shaking her head.
There was an Imperial-funded project that attempted extraction from all the closer elemental planes. Flesh was promising, but in practice, the continued efforts of star mages to keep the portal open, the bottlenecks of the flesh mines, and the poor quality of what was taken out, all led to it being closed. It was also tried during the First Empire, somewhat more successfully, by a group of dragons that needed enormous quantities of meat, but it wasn't sustainable.
We have Juniper,
said Amaryllis.
Narratively, it wouldn't make sense to embark on the plan unless he was a key component anyway.
Stop bringing up narrative, I said. I was still a little pissed off about the Mujahideen thing, because I really desperately needed to read a book on the subject of the American involvement in the Middle East, or if not a book, then at least a print out of a Wikipedia article. I wasn't angry, I just had that salty feeling that I got after losing at a game, the kind of low-key anger that needs to be managed.
Narrative isn't driving us, but it needs consideration,
said Amaryllis.
Let me ask you this. If you were a dungeon master and you included something like this in a game, what would the point of it be? How would you resolve it? What solutions would you accept from players attempting to resolve it?
She waited a tick after each of those questions, but I didn't jump at any answers. I said. All right. If this were me, and I put my players in a situation like this, it would probably be because I was in a bad mood, or in a funk, or something like that. And if I was aware of that, I would go along with whatever solution the players thought up, so long as it wasn't shit, because I wouldn't want to mire them in depressing reality for too long. If I didn't realize what I was doing, or if I was just being an exceptional asshole, I would rub their nose in it. I sighed. Does that help?
So a portal to the elemental plane of flesh as a long-term way of feeding people, yay or nay?
Asked Amaryllis. I mean, it's cool, I said. The fact that no one has done it, or worse, that someone has done it and found it unprofitable, does raise an eyebrow, though. Grak gave a polite cough.
One might question the idea of doing what the Second Empire did, he said. Especially if you are saying you will implement those schemes better.
I said. I don't know if that argument is germane. It's definitely in line with what I know about the Second Empires. But yeah, the Second Empire sucked in a lot of ways, and most of that was down to ideology, which we don't share with them.
Which you and Amaryllis mostly don't share with them,
said Raven. We're explicitly talking about self-governance here, I said. Wasn't one of the central tenets of the Second Empire. We know better. We're not saying that.
Not a tenet, no,
said Raven.
But a natural consequence of their tenets, yes.
We do know better, though,
said Amaryllis, folding her arms.
We have not just the entirety of Herb's history, but the entire history of Earth as well, and the assistance of Valencia.
We're talking too broadly, I said, and we really need to be considering the people down there. I was still feeling the weight of it, and all this abstract discussion wasn't helping me. Step 1. Wait, no. Step 0 is ensuring basic needs are met, which includes food, water, sanitation, and making sure that Captain Blue in the bottle doesn't mobilize against them, all that in the short term, before we could even think about a portal. Then step 1 is ensuring that there's a proper organization to this huge mass of people, because we can't do anything without an org structure, even if it's just a temporary one. From there, we can think about transitioning the population to somewhere that's not a utilitarian underground bunker, or creating a proper government, or helping them to help themselves, or the food crisis that's going to hit if we don't have a solution. But since we're likely to uncover things that might change the conversation, better to have that conversation later and focus on the groundwork now. Loyalty increased. Amaryllis level 27. Loyalty increased. Raven level 5. I took that as a good sign, but it did very little to lift my spirits. There was too much work to do. Glass houses. Chapter 214. Glass Houses. Chapter by Alexander Wales. Cthulhu Jepsen. I have reservations, I said to the table of Tuung. I did feel a bit odd, being the only human there, and I was definitely damp, since this room, like many in the complex at Porin, was equipped with a mister in the ceiling that sprayed at periodic intervals. Aside from me being human, I felt like there was a bit of undue deference to me. Amaryllis hadn't personally written very much of the stories that the Tuung had grown up on, but whoever had done the writing had done it with a skilled hand, in a way that made propaganda palatable to people who would learn, in the course of their studies, what propaganda was and how it was used. Amaryllis probably wouldn't have used the term propaganda, but our group featured fairly heavily in it. Aside from 5 of the first generation of Tuung, who made up the core of the second generation working group, there was another, of the 0th generation, Eswin, there by my special request. Her presence was a bit uncomfortable, but she had so far been silent.
Go ahead,
said Liam. He was our chair. It was hard for me to remember that the Tuung were young, because so many of them acted so old. They'd been raised in ideal conditions and given an upbringing that most adults would have killed for, but they were still basically teenagers. The second generation is needed, I said. But the first generation, if you'll forgive me, isn't to the point of full maturity yet. The first generation is a work of social and cultural engineering, the likes of which has only very rarely been seen on Erb, and while I have full faith and confidence in all of you, what's being proposed is basically using a prototype to build a second prototype before the first is even finished.
Argument from uncertainty and risk,
said Liam with a nod, labeling it without condemnation or judgment.
Both have been addressed to my satisfaction. There will be inevitable drift, but there are correction mechanisms inherent to our culture. There are specific challenges that the second generation will face that the first generation did not. Particularly, we will serve as our own teachers. The scale will be larger. It's nothing that we're not prepared for. These risks and costs need to be measured against the pressing need for more of us and the significant benefits of being able to evaluate the performance of the first generation.
All right, I said. But if this doesn't work out, then we'd be adding to our problems, not taking away from them. It's a huge investment on our part.
Do you believe that these are the end times?
Asked Liam. I stared at him for a moment. Despite my place of prominence in this Neo-Tung culture, Miu Nun culture, I supposed, I was relatively uneducated on its tenets. I'd gotten the abridged version, rather than reading through any of the foundational texts, some of which had been written by Amaryllis, some of which had been written by members of the teaching staff and personally vetted by her. In terms of what they believed, there was a strong focus on selflessness and community, a duty to others, an adherence to the chain of command and the rule of law, honesty and the sublimation of desires, especially fear. She had pulled different parts from different cultures, some on Erb, others on Earth. This end-time stuff, though, it wasn't unexpected, but I had never heard one of the Tuung say it directly like that. I said. I mean, yes, I think that the world is likely to, if not end, then be so radically altered that it's barely recognizable, probably within the next few decades, if not the next few months. Or weeks, days, potentially, if we do something very right or very wrong.
The world is ramping up,
said Liam.
We need to ramp up in response. A good portion of the second generation will be put toward this current crisis, but will be needed in order to help resolve other crises that are sure to crop up before we reach the actual end. A large portion of why we want to push here now is because it will surely be a necessary step later. The resources needed for the second generation are in place, and we're going to need them, most likely sooner than later.
Okay, I said, letting out a sigh. There was a certain intensity to the Tuung that reminded me of Amaryllis, and I had no idea how she had trained that into them. I relent and consider my objections to have been answered.
They won't be Tung,
said a voice from across the table. Heads swiveled to Eswin, who had finally chosen her moment to speak. It was hard not to see her as an old woman, but no, she was still young, just not young in comparison with these people who were technically her children.
All culture, all language, has been stripped from them.
The culture is stable,
said Liam.
We're not going to change it. We understand your concerns and your desires, but...
But you'll do nothing,
said Eswin.
Who will die to bring the second generation to life?
Any of us would volunteer our life,
said Liam.
It will be a question of which of the volunteers can be most easily spared and which is most biologically suited.
It was a grim reality of the Tung that a male had to die in order to further the next generation, and something that I hadn't really thought that much about. It was, in a sense, suicide. But if that was what was necessary to continue their species, then I wasn't going to argue with it, and it had long been my opinion that suicide was your right as an individual. It did sit a bit uncomfortable, though. Isuin said no more, and seemed defeated and withdrawn, as she had for most of the time I'd known her.
Juniper!
Came a yell from across the broad rocks and sparse vegetation of Porin. I looked and saw Valencia, who began running toward me with a smile. "Valencia!" I called back as she met me with wide arms. I had known she was coming, but still found myself happy to see her. She wrapped her arms around me, and I hugged her back. It went on for just a bit too long, to the point where I was consciously aware of her pressing her body against my own, and then she pulled back. "You have muscles," I said, looking at her. When we had rescued her, she had been thin and soft, and in the time since then, she had been working with Amaryllis on strength training, sparring, and overall physical fitness. It was still a little surprising to see clear signs of musculature where her bare arms showed.
"It's been longer for me,"
said Valencia.
"Time chamber."
She was still smiling at me. I looked at her face, trying to judge how much time in the time chamber, but came to no firm conclusions. "And how are things?" I asked.
"Great,"
she replied.
"But I've missed you all a lot, and it feels good to be back, even if it's only just for now. Amaryllis has scheduled me for 2 nights of partying before I go back, in between interviews. How have you been?"
"Good," I said by reflex. "Actually, kind of shit. I mentioned some of it in the letters, but I'm feeling like I would only be cut out to be the chosen one in the long term if it were this rigid black and white world where it was always clear what was right and what was wrong."
"Oh,"
said Valencia.
"You do horribly in that kind of world."
"I would?" I asked.
"Yes."
She nodded.
"You like greys. You seek them out. You like to look at simple things and point out how, actually, they're complex, multifaceted things in disguise. Do you not know that about yourself?"
"I guess," I said, frowning at her. "I feel like you know me a lot better than I know you."
"Well, the devil's in the details."
Valencia smiled. I gave her a glare. "Puns are the lowest form of comedy." Valencia laughed.
"In that they're the bedrock upon which everything else should be built."
"Have you gotten funnier?" I asked. "I remember you being quite dull."
"Oh, well, teasing. Now that's far more elevated than puns."
Valencia replied.
"And wait, aren't you the guy who named her Second Mary?"
I grinned. "It really is good to have you back, even if it's just for a bit."
You know that I would have completely solved the entire Anglesyn arc in about 2 hours, right?
asked Valencia. "Yeah, I know," I sighed.
"And then I would be the one married to Amaryllis,"
she continued. "Don't you have some work to do?" I asked, teasing her a bit, but very much wanting to spend more time with her.
"Of course, and we'll talk later,"
she said.
"I need Grack to fill me in on all the juicy details anyway."
With that, she flitted off, and, I assumed, began eating through devils in order to peer deep into the minds of pretty much everyone around us. It was, according to at least a few moral systems, completely unethical, but I was skeptical that the second generation project would be a success without it. Beyond that, we would also need her to vet new interim leaders of the NLEZ, which had its own moral problems. As much as I liked seeing her again, I felt a slight twist in my gut at the knowledge that Bethel was out there somewhere, by herself, with no adult supervision aside from maybe an Amaryllis. I didn't have details on what was being done, and while I knew that they would tell me if I asked, I hadn't asked. And if I was going to get Valencia back on the team permanently, it would mean dealing with the Bethel question at some point, which would partially depend on how her socialization was going, and partly on how much we needed her abilities. I had never asked Tiff if it was something the girls did too, but in 6th grade, the boys at my school had really gotten into eating things for minor amounts of money. It was almost always something disgusting, sometimes mushed up cafeteria food, sometimes bugs or plants, and sometimes things that weren't edible. The worst I ever ate was a napkin with some boogers on it, and before I did it, I sat there trying to psych myself up, not just in terms of getting ready to do it, but trying to visualize this disgusting thing, to make myself believe that it wouldn't be so bad. And it was bad, naturally, and all the mental prep work hadn't done anything for me at all, and might have made it worse. I flew across the island to where Amaryllis and Raven were. They had a patio table they were sitting at, with papers spread out on it.
Status?
Asked Amaryllis. No new calls from the Gold. The 2nd generation is good to go with some logistical and cultural issues to figure out. I invited Esuin to the meeting, apparently, just to get her depressed about her children. Whatever, it's fine. Where am I going? I said all this at a rapid pace, because I didn't want to get bogged down in any of it.
Glassy Fields?
Said Amaryllis.
It would have been better to do it with the Underline or the Egress or with other people, but it's a prime candidate for a high-tier gold mage to smash straight through it all. The wards shouldn't be able to withstand you, and you can see them, so you should be able to solo it. Beside that, it was one of the first quests that you accepted, and should be one that we knock out before making the suicidal attempt at sneaking past Fell Seed.
All right, I said, hovering slightly. Now,
Wait.
said Raven. She looked over at Amaryllis.
There's some discussion between us about narrative and meta-narrative. The crux of the issue is attempting to figure out what we can expect from sending you on tasks that should be simple and fast given your power level. The debacle at Speculation and Scrutiny is a strong argument in favor of you not making this attempt.
Amaryllis shook her head.
There will be more funds there, more gold, some entads, and presumably something more, unless it's really just a quest to obtain loot, which seems unlikely given prior evidence.
Amaryllis has a theory.
Raven began.
No, it's less likely to work if we tell him,
said Amaryllis.
Do you really think that we're not characters in this story?
Asked Raven.
That everything we discuss is safely hidden off screen?
Glassy Fields was one of the earliest quests,
said Amaryllis.
But it wasn't one that we could have actually done early on. The nature of the exclusion zone is such that it became much more feasible to do as time passed, and at a certain point became trivial. We could have done Glassy Fields just after Grat got his big virtue. We could also have hired the Underline or something like it, and dropped straight down to the castle with only relatively minor enemies to fight.
Raven frowned at her.
Amaryllis thinks of this as a test.
Amaryllis sat back in her chair and rolled her eyes.
Yes, a test that works less well if the protagonist knows about it, which means that it's less valid now.
Sorry, what was this test supposed to be? I asked. What outcomes were you expecting, and how would you differentiate between them?
It's a go/no-go test,
said Amaryllis.
If it goes off without a hitch, it's a sign that the dungeon master agrees with the long-term plan of wrapping things up. If there are complications, but it ends relatively quickly, then that's also probably a sign that we're clear to move toward the end game. But if it spawns 2 more quests, and is clearly only the first step in a long chain, then we know that moving against Fellseed is unlikely to produce the results we're hoping for.
We still don't understand the structure of quests,
said Raven, folding her arms.
It will be a data point, but that won't mean anything. It will just shift the probabilities.
I stopped hovering and grabbed a chair to sit at the table with them. Can I lay some knowledge on the both of you? I asked. Amaryllis was watching me carefully.
Sure.
There comes a time in almost any tabletop game where the party will sit there spinning its wheels, trying to figure out what they should do, or what's required of them, or whatever else. Sometimes they'll metagame and try to figure out what the DM has prepared, and other times it will stay on the object level. As the DM, it just gets boring and tiring, and you want them to get on with it. And as a DM, it depends on your particular style, but for me, it never actually mattered, because I was making most of it up as I went along.
That's what I'm saying,
Replied Amaryllis, frown still on her face.
We don't know whether the Dungeon Master of Erb is ready for this to end, or whether it's the equivalent of the beginning of the night, when he's fresh and full of ideas. There are many things that a brief quest to Glassy Fields tests for, but even if it's just a data point, it's one that we need.
Treat him like he's just a dude, I said.
He's an entity that has full control over the entirety of our existence,
said Amaryllis. She looked like she wanted to yell at me, but was politely and calmly refraining from doing so. We had these kinds of conversations when talking about the Bible more than once, because I had a tendency to personify God, and Amaryllis had a tendency to deify him. Right, I said. But what I'm saying is, imagine that he's me, and how I would behave. Amaryllis shook her head.
It would depend on how you were feeling that day, and what you had planned, and what you had been reading lately.
I looked up at the sky for a moment and thought about that. I guess.
Juniper, I've had long conversations with both you and Reimer about your particular style,
said Amaryllis.
It's not something that I ever thought I would be an expert on, but here we are. How things go with Glassy Fields will help to illuminate elements of the scenario we're in. We just suffered major losses. Does that mean that we'll have a bounce back, a period of rest and respite, or is this the start of intensification? I would argue the latter, but that might be a good thing, if it gets us closer to a satisfying end to all this.
She hopes that it will be a blowout,
said Raven. All right, I said. So do we agree that this is up to me, whether we want to risk an explosion of complexity and quests when all we want is loot and a confirmation that we can head into the endgame?
Yes,
nodded Raven.
I suppose,
replied Amaryllis.
It's a less effective test now that we've had this conversation.
Narrative depends on viewpoint,
said Raven, sounding exasperated.
Uther goes into this in degenerate cycles, which I know you've read.
It's conceivable for someone to disagree with Uther, isn't it?
Asked Amaryllis.
And as Parasev said, Uther and Juniper are playing under different rules, different frameworks. I don't think the distinction that she proposed, stories placed against stories about stories, is necessarily the one that makes the most sense, but it's at least an explanation for what's going on. Juniper's preferred frame is that the difference is mostly a matter of DMing style, or attitude, and I don't know that's right either, but...
I'm going to take off, I said. It's not that I don't care about this, because I do, but if I were the Dungeon Master, I would want someone to take the initiative instead of talking in circles for another hour or two. Grok fixed Rilke's strap, so you can talk to me via the fourfold flask if you need to, unless I get killed, or have to run an errand for the gold or whatever.
Are you okay?
Asked Amaryllis. Yeah, fine, I said. Ready for some real downtime, but that's going to be in short supply until I give up gold magic. Maybe once I do, we can find a time chamber and I can just take a year or so to not have any obligations.
I've been in a time chamber with you, Juniper. You would want out before 3 weeks were over,
said Amaryllis, which she said with a smile, but still kind of stung, because she'd done who knew how long so far without problems. Well, whatever, I replied. Don't have too much fun without me. By far the best part of being a gold mage was being able to fly. I grabbed the map, put it into my bandolier, then lifted off into the sky, allowing the Isle of Porin to grow small beneath me. Once I was far enough up, I pushed hard, flinging myself through the clouds and hoping that I had enough drag that it would look like I punched a hole through them. That got me damp, but I dried off quickly once I was through the other side, using gold magic to push the water away, and I sailed on, faster than the speed of sound, toward Glassy Fields. It felt good to be on my own. I was on a mission, but still, it was freeing, like I had permission to temporarily stop worrying about what was happening in the rest of the world. My mind tried to go to the millions of people in the NLEZ, but I directed it elsewhere, which wasn't hard, given how vast and beautiful the land below me was. Erb hadn't gone through the same things Earth had gone through, and was far more wild and untamed. Industrialization had been quite different, and colonization had arguably not happened, or at least not to the extent that it did on Earth. If it weren't for a half-dozen different things, I might have called it a fantasy world in the derogatory sense, the kind of place that you would dream up as a coping mechanism for the real world. Those half-dozen different things, though, they were pretty important deal-breakers. I could imagine an Arab that didn't have them. No consequences for the use of void, no risk of exclusion, and better balancing so that exclusion wouldn't be necessary in the first place. Cut a few of the exclusion zones that were actively creating misery, make a few updates to sapient rights, eliminate the hells so that soul power wasn't a moral problem, things like that. It wouldn't take much work for a god. I wasn't going back to Earth when it was all over. Flying through the air, feeling my raw power push back against the turbulence, I couldn't imagine sitting in high school listening to a teacher who didn't want to be there, give a lecture to students who also didn't want to be there, about things that no one was very interested in. Maybe college would have been better, and maybe it wouldn't have. But after that would come a career in some field or another, and I knew enough about the working world to know that most people didn't like their jobs. From what I knew about myself, I didn't think that I would be the exception, almost no matter what field I ended up going into. Even if the people of Earth got their collective shit together, I wouldn't have put good money on being happy there. On Erb, even if I had to give up all my magical powers and my knack for picking up new skills and just be a regular guy going to a regular job, well, I was a multi-millionaire, so I just wouldn't have to. And my smoking hot wife, who probably wasn't just pretending to love me, was effectively the leader of 2, soon to be 3 nations. The deck was stacked in favor of Erb, simply by my circumstances. But even if it hadn't been, even if I were living as the average Erbian, or some version of myself that had a parallel to what I would have been on Earth, I still thought that I would have liked Erb more, just on its merits. Erb had big towers that no one had an explanation for. It had rivers that sometimes ran backwards, fish that exploded if the light of a full moon touched them, metals that turned soft like putty when you sang to them, billions of tiny little things to seek out and understand, to soak in and enjoy. Earth had that too, it did, but the scale on Erb was so much different, so much larger. No one was asking me to come back or telling me that I should, but I had read enough stories about people transported to another world to know that it was common. I had always hated that aspect of the Narnia books when I was growing up, how the children always had to go from being kings and queens to weak, powerless children in the middle of the worst war in their world's history. If I had to go back like that, to return to 5th period English class with only a slowly fading memory of what had happened, it was a haunting thought. Luckily, there was a zone of adventure to distract me. Glassy Fields was relatively benign as exclusions went. Thousands had died when the exclusion happened, but no one lived within the zone, and it generated no unhappiness or depression. The exclusion zone just sat there, a place that was hostile to life, but which didn't require or really even suggest that life should come in. It was, in some ways, a graveyard for glass magic, and unhappy in that respect, but it was old enough now that it was a tourist spot, a place with towers built around the edges to look in, and souvenirs that you could buy from shops that were just off the rail lines. Glassy Fields was an exclusion, but it was one whose tragedy was far in the past, and like the boundless pit, there was nowhere else you could see something like it. When I was 10 years old, a big ice storm had come through while we were visiting my uncle in Ohio. It had coated the trees, the cars, the power lines, and everything else in a thick shell, and probably my favorite memory of that year of my life was getting to go out and see all these things encased in ice. Sometimes I would break the ice off, other times just look at whatever was frozen inside. It was virtually certain that the glass magic exclusion zone had taken that memory as the germ of inspiration. Spotting the zone was easy, because it had a very distinct difference from the meadows and forests around it. There was a bit of a glare from the sun, but only in a few places where the glass was curved just right to reflect sunlight up to me. As exclusion zones went, it was on the larger side, 100 miles across, and shaped a bit like the side profile of a bell pepper, with a fat end and a narrow one. Everything in the zone was coated in glass, and anything that sat on that glass for more than a few seconds would slowly have glass grow around it, until finally it was swallowed up. The glass wouldn't grow to more than a foot of thickness, but once it did, it would start to harden, becoming more difficult to penetrate or shatter. It was, I thought, less pretty than the ice storm, so thick that the shape of what was underneath was mostly lost. The trees in particular looked a bit like mushrooms, with the way that the tops were made big and bulbous. In addition to the casings, there were also spikes and edges, the former looking like stalagmites, the latter like snowdrifts, but far more deadly, because whatever process was making those shapes, it left them incredibly sharp. It wasn't all glass. There was water, and there was life. Only a few varieties of plants could live in the zone, all of them with some kind of adaptation, lifting up little proto-roots just a bit faster than the glass could swallow them up, or floating on top of the water. It wasn't all that much, but the sparse greenery made the place feel more pleasant, and I far preferred a living environment to one that was dead and entombed. There was danger, naturally, as there was in most exclusion zones. The sharp edges were the most worrying, at least for people who weren't me. It was entirely possible to walk through glassy fields without armor or magic if you were careful enough, but a single wrong step might slice open your leg, and if you fell, you were likely to take more injuries. I had heard that there were rare edges that were themselves so hard and rigid that they could cut straight through steel with only the slightest pressure. But I wasn't sure that I believed that, since the stories of exclusion zones were often overblown. Glassy Fields was benign and quite pretty in its own way, but because of the tourism industry on its outskirts, there was a lot of incentive to hype it up. I was immune to Glassy Fields. Both still magic or gold magic had the power to completely prevent sharp things from cutting me, and the fact that I could float over the glass made it so that I wasn't even touching it. I am Superman, I muttered to myself. World of cardboard and such. The eerie beauty of the place was making me slightly nervous, and I had to consciously remind myself that with gold magic active, I was one of the strongest beings on the Hex. Even without it, there was nothing to hurt me. The Vidrix were a small animal that had shards of glass instead of fur, with a fox-like shape and bounding movements, their reddish internal organs visible beneath the glass. They hadn't originated in the exclusion zone, but once they'd been introduced, or possibly discovered it on their own, they had spread like wildfire. Their glass fur kept the glass from building up on them, and they had the magical ability to travel through reflections, which in this place meant that they could do as they pleased. One by itself was little enough trouble, but in packs, they could slice up a person in a hurry. I saw them watching me as I floated through, and casually changed my armor over to its fire form, which was the most intimidating among them. The fox-like creatures gathered, dozens of heads sticking up over glass ridges, and I tried not to pay them any attention, because if one of them attacked me, I could obliterate it. The castle wasn't too hard to find, because like almost everything else in Glassy Fields, it had been well preserved. It wasn't anything too grand, just a summer palace of Uther's that he'd rarely used, which had been turned into a full residence by one of his descendants before the exclusion had hit. I went up to the front door and placed my hand on the barrier of glass there. I hesitated, then used the entirety of the force of my gold magic. The glass shattered apart, with pieces of shrapnel bouncing backward toward me, then off my skin. It was a loud bang, probably loud enough to deafen me if I didn't have a wealth of defensive magic. Amaryllis had seemed to think that I would be able to bypass the wards through brute strength, but as it turned out, I didn't even have to worry about that, because there didn't seem to be any wards at all. It wasn't clear whether they had failed over time, been crushed by the glass, or suffered some other fate. The door was locked, and I spent some time trying to open it gently before finally giving up and blasting through. The interior of the castle had stale air, and I flushed it away, generating air currents by pushing the air with gold magic. I stepped inside and began looking around, the crown of eyes letting me know that there was no one looking at me, vibration letting me be assured of the deep stillness of this place, water magic showing no vague humanoid outlines. A part of me wondered whether this place had always been meant as a test. It was possible the first moment the quest had appeared had been set up not for then, but for this kind of quest, whose context was communion with the dungeon master. There was something nauseating about the circles you could end up going in, if you really wanted to, and I wondered whether religious people ever felt this way, like the Christian God was just constantly testing them, putting out signs that might not be signs, maneuvering the world in ineffable ways. If I broke down the doors and found nothing but the loot we expected to find, would that be because that was what had been set up here, written down in some yellow legal pad long ago as a payoff to a risk I could take if I wanted to? Or would it be a message, a sign, permission to go after fell seed? I tried not to think about it, because that way lay, if not madness, then at least a 7-hour conversation with Amaryllis. I wondered whether I brought that out in her, because I knew that in committee meetings she tended to be straightforward and efficiency-oriented. I was on a time limit. The castle had been battened up tight enough that the glass hadn't forced its way in, and the protective shell had secured it, but cracking open the door had let the glass start to flow in, and given time, it would encase everything on the inside as well. For many, many reasons, there was no hope of ever turning this all into a base, but it still gave me the feeling of cracking open and desecrating a tomb, even though I was pretty sure that no one had actually died here. They died getting out of the zone as the glass spread, not within the castle itself. We didn't have a layout of the castle, but we did have something of a manifest, which had been written down by one of Amaryllis's ancestors, then transferred into books, and finally passed down to her. I didn't know whether it would all be together, or how large of a space I was looking for, but I was hoping that I would know it when I saw it. It would have been good to have Grak along, to check magic for me, but he would have had to ride in Sable, and as much as I liked Grak, I felt guilty about using his abilities, especially when he was busy trying to work on important necromancy-related problems. Unless there was something wholly unexpected, he could have soloed this whole quest by himself, with mobile wards to annihilate glass and the ability to pass through wards even Uther himself had set up. Instead, I would rely on my ability to pulse magical sight, trying not to do it too often for fear of building up a penalty that I would have to wait on. As castles went, this one wasn't all that big, and my quick search for magic items only lasted about 10 minutes, most of which was spent ducking my head into various rooms. The room that I was looking for was on the 3rd floor, close to what appeared to be the staff quarters. There were, contrary to the item manifest, 4 silvered surfboards set into special racks instead of just one. That wasn't a huge surprise, given that when I'd made the item back on Earth, it had been in a set, given to the party at far too low of a level. The utility of them was questionable for my case, but it allowed for fairly rapid flight, so long as they all stayed near each other. Most of what was here had been taken, with obvious spots in this armory where they would have been kept. There was a small stand with poles that I would have guessed held rings or jewelry, all of which were missing. A magical armory like this wasn't actually much use unless you had a whole host of magical items that you weren't using, and the exclusion had been slow enough that most of the stuff had been taken by those who were fleeing the encroaching glass. My guess was that the surfboards hadn't been taken because they were too unwieldy, though that raised the question of what might have happened to whoever could make them fly. My best shot in the dark guess was that their owner had been one of the early victims. I gathered the surfboards up, then set them down, my eyes drawn to what looked like a wardrobe. I had always loved wardrobes, partly because I had seen so few of them, partly because my young mind had fixated on them as a gateway to somewhere fantastical. I listened to it for a moment, just double-checking, and wishing again that I had Grack with me for backup. Failing that, I at least wanted my soul sight. A pulse of vibration magic showed nothing magical. I touched the knob with far more caution than it warranted, then opened the wardrobe door. There was nothing inside. I stared at the empty wardrobe for a bit, wondering if that was a sign. I would have expected outfits, or something else that would befit a magical armory like this, but instead, it was just vacant, whatever it had held taken away. I stared at it for a moment, and decided not to accept that the only thing the wardrobe was there for was holding clothes, a job that it wasn't actually doing at the moment. I'd had plans, maybe stupid plans born of paranoia, but plans nonetheless, for how I was going to uncover the secret of the wardrobe. Instead, the very first thing I tried, pulling the wardrobe from the wall, revealed a secret passage to a second room. The room was small, I could see that right away, but there was something in the center of it, a matte black outfit of some kind that was unaccountably floating in the air. It was tattered and torn in places, and my mind immediately went to entatic designs and the ways that they sometimes faked signs of use. I pulsed Warder's sight and saw the ward right away, but wasn't knowledgeable enough to know what it signified. A quick test with my pinky let me know that it wasn't of the annihilation variety, and a single golden punch was enough to overload whatever capacity the warder had given the barrier. The black outfit wasn't an ented. It was a uniform, one that consisted of a shirt and jacket, with inserts at the elbows for padding. The vest was thick and heavy, armored, and it had pouches at the bottom of it, which had all been opened. I wasn't really paying attention to that. My eyes had landed on the two patches on the shoulder. One of the patches had a cob of corn, and on either side, what I assumed was a team or division name, Corn Squabble. The other patch was the flag of the United States of America. "What the fuck?" I said softly. I reached out and touched it. It felt entirely real. Post. Chapter 215. Post. Chapter by Alexander Wales. Thulura Jepson.
What is this?
Asked Amaryllis when I placed the uniform down on the table. It took her a moment to find the patches, and when she did, she stared at them for a moment, then looked at me. "I have theories," I said. "The top theory is that someone from Earth came to Erb, not through a dream skewer, but through some actual physical means. And if I had to guess what that was, then given this outfit, I think it's probably the one major campaign that I've never seen much sign of on Erb, the Long Stairs. And if I had to guess where the Long Stairs are, then yeah, I would say that's the dimensional tunnel in Fellseed Zone." Raven and Amaryllis stared at me.
That doesn't make sense,
said Raven. "There are holes in the theory," I replied. They were holes that I thought could be patched. "Which one to you is the biggest?"
Sorry.
she said, rubbing her face.
Can you describe the long stairs again?
"There was a forum post on the internet," I said. It was for a setting idea, which was, basically, that when the first nukes went off in New Mexico or wherever, it opened up a rift to another world, a giga-dungeon without any end, twisting and warping itself so that it was unmappable, filled to the brim with monsters and traps, with the military of the United States going in to clear it. It was one of those things where I read it, and then had a bunch of ideas that were different than the direction other people wanted to take it, so I just went off and built it on my own, and ran my players through it, taking from a lot of different sources, like the SCP Foundation. The short version is that I moved it to Oregon, dropped the nuclear weapons thing, invented a backstory for this facility, invented a component of the armed forces dedicated to studying, exploring, and exploiting it, invented monsters, features, things like that. It was a thresher by design, diegetically and non-diegetically. And it got worse once Arthur died. Amaryllis was still staring at the flag.
It can't go to Earth.
Well, I said, it can't go to my Earth, unless, unknown to me, there really was a facility in Oregon, which my campaign just happened to create a close enough version of. Or maybe the long stairs go to Earth in some other way. Or...
Why would Uther not tell anyone?
asked Raven. I have no fucking idea, I said. Why didn't he ever tell anyone that he was really from Earth? I can make a bunch of uneducated guesses, but there are a lot of questions that I'm ready to ask him if we ever find him.
You put forward a theory with lots of inference,
said Amaryllis. She was examining the patch up close. She looked up at me.
You know that we have access to an entad that could make something exactly like this?
Do you think that's likely? I asked. That Uther had an entad like the backpack, which he used to make this, and then put it into a hidden closet in a faraway castle, where it lay, forgotten. Honestly, he wouldn't even need to use an entad. He could just do some sewing.
But why would he place it there if it's real?
Asked Amaryllis.
Proximity,
said Raven.
By ley line, glassy fields and fellseed aren't far from each other.
She had a far-off look on her face.
I'm trying to place this in the timeline. That castle is in Terror Moor, or was before the exclusion, and he didn't have that property until 22 FE. That's the lower bound, unless he acquired it and then moved it later, though that would mean the proximity explanation doesn't hold.
Are you taking this seriously?
Asked Amaryllis.
It's the answer you were looking for,
replied Raven. She hadn't touched the uniform, conspicuously hadn't touched it, like it was radioactive or laced with poison.
Maybe,
said Amaryllis, frowning a bit. She looked up at me.
Does this help us at all?
In the scheme of things, no, I replied. If true, which it probably is, I think it tells us where Uther was going, and I think it's not hard to understand why.
Conceptually, the long stairs are infinite, aren't they?
Asked Amaryllis. As I designed them. Yes, no, it's hard to say. My personal version of the long stairs, which is the direction I think this points, was inspired by this game called Rogue Legacy, computer game, platformer. The map was randomly generated, but it was random within bounds. You would always know that this particular section would be north of that particular section, and even though it was different every time, you'd get some sense of where things were in relation to each other. There was a directionality to the Giga Dungeon, and if you thought of the individual rooms and hallways like node traversal on a huge graph, you could go deeper, toward where magic and threats were stronger. There were stations, usually cities with their own hostility and rules, places that you would come across on your way down. I paused. How much of this do you have in your notes already?
I'll have to look,
replied Amaryllis.
I think I was focused more on the phenomena that were in that campaign, rather than the physical structure of the place. The notes are in Sable. I'll put an Amaryllis on it next time I merge with Prime.
You're not?
Asked Raven.
No,
said Amaryllis, shaking her head.
Prime is dealing with logistics right now. We'll merge soon, though, and I'll do some other merges to put scholar selves on the long stairs, now that we suspect that it might actually be important. I don't think that it substantially changes anything, though, considering that to get there, we would still have to go into Felseed's zone, and if not defeat him, then at least get past him.
It means we have a better idea of how to prepare, I said. And we have some idea of what we're getting into.
And what we'd be getting into is bad?
Asked Raven. I don't know, I said. I mean, yes, it's bad, but the long stairs weren't meant for someone of my power. They were relatively low magic. Actually, that directionality was a part of it, with magic increasing as you went down, so I guess if the long stairs were woven into the patchwork of Erb, and Erb was the end point, then it would get easier as you went along a path back to Earth. Meaning that all the challenge was front-loaded, which is, not how things are usually done.
But if we accept all this,
said Amaryllis,
That would mean that this specific uniform came down the long stairs by way of Earth, and then it would be around the year 2500 there?
You might think that, yeah, I said. But my guess is that it's Narnia rules, and if we came waltzing out of the long stairs at the facility in Oregon, and by some miracle were not immediately shot by the military forces there, I guess they have a policy of containment and analysis. But either way, Narnia rules would mean almost no time would have passed.
It can't be Earth, though,
said Amaryllis. Why? I asked. I somehow felt like we should have been on different sides of this conversation.
No, I understand,
she replied.
If the Dungeon Master is capable of creating herb, then he's also capable of creating Earth. But there has to be a higher level of reality.
No, there doesn't, I said. Not one that's accessible to us anyway.
But what would it mean?
Asked Amaryllis.
It would be one thing to dangle Earth in front of us, but to make an Earth that's clearly under his dominion, if there's something like godhood waiting for you at the end of this, would you be god of Earth as well?
Ugh, I hope not, I replied. I mean, on the object level, yes. I would prefer that Earth had a nice, loving, caring god, rather than no god at all, or, I guess, the Dungeon Master as a god. I frowned. Oh, fuck. That would mean that the Christians were right all along.
We're getting ahead of ourselves,
said Raven.
We don't know what this means.
If going to glassy fields was a prayer, or a weird form of pilgrimage, then this was the answer, I said, gesturing at the uniform and its conspicuous flag. It's a clear message saying that we can continue, full steam ahead.
Or it was sitting there all along, waiting to be found,
said Raven.
How many times now have you come across another thread that points back at an existing plot point that you already covered?
Lots, I said. And sure, that's possible. But this isn't actually pointing back at anything. It's a uniform, nothing more. It wouldn't be able to point us at the dimensional tunnel or fell seed.
That's not technically true,
said Raven.
There's an entad that can help track the world line of any object.
Fine, I replied. Where and how can I get it?
I don't think we need to,
said Amaryllis.
Where else would this uniform be from? Some wholly different line of quests?
The long stairs could be somewhere else,
replied Raven.
What's the rationale for thinking that Uther left to go back to Earth?
He was fed up, I replied. He was done with the narrative and trying to end it. What more justification did he need?
He'd have been abandoning billions,
said Raven.
It might have been one thing if he was going to Earth for some purpose, if there was power there for him to grab, or some way to help Herb. But we've seen nothing to show that's true. The Uther that I knew, to say that he left because he'd declared victory, or because he was homesick for a place he never once uttered a word of to anyone, somewhere he'd been gone from for 40 years. He had a wife and 3 children.
We'll get answers when we meet him, I said. Nothing about her tone had been suspect, but taken together, the words held a lot of emotion. Raven still didn't want to believe bad things about Uther, which I could empathize with, even if the weight of evidence seemed decidedly against him. What he'd done to Bethel, the murder of Vervain, the ways that he might have set in motion plots of misery for his companions in an effort to cultivate stories, it all cast an enormous shadow on a man who was often talked about with the reverence of an immortal god-king. Even if she believed all the points against him, though, I wasn't sure that the object-level truth would be enough. Arthur, as I knew him, was pretty far from perfect. And as for Uther, he spent 3 full years of the Dark Lord's reign being an actor. Or maybe not even that. Maybe just someone who traveled with the troupe. He wore himself down, doing what he did. The cracks definitely showed. I don't know how or why he might have thought that going to Earth would solve things, but...
It's the hero's journey,
said Amaryllis.
The final part of the monomyth is the hero returning home.
Oh, I said. Right. And if you were the author of Degenerate Cycles, then you would probably fixate on that particular aspect, and if you found a way to go home, or a place that looked like home if you squinted at it just right, well, you would see that as the obvious endpoint of your adventure. I looked at Raven. Right?
Amaryllis has made the argument before.
Raven replied, lips thin. In any case, I said, I don't think it changes anything. I can do another debrief on the Long Stairs campaign, if you think it will help, but if that's what the dimensional tunnel is, then we still need to get there, which is a major fucking problem, because Fellseed is in the way.
How sure are you of the Narnia conjecture?
Asked Raven. The what? I asked.
That time flows more slowly on Earth.
Replied Raven. I'm not at all sure, I replied. But of the theories that we have for what the frick is going on, I think it's fairly solid. I mean, the whole of Earth being on a roughly similar fictional level to Erb actually resolves some questions that I had, like how some far future civilization would be able to reconstruct Arthur once his brain was in the dirt. For me, it made sense, because maybe at some point in the future, my brain could be preserved, or this was some kind of reconstruction or regression built off of some later version of myself. But no, it ties things up neatly.
Except that then we have no idea what base reality looks like,
said Amaryllis.
That should alarm everybody.
If there even is a base reality, I said. Which there might not be. I waved a hand. Try not to get too bogged down in it, or if you're going to, get a clone to do it.
Will do,
replied Amaryllis. I'm going to go speak with the Tuong some more, if I've gotten a reprieve from the mandatory gold rush for a bit, I said. Let me know if there's another mission. I flew off without waiting too long. It seemed like things with Raven were going to have to come to a head sooner than later, and I wasn't looking forward to it. Valencia, Grak, and an Amaryllis were gathered in the underground bunker, which sat in the heart of the complex at Necrolaborem. The room had been cleared of zombies, leaving just Blue in the bottle there, and he was behind thick wards that blocked his sight almost completely, which was obvious to me because I could see through his eyes.
It's not quite him,
Valencia said to me as soon as I came in.
You should let me confirm that the wards are up first,
Grak grumbled.
I know from looking at you that you're confident in your warding,
said Valencia.
If you weren't confident, I would have waited.
What do you mean it's not him? I asked.
She means that she's seen into Blue in the bottle's soul and confirmed to herself that it's not him,
said Grak.
The magical signature says otherwise, and the report from the Dorises does too.
Hang on, I said. What do you mean, not him? I asked. I mean, he's not Blue in the bottle.
He might be,
said Valencia.
But the wards don't contain him in some way. It's him, but not the whole of him in some way.
On what basis?
Asked Grak.
I don't know that,
replied Valencia.
Amaryllis wanted me to come in here and see if I could pick up anything from him, so I did that. What I picked up was a level of unconcern that does not fit with everything else I know about him. He knows that he's too valuable to kill, but he also has cards left to play in case we decide to kill him. We're at least one contingency removed from having him backed into a corner, possibly 2 or 3 contingencies.
So you don't know for certain that it's not him? I asked.
No, I don't,
replied Valencia.
But that's what my considerable skill is telling me. If it is him, then he has some backup plan in case he dies.
Grak frowned.
If that's true,
he began, then thought about it for a bit.
It would have to be independent of his current body, or only possible through some non-necromantic magic, or not strictly linked to him in a way that's detectable to me, which could hold off on activation while he's wrapped in very complete wards.
All right, I said with a sigh. This fucking guy. Val, can you, I don't know, interrogate him? Get him to tell you all about what he's actually up to.
I can,
she nodded.
I do have to warn you that it's not going to be easy, given that it's mediated by zombies. There will also be some risk if we can't bottle him before he goes to the hells. If he did end up there, they would interrogate him, and it's possible that they would get some understanding of who you are and who I am. Which would be bad?
Sure, I said. I trust your judgment.
You do?
Asked Valencia, brightening. I nodded. You're the subject matter expert. I would never second-guess Grak on wards. And, look, I've been practicing my forgiveness. The stuff with Fen, so long as you understand my point of view, so long as you've changed the way you operate. At a certain point, you just have to say that the past is the past, and the future will be the future. Because I really have missed you. Valencia beamed at me and came in for a hug, which I accepted.
Okay.
She said as she pulled away, looking at Blue in the bottle.
Time to see if I can crack him. No promises. Grak?
Grak went over to the wards and removed some of them, allowing Valencia to speak with our captive. He had a single zombie standing next to him, helping him to speak.
Who are you?
Asked Elisha Blue, speaking through the zombie.
Valencia the Red,
replied Valencia.
I'm the Republic of Miunun's expert on large-scale logistics. My apologies for taking so long to come here.
I was mildly surprised that she hadn't used a pseudonym, but she was a known quantity on Miunun, so I supposed it made sense.
Ah, I see,
replied Blue, voice nearly monotone.
I hope you're not put off by the body,
said Valencia, gesturing to herself.
It's a form I wear for convenience, though not much suited to the current moment. My day-to-day life, up to this point, has not involved particularly much in the way of house calls.
She was putting on a voice and lying seamlessly. I was out of Blue's view, and that of his zombie, and couldn't see through Valencia's eyes, but I had very little doubt that whatever her gambit was, he was buying it.
You're of the Second Empire,
said Blue.
You escaped the calamity and the purges.
No,
replied Valencia.
I'm second generation, Spriff the son of a stripped soul mage, Kershint Helim, if the name means anything to you.
Blue in the bottle's zombie shook its head.
I never had the pleasure. You've come to talk logistics.
It's the primary concern at the moment,
replied Valencia.
From their perspective, they want to ensure as much continued quality of life for the people who live here while weaning off zombie labor.
I've been curious about that myself,
replied Blue in the bottle.
There are too many mouths to feed and not enough hands to pick up the work of harvesting Kier.
That aside, you have processes and systems in place in order to handle distribution,
said Valencia.
The question is how best to take the reins from you and keep those pipelines flowing. From what you've told my associates, all of the movement of goods is accomplished by zombies through systems that you have set up but do not actually maintain.
There was a moment of silence.
Do you doubt me?
He asked. No, replied Valencia.
The scale of operations is too large for you to be handling everything by yourself, which means that the zombies must necessarily have some level of autonomy. Modern organizational structures are premised on a chain or matrix of command and reporting, but there's no particular reason that you would be bound by that. The question is how things have been set up, how they can be altered, and how they can be replaced.
Replaced?
Asked Blue. His zombie gave a small laugh. They cannot be. A zombie can and does work continuously, without need for rest. To replace a zombie with a human would introduce all manner of logistical complications. 3 humans working 8-hour shifts would need changes of clothes. They would use hallways to return home. They would need resources that are not available at the Kier sites. Each of those 3 humans would require training, and could hardly be counted upon to be as efficient, so you would need work crews rather than a rotating shift, and that's simply to account for the replacement of a single zombie. I could feel, more than see, a smile spread across his face. I am, of course, ready and willing to help with whatever solutions to this dilemma your team can come up with.
Had you ever made plans for evacuation?
Asked Valencia.
Of the populace?
Asked Blue.
No. The only things that would threaten us are attacks from outside and earthquakes, and we're in a particularly stable region. There are, in fact, colonies that are nearly completely disconnected from the outside world, their initial shafts disconnected from the surface, with transport done almost entirely via teleportation.
That's rather inconvenient,
replied Valencia.
It would also make replacement of labor much more difficult.
It would,
nodded Blue in the Bottle's zombie.
It is a fallacy of the propaganda against me that zombies are simply a replacement for human workers, alike in all regards aside from the fact that one is alive and the other dead. There are considerable advantages to necromancy which must be accounted for, and which will make disassembly of this nation quite a bit more difficult than if I had mere slaves.
There is some talk of simply murdering you and letting the whole enterprise go to rot, said Valencia. It's not a particularly popular stance, given the times, but I have little doubt it's what the Second Empire would have done, and in my view, they would have had the right of it.
The Empire of Common Cause would never go for it, replied Blue in the Bottle.
He sounded smug, even speaking through a zombie.
Oh, of course not, replied Valencia. But you're certainly familiar with the moralists and how they operate. If you were killed, and your zombies with you, and there were some problems with even finding all the people you have hidden down here, let alone taking them out, then the Third Empire would wash their hands of the deaths easily enough. Or perhaps they might stage an investigation that would find a scapegoat of one kind or another, with the majority of the blame falling on you. The result would be that almost everyone involved would feel good about themselves, and the deaths of millions would be swept to the side with people breathing a guilty sigh of relief.
Is that a threat? Asked Blue in the Bottle.
His zombie's eyes narrowed, but his face was still.
Oh my, no,
replied Valencia.
The people I work with are moralists, and for the time being, they're in charge. I'd be a fool to threaten something that my colleagues wouldn't follow through on. I don't even mean to point out that you're in a precarious position, because I don't particularly think that's true. You have all those irreplaceable zombies as leverage, their labor, even now, helping you immensely. My guess is that the logistics will never be worked out, not with the costs involved, and that will mean that at least for the basics, food, water, washing, cleaning, and so on, we'll need your undead labor. Obviously, the pregnancies will be stopped, no more new zombies will be made, and the existing cohorts of children will be placed into the world with some socialization and training. That will take 20 years, though, minimum, and I believe you're secure until then, though my companions would desperately like to hear otherwise.
And after that, 20 years?
Asked Blue in the Bottle.
The world will probably end long before then, one way or another, Valencia replied with a shrug.
It will?
Asked Blue in the Bottle. I could only hear a twinge of emotion, but that twinge was fear and confusion.
Ever onward against the dark,
replied Valencia.
The dark is coming for us, and if we manage to defeat it, it will be for good, the final victory that the Second Empire always dreamed of. The moralists are distracted by this current crisis, which is a shame because these lives are ultimately meaningless in comparison with the fate of all sapients.
Do I know you?
Asked Blue in the Bottle. She was getting to him, I could tell, enticing him, making him curious.
You knew a mentor of mine,
replied Valencia.
And I'm quite familiar with your work. But if you'll excuse me for a moment, my companions have found some of this conversation quite troubling, so I must adjourn to assuage their petty morals.
She stepped out from behind the wards and moved over to us.
How did that go? Asked Amaryllis.
He's definitely got another body,
said Valencia.
But my guess is that it's a single factor of backup, even if there are multiples of it. One method of coming back, multiplied. He's playing it relatively cool, but he's on the back foot. Disaffection is his strategy, pretending that he has us dead to rights, but he knows that it won't be a winning move in the long term. He's made active efforts to sabotage his operations so that reform and rescue will be extremely expensive, if not outright impossible, but I think he underestimates us. He's been lying, sometimes to himself, other times with what he'd characterize as understandable fibs. He will do whatever it takes in order to extend his own life, and believes that when push comes to shove, almost everyone else in the world is the same, which is clearly nonsense. Let me know if there's any more insight you need. I think I have a fairly good read on him. This is little more than confirmation of what we'd already expected.
Where would the other body be? I asked. I mean, it seems like he has a phylactery, right?
I am not convinced that such a thing exists, said Grack, folding his arms.
But if it did exist, I asked. Like, assuming for a second such a thing is possible.
It would require some unknown property of necromancy or a specific entad, said Grack.
He seemed to think for a moment.
I can vaguely see Blue's connections, and I'm capable of severing them. It is possible that if he died in that state, he would not live on. If he did, it would be because there is some necromantic magic that exists apart from his physical form.
Which is possible, I said. If necromancy is related to spirit in some way, then, I don't know, this is mostly intuition.
Follow it, said Amaryllis, watching me.
Traditionally, I replied. Traditionally, a necromancer hides their phylactery as best they can, so that when they die, they don't actually die, they get reborn, right? Or their soul, probably spirit in this case, goes into a new form, or was already stored somewhere for that eventuality. The question we have to ask is where he would put it. My guess is at a site that's miles from here, a vault that you could only exit from the inside, a place that we'd have to use the Dorises to even find. But if that were the case, then I don't know why he would be confident. I looked at Valencia. Can you work on him?
Of course, she nodded. What do you want? He's already convinced that I'm a fellow traveller, just one that doesn't really care about him, which he respects.
Wait, I said. I looked over at Amaryllis. Fuck, I think I have it.
Have what? Asked Grack.
The solution, I said. The butler did it.
Oh, come on, said Amaryllis. That can't be right.
Who is the butler? Asked Valencia.
One of Blue in the Bottle's hands,
said Amaryllis.
We've met him twice.
Third time's the charm, right? I asked. It's him.
I have seen nothing from him,
said Grack.
If it's somehow him, or he is a part of this, then it is Cloak somehow.
Here, I said. Let's get him. I'll show you. It's dumb.
Dumb?
Asked Amaryllis. If I'm right, I said. And if I'm wrong, I can explain it to you. It didn't take long for us to find Terence, who was looking more pale than he had been before, perhaps because he could see the writing on the wall, or maybe because he knew that we would have questions that he wouldn't have an easy time answering. I regretted the threats I'd made against him. Hi, Terence, I said. He squirmed under my gaze.
Hello, he replied.
I have some very easy questions for you, I said.
Okay, he replied, swallowing hard.
First, what's your last name? I asked.
Oh, he said. It's Terence, technically, sir.
Right, I said. Because you've got someone in your family who puts surnames first. He nodded slowly. Of course you do, I replied. It was reasonably common on Arab, though not expected here in Necrolaborum, and not necessary for the conclusion I'd already come to.
Fuck, said Amaryllis, who had always been pretty quick on the uptake, to put it mildly. Oh, fuck off, that's moronic.
I'm missing something, said Grack, looking between me and Terence.
It was clear from his face that Terence knew he was missing something too. He was just staying quiet about it. His surname, I said, which he never gave us. It's Phylac.
How did you know that? Asked Terence, staring at me with wide eyes.
Phylactery, said Amaryllis with a groan. That motherfucker.
Terence, or Terry, was looking between us.
I'm sorry?
This was a pun?
Asked Grack. Yup, I replied. Not just a pun, But yes, we probably could have solved this whole thing a lot faster if we just asked this manservant his name in the first place. Maybe that's the moral.
"I," said Terence, then seemed like he was debating whether to say it. "I'm a butler, not a manservant."
Right, I replied. As I said, the butler did it. It was almost funny.
"What?" he asked.
Hold him down while I look inside, I said.
Wait,
said Valencia. She stepped forward and looked Terence over.
Terence, something was done to you by Captain Blue in the bottle, likely at a very young age. That fear and uncertainty you feel, that you felt long before we came here, we think that we know what's been driving it. There have been times in your life when you felt different from other people, like you were struggling to follow a script that they seemed to have memorized. If we're right, we can fix that, but we need to find out whether you're really as special as we think you are.
Okay,
said Terence, letting out a breath.
He rolled up a sleeve and held out his arm to me, then closed his eyes tight so he wouldn't have to watch. I gave Valencia a look, but she put her finger to her lips. It took me some time to get into Terence's spirit, given the exclusion of soul magic. Blood magic and bone magic were still available, but I couldn't get to the soul through them, and neither of them were connected to the spirit directly, or at least not until they were in active use, meaning that I couldn't cross the bridges that I was used to. Spirit had its own magical connections, though, most obviously to passion magic, and connecting to Terence was relatively easy once I tried to put myself in his shoes, to think and feel, as best I was able, what he was thinking and feeling. Once I was in, it was obvious that Blue in the bottle had, in fact, done something. What, precisely, was not obvious. There were more threads than there should have been, far more, and the more I looked at them, the more it looked like Terence had a whole second-person spirit inside of him. He hadn't acted like it, though, and it was the kind of thing I would have expected Valencia to catch, so I was left to delve deeper in order to get an understanding. Without access to the soul, the spirit was a lot more complicated. I wasn't exactly flying blind, not quite, but it was harder to make sense of what the individual threads were doing, because I couldn't reference the soul for more concrete examples. I could tell where threads were touching values, but not what those values were, and I could see interactions with skills in those places where concrete knowledge got turned into reality by way of actual thought. In the programming/computing metaphor I was used to, I was trying to figure out what the code did without having access to the source. Elisha Blue had figured out a way to access spirit, which for all I knew, might have been a core part of necromancy from the very beginning. That he could do things to a living person was a bit shocking, but his power was such bullshit that I didn't really question it. He had, after all, had a long time to learn things, especially when he'd had the benefit of necromancers who could do theory but no longer practice. My best guess, based on what Valencia had said and what I suspected, was that Blue had copied over his spirit, rigging up another dead man's switch of some kind so that he would take over Terence. But that didn't quite make sense to me, because you weren't just your spirit. You were a combination of spirit, soul, and potentially, in some ways, body. It was true that you could use spirit to do almost anything that soul could do, because it could touch all of the values. But even then, if I assumed that Blue in the bottle had independently discovered spirit, and that he had become more proficient with it than anyone in the whole world had ever been, then that still wouldn't have let him extend his life, because Terence wouldn't be him. He would just be... Well, I couldn't properly argue that it wouldn't be him, because I didn't actually believe that. But if I'd been Blue, I would be worried that I wouldn't come out the other side quite the same. It would also mean that he would lose necromancy, if our understanding of en-personed exclusions was correct. Maybe he was fine with that, though, given that he had been trapped in a depressing country of his own, making for hundreds of years, and this, maybe, would be a way out. I wasn't sure what would happen if we took Terence across the border. My guess was that nothing would change, but it was worth trying anyway. If I were Blue in the bottle, Willing to hijack someone like this for my own purposes, then I'd have made the changes I wanted to make with necromancy. However that had been done, then I would make sure that they wouldn't simply be reversed by going beyond the border. And if he were really clever, he would have figured out some way to collapse or replace Terrence in the event that Terrence left the zone, on top of having one that would activate when Blue died. I said, pulling out.
What's going on?
Asked Amaryllis. I sculpted vibration magic so that Terrence couldn't hear me, and faced away from him in case he could, against the odds, read lips. There's something in his spirit, I said. It might take some time to figure it out and strip it from him. My guess at this point is that he's capable of doing this to others as well. At this point, I think we have to assume that he's been using necromancy to copy himself into other people.
By getting to them when they're technically dead?
Asked Amaryllis.
No
idea, I said. It would make sense, though. And it would give us something to look for, some childhood trauma or surgery that would be the cover for something invasive and necromantic.
This would go beyond the borders of the EZ?
Asked Grack. Maybe, I said. Probably,
But that would mean that he would be able to send agents out.
said Amaryllis.
He would be able to take a fraction of the people down in his cities and send them out into the world to build organizations, learn magic, do anything.
It's not clear to me that he would, said Valencia, frowning a bit. I would have to talk to him more.
Why wouldn't
he? Asked
Amaryllis.
It's the logical thing to do.